Chapter 1. Carlo, where are you? A shout from the heights of the opulent palace interrupted Carlo's reverie, pulling his soul back to the tangible world. I am here, father, Carlo replied promptly. Thank God. My child, are you feeling better? Mere moments later, the voice, once distant, now approached, its owner arriving at Carlo's side. Carlo turned slightly, still grappling with disbelief. The man before him, resplendent in his finery, was none other than his biological father, the illustrious ruler of the House of Savoy, Victor Emmanuel II, the first king of a unified Italy. I am feeling somewhat better. The medication prescribed by the doctor has proven effective, Carlo responded, nodding earnestly, while inwardly contemplating how to engage in conversation with this unfamiliar father figure. Victor Emmanuel II seemed oblivious to Carlo's complex thoughts, affectionately ruffling Carlo's hair, and earnestly remarked, It's all right. My child, though Amadeo, is no longer with us. You still have us, do you not? Amadeo was Victor Emmanuel II's third son. Bestowed with the title of Duke of Monferrato at birth in Carlos' memories, this brother had been exceptionally kind to him, their bond far surpassing that with his two elder siblings. Regrettably, by the time Carlo's soul arrived in this world, Duke Amadeo was already gravely ill and soon passed away. The abysmal medical standards of the era left his cause of death shrouded in mystery. It was disheartening to see a prince perish under such obscure circumstances, instilling in Carlo a modicum of fear regarding this reality for an ordinary person accustomed to advanced technology and societal comforts. Experiencing life a century and a half ago was indeed a torment. Even as Victor Emmanuel II's most cherished son, a prince of the nascent kingdom of Italy, Carlo could not escape this unsettling sensation. Noticing Carlo's continued silence, Victor Emmanuel II once again tousled Carlo's hair, forcing a smile as he said, You'll be all right, everything will improve. My child, I shall not permit anything to take you away from me. Not even God, both Adelheid, and I will protect you. You will be safe, I assure you. For Victor Emmanuel II, renowned for his piety, such a promise was evidently heartfelt and sincere. Carlo, of course, was aware of Victor Emmanuel II's esteemed reputation. He felt no aversion towards this father who genuinely cared for him. I'm feeling much better. Father, thank you for your concern. I am well now, Carlo stated. That is good to hear. My child, may God bless you. I shall remain by your side. Victor Emmanuel II affectionately ruffled Carlo's hair once more and then signaled to the maidservants nearby to assist Carlo back to his chamber. Historically, Victor Emmanuel II had 6 sons, counting only those born to Queen Adelheid, yet only 2 had survived beyond infancy, a testament to the adage that many children often bring little fortune. Of these, only Prince Amadeo had reached near adulthood before his untimely demise, while the remaining 3 had perished during infancy. Although Carlo's arrival in this world spared Victor Emmanuel II the loss of one son, the relentless losses in his middle years had rendered him particularly cherishing of familial bonds. As the youngest son, Carlo was the most favored by Victor Emmanuel II, born as the esteemed Duke of Chablais, inheriting vast estates, several castles and manors, along with a multitude of servants awaiting his command. While Victor Emmanuel II pondered in silence, Carlo was already being escorted by 2 maidservants into his chamber. Gazing at the pure and lovely maid on his left and the alluring figure on his right, Carlo swallowed the words he had almost spoken. Though monogamy was the norm in the West, the term mistress was not unknown among the aristocracy. Particularly at the pinnacle of the noble hierarchy, should Carlo desire, young women willing to become his mistress could queue from Florence, the capital, to the northwestern city of Turin. At least in this regard, Carlo was willing to concede that life in this world of 160 years ago still held certain pleasures. Naturally, such arrangements were typically an unspoken indulgence among the nobility, seldom made public. For the highest echelons of aristocracy, maidservants represented a far safer choice than mistresses, promising loyalty and trustworthiness. Especially for young nobles, maidservants were deemed more suitable for foundational education, often the preferred choice for educating heirs among European nobility. The 2 maidservants attending to Carlo were selected by Victor Emmanuel II as his educators, embodying both innocence and allure, and both were exceedingly beautiful. Initially, Carlo relished their ministrations, But the unexpected sensations below soon jolted him back to reality. Turning his head, he found the seemingly innocent on his hand had slipped into his trousers, teasing him quietly. "That is enough, Anna," Carlos said, lightly patting her head, meeting her gaze as she looked up with her sparkling eyes. He finally smiled, adding, "Not there. Not yet." "Very well," Anna replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she nodded and withdrew her hand. "I wish to be alone for a while," Carlo instructed, feeling somewhat relaxed after enjoying the adept massage from the two maidservants. Before long, the maidservants departed, leaving Carlo alone in his room, submerged in contemplation. Carlo had begrudgingly accepted his transposition to this era at least. As a noble, there were numerous avenues for enjoyment, far superior to the hardships of later generations. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that, despite monarchy being the prevailing system globally, it was destined to endure only a few more decades. With the impending world wars, monarchies around the globe would face severe blows, nearly vanishing from public consciousness. Aside from the United Kingdom, where the monarchy's power had become almost nominal, knowledge of existing monarchies was scant, and few could name those that still endured. The Kingdom of Italy would not see the establishment of a republic until post-World War II, however. During Mussolini's regime, the power and stature of the Italian monarchy were already precariously positioned, its abolition hinging on a mere word from Mussolini. Although Carlo was uncertain of how he had traversed time, having embarked on a new life with such a lofty starting point naturally fueled his ambition. To seize control of his destiny, Carlo devised a new plan. If he wished to grasp his fate firmly in his hands, he must continuously ascend, becoming a figure of authority within the state, someone the populace would trust and obey. In a nation like Italy, there was but one path: to become the king of Italy. However, it was evident that, with two elder brothers still living, Carlos' aspirations to claim the Italian throne were virtually unattainable. Yet, this did not imply that opportunities were entirely absent. Historical trajectories indicated that a revolution was imminent in Spain, and the House of Savoy was poised to inherit the Spanish crown. Though this crown would only rest upon the Savoy head for a mere 3 years, it represented Carlos' closest opportunity to royalty. If he could outmaneuver his brother, Prince Amadeo, Carlos stood a chance at acquiring the Spanish crown, ascending as the King of Spain. Nevertheless, this remained merely a plan, fraught with challenges to realize. Regardless, to prepare for this ambition, it was imperative to gather a certain number of talents and wealth. After all, devoid of initial capital, any plan would remain mere idle talk. In terms of assets, the lands and castles under Carlos' name were valued at least 2 to 3 million lire, with £1 roughly equating to 25 lire, or approximately 733 grams of gold in this era of stable currency. That was quite substantial. Regrettably, most of these lands and castles were not sellable, as they were royal properties. The only wealth Carlo could genuinely control was the annual royal stipend he received, averaging around 260,000 lire each year. However, due to Carlos' minority status, these funds had been retained by his father, Victor Emmanuel II, who had likely amassed nearly 3 million lire by now. Carlos' goal was precisely this annual stipend of 26 million lire should he acquire the autonomy to manage his own wealth. This sum would suffice for Carlo to accomplish many endeavors. The silver lining is that, considering the degree of concern exhibited by his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, Carlo should find it quite facile to secure the rights to manage his own estate. After all, Carlos' mother, Archduchess Adelheid, passed away over a decade ago, leaving Carlo with no impediments to claiming his inheritance. Although Carlo has yet to reach adulthood, this circumstance indeed allows him to acquire a reliable aid from Vittorio Emanuele II. Ultimately, the estate belongs solely to Carlo, and while Vittorio Emanuele II may oversee its management until Carlo comes of age, he cannot be expected to safeguard it for a lifetime. At this juncture, Carlo must adeptly handle and administer his assets, necessitating capable assistance, akin to the role of a court steward. Within European courts, the royal steward holds considerable significance. The steward is not only the most trusted and efficient aid to a noble, but also shares in the family's fortunes and misfortunes. Moreover, in many instances, the position of steward tends to evolve into an alternative hereditary system. For instance, Vittorio Emanuele II's steward, Belisario Bern, is the son of the steward to King Carlo Emanuele III of Sardinia, and his own son is likely to become the steward to Crown Prince Umberto. The Italian royal family holds him in high esteem. He is indeed a truly trustworthy subordinate. Should Carlo be assisted by a sufficiently loyal and capable steward in managing his estate, it is believed that Vittorio Emanuele II would feel assured in granting Carlo the rights to his inheritance. The question then arises, from where will such a loyal and competent steward emerge? Naturally, this would involve Vittorio Emanuele II selecting from among his trusted aides. A few days later, in the office of the King of Italy, Vittorio Emanuele II gazed at his son Carlo with astonishment and inquired curiously, "Young Carlo, may I know the purpose behind your desire to exercise control over your estate?" It is not that Vittorio Emanuele II is reluctant to part with the substantial sum of over 2 million lire. Rather, he is apprehensive about his child succumbing to the vices of wealth. "I wish to invest in some enterprises," Carlo replied candidly, elaborating, "This way, when my brothers Umberto and Amadeo marry, I will have the means to present them with gifts." Upon hearing Carlo's response, Vittorio Emanuele II affectionately ruffled Carlo's hair, wearing an expression of amusement as he remarked, "Your funds are already ample enough for gifts. Carlo, over 2 million lire could indeed fund a warship. Surely you do not intend to gift them a fleet, my child?" Carlo shook his head, appearing quite earnest. "That is not my money. Father, I wish to present them with gifts for money I have truly earned. Only then will I find joy in it." "Very well, my child. You have persuaded me," Vittorio Emanuele II replied with a smile, conceding, "What grounds do I have to refuse? This is undoubtedly the most compelling reason imaginable. However, Carlo, I must remind you, until you reach adulthood, you will require a capable and loyal steward to assist you in managing your estate. Of course, how you choose to spend it is ultimately your decision, but you must have someone knowledgeable enough to comprehend the entirety of your assets, which amount to over 2 million lire. Do you not agree?" Vittorio Emanuele II continued, "The value of the Italian lire is comparable to that of the French franc, and 2 million francs is certainly not a trivial sum in this era. Even when converted to the most precious of metals, gold, it amounts to over 700 kilograms, nearing a ton in weight." This underscores Vittorio Emanuele II's insistence on Carlo needing a sufficiently loyal and capable steward to manage such a vast fortune. Carlo, of course, welcomed this prospect, for the Italian royal family boasts a robust pool of talent. Although the Kingdom of Italy was established not long ago, its predecessor, the Kingdom of Sardinia, had a loyal and capable cadre of individuals, albeit lacking prominence in the broader European context. Seeing that Carlo did not object to having a loyal aide dispatched to assist him in managing his estate, Vittorio Emanuele II breathed a sigh of relief. In a bid to showcase his paternal affection, Vittorio Emanuele II subsequently declared, "To demonstrate my support for you, Carlo, I shall round up the amount to a total of 3 million lire, which you may claim at your convenience." Vittorio Emanuele II acted swiftly. On the day Carlo received the 3 million lire annuity, Vittorio Emanuele II presented him with a steward of his careful selection. Nonetheless, the final decision rested with Carlo after all. The steward is the most trusted subordinate of a noble, and Carlo possessed the full right of choice. Having borrowed a conference room from the royal palace, Carlo convened a meeting with a subordinate recommended by Vittorio Emanuele II. Given Carlo's relatively young age, and the fact that Vittorio Emanuele II's recommended candidate was also quite youthful, appearing to be just in his early 20s, it was evident that this individual, named Loren, was not to be underestimated. His credentials were impressive. Not only had he graduated from a prestigious university, but he had also spent several years studying in both England and France. Moreover, being nurtured and financed by the royal family since childhood ensured his loyalty was beyond question. Loren was already managing a portion of the Italian royal family's assets, demonstrating commendable expertise in finance and economics. Simply put, Loren was a talent whose knowledge and capabilities had been thoroughly tested, and his loyalty was assured. Carlo's initial impression of Loren was quite favorable. Hailing from a monarchy, Loren held a certain admiration for royal authority, particularly since his entire upbringing had been supported by the Italian royal family, which unequivocally affirmed his loyalty to them. Loren? Carlo initiated the conversation. Yes, Your Highness, that I am Loren, and it is my honor to serve you. Loren replied with a deep bow, adopting a humble demeanor. Very well, Carlo nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Loren's respectful conduct. After all, if a steward did not acknowledge the superiority of the nobility, who would? Were you previously in service to my father? Carlo inquired. Yes, Your Highness, Loren confirmed with a respectful nod. I managed plantations in the Philippines and acquired several newspapers in the Turin area. Carlo found this information quite satisfactory. Although the plantations Loren managed were primarily agricultural, such management experience could be advantageous for future rubber plantations. The profitability of rubber cultivation is well known, and with this experience, Carlo could easily position himself as a titan in the rubber industry. Additionally, Loren's acquisition of newspapers added to his credibility, as Carlo recognized the significant influence of media. The ability of an individual or nation to control public opinion could easily distort truth, allowing right to be perceived as wrong and vice versa. This was crucial for stabilizing the monarchies of Italy and Spain, as it could sway public choice and delay the decline of royal authority in those regions. Throughout history, the populace has often displayed a blind tendency to conform, regardless of a system's merits or flaws. If the majority deems it negative, it becomes so. If wielded effectively, the power of public opinion could serve as a critical weapon for Carlo, second only to military might, yielding unforeseen benefits in Carlo's future plans. Whether he aspired to be the king of Spain or continue as a noble in Italy, he aimed to leverage his noble status to genuinely benefit the populace. The media, spearheaded by newspapers, would be an essential tool for this endeavor. After all, the aim of philanthropy is to demonstrate that not all nobles are oppressors, and that monarchy is not entirely flawed. Please share your thoughts on newspapers. Carlo prompted. Although he was already quite pleased, his assessment of Loren was not yet complete. If Loren could align with Carlo's future aspirations, their collaboration might become even more fruitful. Upon hearing Carlo's inquiry, Loren took a moment to reflect before responding. Currently, newspapers serve merely as a means for the populace to acquire external information. However, in the future, their role will be paramount, potentially influencing the readership significantly. While a single newspaper may hold little sway, if we could control dozens or even hundreds of them and publish a particular piece of news across all these outlets, that news would swiftly gain the trust of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, regardless of its veracity. That I believe it is crucial for you to acquire a few newspapers as instruments of influence over the public. Carlo nodded in agreement with Loren's insights. Although the media landscape had yet to coalesce into a formidable force, the significance of such institutions was undeniable. That Loren's foresight in recognizing this potential illustrated his strategic acumen, with a talent like Loren managing Carlo's assets. The probability of growth far outweighed any risk of decline. You have successfully impressed me, Loren, Carlo remarked with a smile at the conclusion of their discussion. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my court steward. In the Western courts, a steward is not akin to an Eastern eunuch. Rather, they wield considerable authority and are not subjected to disdain. Loren embraced this role, understanding that under Vittorio Emanuele II, he would merely be a competent subordinate. However, by pledging his loyalty to Carlo, he would ascend to become a trusted confidant, a disparity in importance that was unmistakable. Furthermore, as the Duke of Chablais, it was certainly not a matter of disgrace to serve as the Duke's steward. Your Grace, as I was orphaned from a young age, I possess only the name Loren, with no family surname of my own. Might I request that you bestow upon me a unique surname? I would dedicate my life to serving your Grace, Loren suddenly requested, seeking Carlo's patronage. Such requests were not unprecedented. It was not unusual for a commoner who garnered the trust of a monarch to receive a surname that would integrate them into the noble class. Loren's request was, in essence, a declaration of loyalty to Carlo. Receiving a surname from Carlo would indelibly mark Loren as one of Carlo's own, and any future betrayal would tarnish his reputation among the European nobility, effectively obliterating his prospects. Carlo understood this implicitly. Observing Loren's unwavering determination, he smiled and said, Very well, Steward Loren. I find the surname Royalto to be quite fitting. Loren Royalto shall surely become a legendary figure in Italian history. Loren nodded in humble acceptance of the name. The surname Royalto, derived from the English word for loyalty, conveyed a profound meaning. Loren hoped that through this designation, he could express his fidelity and earn Carlo's trust, thereby showcasing his capabilities. Carlo's initial directive for Loren was to acquire a reputable newspaper. Whether through the purchase of an existing publication or the establishment of a new one, Carlo sought a definitive outcome. Eager to demonstrate his competence, Loren took this task seriously. In just 2 days, he conducted an investigation into the existing newspaper landscape in Italy, identifying potential candidates for acquisition. Il Sole 24, or a newspaper founded the previous year, was the name Loren ultimately presented. Although it had only garnered modest recognition within Milan's business circles, this publication would endure, eventually becoming one of Italy's top 10 media outlets. Such an achievement underscored the undeniable potential of this newspaper and highlighted Loren's exceptional discernment in selecting it. Once the acquisition target was established, Carlo's next instruction to Loren was to execute a successful purchase of the newspaper. This exemplified the advantages of having capable subordinates. Carlo need not sully his princely stature by attending to such matters himself. The acquisition process proceeded smoothly. At this juncture, Il Sole 24 was still a small operation, and its founder could hardly resist the allure of Carlo's offer. From the initial proposal to the complete acquisition of shares, Carlo accomplished this feat in less than 4 days. Regrettably, given its current status as a small newspaper, the daily circulation was only around 1,500 copies, barely sufficient to sustain its operations. However, Carlo's objective was not immediate profitability. The purpose of a newspaper transcends mere profit. Carlo's ambition is to inundate the streets of Italy with more affordable and popular publications, thereby enhancing his control over public opinion in the country. Whether he chooses to remain in Italy or eventually seeks the opportunity to ascend as the King of Spain, his experience in the realm of journalism will facilitate the establishment of his empire of public discourse. Once public opinion is mastered, achieving further objectives becomes considerably less arduous. At the very least, with widespread public support, Carlo will possess the upper hand. However, in comparison to other small to medium-sized private newspapers, The Sun, under Carlo's stewardship, enjoys a distinct advantage. Leveraging his status as an Italian prince, Carlo is able to publish content that might otherwise face scrutiny, such as politically relevant news that captivates the populace. This is not the era where newspapers struggle to find readership. Given compelling news and content, expanding circulation and achieving profitability is a relatively straightforward endeavor. Loren, as Carlo's sole subordinate, naturally assumed the responsibility of managing the Italian Sun and overseeing its expansion. Carlo outlined several plans for Loren. Firstly, within the next 2 years, the daily circulation of the Sun should increase from 1,500 copies to at least 7,500, considering that the Sun is based in Milan, a bustling city in northern Italy with proximity to Turin and Genoa. This sales target is not overly ambitious. Secondly, the Sun must establish itself as one of the prominent media outlets in northern Italy, garnering a degree of credibility among the populace. If the content published by the newspaper cannot win the trust of the people, then its existence becomes redundant. After all, the primary objective of manipulating public opinion is to instill belief in that opinion, which is one of Carlo's expectations for Loren. Additionally, the Sun must achieve profitability within 2 years while striving to acquire more newspapers. Although Carlo does not primarily aim to generate profit through the newspaper, given that the industry is inherently self-sustaining, he intends to allocate resources to more significant pursuits. The establishment or acquisition of additional newspapers is naturally aimed at bolstering Carlo's influence over public discourse. In Carlo's strategic vision, the Sun will focus on political news and international affairs, while smaller publications will fill the gaps with entertainment news and various scandals. After all, allowing a reputable newspaper to report on trivial matters and gossip would undoubtedly undermine its credibility. As Loren diligently executes Carlo's directives, Carlo himself contemplates the existing map of the Kingdom of Italy. While the fragmented Apennine Peninsula has essentially unified into a complete Kingdom of Italy, there remain 2 regions that have yet to return to Italy's embrace. The northern region of Venice is still under the control of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the crucial city of Rome continues to belong to the Papal States. Although the Papal States may appear to be a soft target, they are backed by France to this moment. France is not the mockingly perceived surrendering entity of World War II, but rather the resplendent French empire basking in the afterglow of Napoleon. Due to the lack of German unification, France currently stands as the dominant power in Western Europe and the foremost military force on the continent. With France's support, the Papal States maintain their grip on Rome, relegating Italy's capital to Florence. However, Carlo remains unperturbed. Historically, the Kingdom of Sardinia's unification of Italy can be characterized as a walkover, having hardly encountered any significant battles. The largest southern Italian state, the Two Sicilies, was effortlessly dismantled by Garibaldi's Thousand. The city-states of central Italy were inconsequential compared to the Kingdom of Sardinia and lacked the capacity to resist the tide of unification. The two truly formidable obstacles were surmountable only by aligning with Prussia. The Austro-Prussian War diverted Austria's attention, allowing the recovery of the Venetian region, while the Franco-Prussian War, with France wary of Prussian forces, facilitated the seamless takeover of Rome. These seemingly insurmountable challenges were thus effortlessly overcome. Although it was the Prussian army that dismantled these two obstacles, the benefits undeniably accrued to the Kingdom of Italy. Carlo possesses a certain understanding of the timeline concerning Prussia's ascent. Coincidentally, this year is 1866, the very period when the Austro-Prussian War is set to erupt. According to historical trajectories, the war is expected to commence within 6 months, propelling Prussia toward the unification of Germany and enabling Italy to reclaim the northern Venetian region. Faced with such a pivotal historical juncture, Carlo is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. While direct interference in the Austro-Prussian War may not be feasible as a participant in the conflict, Carlo can subtly influence the course of history. With a newspaper at his disposal as a tool for shaping public opinion, the next crucial step is to cultivate a favorable public persona. A well-crafted persona can lead the populace to perceive Carlo as aligned with the majority, even without any overt actions on his part, as a member of the royal family. A demeanor characterized by friendliness and concern for the people is destined to be well received. The populace would naturally prefer a royal family that does not present itself as aloof and detached, which is why monarchs, particularly in later years, often adopt a benevolent and compassionate facade, whether addressing the Italian public or the European audience. Rigid and conservative ideologies are unlikely to find favor. Although conservative factions exist within monarchies, reformist ideals are what the people truly yearn to witness, particularly in Italy and the Spain that Carlo aspires to influence. Nevertheless, while Carlo aims to establish an image of a reformist, he will not impose any opinions on Italy's reforms. Reforms are one matter. Determining who leads these reforms is the truly significant question. Supporting and endorsing reform serves as a weapon in Carlo's arsenal. However, overtly dictating the course of reform would be counterproductive. No government would appreciate a king who meddles in the affairs of the state. If Carlo wishes to become the King of Spain, he must first understand how to be a mascot rather than a meddler. On February 21, 1866, the Italian 24-Hour Sun published an article penned by Carlo titled "We Want Bread, Pasta, and Milk," effectively launching the first salvo in his campaign to cultivate an image of compassion for the populace. In this entirely sentimental piece, Carlo frequently emphasized the importance of the lower classes in Italy, particularly the farmers of southern Italy. Moreover, he concluded the article by stating that the demands of the people, whether in Italy or Europe, are not complex. They merely seek to be well-fed and warmly clothed. If the government were to focus more on the lives of the lower classes, perhaps the happiness of the populace would increase. The article lacks profound insights, even portraying Carlo as a prince with little to do other than overflow with goodwill. While many lower-class individuals developed a favorable impression of Carlo due to this report, government officials dismissed it with disdain. Caring for the lives of the lower classes, such noble rhetoric conveniently overlooks the need for government funding. Setting aside the budget required to improve the lives of all lower-class Italians, wouldn't it be more prudent to invest that money in areas more critical to Italy, such as military and industrial development? As for the lower-class citizens, ensuring they do not starve is already a significant achievement. Who among the noble lords has the inclination to concern themselves with whether the common people are adequately fed and clothed? Due to Carlo's lack of capable associates, this article only exerted a modest influence in the vicinity of Milan, failing to reach Florence. Nevertheless, for Carlo's plan, this marked a successful first step, regardless of the sentiments of the government and nobility. The immediate objective is to convince the populace that Carlo is a prince who genuinely cares for the lower classes and embodies compassion. Such a role is unlikely to evoke public disdain. After all, the vast majority of a nation's population comprises the lower classes, a fact that no political system or ideology can alter. Regrettably, Carlo's youth hampers many of his initiatives, necessitating a considerable investment of time and effort in traditional education among Italy's noble elite. Although he is merely a prince, positioned third in the line of succession, King Vittorio Emanuele II remains deeply invested in Carlo's education and development. As the youngest son of Vittorio Emanuele II, Carlo has undoubtedly received the most affection and attention from his father. Now approaching the age of 15, Carlo has largely completed his early elite education. According to Vittorio Emanuele II's plan for Carlo's upbringing, he faces two choices. One is to pursue an in-depth study of management and economics to adeptly manage his lands and properties in the future. The other is to enroll in a military academy, becoming a distinguished Italian officer devoted to the monarchy and the nation. Given Carlo's premeditated aspirations, the most fitting choice for him is undoubtedly to attend the military academy, honing his military skills. More importantly, he might also forge connections with some officers who, while not particularly illustrious, possess commendable military capabilities. Unfortunately, Carlo is not the first heir to the throne, the crown prince. Otherwise, he could easily establish a royal guard, cultivating his own armed forces from the ground up. Although unified Italy is now capable of competing with great powers, its foundational strength remains somewhat tenuous, even in the realm of military education. The future world's top 10 military academies do not feature any Italian institutions. Even today, Italy has very few reputable military schools to choose from. Currently, the most reliable option is the Royal Military Academy in Turin, situated in the capital of the former Kingdom of Sardinia, which serves as a crucial institution for training military personnel. Vittorio Emanuele II maintains a supportive stance regarding Carlo's desire to attend the military academy, a common practice among monarchies in the West. For these royal nations, the most trustworthy individuals are often royal family members and nobles. The Royal Military Academy in Turin primarily focuses on training officers in infantry and artillery, while the Royal Military Academy in Milan specializes in cavalry training. This is precisely why Carlo opts for the Royal Military Academy in Turin. After all, he does not need to personally charge into battle, and cavalry will soon become obsolete in the coming decades, as the terrains of Spain and Italy are ill-suited for large-scale cavalry charges. In fact, compared to the instructors at the Royal Military Academy in Turin, Carlo admires a legendary figure of Italy even more, Giuseppe Garibaldi, one of the three principal architects of Italian unification. When discussing military prowess alone, Garibaldi undoubtedly stands as the finest military commander in modern Italian history. Subsequent historians have described the unification of Italy by referencing only three exceptional figures, known as the three heroes of Italian unification. The unification is attributed to the ideologies of Mazzini, the swords of Garibaldi, and the diplomacy of Cavour. This description sufficiently illustrates Garibaldi's remarkable military talent. Regrettably, among the three heroes of Italian unification, only Prime Minister Cavour is aligned with the Sardinian faction, while Mazzini, the creator of the unification ideology, is a staunch Republican and an adversary of the monarchy. Although Garibaldi, whom Carlo greatly admires, did not explicitly oppose the monarchy, he frequently aligned himself with republicanism and was not trusted by the royalists. Despite Garibaldi's immense selflessness during the unification process, unyieldingly surrendering the territory of the two Sicilies to the Kingdom of Sardinia, his esteemed reputation and history of serving the Republic prevented him from ascending to the upper echelons of the new Italian government. Garibaldi's greatness is indisputable. The renowned French literary giant Victor Hugo once remarked, "I do not wish to hurt anyone, but I must speak the truth. Among all the generals who fought for France, only Garibaldi is invincible." Following the Franco-Prussian War, the Prussian General von Moltke acknowledged, if all the French armies had been commanded by Garibaldi, the captured flags in the 1870 war would surely have numbered more than one. Such a general, who inspires admiration and awe even among his adversaries, remains estranged from the higher echelons of the Italian government for various reasons, choosing instead to live in seclusion on the small island of Caprera. The silver lining is that Garibaldi's esteemed reputation among the Italian populace, coupled with his contributions to the unification, allows him to reside leisurely in Italy without fear of government arrest. Naturally, Carlo longs to meet such a revered figure. A presumptuous visit would only lead to inconvenience, and considering Carlo's youth, he is not in a rush. However, this does not imply that Carlo cannot reach out to Garibaldi in fact, Garibaldi's life in retirement is vibrant and colorful. He even published a novel titled The Thousand, recounting his exploits leading a 1,000-strong army to conquer the two Sicilies. Thanks to Garibaldi's fame, the book's first printing garnered him an impressive 21,000 lire in royalties, equivalent to approximately £840. Given Garibaldi's interests, Carlo certainly does not mind inviting him to serialize some stories in the Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper. If these recount Garibaldi's military exploits, the majority of the Italian public would surely be captivated. Moreover, Carlo's newspaper could rapidly expand its reach owing to Garibaldi's reputation, providing Carlo with an opportunity to establish a connection with him. Nevertheless, this all hinges on Garibaldi's willingness that if he declines to publish articles in the Italian newspaper, Carlo would have no recourse. In Italy, Garibaldi's stature surpasses that of the royal family, and the populace will not tolerate any slander against him. In 1879, a journalist named Giovanni attempted to defame Garibaldi with 2 stories and was soon thereafter assassinated. Had it not been for Garibaldi himself initiating a fundraising campaign to provide compensation to Giovanni's widow, the journalist's family would have continued to suffer under the scorn of the Italian public. This incident further attests to Garibaldi's greatness the Italian people. Garibaldi is without flaw. In a bid to make a favorable impression on Garibaldi, Carlo meticulously revised the letter he intended to send, even asking for Lawrence's opinion to ensure there were no inappropriate remarks. That a few days later, the tranquil life of Garibaldi on the small island of Caprera was disrupted. After Garibaldi declared he would not receive any visitors, the island seemed to transform into his personal domain, with few outsiders daring to approach. Furthermore, numerous soldiers stationed there protected Garibaldi, effectively deterring any visitors. At this moment, Garibaldi, who should have been enjoying a leisurely fishing life, furrowed his brow as he stared at a letter bearing the royal seal on his desk. "What is it, father?" Garibaldi's second son, Giotti, inquired with surprise upon seeing his father frown, something he had never witnessed since they retreated to Caprera. If he did not trust his father's character, Giotti might have suspected that a lover from his father's past was demanding a share of his estate. "It's nothing, Giotti. Just a letter, one from the royal family," Garibaldi replied absently, lost in thought as he regarded the letter. "The letter from the royal family?" Giotti's astonishment deepened, and he involuntarily remarked, "Is it a letter addressed to you? Has something happened?" "It's not that serious, Giotti," Garibaldi said with a smile, shaking his head. "Even if something were amiss, they would never come to me unless Vittorio's crown were at risk." "Then what is it?" Giotti's curiosity remained unabated as his gaze shifted to the letter on the desk. "It is a missive from Prince Carlo," Garibaldi replied with a faint smile, adding, "Come to think of it, I have met that young lad before. Is he in good health?" "It's him." Giotti nodded, a hint of joy in his voice. "Among the royal family, I quite like Prince Carlo, but it's a pity he is not the heir to the kingdom. There are some things I can say here, but it's best to keep your mouth shut outside." Garibaldi cast a glance at his rather exuberant son and cautioned, "If you do not wish to spend your entire life in seclusion with me in Caprera, it would be wise to show some respect towards those members of the royal family. I understand. Father, has Duke Carlo's letter brought news of significance?" Giotti, still brimming with curiosity regarding Carlo's correspondence, pressed on with his inquiries. Garibaldi nodded, a mix of amusement and exasperation crossing his face as he replied, "This must be the first time someone from the royal family has praised me to such an extent. Young Carlo wishes for me to contribute articles to his newspaper, ideally sharing tales of the red shirts." Giotti's enthusiastic remarks served to bridge the gap between Garibaldi and Carlo, leading Garibaldi to refer to him as young Carlo instead of Your Highness at that moment. Carlo remained unaware that the Garibaldi he idolized had already encountered the owner of this body and held a favorable opinion of him, considering Carlo's, the original's, frail health in his youth. With a father preoccupied with state affairs and a mother deceased, it was natural for his demeanor to evolve into one that was overly accommodating and amiable, having witnessed the arrogance and extravagance prevalent among the nobility. It was hardly surprising that Garibaldi harbored a certain fondness for young Carlo. The Italian Sun newspaper under the domain of His Highness Carlo. Jodi's excitement became even more palpable as he eagerly remarked, "Father, did you not mention previously your desire to share your story with a broader Italian audience? This presents a splendid opportunity." Observing his son's exuberance, Garibaldi shook his head in resignation and replied, "While I can certainly pen this story, whether it reaches a wider Italian audience is not solely within my control. If my narrative were to sway the Italian Sun newspaper in favor of His Highness, it might lead to unintended consequences. Nevertheless, the invitation from His Highness is indeed challenging to decline. Here is what I propose. I shall write a few less tedious tales and evaluate the reaction from those old codgers in Florence. Although it is often claimed that the ideology of Italian unification was birthed by Mazzini, no one can deny that Garibaldi's profound and sincere love for Italy has also significantly influenced the Italian populace. While Garibaldi has made exceptional contributions to the unification of Italy, his prior closeness to republicanism might render stories based on real events popular among the Italian people, albeit not necessarily embraced by the Italian government or the monarchy. For this reason, Garibaldi was reluctant to allow his influence to adversely affect others, particularly Carlo, whom he harbored a fondness for. Ultimately, Garibaldi accepted Carlo's invitation and became a contributor to the Italian 24-hour Sun newspaper, sharing his stories therein. Although initially hesitant, once Carlo obtained the consent of his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, all obstacles dissipated. The rationale behind Vittorio Emanuele II's approval was straightforward. After all, the newspaper belonged to Carlo, and Garibaldi's articles would undergo scrutiny, ensuring that not just any type of piece could be published, as for the concern that Carlo might be deceived by Garibaldi into endorsing Republican sentiments. Vittorio Emanuele II harbored no such apprehensions. Loren, personally selected by him, had proven to be a trustworthy talent, exhibiting loyalty to the monarchy and support for the royal institution. Carlo, of course, was thoroughly elated at this juncture. The Italian public's attitude towards Garibaldi mirrored that of fervent fans towards their beloved celebrities in later generations. The term enthusiasm scarcely sufficed to encapsulate it. Once Garibaldi's articles graced the pages of the Sun, the 24-hour Sun would swiftly ascend to become one of Italy's most renowned newspapers, experiencing rapid expansion. Perhaps the task Carlo assigned to Loren could be accomplished in less than 2 years. Allowing Carlo ample time to strategize on other matters, time passed, and soon 3.5 months had elapsed. Thanks to Garibaldi's immense renown, even with only 2 articles published in that brief period, the Italian 24-hour Sun had emerged as one of the most distinguished newspapers in the Kingdom of Italy, effortlessly achieving a daily circulation of 10,000 copies. The Sun had already begun to turn a profit, leveraging Garibaldi's fame for swift expansion. Additionally, due to its location in the thriving industrial region of northern Italy, the newspaper's growth faced no hindrances, with projections indicating a potential daily circulation exceeding 20,000 copies within a year, solidifying its status as a major publication. This era differed from later times. Newspapers were the most effective means for people to glean information about the outside world. Although only 10,000 copies were sold, the actual readership extended far beyond that number. Considering an average family comprises 3 to 5 members, the Italian Sun could potentially influence nearly 50,000 individuals through the word of mouth of these 50,000 readers. The news published in the paper could swiftly reach hundreds of thousands of Italians. This exemplifies the power of public opinion. In an era where leisure activities were not yet developed, the influence wielded by the newspaper was immense. Both times the articles were delivered, it was Garibaldi's second son, Jodi, who handled the task, and Carlo cultivated a solid rapport with him through their 2 encounters. The saying, "A tiger father does not raise a dog son," aptly describes Garibaldi's 2 sons. In Garibaldi's numerous military endeavors, Both sons played significant roles, akin to Garibaldi's aides. Furthermore, unlike the aging Garibaldi, his two sons were in their prime, at the peak of their capabilities. Frankly, Carlo felt a tinge of envy towards Garibaldi's sons. While they may not be extraordinary military talents compared to Garibaldi, their skills were undoubtedly above average, and having been nurtured under Garibaldi's guidance, their characters were not overly rigid. Regrettably, Carlo was still too young. Otherwise, he might have contemplated inviting Jody to serve as his court officer. As the calendar turned to June 1866, Carlo's previously tranquil heart began to flutter with anxiety. The good news was that the Austro-Prussian War was likely to unfold similarly to history. By the end of May, border skirmishes had already erupted between Prussia and Austria, marking an inevitable conflict. Influenced by the momentum of German unification, the two dominant powers within the German sphere, Prussia and Austria, were fated to determine a victor. Fortunately, Italy found itself aligned with the historical winning side, Prussia, and could achieve a passive victory, easily reclaiming the Venetian region while the Austrians remained preoccupied with Prussian threats. However, the disheartening news was that the Italian army displayed an exceedingly lackluster performance in this conflict, setting a grim precedent for Italy in the world wars to come. Had it not been for Prussia's overwhelming strength at this juncture, the fledgling Italian kingdom might have been but a fleeting comet across the Apennine Peninsula. For Carlo, the most formidable challenge lay in how to influence his father, Vittorio Emanuele II. This was especially daunting considering that the swiftly defeated Italian forces were led by his father, who soon bore the consequences. The southern front had no bearing on the northern Prussian front. Otherwise, perhaps the global situation would have manifested quite differently. Carlo understood that, given his capabilities and status, he could not possibly sway the course of the Austro-Prussian War. To alter Italy's poor performance in the war, he would need to call upon Italy's true military hero, Garibaldi, to command the Italian forces. Yet, therein lay the most frustrating dilemma. Under the current circumstances, it was virtually impossible for Vittorio Emanuele II to agree to allow Garibaldi to lead the Italian army. With no other recourse, Carlo resorted to indirect means to facilitate Garibaldi's early involvement in the conflict. As June progressed, tensions escalated between Prussia and Austria along the border. The two major powers in the German region were destined for conflict. The victor of this clash would unify the entire German area and assert dominance over Central Europe. The mounting tensions not only affected the German region, but also impacted Italy, Prussia's ally. Vittorio Emanuele II had convened two cabinet meetings regarding the precarious situation in Germany and demanded that the Italian forces remain on alert. Amidst this tense climate, Carlo embarked on his own endeavors. Heavens, Carlo! Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Within the confines of a diminutive yet opulent dining establishment nestled within the royal palace, Vittorio Emanuele II, who had previously been savoring his breakfast with an expression of contentment, now gazed in astonishment at his beloved son seated across from him, incredulously inquiring, "I certainly comprehend, Father," Carlo replied, nodding as he took a deep breath before adding, "Thus I grasp the significance of this matter. I implore you to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I shall contemplate the potential dangers of your association with Garibaldi." At that moment, Vittorio Emanuele II appeared more as the sovereign of Italy than an ordinary father, his gaze penetrating and grave as he addressed Carlo, articulating each word with precision. Carlo understood that should he fail to persuade his father at this juncture, not only would his meticulous plans concerning the Austro-Prussian War dissipate, but even the hard-won autonomy over his own assets would once again fall under the scrutiny of Vittorio Emanuele II. Observing the serious demeanor of Vittorio Emanuele II, Carlo meticulously structured his arguments in his mind. "Father, I believe it would be advantageous for General Garibaldi to commence preparations for his army at this juncture, that a confrontation between Prussia and Austria is imminent, and as allies of Prussia, we are bound to partake in this conflict. Austria is likewise our adversary. If we aspire to reclaim the Veneto region during this opportunity, we must be adequately prepared rather than scrambling to respond once war breaks out." Vittorio Emanuele II nodded, expressing satisfaction with Carlo's clarity of thought. However, satisfaction notwithstanding, he was resolute in his reluctance to acquiesce regarding Garibaldi regaining military authority. "Continue," Vittorio Emanuele II instructed, his expression devoid of emotion, maintaining his serious gaze upon Carlo. You are aware, father, that General Garibaldi commands immense respect among the populace, capable of effortlessly assembling a formidable force of tens of thousands. If we can harness this to deliver an unforeseen blow to the Austrian forces in the Veneto, it may expedite our efforts to reclaim the region, Carlo continued. Vittorio Emanuele II rubbed his brow, expressing concern. I am more apprehensive about the potential perils posed by such a large army to the kingdom than the advantages it may bring. This is precisely what you need not worry about, father, Carlo replied with a smile. Noticing the astonishment etched upon Vittorio Emanuele II's face, Carlo recognized that his words were having an impact and hastily elaborated. Once the war between Prussia and Austria commences, you can command Garibaldi to engage in operations against Austria. Should Garibaldi's forces achieve commendable success, the accolades will undoubtedly reflect upon you. Conversely, if he falters in his campaign against Austria, the disillusionment of the populace will bear no reproach upon you, will it not? Such tactics are familiar to monarchs, placing themselves in a position to reap rewards without bearing responsibility. However, this did little to allay Vittorio Emanuele II's concerns. My child, you do not grasp the extent of Garibaldi's formidable reputation among the people. Should his esteem rise once more, it would pose a fatal threat to the entire House of Savoy. Vittorio Emanuele II imparted earnestly to Carlo that Garibaldi's existing acclaim was already a source of threat, compounded by his past associations with republicanism. This was a grave danger for a monarchy, which is precisely why Vittorio Emanuele II risked dispatching a contingent of soldiers to protect Garibaldi's forces. But he is nearing 60, father, Carlo countered. The aging of Garibaldi was the only solace Vittorio Emanuele II could find in an era marked by abysmal medical advancements, even in the world's most developed regions. The average lifespan lingered between 30 and 40 years. Indeed, at this time, the average life expectancy in Europe was merely over 30 years. Thus, an individual nearing 60, like Garibaldi, was a rarity, providing some comfort to Vittorio Emanuele II. As Carlo articulated compelling arguments, Vittorio Emanuele II scrutinized him for a considerable duration before finally uttering, My child, I concede that you possess a remarkable aptitude for diplomacy. So, do you agree then, father? Carlo inquired eagerly, a hint of joy in his voice, that I must confer with the cabinet. Certain matters cannot be resolved solely by the king. Do you understand, Carlo? Observing Carlo's inability to conceal his emotions, Vittorio Emanuele II's feelings were complex. Nevertheless, Carlo's display of intelligence was advantageous for the monarchy, as Vittorio Emanuele II required more allies to help him stabilize his reign, particularly someone as intimately connected as Carlo. Moreover, even if the cabinet were to concur, the state would possess no funds to assist Garibaldi in reconstituting his army. Regardless of whether the cabinet agrees, this matter is no longer your concern, Carlo. Once a resolution is reached, Garibaldi will be informed. Your paramount duty now is to complete your studies at the military academy, Vittorio Emanuele II remarked, affectionately ruffling his son's hair, finally reverting to the role of a father. Following this conversation, Vittorio Emanuele II's expectations for Carlo's growth were further heightened. Although there existed only one heir apparent, this did not imply that a future monarch would not require close aids. Should Amadeo and Carlo both evolve into exceptional military leaders, a splendid scenario would unfold for the future Kingdom of Italy, wherein the royal army would be entirely under the control of the monarchy, thereby solidifying the status of the House of Savoy. That I understand, father, Carlo nodded. Carlo was well aware that directly persuading Vittorio Emanuele II to permit Garibaldi to reform his army was an improbable endeavor. While Vittorio Emanuele II expressed his intention to consult the cabinet, it was likely that if he, the most significant opponent of Garibaldi, refrained from objection, the Italian government would similarly not reject the opportunity to gain an army of tens of thousands. As for Garibaldi's military prowess, Carlo harbored no concerns. Historically, whether during the Austro-Prussian War or the subsequent Franco-Prussian War, Garibaldi had demonstrated exceptional military acumen. It could be said that Garibaldi currently represented the last bastion of honor for the Italian army. At the very least, the forces led by Garibaldi could engage in a fair contest with the armies of Prussia, France, and Austria, if it were indeed possible to facilitate Garibaldi's early involvement in the war. The performance of the Italian forces on the southern front might not be so dismal. This could significantly impact the entire Austro-Prussian War, allowing Italy to potentially gain more from the conflict, thereby further fortifying the position of the House of Savoy. Should this proposal yield favorable results, Carlo believed that his subsequent plans would unfold more smoothly, particularly in persuading Vittorio Emanuele II. The Austro-Prussian War was a meticulously prepared conflict. With the forces of the German Empire distinctly organized, the clash had commenced in April, but due to the hesitance of the Prussian king, preparations for combat did not commence until May. However, it was evident that Prussia was the side better prepared for this war. The Prussians were already well prepared for the unification of Germany, while the Austrians remained ensnared in the illusions of their imperial grandeur, oblivious to the perilous situation facing the Austro-Hungarian Empire at that moment. As June 1866 unfolded, the flames along the Prussian-Austrian border were further ignited. The Kingdom of Bavaria in southern Germany sought to initiate a confederation vote, hoping to leverage the opportunity to compel both Prussia and Austria to cease their war preparations. However, the military readiness of both nations had reached a stage where a mere Bavaria could not thwart their impending conflict. Following the Iron Chancellor Bismarck's declaration of the Parliament's decisions as null and void and his demand for the dissolution of the Confederation Assembly, a fervent alignment began to emerge across the German states. This impending war was set not only to determine a victor, but also to establish the ultimate sovereign over the German territories. Supporting Prussia were Mecklenburg, Oldenburg, and other northern German states, alongside the free cities of Hamburg, Bremen, and Elbeck. In contrast, Austria was backed by Saxony, Hanover, Bavaria, Baden, Württemberg, Hesse-Kassel, Hesse-Darmstadt, and other members of the German Confederation, while Austria held numerical superiority in terms of the number of states, population, and territory. Prussia evidently surpassed Austria in military prowess. With June 14th marking the official onset of this long-prepared conflict, Carlo felt no apprehension regarding the war, even in a direct confrontation between Prussia and Austria. The latter could not possibly stand as a match for the former. Although the Italian forces might play a negligible role, they could nonetheless restrain a portion of the Austrian military in the early stages of the war. Additionally, Garibaldi had already assembled an army of over 10,000, ensuring that this force would not be a hindrance. Should the Austrians underestimate their opponents, Italy might not only reclaim the Venetian region, but could also lay claim to the long-desired South Tyrol territory. Notably, due to concerns over Garibaldi leading troops independently, Vittorio Emanuele II acquiesced to Carlo's proposal to invite Garibaldi as his second son, Giotti, to serve as Carlo's military officer at the ducal court. This position held no real power, as Carlo was not entitled to a guard. Giotti's daily responsibilities involved accompanying Carlo to the military academy and assisting him with various tasks, while Carlo engaged in the monotonous rigors of military study day after day. The war between Prussia and Austria raged on with fervor. Although the battlefield was divided into three fronts, the decisive engagements occurred in the Bohemian region, a critical area where the main forces of both the Prussian and Austrian armies clashed, and also a core part of the Austrian Empire. The silver lining was that Carlo, through his connections, could easily obtain the latest frontline reports, which he subsequently published in his 24-hour Sun newspaper. He occasionally included news about Garibaldi, thereby solidifying the newspaper's position in the Italian media landscape. Riding the wave of the war's outbreak, the daily circulation of the Italian Sun had surpassed 15,000 copies and was rapidly approaching 20,000. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the printing and communication technologies of the time, the Sun might have seized the opportunity to become the largest newspaper in Italy. The war itself did not linger long, as Prussia's apprehension regarding potential French intervention caused the conflict to commence with great fanfare, yet conclude abruptly. The good news was that Italy successfully secured its rewards for participation in the conflict, reclaiming the entirety of the Venetian region and a portion of South Tyrol. The bad news was that both the Italian army and Vittorio Emanuele II displayed exceedingly poor performance during the war, with the conduct of over 100,000 Italian troops falling short compared to Garibaldi's modestly sized force of over 10,000. However, as the saying goes, a flaw does not obscure a gem. The jubilant celebrations surrounding the recovery of Venice and the annexation of part of South Tyrol allowed the Italian populace to overlook Vittorio Emanuele II's military shortcomings, a key least in this matter. A compromise had been reached between Vittorio Emanuele II and Garibaldi. Garibaldi aspired to witness a unified and powerful Italy within his lifetime, while Vittorio Emanuele II aimed to realize this grand objective during his reign. Thus, they found common ground. This was also beneficial for Carlo, as a suggestion to have Garibaldi recruit soldiers and prepare for war proved to be effective, had it not been for Garibaldi's crucial contributions on the southern front. Italy's recovery of Venice would have been a formidable challenge, let alone the annexation of part of South Tyrol. The principal factor in this success was Prussia's concerns regarding French interference to end the original course of history. Following the Italian army's defeat, Garibaldi was called upon in a moment of crisis and, with a hastily assembled force of 38,000, repeatedly routed the Austrian army, even coming close to advancing into Tyrol. However, at that time, Prussia, fearing French intervention, demanded that the Italian government withdraw its forces immediately. Garibaldi was left with no choice but to retreat from South Tyrol, resulting in Italy securing only the Venetian region, which the Austrians relinquished voluntarily. Now, however, due to Garibaldi's proactive maneuvers, a significant portion of South Tyrol had already been conquered before the Prussians could demand a withdrawal. This newfound leverage emboldened the Italian diplomatic corps in their quest for South Tyrol. Although they ultimately obtained less than half of South Tyrol, it was still an improvement over the original historical outcome. Compared to Italy, the Kingdom of Prussia emerged as the most significant beneficiary of this conflict. Following the war's conclusion, the German Confederation announced its dissolution, and Austria lost its grip on the German territories. Prussia ascended to the position of leader among all German states, annexing the Kingdom of Hanover and establishing itself as the new hegemon of the German region. This development was relatively favorable for a nation like Italy. With Prussia drawing the attention of England and France, Italy could afford to develop discreetly for a time, alleviating Carlo's concerns that his actions might invite greater repercussions. The Austro-Prussian War could be regarded as the sole major event prior to the Spanish Revolution that Carlo's suggestions yielded fruitful results, leading to Vittorio Emanuele II placing greater emphasis on Carlo's opinions and granting him increased autonomy. For Carlo, the foremost priority now was to seek capable subordinates, ensuring that he would not have to undertake every task alone. Although the palace had attendants at his disposal, they were ultimately servants of his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, and their loyalty was not guaranteed. Carlo's standing did not afford him the opportunity to engage with high-ranking military officials and generals. However, establishing connections with fellow students at the military academy was certainly feasible. Apart from Giotti, who accompanied Carlo to the military academy in Turin, the only other contemporaries with whom Carlo had formed a rapport were Andrew Rosso, specializing in infantry, and Carmine Esposito, specializing in artillery. These two individuals, sharing a similar age to Carlo, were his closest companions within the military academy. Andrew Rosso was a short, stout fellow. Though he appeared somewhat bumbling, he possessed a clever mind, and Carlo appreciated his nimble intellect and imaginative ideas. Conversely, Carmine Esposito was tall and lanky, presenting an appearance of malnutrition, were it not for Carlo's awareness of Carmine's background, which assured him that he would not go hungry. He might have suspected that Carmine was simply perpetually famished. The duo of stout and slender, coupled with Giotti, who was already in his 20s, formed the contingent of aides Carlo could temporarily rely upon. The backgrounds of the two, the kings of girth, were credible. Both hailed from the House of Savoy, having relocated to Turin after their home region was ceded to France. Whether in Savoy or Turin, both cities were strongholds of the Kingdom of Sardinia, which facilitated their admission to the military academy in Turin. Carlo's attire and demeanor starkly contrasted with those of the ordinary students at the academy. Perhaps his companions sensed something amiss, yet they tactfully chose to remain silent. After all, if Carlo wished for them to be informed, he would undoubtedly disclose it to them. Now that they have not been informed, it is naturally not yet the appropriate moment for them to be aware. Following the conclusion of the Austro-Prussian War, Carlo's daily routine became remarkably straightforward. Aside from occasionally inquiring with Loren about the layout and development of the newspaper, Most of Carlo's time was spent shuttling between the military academy and the royal palace of Turin, occasionally inviting Andrew, come on, and Jody for gatherings. Though the days were not particularly thrilling, they were still quite flavorful. Amidst his continuous studies at the military academy, Carlo discovered the only possible change since his arrival in this world, a significant enhancement in his physical fitness. The body he inhabited prior was akin to that of a frail invalid, often plagued by serious ailments and minor illnesses. However, ever since Carlo arrived in this world, not only had his health drastically improved, but he had also become somewhat robust through the rigorous training at the military academy. His meals were always abundant in nutrition, and although Carlo was merely 15, he had already reached a height of 1.70 meters, qualifying him as a tall individual. Coupled with his handsome features, noble demeanor befitting a member of the royal family, and an affluent background, Carlo became the object of admiration for many young noble women in Italy. However, given the youthfulness of his current physique, Carlo found himself incapable of fully reciprocating the affections of these noble ladies. Nonetheless, while indulging in romantic sentiments, Carlo wished to thoroughly contemplate his future choice of a wife. Although the Western world does not engage in exorbitant dowries, it is undeniable that a good spouse can bring immense benefits. The nation behind a wife can also serve as a substantial support for Carlo, who aspired to marry a princess from the more powerful nations of Germany or Russia. The currently dominant nation of France was not within Carlo's considerations, should the Franco-Prussian War unfold as it did in history. The French monarchy would likely not endure for many more years. The duration of study at the Turin Military Academy is 3 years, after which one can typically enter the Italian army as a junior officer. Of course, if one were to enroll in the academy as an active duty officer or soldier, graduation could be achieved in just 2 years, with a minimum promotion of 1 rank. Carlo, naturally, opted for the former route. Enrolling in 1866 meant he would not graduate until 1869, however. This aligned well with Carlo's plans, as the Spanish Revolution erupted in 1868, and the restoration of the monarchy in Spain would only occur after the demise of the First Spanish Republic. By the time Carlo graduated from the military academy in 1869, he would still have a year before the historical moment when Amadeo ascended to the Spanish throne, at which point Carlo would be 19, fitting within the age range for selection as a king. Amidst the bustling life at the military academy, time passed swiftly. On May 30, 1867, Carlo attended the wedding of his brother Amadeo and Maria Victoria de Bourbon, presenting them with a gift. The intermarriage among European royal families during this era was rather convoluted. If Carlo recalled correctly, his brother Amadeo's second wife was the daughter of his elder sister, Maria Letizia Bonaparte. The year 1867 was relatively uneventful, while 1868 was marked by significant international happenings. Firstly, President Andrew Johnson became the first president in American history to be impeached by Congress. However, he narrowly escaped removal by a single vote and remained in office. In contrast to the fortunate American president, Queen Isabella II of Spain was far from lucky, as the first generation of the once great empire that spanned the globe began to fade from history. The decaying rule of Spain's monarchy had resulted in severe polarization. The aristocracy indulged in lavish excesses, amassing fortunes through investments in railways and real estate. The residence of a single Andalusian courtier in Madrid was mockingly referred to by the people as being encrusted with diamonds, a testament to the opulent lifestyle of the Spanish nobility. Conversely, the peasant and working classes endured harsh conditions. Farmers possessed only land usage rights without ownership, and the dire economy led to the continuous closure of factories in Spain. Destitute farmers and workers erupted in a series of protests and uprisings, which were brutally suppressed by the Spanish government. Yet the public's fury continued to simmer. At last, the flames of anger were ignited. In September 1868, an uprising led by Francisco Serrano, along with former Deputy Juan Bautista de Pete and their supporters, erupted on a larger scale. Due to its September origins, this revolution came to be known as the September Revolution among the Spanish populace. The decaying royal government was utterly incapable of quelling the explosive revolution, as farmers and workers eagerly joined the uprising, swiftly sweeping through much of Spain to help make matters worse. Queen Isabella II's control over the military was far from flawless. The soldiers harbored no fondness for this absurdly extravagant queen. The defection of numerous government troops accelerated the revolutionary process, leading to the downfall of the Spanish monarchy, as the revolution spread like wildfire towards Madrid. The notoriously disordered personal life of Queen Isabella prompted her to panic. Faced with the choice of resisting or fleeing, Isabella showed no hesitation and hurriedly escaped north to France with her family. The Queen's flight further fueled the Spanish Revolution, allowing the revolutionary forces to effortlessly occupy Madrid and declare the end of the Spanish monarchy. On October 8, 1868, Francisco Serrano appointed himself as the president of the provisional government, with the esteemed Juan Prim serving as the Minister of War, plunging Spain into a state of extreme chaos. Whether this grand revolution would serve as the salvation for the Spanish people remained uncertain. However, the tumultuous situation in Spain created opportunities for Cuba, far across the ocean, to strive for independence. On October 10, the renowned plantation owner and lawyer, Céspedes Y del Castillo, led a group of Cuban patriots in an uprising near Yara in the eastern province of Oriente, issuing a call to arms for all Cubans to fight for freedom, equality, and independence. This posed a severe blow to the hastily established Spanish provisional government, as Cuba was one of the few remaining colonies still generating profit for Spain. The Cuban War of Independence not only forced the Spanish provisional government to dispatch troops for suppression, but also subjected the fledgling government to massive military expenditures amidst dire financial difficulties. Yet this was not the sole issue facing the provisional government. The revolution had succeeded, but the provisional government had yet to gain control over all of Spain. Additionally, stabilizing the provisional government's rule and establishing an entirely different administrative system from the previous monarchical government posed the greatest challenge. Furthermore, the provisional government was not a monolithic entity. The relationships among various classes and factions were fraught with conflict, rendering the chaos within the provisional government no better than that of the former Spanish monarchy. The instigators of this revolution were Spain's upper bourgeoisie and liberals, whose initial intention was to overthrow the old monarchical autocracy and establish a democratic monarchy with concentrated power in the national government. However, Spain's petite bourgeoisie, along with the workers and peasants, had grown weary of the oppression by the monarchy and aristocracy. They yearned for a federal republican government with decentralized power, advocating for a president to replace the king in the unified governance of all of Spain. Carlo was closely monitoring the situation in Spain with great intensity. The good news was that Italy and Spain were separated by a sea, with only France lying between them, allowing for swift communication. At this juncture, Carlo was most reluctant to hear that the Spanish provisional government had decided to abolish the monarchy, as that would signify the complete severance of his ties to the Spanish throne. As the date arrived on November 9, the Spanish provisional government finally issued a decree regarding the establishment of a parliament, announcing parliamentary elections to take place in February of the following year. 1869, that although the decree did not mention the future composition of the Spanish government, it marked a significant moment in the ongoing tumultuous political landscape. However, all those who pay attention to news from Spain comprehend that the results of the parliamentary elections could decisively shape the fate of the nation. Should the interests of big capital and the liberal reformists secure a majority in parliament, the newly formed assembly would possess the authority to legislate on matters concerning constitutional monarchy. Conversely, if the working or peasant classes were to gain a parliamentary majority, the Spanish monarchy could very well face obliteration, with the republic poised to take center stage in Spain. Presently, the trajectory of Spain seems to hold a significant probability of mirroring historical patterns. The pro-constitutional monarchist Primo remains firmly in control of the Spanish government and is likely to gain an advantage in the parliamentary elections scheduled for a few months ahead. The timing of these elections is indeed worthy of contemplation. Merely 4 months will elapse from the establishment of the provisional government to the elections, while less than 3 months will pass from the issuance of decrees to the parliamentary vote. These 3 months are insufficient to alter the sentiments of the Italian populace or to shift the entrenched influence of the nobility and big capital in Spain. Nonetheless, to fortify his plans, Carlos has decided to sway public opinion in Spain. What kind of sway? Naturally, he aims to promote the notion of monarchy for the grievances inflicted upon the Spanish populace by the Bourbon dynasty. They can be entirely attributed to the reckless and tyrannical reign of Queen Isabella. Carlos's advocacy for monarchy is not without foundation. Currently, the world's most formidable navy undoubtedly belongs to Britain, a constitutional monarchy. The strongest army in the world is likely France, in the aftermath of Napoleon, which is also a monarchy. The traditional powers of Europe, Russia, the Austrian Empire, and the emerging power of Prussia are all monarchies. And even Italy, which has recently achieved unification and entered the ranks of great powers, is a monarchy that, in a global context, the only great power that is not a monarchy is the United States, which at this time does not appear as formidable in the eyes of Europeans. The rise of America will only unfold after the First and Second World Wars. During this period, its industrial and economic scale is not yet exaggerated. Given that the vast majority of Europe's strong nations are monarchies, what justification do the Spaniards have for willingly relinquishing such a progressive system? As for the previous failures of monarchy, they could be wholly blamed on the Bourbon family and Queen Isabella. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at her. Carlos's intentions are twofold: to preserve a flicker of trust in monarchy within the hearts of the Spanish people, and to incite disdain towards the Bourbon dynasty and Queen Isabella. Only in this manner can the Spanish populace become less averse to foreign dynasties, thereby significantly increasing Carlos's prospects of ascending to power in Spain. As for the Bourbon family, Queen Isabella, and the illustrious Alfonso XII, they have already drained the lifeblood of Spain for decades. It is high time they contribute something to the Spanish people. Moreover, this does not constitute a smear against the Bourbon family. The reign of Queen Isabella in Spain is a well-documented narrative characterized by debauchery and chaos. Should the Spanish people cease to trust the Bourbon dynasty, the long-standing Carlos faction rebellion that has plagued Spain could be resolved satisfactorily. After all, the Carlos faction is also part of the Bourbon family, and the chaos in Spain bears their share of responsibility that on November 27, 1868, the already blazing Italian newspaper, Illinois Soul 24, published an article entitled "We Want Bread, Not Republic," which rapidly spread throughout northern and southern Italy. The article primarily discusses the advancement of monarchy and the successes of major monarchies in Europe, asserting that monarchy represents the most rational choice for European nations, while republicanism is a grotesque evolution for Europe. Regardless of the validity of this article, for the monarchies of Europe at that time, such a piece is certainly preferable to the alternative. Publishing such an article is far better than disseminating those that advocate for republicanism and liberal democracy. At the very least, it does not incite discontent among the populace regarding the throne, in the absence of opposition from various nations. This article also began to circulate along the Mediterranean coast, particularly in the Mediterranean countries centered around Italy. Although the evolution of various political systems may appear complex, it ultimately stems from the dissatisfaction of the populace with those in power. This reflects the fundamental truth that, whether monarchy or a parliamentary republic, there is no inherent distinction of good or bad. The crux of the matter lies in whether the needs of the people can be met, which gives rise to dissatisfaction with the authorities and government, ultimately triggering revolutions. Had the Spanish government been attentive to the realities faced by the populace and enacted policies to ameliorate their living conditions, perhaps such a revolution would have been averted, allowing the monarchical autocracy in Spain to persist. This indicates that the situation in Spain has escalated to a critical point, as the people are struggling to find sustenance, leading to the eruption of revolution. The report published by Carlos delves into the very essence of Spain's predicament, encapsulating the fundamental demand of the Spanish people, the improvement of their quality of life, the desire for bread and milk. While seemingly a perfectly normal expectation, was exceedingly challenging in the year 1868, even simplifying it further to the most basic need of being fed and hydrated, the Spanish kingdom's government proved incapable of fulfilling such a request. Carlos's objective is to assign full responsibility to Queen Isabella and the Bourbon dynasty, striving to exonerate monarchy as much as possible. That a few days later, on November 30, 1868, in Madrid, a general was presented with a report from Italy for his review. After a long day of toil, Primo was preparing to conclude his busy work when he was interrupted by a subordinate's remark that a report from Italy. Primo expressed surprise and inquired what wind could possibly carry an Italian report to Spain. "It concerns monarchy and republicanism, General," his subordinate replied, handing over a newspaper prominently displaying the headline, "We need bread, not republic. Interesting, Primo mused. Initially reluctant to take the newspaper, he ultimately accepted it upon seeing the headline and began to read. This report had been translated from Italian to Spanish by a small newspaper in Madrid to ensure comprehensibility for the Spanish audience. How has this report circulated elsewhere? After finishing the article, Primo suddenly posed a curious question. Besides limited circulation in Madrid, it has also spread in Barcelona, Valencia, and Valladolid, with several newspapers covering the news. His subordinate informed him. Primo smiled, his eyes glinting with a hint of insight as he remarked with a teasing tone. It seems someone has intentionally placed this report on my desk. General, His subordinate began to explain, but Primo interrupted him with a smile, saying, "All right, I certainly believe in your loyalty. What I mean is, it appears that someone has set their sights on Spain." The rapid dissemination of an Italian report across multiple cities indicates that the enemy is undoubtedly well prepared. If it is mere coincidence that coincides with this revolution, then that is one thing. However, if our revolution has been anticipated by those behind this, it is indeed a cause for concern. Observing his subordinate's worried expression, Primo patted him on the shoulder, attempting to reassure him. "Rest assured. I have no doubts about your intentions that I am now assigning you a task. Investigate the source of this report in Italy and gather intelligence on all those associated with the newspaper." Although he remained puzzled about who might be using this report for their ends, Primo recognized its utility. The examples presented within the article are irrefutable, as at present, the powerful nations of Europe are all monarchies. This situation also facilitates Primo's aim to steer the new government toward constitutional monarchy, concentrating power within the national government to realize his vision for reform in Spain. Why does Primo oppose republicanism? Because the republican system proposed by those farmers and workers is a loosely organized Spanish federation. This will not only incite a series of independence movements in the regions of Spain that already harbor aspirations for autonomy, but it will also lead to a significant erosion of the Spanish government's authority over these territories. The reformists yearn for a stable government capable of implementing reforms, rather than a fragmented and chaotic administration, which ultimately influenced Primo's choice of a constitutional monarchy. As one of the most powerful figures within the Spanish revolutionary ranks, Primo's opinions wielded considerable influence. The Spanish provisional government did little to impede the dissemination of this report. In fact, members of the capitalist elite were covertly aiding its propagation across various cities in Spain. Benefiting from the fervent discussions ignited by this report, the Spanish populace began to deliberate the merits and demerits of monarchy, as well as the responsibilities of the deposed Queen Isabella II. That while a last-ditch effort to salvage the nation was implausible, the capitalists were adept at deflecting blame and shirking their responsibilities. With Isabella II having lost her throne, and the provisional government showing no inclination to restore either her or King Alfonso, was it not ironic that they would refrain from kicking her while she was down, waiting instead for others to shift the blame onto themselves and that wretched queen? In pursuit of their own interests, the capitalists would exhibit no mercy. As December approached, the climate in Madrid grew increasingly frigid. At least for the staunch supporters of the Bourbon monarchy, the reputation of Isabella II had deteriorated to a point beyond mere dismal description. Her prior standing had already been quite poor. The public's outrage was deftly redirected by the capitalists and certain conniving nobles towards Queen Isabella, allowing those who had once ruthlessly exploited the Spanish populace to evade any repercussions. Yet for Isabella II, who was now in France contemplating a potential restoration, this was far from fortuitous. However, not all nobles were in high spirits at this juncture. The Carlist faction, affiliated with Isabella II, found its sentiments rather bleak. The tarnished reputation of Isabella II adversely affected the Bourbon dynasty, and as a member of this dynasty, Carlos VII was equally troubled. More importantly, the Carlist faction, having been passed down through generations, had lost recognition among the majority. Particularly following the Second Carlist War, when Carlos VI ascended to power as the Carlist leader, this self-proclaimed king was soon apprehended by government forces, compelling him to renounce his claim to the throne. His brother, Juan, unexpectedly benefited from this turn of events, unwittingly becoming the Carlist faction's proclaimed Spanish king, Juan III. Nevertheless, the Carlist faction was not particularly supportive of this newly crowned king, and given that Carlos VI was swiftly released after announcing his claim, The Carlist faction found itself in a predicament of dual kingship. Originally an unrecognized figure, this self-indulgent king's presence further diluted the support for the Carlist cause. Although Carlos VI, who left no heirs, soon passed away, the so-called claimant Juan III continued to lack robust support from the Carlist faction, rendering them powerless to prevent the Spanish Revolution or elevate Juan III to the throne. Since the inception of his propaganda campaign, Carlos had consistently focused on the situation in Spain. Upon learning that this report was being widely circulated throughout the country, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, his concerns were soon rekindled. Such actions diverged significantly from historical precedents, and a widespread dissemination of the report in Spain undoubtedly involved the efforts of more than just Carlos. Should it yield favorable results, all would be well. However, if it were to adversely affect Spain's situation and propel the nation toward a republic, Carlos would be left regretting his decisions. Yet, at this moment, Carlos possessed few viable options and could only hope that General Primo, a historical supporter of monarchy, would once again prove effective, securing a majority in the Spanish parliamentary elections and subsequently assuming the role of prime minister, thereby controlling the entire Spanish government. Although the Carlist faction is familiar to most readers well-versed in Spanish history, there may be those less acquainted with it. Thus, the author will provide a brief explanation of the Carlist faction's origins in Spain, allowing those already knowledgeable to skip ahead. Prior to Queen Isabella II, Spain adhered to male succession laws, rendering the Carlist faction irrelevant. However, Isabella II's father, Ferdinand VII, had only two daughters that, in an effort to maintain the monarchy within his lineage, Ferdinand temporarily altered the succession laws to grant Isabella her claim. Modifying succession laws was one thing, but Isabella was merely 3 years old, evidently unfit for the throne. This discontented her uncle, Prince Carlos, who was supposed to inherit the throne, and coupled with the support of nobles favoring the Salic law, male succession, they rallied behind Carlos, declaring him Carlos V, thus giving rise to the Carlist faction. The subsequent Carlist Wars, which readers can easily research, ultimately ended in failure. In summary, the Carlist faction represents a faction within the Bourbon family vying for the throne, yet fundamentally remains a part of the Bourbon dynasty itself. Time swiftly advanced to 1869, that while news from Spain had yet to arrive, Carlos was already preparing extensively for a possible ascension to power in Spain. Foremost among his efforts was the development of a robust propaganda network, which had begun to yield tangible results. The most significant newspaper in Carlos's possession, the Italian 24-Hour Sun, had risen to become the largest in northern Italy. Boasting an average daily circulation exceeding 24,000 copies in 1868, besides the Sun, under Carlos's direction, several newspapers were established across northern and southern Italy, collectively achieving over 10,000 daily copies. Carlos had effectively laid the groundwork for his initial propaganda apparatus. These various newspapers amassed tens of thousands of loyal readers, capable of influencing a demographic of at least several 100,000 individuals. Should Carlos desire, he could disseminate news to hundreds of thousands, even millions of Italians in a remarkably short time. In an era where transportation was exceedingly inconvenient and the populace primarily relied on horses and ox-drawn carts. This was indeed a remarkable feat. Over 2.5 years, these diverse newspapers generated nearly 250,000 lira in revenue for Carlos. The fame of Garibaldi further facilitated the Sun's rapid market penetration. Otherwise, earning over 200,000 lira would not have been so easily achieved. As February 1869 approached, Spain's parliamentary elections officially commenced. Just as in history, Primo, being the most powerful individual in the provisional government and enjoying immense prestige among the revolutionary forces, successfully secured a majority in the parliament. This news brought relief to Carlos, as it indicated that Spain would lean toward a constitutional monarchy rather than a republic, thus enhancing Carlos's hopes of becoming the King of Spain. Upon its establishment, the new Spanish parliament promptly declared its intention not to abolish the monarchy. Instead, it would form a government under a constitutional monarchy to manage Spanish affairs, given the unresolved status of the Spanish throne. The parliament appointed the provisional government's prime minister, Francisco Serrano Dominguez, as regent of the Kingdom of Spain, while Minister of War Primo assumed the role of the new prime minister. Both individuals were not only the most esteemed figures in the provisional government, but also highly regarded leaders within the revolutionary forces. This was, in fact, the true reason for Spain's continued adherence to monarchy. After all, both individuals wielding decision-making power were supporters of the monarchy, thanks to the report extolling the virtues of the monarchy. News of Spain's continued monarchical governance did not provoke significant unrest. As long as Spain was no longer under the rule of a tyrant like Isabella II, the public's opposition would likely be less fervent. With parliamentary matters momentarily set aside, the most pressing issue for Serrano and Prime Minister Primo became the selection of a suitable king for Spain. While they could choose any royal from across Europe, the chosen candidate must also gain the people's approval. That a candidate with a tarnished reputation was unacceptable. The Spanish people would hardly believe that such a king could govern better than Isabella. If they were merely to install a new Isabella to rule Spain, what purpose would the revolution have served? A candidate with a controversial background was also out of the question. For Spain, a king of noble birth, supported by a prominent family, is essential to stabilize the nation's order. Should the lineage of a new monarch be contentious, it would constitute yet another blow to Spain's hard-won constitutional monarchy. Compounded by various other factors, the pool of European princes eligible to ascend the Spanish throne dwindles significantly. After an extensive selection process lasting over a month, Serrano and Primo ultimately settled on a short list of 5 candidates. The foremost choice is Prince Leopoldo of the German royal family. Born into the Hohenzollern dynasty and backed by the recently victorious Prussian kingdom in the Austro-Prussian War, his pedigree and reputation align with Spain's expectations. The second choice is Fernando, who has served as regent of Portugal. Fernando's wife and son are both Portuguese royalty, and during his tenure as king, the Queen's consort, and regent, he performed commendably, earning a respectable standing. The third candidate is Prince Amadeo from the Italian House of Savoy. Unified Italy holds a degree of influence along the Mediterranean coast, and the Savoy family's prestige within European royalty has seen a modest increase. While Amadeo may not be as reliable as the first 2 candidates, he remains a competent contender. The fourth candidate is Carlo, Amadeo's younger brother, also from the House of Savoy. Carlo's youth is a drawback, as he is still a few months shy of 18. However, his reputation in Italy rivals that of Amadeo, bolstered by favorable media coverage. Many Italians hold this youngest prince in high regard, as he eschews pomp and greets the public with warmth. Under the influence of public sentiment, some Spaniards have also learned of this amiable prince, contributing to Carlo's inclusion on the candidate list. After all, both Primo and Serrano believe that Spaniards would not reject a benevolent king. The final candidate is the Duke of Ponthieu, the brother-in-law of Queen Isabel. However, considering the Spaniards' disdain for Queen Isabel and the potential for guilt by association, Primo relegated the Duke to the bottom of the candidate list, contemplating his removal altogether. The selection of a Spanish king is an exceedingly rigorous process. Any perceived flaw in a candidate is magnified, and any potential repercussions must be meticulously weighed by Serrano and Primo. To Primo's dismay, after the Spanish government had merely hinted at Fernando's candidacy, he promptly declined the Spanish throne. This effectively extinguished the theoretical possibility of a union between Spain and Portugal, as Fernando's son is the current king of Portugal. With Fernando's withdrawal, the list of candidates was reduced to 4. After extensive discussions with Serrano, Primo ultimately decided to also remove the Duke of Ponthieu from the list, leaving only 3 contenders, although the process of selecting a king for Spain remained relatively clandestine. No wall is impenetrable at this juncture. Neither Primo nor Serrano fully comprehended the profound ramifications their selection process would have on the European landscape, potentially placing the continent's dominant powers at the mercy of others. The revolutionary upheaval in Spain and the establishment of a provisional government drew the attention of numerous European nations, after the Spanish Parliament declared its intent to retain the monarchy and seek a new king. Many nations adopted a spectator stance, curious as to which fortunate individual would assume the Spanish crown. However, the French government soon found itself in a precarious position. Reports from Spain indicated that among the many candidates for the Spanish throne, Prince Leopoldo of the Hohenzollern family was a frontrunner and poised to become the next king of Spain. This prospect was alarming for the French. The mere presence of Prussia had already posed a significant threat to France. Especially following their victory over Austria, which heightened the peril posed by Prussia. Should a member of the Hohenzollern family acquire the Spanish crown, France would face the daunting prospect of a two-front assault from both Prussia and Spain. While Spain may not be classified as a strong power, barely managing to be a second-tier nation in Europe, its geographic proximity to France, with the Pyrenees serving as a natural barrier, renders it a strategic concern. Prussia would need to amass fewer than 100,000 troops in Spain to create substantial turmoil for the French, jeopardizing numerous cities in the southern region. That on June 21, 1869, an irate French government articulated its vehement opposition to both the Spanish and German governments, declaring that should Prince Leopoldo of Hohenzollern ascend to the Spanish throne, it would be tantamount to France declaring war on both Prussia and Spain. The threat posed by the European hegemon proved effective. Under such duress, King Wilhelm I of Prussia hesitated and even publicly expressed his disapproval of his cousin Leopoldo inheriting the Spanish throne. The Spanish government sensed the urgency, if their choice of king precipitated a war with France. The consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Wilhelm I's concession greatly pleased the French government, leading them to relax their vigilance against the recently victorious Prussia. The French ambassador to Prussia even sought an audience with Wilhelm I in early July, conveying Emperor Napoleon III hope that Wilhelm would assure he would not pursue the candidacy of the individual already relinquished. This request was undeniably impudent and irked Wilhelm, who had intended to yield. The French could hardly have anticipated that, despite Wilhelm's initial retreat, there were yet more obstinate figures within Germany already preparing for war with France. Offended by the French ambassador's rudeness, Wilhelm I promptly dispatched an urgent telegram to his chancellor, Bismarck, imploring him to devise a reasonable solution to the crisis facing Prussia. However, Wilhelm I was unaware that Bismarck's so-called solution involved defeating France through war, thus resolving the issue at its core. Upon receiving Wilhelm I's telegram, Bismarck exhibited no signs of panic. In fact, a smile graced his face. After confirming with Chief of Staff Moltke that they possessed a solid assurance of victory in a conflict with France, Bismarck decided to act without delay. He extensively revised Wilhelm I's telegram, omitting any references to prolonged deliberation or diplomatic concessions, and appended provocative remarks directed at the French government and officials, due to the unreasonable demands and demeanor of your nation. His Majesty King Wilhelm I has resolved to henceforth refuse any engagement with the French ambassador, and through this telegram, we convey that there is nothing further to discuss between our two nations. Although this incendiary telegram was not directly dispatched to the French government's communication channels, it was disseminated publicly through major Prussian newspapers and broadcasted to the entirety of Europe via Prussian embassies abroad. Prussia's resolute stance incited a wave of outrage within the French government, igniting their previously unbridled confidence into a furious wrath. Carlo likely did not anticipate that his slightest gesture would directly influence the world stage, precipitating the Franco-Prussian War a year earlier than expected. On July 11, 1869, incensed by the events, the French government, after several days of preparation, expelled the Prussian ambassador from France and, with impassive expressions, declared war on Prussia. However, the French were met not with the anticipated panic and anxiety on the Prussian ambassador's face, but rather saw him depart the embassy with a relaxed demeanor, boarding the train back to Prussia. Even more bewildered was King Wilhelm I of Prussia. Although he was infuriated by the French's incivility, he had not truly envisioned engaging in war with them at such a critical moment. Yet, with events having escalated to this point, Wilhelm I found himself powerless to halt the march toward war. That on July 12, William I declared a general mobilization in the North German Confederation, calling upon all the states within the Confederation to rally for the cause of Germany. The Prussians referred to this conflict as the Franco-Prussian War, attempting to unify the German states under the banner of a collective effort. Conversely, the French designated the war as the Franco-German War, as the animosities between the French and the German territories had been long-standing. This conflict, larger in scale than the Austro-Prussian War, erupted with astonishing swiftness, catching the Spanish government, which theoretically was the catalyst for the Franco-Prussian War, somewhat off guard. However, given the circumstances, regardless of the victor in the Franco-Prussian War, Prince Leopold of Prussia was deemed unsuitable to continue as the King of Spain. Moreover, Prince Leopold himself publicly expressed his refusal to ascend to the Spanish throne, largely influenced by William I's opposition. Nevertheless, it was ultimately Prince Leopold's own decision to withdraw. Following these events, the initial 5 candidates for the Spanish throne were reduced to 2 princes from the Italian House of Savoy. Whether it be Amadeo or Carlo who ascended as King of Spain, the Savoy would emerge as the ultimate victor. Setting aside the shared merits of the Savoy dynasty, Amadeo's advantage lay in his greater age, rendering him more mature and composed, while Carlo boasted a reputation potentially more favorable among the Spanish populace, as well as a greater likelihood of supporting reforms. From a reformist perspective, it was evident that Primo would unequivocally favor Carlo's claim to the Spanish throne. After all, while Primo supported the monarchy, he was fundamentally a thorough reformist. That, on the other hand, Serrano appeared to straddle the line between reformists and conservatives, aligning himself with the royalist faction of the nobility. Both remained indecisive regarding their support for either Amadeo or Carlo to ensure the stability of the Spanish kingdom. Primo resolved a journey to Italy to assess the 2 princes personally, aiming to determine the ultimate candidate for the Spanish crown during this visit. Serrano agreed with Primo's proposal and expressed his willingness to support either Amadeo or Carlo as the new king, pledging loyalty to the future monarch. It is undeniable that a review of Italy's unification history reveals that, aside from the unforeseen factor of Garibaldi, the remainder could be attributed to sheer luck rather than any substantial strength. The Austro-Prussian War had allowed Italy to effortlessly acquire the regions of Venice and southern Tyrol. And the ensuing Franco-Prussian War, sparked by the contention over the Spanish throne, presented the Italians with an opportunity to reclaim Rome. At this juncture, the Papal States, presided over by the Holy See, were firmly entrenched in Rome. Supported by the European hegemon, France, this dynamic elucidated why, despite Italy's unification, the core region of Rome remained elusive. However, following the outbreak of war, French troops stationed in Rome began to gradually withdraw. Italy awaited the opportune moment when all French forces would have departed, at which point the military of the Papal States would be incapable of halting the momentum of Italian unification, with Rome poised to become the official capital of the Kingdom of Italy. As Victor Emmanuel II anxiously awaited the complete withdrawal of French troops from Rome, the Spanish government extended a diplomatic invitation to the Italian government. The Spanish delegation was notably lavish, led by Prime Minister Primo, accompanied by several government ministers and high-ranking military officials. In light of the recent events surrounding the selection of a Spanish king, Victor Emmanuel II began to discern the purpose behind Spain's diplomatic visit. Yet, one aspect perplexed him. While the Spanish government had conducted discreet investigations into candidates from other nations, why they opted to send a diplomatic mission to Italy. Moreover, leading the delegation was the newly appointed Prime Minister Primo, a figure wielding substantial military and political power, undeniably one of the most influential individuals in contemporary Spain. Despite some confusion regarding Primo's intentions, Italy, as a significant Mediterranean power, could not decline the Spanish government's overture. Carlo, ever vigilant about developments in Spain, became aware of the diplomatic visit extended by the Spanish government to Italy. Given that this was an unprecedented occurrence in history, Carlo found himself rife with speculation. Had the list of candidates for the Spanish throne contained only Amadeo's name, it was improbable that they would have ventured to Italy. After all, 3 of the 4 historical competitors had already withdrawn. If no other contenders existed, Amadeo should have emerged victorious. Coupling this with the Spanish government's diplomatic invitation, Carlo surmised that he too was likely included on the candidate list for the Spanish throne, and had entered the final stage of competition with his brother Amadeo. This indicated that the choice of the Spanish monarch would soon be clarified with Primo's diplomatic visit. If Carlo aspired to ascend as King of Spain, he must seize every opportunity presented during this diplomatic engagement and showcase his merits to Primo. The silver lining was that Amadeo's ascension to the Spanish throne in history was not predicated upon any exceptional qualities he possessed. In reality, when compared to the other 3 candidates, Amadeo could only be deemed barely adequate. It was primarily due to the voluntary withdrawal of the Portuguese regent Fernando and the vehement opposition from the French against Prince Leopold's ascension that allowed Amadeo to prevail. Nevertheless, Amadeo did possess certain advantages over Carlo. Firstly, he was 6 years older, at the age of 25, appearing more mature and composed, which held significance for Spain. However, Carlo was not without his own merits. Among the two current power brokers in Spain, Carlo was undoubtedly more familiar with them than Amadeo. In the context of Primo's aspirations for Spain, Amadeo's marginal age advantage was hardly substantial. Moreover, for Primo, who wielded considerable military and political authority, it was unlikely he would welcome a more mature and composed king vying for power. While youth may signify immaturity, it equally indicates a potential for greater control compared to an older counterpart. At least from Primo's perspective, who was fervently intent on advancing reforms in Spain, Amadeo's age advantage was not necessarily a boon. After silently calculating the respective advantages of himself and his brother Amadeo, Carlo began to devise strategies to effectively demonstrate his strengths during the diplomatic visit and persuade Primo to select him. The first step was to acknowledge his own identity. Regardless of whether Amadeo or Carlo ascended as King of Spain, neither was likely to wield significant power initially, if supported by Primo and Serrano, both of whom possessed military and political clout. It would bolster the king's position considerably. Without their backing, the Spanish king would essentially be a mere figurehead, devoid of reliable subordinates. In such circumstances, Carlo's initial plan for his reign was never to usurp power, but rather to stabilize his position and assist Primo and Serrano in implementing reforms in Spain. Presently, Spain, while still a second-tier European nation, had fallen too far behind the great powers of England, France, Prussia, Russia, and Austria. Even the recently unified Italy surpassed Spain in terms of overall strength. Should Spain fail to reform and continue on its present trajectory, it risked devolving into a third-tier European nation. Both Primo and Serrano enjoyed immense prestige, and their proactive efforts towards reform would yield more favorable results than if Carlo were to advocate for changes on his own. The Spanish populace would likely be more receptive to reforms championed by these two figures. More crucially, both Primo and Serrano were inclined to welcome a monarch who supported reform in Spain. Particularly, Primo, as the most powerful individual in Spain, was a staunch reformist. It is noteworthy that historically, Primo was assassinated before Amadeo arrived in Spain. During his brief tenure as the Prime Minister of Spain, he championed the enactment of numerous decrees and emerged as a prominent representative of the reformist faction in Spain. Should Carlo exhibit his support for reform during Primo's visit to Italy, it is believed he would earn Primo's favor. As long as either Primo or Serrano lends their support to him, Carlo does not perceive himself as inferior to his brother Amadeo in this competition for the throne. After all, Amadeo has not demonstrated any significant talents during his 3 years as the King of Spain, lacking both ambition and aspiration. Eventually, Carlo had an audience with Primo, the leader of the Spanish Revolutionary Army. Hailing from a military family and seasoned by numerous wars, presented himself with a gentlemanly demeanor, exuding warmth and friendliness. The welcoming banquet hosted by his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, for Primo, Carlo not only encountered Primo, but also engaged in a brief, yet amiable conversation. "Your Highness Carlo, is the Italian son your enterprise?" Primo inquired with keen interest upon their first meeting. "Indeed, Marquis Primo," Carlo nodded, not surprised by the question. The content published in the Italian Sun serves as a crucial means for Carlo to cultivate an advantageous position for himself. It would be indeed peculiar if he failed to capture Primo's attention. "I have perused the articles in the Sun. The editor must possess considerable insight. I hear you have also reached an agreement with General Garibaldi?" Primo inquired, his face adorned with a smile and curiosity evident in his expression. "Yes, Marquis Primo. General Garibaldi is a pivotal figure in the unification of Italy. It is an honor for the son to collaborate with him," Carlo replied, smiling and nodding, adhering to the basic courtesies. Garibaldi was indeed the first question Primo posed to gauge Carlo. After all, Garibaldi had once aligned himself with the Republican cause. If Carlo were to support monarchical absolutism, he would likely harbor little affection for such a Republican figure. The conversation concluded rather abruptly, catching Carlo somewhat off guard. Had he not been confident in the correctness of his responses, he might have questioned whether he had inadvertently faltered, prompting Primo to withdraw his support. Meanwhile, after his brief interactions with the two Italian princes, Primo resolved to proceed with his next course of action, to personally investigate and understand the two princes. Both Amadeo and Carlo had resided in Italy for over a decade. Even their experiences growing up and their attitudes towards certain matters could be discerned through investigation, particularly regarding their stance on Garibaldi and their views on reform. What Primo was most concerned about was the prince's desire for power and their support for reform. Frankly, Primo had no intention of welcoming a king embroiled in the pursuit of power. Military and political authority was essential for Primo to implement his reforms, and he would not permit a new king to contest this power as soon as he assumed the throne. Reform was, naturally, non-negotiable that if a new king did not endorse reform, Primo would withhold his support. The future revitalization of Spain hinged upon this choice, and Primo would not allow any emotional biases to interfere in selecting the Spanish king, even if he held a greater affinity for Carlo. He would never decide upon the king's selection before concluding his observations of the two princes, observing Primo sequentially engage with his two sons while scarcely exchanging words with his heir. Umberto, Vittorio Emanuele II swiftly grasped Primo's true intentions. It became apparent that Primo's visit to Spain was not merely to assess a particular prince, but rather to evaluate both of his sons and choose one to become the king of Spain. Theoretically, this was advantageous for the Savoy family, which had only established its presence in Italy. Should they succeed in founding the Savoy dynasty in Spain, their status among European royalty would undoubtedly rise, benefiting Vittorio Emanuele II himself. However, as a father, Vittorio Emanuele II was reluctant to see any of his children venture to Spain. The current chaos in Spain posed significant challenges, and stability would not come easily without capability. Moreover, despite the proximity of the Mediterranean, the geographical divide felt insurmountable given the inconvenient transportation conditions of the time. Although the distance from Madrid to Rome was just over 1,000 kilometers, a round trip would require at least a week. Whether traveling from Rome to Madrid or vice versa, each journey would consume a minimum of half a month. For Vittorio Emanuele II and any of his children destined to become the King of Spain, finding several half-month intervals within a year proved a formidable challenge. Ultimately, fully realizing all of this, Vittorio Emanuele II resolved to converse with his two children. He first approached his youngest son, Carlo, who had just graduated from the Turin Military Academy and was recently promoted to the rank of captain in the Royal Italian Army. Carlo had anticipated his father's arrival and appeared remarkably composed. As he gazed upon his son, who had grown considerably, Vittorio Emanuele II felt a sense of nostalgia for his own once ambitious self. "Carlo, you have long been prepared, have you not?" Vittorio Emanuele II hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally speaking after a pause. "When I founded the Sun, I envisioned it as a means of promotion. Eagerly awaiting opportunities such as those presented by Spain, I am not content to remain merely a duke of the kingdom. But as you know, I cannot ascend to the Italian throne, can I?" Carlo struggled to articulate his aspirations and sought to express his ambitions delicately. Vittorio Emanuele II nodded in understanding. Although Carlo was presently the third in line for the Italian throne, this was solely due to the absence of offspring from Prince Umberto and Prince Amadeo. Once their descendants were born, Carlo's position would inevitably diminish. This indicated that the third in line might very well represent Carlo's closest proximity to the Italian throne, rendering his aspirations of becoming king of Italy nearly impossible. Vittorio Emanuele II was acutely aware of this reality. In truth, he did not oppose the prospect of Carlo and Amadeo becoming kings of Spain. However, as an aging father, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of any of his sons embarking on such a distant journey. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, Vittorio Emanuele II recognized that he should not stand in opposition to his sons. "I understand, Carlo." After a prolonged silence, Vittorio Emanuele II finally nodded, looking at his now taller son, gently ruffling Carlo's hair, and with a hint of reluctance said, "I shall not interfere in your competition with Amadeo. Whoever ascends to the Spanish throne shall have my support. Even if, after becoming King of Spain, you find the mantle of kingship burdensome and contemplate relinquishing it, Italy shall always welcome you. My child, I am your father, and I shall never oppose you. I hope you comprehend that whether you are the King of Spain or the Duke of Italy, our bond, yours, mine, Umberto's, and Amadeo's, will remain unaltered, and the glory of Savoy shall eternally accompany us." Primo's assessment concluded swiftly, and he conveyed the final selection for the king to Vittorio Emanuele II. Indeed, Carlo triumphed in the competition against Amadeo and was poised to become the next king of Spain. The primary reason for Carlo's success lay in his unwavering support for reform and Garibaldi's commendation of him. When Juan Primo Putras compiled the list of candidates for the Spanish throne, he remarked with a sense of irony, "Seeking a pro-democracy king in Spain was akin to searching for an atheist in heaven." Although a constitutional system had ostensibly been established during the Isabel era. However, Queen Isabel still wields a substantial amount of power, and the government of the kingdom is rather ignorant and feudal. Primo has grown weary of such intense despotism and has repeatedly emphasized the necessity for reform and democratization while seeking a new candidate for the throne of Spain. The king may possess power, but must never be absolute. In this regard, Carlo, who has had prior contact with Garibaldi, a staunch supporter of republicanism, clearly holds an advantage. Amadeo is not without merit, and even possesses an advantage in age. In a stable Spain, Amadeo would undoubtedly be the rightful choice for king. Yet in the current state of disarray, Amadeo is powerless to address Spain's plight, to help effectuate profound reform in Spain. Unity between the monarch and ministers is imperative to propel comprehensive changes. Here, Carlo would have a distinct advantage over Amadeo. Even if Carlo's support for reform is not as steadfast as one might imagine, Primo can still forcibly advance reforms through military and political means. After all, a 19-year-old king is far easier to control than a 25-year-old, which is crucial for Spain's reform efforts. Furthermore, Garibaldi's assessment of Carlo plays a significant role in Primo's investigation of Carlo and Amadeo. He discovered that Carlo's relationship with Garibaldi was more intimate than anticipated. Garibaldi not only published several articles in the Italian newspaper, but his second son, Giotti, also serves as Carlo's court official. Allowing his son to associate closely with Carlo signifies that, in Garibaldi's eyes, Carlo is at least not the arrogant and oblivious prince one might fear. Coupled with the prior influence of the Italian newspaper on Spain, it can be reasonably concluded that Carlo had long anticipated the selection of the king and had been preparing accordingly. Primo himself desires to collaborate with a sagacious monarch. If possible, he would not shy away from fostering a close relationship akin to that of King Wilhelm I of Prussia and Chancellor Bismarck. Decades ago, Prussia was similarly subjected to the whims and humiliations of France. However, after undergoing numerous reforms over several decades, Prussia has ascended to become one of the most formidable powers on the European continent. And the wars with France remain a focal point of Primo's attention. Primo does not expect reformed Spain to attain the strength of Prussia. Rather, he hopes to witness Spain's revival and reclaim its status as a leading power in Europe. In this regard, Primo remains quite confident. Should a monarch who supports his reforms emerge, perhaps Spain's renaissance is not merely a dream, but a tangible reality to be realized in 20 years. Carlo's emotions are complex. Although winning this competition has been his long-held aspiration, upon suddenly learning of his ascension to the Spanish throne, he finds himself feeling anxious and hesitant. It is no jest to say that in 1869, striving for Spain's revival is undoubtedly one of the most daunting challenges among European powers. Spain starts at a significant disadvantage. Internally, there are Republicans, Reformists, Conservatives, and Carlists all creating turmoil, resulting in near-constant chaos. Externally, England and France do not permit Spain to grow too powerful. The foremost obstacles to Spain's revival are England and France. This is indeed a hellishly difficult beginning, comparable to Poland's resistance against Germany at the onset of World War II, after slightly adjusting his mindset. Carlo resolves to travel to Spain, and he does so with unwavering determination. Given that he has traversed into this world, how could he not seize the opportunity to strive boldly? Moreover, England and France are not invincible. Spain's homeland remains relatively secure. Neither nation is likely to allow the other to occupy Spanish territory, and at most, they would only impede Spain's naval and colonial expansions. After all, Spain is not the sole nation in need of colonies, and it would not lead the charge against England and France. For Carlo's first 5 or even 10 years in power, the foremost priority is to resolve Spain's internal conflicts and implement reforms to enhance its overall national strength. Following the conclusion of this competition, Carlo meets with his brother Amadeo. Setting aside the rivalry, the relationship between Carlo and Amadeo is amicable, though not as close as Carlo's bond with the late Prince Odon. They are far from mere formal brothers. Amadeo greets Carlo with a smile, congratulating him on becoming the King of Spain. While tinged with a hint of regret, there is no overwhelming bitterness. Carlo certainly has no inclination to harbor animosity toward his brother. At this crucial juncture for Spanish reforms, Italy will serve as an important ally. Whether under the governance of his aging father or the future reign of Prince Umberto, Carlo aims to cultivate a strong relationship with Italy. After all, Italy represents a potential refuge. If Spain proves irredeemable, he could, like Amadeo in history, retreat to Italy and live a carefree life as a duke. Accompanying Carlo and congratulating him is his elder brother. Prince Umberto, as the heir to the Italian throne, Umberto did not participate in this competition. Due to his predetermined status as crown prince, he maintains a cordial relationship with his younger brothers in his father's office. Carlo encounters the somewhat reluctant old king, my child. I never imagined you would triumph in the contest against Amadeo. Nevertheless, I must extend my congratulations to you on becoming the King of Spain. Vittorio Emanuele, too, gazes at Carlo with a complex expression, a mix of surprise and reluctance. Have you met with Primo? When do you intend to travel to Spain? After expressing his blessings, Vittorio Emanuele, too, poses two questions in quick succession. Not yet. Father, if possible. I wish to depart for Spain, soon to familiarize myself with everything there, Carlo responds, shaking his head. Seemingly anticipating Carlo's reply, Vittorio Emanuele too lets out a sigh. Yet he nods with resignation, stating, very well, my child, I can only wish you the best of luck. May God bless you. Father, I am heading to Spain, and aren't you going to provide me with some funds? Carlo suddenly interjects, adopting a tone as if requesting a payment. Ha, of course, my child, responds Vittorio Emanuele too, whose mood lightened somewhat due to Carlo's interruption. However, I must remind you that the king's funds cannot be confused with the government's finances, regardless of how financially strapped the government may be. You can only provide funds through loans, understood? This is, in fact, a hard-earned lesson in a system of absolute monarchy. The sovereign could arbitrarily withdraw funds from the treasury, with only the government bearing the brunt of any mismanagement. However, Spain operates under a constitutional monarchy. If the king's personal finances are not clearly delineated from the government's treasury, it is the king who will suffer. Moreover, this could easily lead to exploitation, resulting in accusations of embezzling government funds and inciting public animosity. This is why Vittorio Emanuele too emphasizes the necessity of distinguishing between the king's personal treasury and the government's funds. Even loans must have clearly defined interest rates and repayment terms. Carlo nods, fully aware of these principles. Many of Carlo's plans require substantial financial backing, and his personal treasury cannot be conflated with that of the government. After a brief silence, Vittorio Emanuele too looks at his youngest son and states, though Italy's finances are not affluent, the House of Savoy does possess some capital. I shall provide you with 30 million lire, along with some servants to attend to your daily needs. My child, if you find the life of the king in Spain unappealing, Italy will always welcome you back. Carlo is somewhat taken aback by the extent of Vittorio Emanuele II's support. 30 million lire is equivalent to 1.2 million pounds. Although the sum may not seem large, it would have been sufficient to construct a battleship during the era of dreadnoughts, even the most powerful nation. Britain offers its ordinary workers a weekly wage of only about 42 pence. £1, 20 shillings, 1 shilling 12 pence. The sum of 1.2 million pounds is equivalent to the annual earnings of 130,000 British workers toiling diligently for an entire year, a testament to the sheer magnitude of this amount. Even the Italian royal family, after accounting for all expenditures, only boasts an annual income ranging from 300,000 to 400,000 pounds, with a maximum cap of no more than 500,000 pounds. This indicates that Vittorio Emanuele II effectively devoted nearly 3 years' worth of royal income to Carlo, thereby providing him with ample resources to pursue his ambitions in Spain. Although Carlo never experienced the paternal affection of Vittorio Emanuele II during his formative years, he was nonetheless moved by his father's genuine sentiments. This compelled Carlo to resolve that he must not allow the Italian royal family and Mussolini to vanish into obscurity. Whether it be Vittorio Emanuele II or Crown Prince Umberto, as long as the Savoy dynasty holds sway over Italy, Carlo's Spain will never willingly oppose it. Days later, Carlo encountered Primo once more. Despite the brief interval of less than 10 days since their last meeting, their conversation had grown markedly more intimate and amicable. Looking at the king he had personally chosen, Primo expressed his respect and support. "Your Highness Carlo, on behalf of the Prime Minister of Spain, I extend an invitation for you to ascend to the Spanish throne and become the king of all Spaniards. It is my honor, Marquis Primo." Carlo replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Feeling no embarrassment regarding the legitimacy of his claim to the throne, but I eagerly anticipate our collaboration. "Marquis Primo," Carlo continued, "as I previously stated, I will unconditionally support your reforms and will not be a source of trouble during your endeavors." Upon hearing Carlo's forthright expression of support for the reforms, the weight of anxiety lifted from Primo's heart, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease and joyful. "It is also my honor to serve you, Your Highness," Primo said, bowing in the traditional Spanish noble manner before earnestly adding that he would not hesitate to dedicate himself to the monarch he respected. Although Primo's loyalty was to all of Spain, as long as Carlo remained on the Spanish throne without exhibiting any signs of tyranny, Primo's allegiance would remain steadfast. "Now that the throne has been determined, I shall return to Spain in the coming days. Your Highness, I hope you can arrive in Madrid within a month, where we shall prepare a grand coronation ceremony for you," Primo said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Carlo. "There is no need for that." "Marquis Primo," Carlo replied, shaking his head and declining Primo's proposal. Noticing Primo's surprise, Carlo smiled and explained, "Give me a few days to prepare, and I shall travel to Spain with you," despite the Spanish throne being thrust upon him a year and more ahead of schedule. Carlo remained concerned about unforeseen circumstances. Should Primo encounter an assassination attempt upon his return to Spain, Carlo would find himself in a predicament similar to Amadeo's, lacking capable aides. Although Carlo had already selected capable subordinates, including Garibaldi's second son, Jody, these individuals could not immediately assume high-ranking positions in Spain. Carlo could rely solely on two influential figures, Primo and Serrano, who wielded power within both the government and military. Among them, Primo was of paramount importance. Not only was he a key figure of the reform movement, but his abilities surpassed those of Serrano in Carlo's vision. Primo would serve as the prime minister of the Spanish kingdom until his health waned or the reforms were realized. Comparatively, Serrano was better suited to stabilize the military. As a former officer, Serrano commanded enough respect within the armed forces, making him the ideal choice to lead Spain's military. During the early years of Carlo's reign, power would remain in the hands of Primo and Serrano, providing a period for Carlo's various prime ministers to gradually gain experience and cultivate their reputations. Once it became evident that one among them could succeed Primo and Serrano, Carlo would contemplate allowing both stalwart figures to retire, and on August 17, 1869, Carlo set sail for Spain aboard a grand vessel, accompanied by his trusted aides Jody, Carmen Esposito, and Andrew Rosso, along with dozens of servants, chefs, tailors, and physicians personally selected by his father, Vittorio Emanuele II. This entourage also included a court guard of approximately 500 men. Carlo was quite pleased with the court guard entrusted to him by his father. At Carlo's insistence, most of the soldiers in this guard had participated in the Italian unification wars, with several hailing from Garibaldi's ranks. Their combat effectiveness was assured, and with Jody's leadership, loyalty was also a concern easily mitigated. Additionally, the families of these soldiers would accompany Carlo to Spain, serving as an added measure to secure their allegiance to in essence. These soldiers would be entirely under Carlo's command from this point forward. Carlo would provide them with military funding and equipment in exchange for their unwavering loyalty. With this foundation of 500 men, Carlo would find it much easier to expand his personal guard in the future. After all, in order to establish a military, it was essential to select a capable commander while also recruiting experienced lower-ranking officers who had seen the ravages of war, thereby expediting the formation of a well-trained army and shaping its very essence. On the largest ship of the fleet, Carmen Esposito and Andrew Rosso gazed excitedly at the vast expanse of the Mediterranean, their spirits buoyed with exhilaration, upon learning of Carlo's identity as an Italian prince. Both were filled with immense excitement. They had initially thought Carlo merely a noble scion, only to discover that his status was far grander than they had imagined. Recently, when Carlo revealed to them his imminent coronation as King of Spain, their astonishment was unparalleled. This prompted both men to enthusiastically express their agreement when Carlo invited them to join him in Spain. After all, their commoner status in Italy afforded them limited avenues for advancement, and opportunities for upward mobility were scarce. Many graduates of their caliber existed, yet Italy offered little room for their development. However, the prospect of Spain presented a different reality. As Carlo's most trusted aides, they would undoubtedly receive abundant training. Although they initially held the position of deputy commander in Carlo's court guard, Carlo promised that this unit would soon expand to the strength of a brigade. Both Carmen Esposito and Andrew Rosso would be well positioned to assume command of regiments within the expanded elite guard, a far more promising future than remaining in Italy, where their ranks would only allow them to command at the company level. Both men were utterly devoted to Carlo and even persuaded their families to accompany them to Spain. The stout and slender duo were no fools. They understood the need to demonstrate their loyalty in order to gain Carlo's favor. Carlo, in turn, recognized their efforts. If these two proved capable, he would not hesitate to see them rise as figures of significance within the Spanish military. If their abilities fell short, they would serve as exemplary models of Carlo's investment and talent, securing important positions within the Ministry of Defense or General Staff. After several days of sailing, the fleet finally approached the bustling port of Barcelona in Catalonia. The harbor appeared teeming with people. A vibrant throng gathered to welcome Carlo's arrival. "Your Majesty, Regent Serrano is awaiting you at the port," Primo said, approaching Carlo with a smile as he noted Carlo's momentary confusion upon hearing Primo's words. Carlo immediately grasped that this crowd had been arranged by Serrano to ensure that Carlo's arrival in Spain would not be met with awkward indifference. Had Carlo arrived to find no one welcoming him, and the populace indifferent, the embarrassment would fall squarely on him and the government that had chosen him as king. Carlo nodded, maintaining his smile without faltering. "Where's Mr. Serrano?" Following the guidance of Primo, Carlo and his entourage slowly made their way to the port, escorted by the guards, heading towards the location of the Spanish government. The moment Carlo set foot on the port, the band, which had been prepared in advance, struck up the royal march of the Spanish national anthem. This piece was exceptionally fitting for the occasion, not only underscoring the significance of welcoming the new king, but also emphasizing the monarchy of Spain, thereby granting Carlo considerable honor. "Your Highness," the officials of the Spanish government bowed deeply to Carlo, as Carlo had yet to take the constitutional oath to be crowned as the King of Spain. He remained, at that moment, merely the Duke of Italy. However, the oath could be taken at any time, unlike the coronation ceremony, so the officials showed no signs of complacency towards Carlo. Primo and Serrano smiled as they introduced Carlo to the various officials of the Spanish government, and Carlo was warmly welcomed into Barcelona by the multitude of dignitaries. This was merely a stopover. After a brief respite, Carlo would embark on the journey back to Madrid alongside the officials. The good news was that although Spain did not boast an extensive railway network, it still possessed nearly 5,000 kilometers of railways. As a major city on the eastern coast, Barcelona naturally had a railway line connecting it to Madrid. However, the bad news was that, in this era, railway travel was exceedingly slow, and the experience was far inferior to that of later times. For Carlo, the journey from Barcelona to Madrid might prove even more arduous than the turbulent days spent at sea in the Mediterranean. On the bright side, once he returned to Madrid, Carlo would reside in the grandiose royal palace of Madrid, which is renowned as the third largest palace in Europe, surpassed only by the Palace of Versailles and Brun Palace in its opulence. This further exemplified the lavishness of the Bourbon dynasty in Spain. At least in terms of the royal family's expenditures on clothing and sustenance, the Bourbon kings had never been parsimonious. That on August 23, 1869, Carlo finally arrived in Madrid, and Primo returned to the political center of Spain after several days' absence. Although Carlo yearned to explore Madrid in 1869, After days of arduous travel, he found himself devoid of the energy to contemplate anything else. The accompanying officials and soldiers shared similar sentiments, and on his first day in Madrid, Carlo, accompanied only by his trusted aides and servants, proceeded to the royal palace, where he comfortably rested in the already prepared, clean royal chambers. The following morning, under the watchful eyes of the Spanish officials, Carlo held the Spanish constitution aloft and proclaimed his coronation as the King of Spain, taking the title of Carlo I of Spain. Subsequently, Primo led the government officials in pledging their allegiance to Carlo, thereby formally establishing the framework of the Spanish kingdom. According to the current Spanish constitution, the powers of the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the royal government stood in balance, each representing legislative, judicial, and executive authority respectively. As the King of Spain, Carlo nominally possessed the rights to appoint and dismiss the prime minister and high officials, open or dissolve the chambers, mobilize the military, enact or repeal laws, and preside over cabinet meetings. However, in practice, Carlo's actual powers were limited to listening to state affairs and convening cabinet meetings. These two functions could be viewed as one, for Carlo could ascertain the current state of Spain and the progress of various policies through cabinet meetings, and that was all. Although Carlo could voice his opinions, it remained uncertain whether the cabinet, led by Primo, would heed them. Nevertheless, this situation was not entirely absolute. The nominal king of Spain still wielded considerable power, should Carlo cultivate sufficient prestige and earn the trust of the populace and certain officials. He could potentially influence the government through the authority at his disposal, thereby achieving the policies or laws he desired. Until he established adequate prestige and status, Carlo could comfortably embrace the role of a king with limited power, at least ensuring that the burdens of responsibility did not fall upon him. Carlo's coronation ceremony was scheduled for November, approximately 2.5 months away. This arrangement proved advantageous, as it afforded the Spanish government ample time to prepare for the coronation and allowed foreign guests sufficient opportunity to arrive in Spain. Naturally, given that Spain was merely a second-tier European nation, the coronation of its king might not attract the attention of the great powers, save for neighboring nations such as Italy and France. However, considering the ongoing conflict between Prussia and France, it was highly unlikely that either of these nations would send representatives to attend. Later, in the conference room of the Royal Palace of Madrid, Carlo inquired with a smile, "Primo, is the list of cabinet members ready?" "It is prepared, Your Majesty." Primo nodded respectfully, presenting a list. "Since Your Majesty has sworn in under the Constitution, it would be inappropriate for Mr. Serrano to continue serving as regent." "What arrangements do you have for Mr. Serrano?" Primo asked. Serrano had assumed the regency solely due to the unresolved state of the Spanish throne, which had necessitated such a position. With Carlo now in Spain and crowned, any continued involvement in governance would be a mark of disrespect towards him. Historically, Serrano became the Prime Minister of Spain after Amadeo's coronation, but that was due to Primo's assassination. Now that Primo was alive and well, the position of Prime Minister was not suitable for Serrano, considering that there were no other suitable positions for Serrano within the cabinet, apart from Minister of Defense. The answer to this question had been apparent from the outset. Let Duke Serrano serve as Minister of Defense, Carlo proposed, while concurrently assuming the role of Commander-in-Chief of the army. "I have complete confidence in entrusting the military to a commander of Duke Serrano's caliber." Serrano's credentials were indeed impressive. He had enlisted at the age of 12 and had participated in numerous battles, earning the rank of Marshal by the age of 46, in addition to being elevated to the title of Duke de la Torre for his accomplishments in occupying the Dominican Republic. Such a plethora of achievements was not attainable by an ordinary individual, affirming Serrano's exceptional military command abilities. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Primo nodded in agreement. Although there was only this one position suitable for Serrano within the government, Primo refrained from immediately inscribing Serrano's name in the slot for Minister of Defense, instead symbolically seeking Carlo's opinion. After all, Carlo had become the King of Spain, and it was essential to accord him the necessary respect. Carlo recognized this sentiment, appreciating Primo's outward show of regard, which signified that Primo was not opposed to the monarchy. Like Serrano, he opposed those monarchs who lacked capability yet sought to wield absolute power. After signing the list of the Spanish government as cabinet, Carlo turned his attention back to Primo, asking the question he was most concerned about. "Primo, When will the next cabinet meeting be held? Following the schedule of holding cabinet meetings once a week, the next one should take place in 3 days, Your Majesty, Primo replied. Primo did not mind Carlo's desire to participate in the cabinet meeting, as it was indeed Carlo's prerogative. However, if Carlo wished to voice his opinions in the cabinet meeting immediately upon his arrival in Spain, Primo would likely pretend not to hear. After all, no matter how talented an individual may be, it was essential to first understand the situation in Spain, was it not? Offering opinions without understanding the circumstances would render those opinions moot for Spain that I wish to attend the cabinet meeting in 3 days. Prime Minister Primo, Carlo stated plainly that I hope to see detailed information about Spain during this time to comprehend the state of our nation. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure that you have all the necessary information. And until you possess sufficient understanding, I will not interfere with Spain's policies, Carlo added. Prime Minister Primo, you may commence your preparations for reform. I will support you unconditionally and express my stance at the meeting. Primo nodded affirmatively. With Carlo's unequivocal support for reform, his potential suggestions during the cabinet meeting became inconsequential. After all, suggestions are merely suggestions. Whether they are heeded ultimately rests with Primo himself that Carlo's steadfast backing of the reforms can genuinely assist Primo, significantly aiding in the amelioration of Spain's current dire situation. Ironically, both Primo and Serrano, who orchestrated the ousting of Queen Isabel II of Spain, can be categorized as monarchists, although Primo's loyalty to Spain supersedes his allegiance to the king. As long as the king does not jeopardize Spain's interests, Primo remains loyal to the crown. Even for the sake of Spain's unity, Primo would not usurp the king's authority. Only with Carlo's rising prestige and standing can the regions of Spain yield to the king's governance and adhere to the government's administration. Should the provinces refuse to recognize the king's rule, Spain would descend into further chaos, with regions seeking autonomy or even independence, an outcome that would be catastrophic for the nation. This reasoning underpins Primo's support for the monarchy. The current loose republicanism is utterly incapable of salvaging Spain. Rather, it threatens to plunge the country into fragmentation and regional autonomy. Only a unified and highly centralized royal government can guide Spain out of this abyss of division and reforge a powerful and cohesive Spanish kingdom. Carlo is acutely aware of Spain's significant backwardness, yet he did not anticipate the extent of this developmental lag as of early this year. Spain's estimated population stands at 16.6 million. Why such a precise figure? Because the Spanish government is utterly incapable of conducting a detailed census. This number is merely an approximation based on local birth and death registries. Alarmingly, Spain's illiteracy rate exceeds 70%, indicating that at least 11.6 million individuals among the 16.6 million population are illiterate. The dismal educational standards, compounded by the chaotic circumstances of recent years, have resulted in Spain's per capita annual income being among the lowest in Western Europe. Merely 87 pesetas, equivalent to just over £3. While it is true that the lower classes across all European nations are enduring hardships, with factory owners and capitalists frequently exploiting them, an annual income of just over £3 is evidently an extremely unhealthy level. In contrast, the average annual income in Britain exceeds £9, while other European countries maintain levels above £6 or £7. Spaniards average earnings that are merely half or even a third of those of citizens from other nations, which elucidates the public's motivation to oppose Queen Isabel, as the people of Spain are truly struggling to survive. Confronted with such statistics, Carlo is beset by a throbbing headache. He had initially believed that Italy's situation was quite dire, only to find it pales in comparison to Spain's plight. Apart from the literacy rates, where Italy and Spain are on par in all other respects, Italy far surpasses Spain. Presently, Carlo harbors a singular thought: to expedite Primo's reforms and first rectify Spain's dismal circumstances. At this juncture, it is uncertain whether the kingdom can even endure, let alone achieve a renaissance. Although Queen Isabel has been ousted, she has left Carlo with an exceedingly grim legacy, faced with a Spain that is nearly rotten to the core. Mere dedication to development will not suffice for salvation. During the cabinet meeting a few days later, Carlo occupies the foremost seat, awaiting Primo's proposals for reform with quiet anticipation. Primo, well prepared for this reform initiative, has nominated a cabinet predominantly comprised of reformists, with the two exceptions, Serrano and Carlo, having both previously expressed their support for reform. Furthermore, since assuming the premiership, Primo has been diligently preparing for these reforms. He has devised a comprehensive Spanish reform plan, drawing from numerous successful foreign reform experiences while considering Spain's current realities. He presents this meticulously crafted plan to Carlo, stating with utmost seriousness, "Your Majesty, this is the culmination of extensive research conducted by myself and dozens of officials, resulting in the Spanish reform plan. Here is the initial framework for your review. The initial reform plan, quite straightforward, encompasses 4 categories: agriculture, education, industry, and military reform. Prime Minister Primo, please elaborate on your reform agenda." While internally supportive of the reforms, Carlo is nonetheless eager to hear the details of Primo's comprehensive plan. Primo nods and stands to address all cabinet officials, stating, "Our initial reforms will focus on 4 aspects: agriculture, industry, education, and military reform in the agricultural sector. I plan to advocate for tax reductions to enhance the income of agricultural workers. Simultaneously, I aim to promote the export of foodstuffs, ensuring ample market access for agricultural produce. Regarding industry, I believe we must swiftly revive Spain's industrial sector, investing in new factories to establish our own industrial zones. The construction of factories will create more job opportunities, thereby further elevating per capita income. In terms of education reform, I plan to establish additional literacy classes to diminish our illiteracy rates. However, this requires substantial financial investment, thus making it the 3rd priority of our reforms. Lastly, concerning military reform, I aspire to expand our army to approximately 100,000 personnel and equip our forces with more artillery, but a sufficient quantity of artillery has already proven its significance on the battlefield. Enhancing the military's combat effectiveness is essential, whether for defending against foreign threats or stabilizing Spain's internal order. Upon hearing Primo's reform proposals, Carlo is yet to voice any opinions when Serrano, the Minister of War, can no longer contain himself. Rising, Serrano gazes incredulously at Primo and exclaims, "Prime Minister Primo, are you not aware of the current state of Spain's treasury? Each of your proposed reforms requires millions of pesetas. Yet our government is utterly devoid of funds. Frankly speaking, if we cannot prepare a sufficient quantity of pesetas before implementing these reforms, they're destined to fail. Do we not possess ample land?" Primo responds, regarding Serrano's objections with a calm smile, in a monarchy, the largest landowner is invariably the monarch himself. It is hardly surprising that the Bourbon dynasty, characterized by its extravagance and greed, owns the most farmland in Spain. Following the ousting of Queen Isabel, the lands that once belonged to the Bourbon dynasty have all been confiscated by the interim government of Spain, and these lands serve as the foundation for Primo's proposed reforms. Although these lands were formerly the king's, they will not be inherited by Carlo. Carlo is well aware of this fact and has no intentions of becoming a landowner, nor would he tarnish his reputation for the sake of a few plots of land. On the contrary, if Carlo supports utilizing these lands to secure sufficient funding for the government, it could even serve as a topic for promoting Carlo's image, seeing Carlo's indifference toward those lands. Primo breathes a sigh of relief and explains to Carlo and Serrano, the Bourbon family possesses vast tracts of land, which can provide ample funding for our reforms. I plan to divide these lands into 3 parts. One portion will be distributed free of charge to Spanish farmers, granting them adequate farmland for food production. Another portion will be sold to capitalists and landowners, accumulating sufficient funds for our reforms. The remaining portion will be nationalized, available for low-cost leasing to farmers. I support your proposal, Prime Minister Primo. Carlo nods, expressing no dissent regarding the division of the land. Moreover, I have an additional suggestion to secure funding for the reforms. Why not consider issuing government bonds? Your Majesty, with all due respect, our citizens are devoid of the means to purchase our bonds. Primo replies with a bitter smile, cautioning Carlo. No, Prime Minister, our intended bond purchasers are not ordinary civilians. Carlo shakes his head, smiling as he elucidates, we can issue bonds akin to education bonds, offering interest rates higher than those of banks to attract capitalists and factory owners. That we need not set the issuance scale too high. Perhaps 10 million pesetas would suffice for our initial educational needs. These bonds will be exclusively dedicated to educational reform, which not only reduces our literacy rates, but also benefits factories that require a certain level of knowledge. Once we repay the first batch of bonds on schedule, subsequent issuances will become considerably easier, at least for us in the present. This method appears to be more reliable than incurring debt. While also alleviating the government's burden of interest payments, capitalists are inherently profit-driven. The interest on government bonds surpasses that of banks, undoubtedly attracting a portion of capitalists to invest in them, should the government issue specific bonds earmarked for education and other reforms. It would certainly assuage the concerns of those capitalists contemplating such investments. After all, one of the primary apprehensions for capitalists is the uncertainty surrounding the government's intended use of these funds. Allocating resources to the educational sector is undoubtedly a more prudent choice than the extravagant expenditures of the government and nobility, ensuring that capitalists need not worry about the government's ability to repay its debts in the future. It is worth a try. Primo eventually nodded in agreement after considerable contemplation. The initial issuance of bonds need not be extensive. It can serve as a litmus test to ascertain whether this approach can indeed generate funds for the government. While it would be splendid to secure financial support, the government would incur minimal losses even if it failed to do so. Ultimately, following discussions within the cabinet, a unanimous decision was reached to set the issuance of the first batch of educational bonds at 8 million pesetas, approximately £307,000. Although this sum is modest, it is sufficient to establish a number of literacy classes aimed at eradicating illiteracy. These classes need not be housed in fully developed educational institutions. A simple space with tables and benches, along with a few books, would suffice to impart basic elementary knowledge to the Spanish populace. The announcement of the government's intention to issue educational bonds immediately reverberated throughout Spain, generating considerable excitement. Many Spaniards were eager to witness the government's commitment to education, which at least indicated that the current royal administration was more attentive to the needs of the common people than during the reign of Isabella. Even farmers expressed their approval of the nation's investment in education, recognizing that although they might not directly benefit from the reforms, their children could very well enjoy the fruits of such initiatives. Nonetheless, while support for the initiative was evident, the number of individuals willing to purchase the educational bonds remained disappointingly low. Despite the initial issuance being limited to 8 million pesetas, only 200,000 had been sold after 2 days, amounting to less than £10,000. Sensing a prime opportunity, Carlo did not hesitate to seize it on the third day of the bond issuance. He publicly declared his intention to subscribe to 3 million pesetas worth of educational bonds. This amount, while not substantial, only a little over £100,000, represented a significant gesture, as Carlo's proactive investment in the bonds carried a different weight for the Spanish people. Although it was unlikely that such a small act alone would garner overwhelming support for Carlo, many Spaniards found their perception of him improving, willing to grant him sufficient time to demonstrate his capabilities as a commendable monarch. At the very least, Carlo had exhibited a stark contrast to Queen Isabella, earning the patience of the Spanish populace. Following Carlo's lead, capitalists began to take more decisive actions. After approximately a week, more than half of the 8 million pesetas in bonds have been sold, providing the government with initial funding to advance educational reforms. By mid-September 1869, Madrid witnessed the emergence of numerous literacy classes, adopting a voluntary enrollment and free learning model. Any citizen of Spain could register for the literacy classes, with no fees for books or tuition, though attendance at least once a week was mandatory. The literacy classes were designed with the practical realities of ordinary people in mind. In 1869 Spain, there were no standardized working hours. In fact, under exploitative capitalists and factory owners, Spaniards often labored for no less than 12 hours a day, with some working upwards of 13 or 14 hours. The notion of a weekend was non-existent, and even taking a sick day proved to be a daunting task, as capitalists were reluctant to allow any absence that might diminish factory output, and, consequently, their profits for workplace injuries, they bore no relevance in this era. Not only were there no compensations for injuries sustained on the job, but even fatalities at work went uncompensated. The myriad of welfare policies established in later years emerged from the long and arduous struggle of workers and laborers against oppression. The literacy movement unfolded with fervor, significantly impacting Spain. Given its free nature, the Spanish populace exhibited a robust willingness to participate in these classes. Furthermore, Carlo had his own subtle agenda regarding the literacy classes. They would exclusively utilize the Spanish language, eschewing regional dialects such as Catalan. This decision aimed to mitigate feelings of regional division within Spain, emphasizing the importance of linguistic unity in fostering a cohesive national identity. Fortunately, Spain has enjoyed centuries of integration, with the majority of the populace expressing a lack of resistance towards a unified Spain. Currently, the independence and nationalist movements in various regions remain a minority, exerting minimal influence on the nation's unity. As the literacy movement progressed, Primo also initiated reforms in agriculture. Although the Spanish government's fiscal revenues were not particularly high, this did not deter Primo from reducing agricultural taxes. On September 27, 1869, while the literacy movement remained a topic of enthusiastic discussion among Spaniards, the Spanish cabinet submitted a new agricultural tax reduction bill during a recent session of the House of Representatives. The impact of this proposal on Spain was even more profound than that of the literacy movement, as the vast majority of the population were engaged in agriculture, and tax reductions would undoubtedly benefit them. Unsurprisingly, the House passed the bill with a unanimous vote exceeding a 70 majority, and the cabinet announced that tax reductions would commence in 1870, aiming to tangibly enhance the income of the agricultural population. With the issuance of free literacy education and the agricultural tax reduction policy, Spaniards were astonished to find that their king was not as bothersome as they had previously perceived. Unlike during Queen Isabella's reign, the government was now proactively proposing tax reductions for agriculture and establishing free literacy education. However, for Carlo, the resolution of one issue merely marked the beginning of another. During the Spanish Revolution, the Cuban colony had seized the opportunity to ignite its own independence war, capturing several cities and convening a so-called constitutional assembly, even electing a president. This was unacceptable to Spain, as Cuba was its most valuable colony and one of the few that generated positive revenue. The loss of the Cuban colony would not only significantly reduce the government's annual fiscal income, but also inflict a reputational blow to Carlo, the newly appointed king, and his cabinet. With the Spanish government gradually finding its footing, it was time to address the restive Cuban colony and generate additional revenue for the Spanish government. At this juncture, the Cuban rebels were few in number and lacked advanced weaponry. For the Spanish government, aside from the challenge of conducting long-distance operations across the Atlantic, there were no significant obstacles to overcome. Thus, the first large-scale military campaign since Carlo's ascension to the throne was officially launched. Army Minister Serrano led a contingent of 5,500 soldiers to Cuba to quell the rebellion, striving to eradicate the insurrectionists to the fullest extent. This relatively modest campaign presented an opportunity for Carlo as well. Cameron Esposito and Andrew Rosso would also participate in the suppression as junior officers. Carlo's expectation for them was to earn commendations during this campaign, facilitating their subsequent promotions and appointments. The more capable Jody was retained in Madrid to command a 500-strong palace guard. After all, ensuring Carlo's safety was of utmost importance, necessitating a trusted subordinate to oversee the palace's security. Carlo held confidence in Serrano's military capabilities. Moreover, it is of great significance to note that Serrano served as the governor of Cuba from 1859 to 1862, thus possessing a considerable understanding of the situation in Cuba. Appointing him to quell the unrest in Cuba is undoubtedly the most judicious choice, and it holds the promise of swiftly resolving the Cuban predicament, ensuring that insurrections will not arise in the near future. As for the long-term future, such matters fall beyond the purview of Carlos's considerations. For Carlos, the scattered colonies of Spain around the globe have become more of a burden than a boon. Cuba lies across a vast Atlantic from Spain, yet is merely separated from the United States by the Florida Strait. With the Union's triumph in the Civil War, the United States has manifested its potential to ascend as a global hegemon, bolstered by a continuously strengthening national power. The fact that the most valuable colonies of Spain are tantalizingly within reach of the Americans foretells the inevitability of Spain's inability to retain Cuba. Rather than clinging to it, it would be wiser for Spain to relinquish Cuba at a propitious moment, in exchange for other colonies that, while less valuable, could be more securely held. The same reasoning applies to the Philippines. In Carlos's vision for Spain's future, both Cuba and the Philippines are deemed expendable, with the foundation of Spanish colonial interests resting in Africa. However, given that Cuba remains one of the few colonies yielding positive returns for Spain, persuading the populace to acquiesce to its loss proves to be a formidable challenge, at least until Carlos has garnered sufficient prestige to withstand such a loss, or until an opportune moment presents itself. Spain is unlikely to engage in any colonial exchanges that on September 22, 1869, Carlos bid farewell to Serrano, who was embarking on the expedition to Cuba, and personally assured all Spanish soldiers that a celebratory banquet would be held in Madrid upon their victorious return, along with promises of land and titles for those who distinguish themselves in service. The allure of military honors is substantial for soldiers, serving as one of the most effective avenues for the common folk to ascend the social ladder. Both Serrano and Primo exemplify such figures who have benefited from military rewards. Although the Spanish soldiers may not harbor ambitions of becoming dukes or marquises, seeking land of financial rewards is certainly within the realm of possibility. After seeing Serrano off, Carlos was soon informed by a guard that Prime Minister Primo sought an audience. Since Carlos had fulfilled his promises and steadfastly supported reforms, Primo's demeanor towards Carlos had transformed into one of profound respect, and he was eager to cultivate a commendable relationship with the monarch. This was indeed good news for Carlos, as Primo often sought Carlos's counsel on various matters and was willing to delegate decisions to him. While Primo may not possess the same unquenchable thirst for power as Garibaldi, he is not an autocrat either. Carlos welcomed this cooperative dynamic, eager to gain a modicum of reformist prestige through his association with Primo. Carlos also aimed to gradually cultivate his own loyalists within the government and military, preparing for a future transition of power following Primo's tenure. Your Majesty, this is a proposal for industrial development that requires your approval. Upon their initial meeting, Primo presented a meticulously prepared industrial plan and stated his intentions forthrightly. Are we to commence industrial development at once? Prime Minister Primo, if I recall correctly, our government does not possess sufficient fund for such an undertaking. Carlos expressed, taken aback by the rapid pace of Primo's reforms. The reforms in education and agriculture had only been underway for less than a month. How could industrial development be initiated so swiftly? For Spain, which was in dire need of funds, launching multiple projects simultaneously was not advisable. While Carlos understood Primo's urgency, he was wary of the perils of hastily pursuing speed at the expense of financial stability. The initial phase of industrial construction is projected to require 55 million pesetas that I plan to issue approximately 25 million pesetas in industrial bonds in stages, while the remaining 30 million pesetas can be secured through foreign capital loans. If we can propel our industrial initiatives, we can anticipate an improvement in our economic conditions over the next few years, thereby rectifying Spain's dire circumstances, Primo elaborated. The government of Queen Isabel had been preoccupied with its own indulgences, neglecting national development, which had led to stagnation and even regression in various sectors for an extended period. The lone silver lining was that the previous government had refrained from incurring substantial external debts, allowing the current Spanish government to still acquire some initial funding for projects through loans. After hearing Primo's explanation regarding the funding for industrial development, Carlos nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, when do we intend to commence industrial construction? What are our initial objectives? I plan to establish a small industrial base in Seville, Andalusia, and increase our steel production. Following this, we will invest in railway construction, with the goal of expanding our railway network to over 6,000 kilometers within the next 5 years, connecting regions across Spain, Primo replied. Despite seeming merely a railway construction endeavor, the implications for industrial advancement are monumental. The steel required for the rails will necessitate an increase in output from steel mills, thereby stimulating a host of ancillary industries. Spain possesses significant coal and iron ore reserves in Andalusia, which will facilitate industrial growth. Although the quality of Spanish coal is generally subpar, it suffices for initial industrial production. After all, during this era, the total steel production of various nations was not extensive, falling short of the staggering figures seen in later years. Currently, The British Empire leads in industrial strength, yet its steel production hovers around 300,000 tons, far from excessive. However, Spain's steel output is even more modest, having languished under Queen Isabel's reign, resulting in an annual production of merely 2,000 tons, an abysmally low figure for a nation boasting a population exceeding 16 million. Once our steel mills commence full production, we have the potential to elevate our steel output to over 10,000 tons within the next 5 years, a minimum. Our steel production must meet the demands of domestic industrial development. A Spain devoid of industry is incomplete, Primo asserted. Aiming to construct 1,000 kilometers of railway in 5 years may appear sluggish, but for Spain, with its lamentably low steel output, such an endeavor is far from simple. Between 1840 and 1869, Spain managed to construct only 5,000 kilometers of railway, an abysmal pace that lags far behind countries like England, France, Germany, and the United States. Given Spain's mountainous terrain, building railways is imperative to enhance connectivity between regions. This initiative will not only strengthen the kingdom's governance over its territories, but will also accelerate the movement of people and economic interchange across regions. Did I approve your plan, Prime Minister Primo? After listening to Primo's comprehensive explanation, Carlos nodded decisively, granting his approval without hesitation. Clearly, this industrial initiative is essential for Spain. Your Majesty, there is a matter that perhaps only you can address. Upon receiving Carlos's endorsement of the industrial plan, Primo first smiled and nodded appreciatively, then quickly put forth another request. What matter is this? Carlos inquired with curiosity. Whether establishing an industrial base or laying railway tracks, we require a substantial labor force. Yet, Your Majesty is aware that the African laborers we have procured tend to be quite unruly, representing an unstable element within Spain. In contrast, I believe that introducing foreign white laborers would be a more suitable option. During my previous visit to Italy, I discovered that there is a significant agricultural population willing to emigrate overseas. If possible, could we initiate discussions with the Italian government to bring in a portion of these Italian immigrants and laborers? This would not only resolve our labor scarcity, but also expedite our industrial development, which I believe is worth pursuing. Primo proposed. To undertake the construction of an industrial base and railway, it is imperative to secure a considerable labor force, a task that poses significant challenges for Spain. Although Spain possesses a substantial agricultural population, this demographic is dispersed across the vast Spanish territory, with each individual owning their own land. Thus, it is improbable that they would traverse half of Spain for meager wages. In contrast, the farmers of Italy present a different scenario. They're on the brink of subsistence in Italy, which serves as a primary impetus for their decision to emigrate overseas. Given this context, why not seize the opportunity to attract a portion of Italian immigrants to Spain, simultaneously addressing the labor shortage within the country? It is noteworthy that the majority of Italy's agricultural populace resides in the southern regions. Previously governed by the authoritarian kingdom of the Two Sicilies, these farmers have endured prolonged periods of despotic rule, making them far easier to govern than their counterparts among black laborers and Republicans. This is one of the reasons why Primo has his sights set on Italian laborers. Hardworking and reliable individuals who do not engage in unrest are welcomed wherever they may go. Upon hearing Primo's remarks, Carlo expressed surprise, as the introduction of Italian laborers was already part of his strategic plans, which would ultimately benefit his reign. After all, Carlo, born into Italian royalty, could count on the allegiance of these Italians who migrate to Spain, as they would likely be more sympathetic to his rule compared to the native Spaniards. Naturally, Carlo would not oppose such a proposition that is entirely advantageous to him for the development of Spain. I am indeed willing to undertake this, Carlo stated with a smile, but if the government is prepared, then we can commence our industrial construction immediately. I will ensure the labor situation is resolved, and I hope our industrial endeavors proceed as anticipated. Primo nodded respectfully, replying, "At your command, Your Majesty." Ultimately, Carlo found himself with insufficient personnel at his disposal. Currently, the only individuals he could rely on were Giotti and Loren. Giotti was tasked with overseeing the royal guard, leaving Loren as the sole representative capable of negotiating labor matters in Italy. Fortunately, this was not a formidable challenge, as Italy was not lacking in thousands of laborers. Furthermore, given the strong father-son relationship between Carlo and Vittorio Emanuele II. Establishing an agreement for the importation of labor from Italy was entirely feasible. As expected, Loren returned from his journey in just over 10 days, bringing back an agreement for labor importation. Carlo's demands were not excessive. Securing several thousand laborers annually from Italy would suffice to meet Spain's developmental needs. Once Spain's construction yielded tangible results and the populace's living standards and incomes began to rise, it would naturally attract individuals from Europe who could no longer thrive in their homelands to immigrate to Spain. Amidst the fervent reforms and construction in Spain, Carlo was also laying the groundwork for his own media empire. During his time in Italy, Carlo had previously instructed Loren to acquire a Spanish newspaper, albeit on a modest scale. Now that he had ascended to the throne of Spain, it was time to expand his presence in the Spanish press, establishing a newspaper with significant influence akin to the Italian Il Sole. The name Il Sole carried a positive connotation, and due to its prior promotion of monarchy, it had garnered a degree of popularity in Spain. Thus, it was only natural for Carlo to adopt the name for his own publication. In October 1869, the Spanish Sun was officially established in Madrid, becoming Carlo's first major enterprise in Spain. The developmental potential near Madrid was scarcely inferior to that of northern Italy, and Carlo aspired for the new Spanish Sun to achieve a daily circulation of 20,000 copies within 2 years. In addition to the Spanish Sun as a means to gain prominence, Carlo discreetly instructed Loren to acquire over a dozen smaller newspapers to augment the quantity of his media empire. These publications would be dispersed across various regions of Spain, thereby influencing a broader spectrum of Spanish households. Beyond media expansion, Carlo formally commenced a significant augmentation of royal assets to realize his vision amidst the internal and external challenges facing Spain. Ample funding was indispensable. While newspapers could generate modest income, it was merely a drop in the bucket for the financially demanding royal palace. The Bourbon dynasty's lands and most of its assets have been confiscated by the government. Aside from taking over the Madrid palace and several other estates, Carlo had acquired few valuable properties or lands. Currently, the revenue from Carlo's holdings barely sufficed to maintain the palace's expenses, especially without the establishment of a personal guard. For both the formation of a royal guard and future expansive reforms, investing in additional industries was imperative. As the first step in expanding royal assets, Carlo set his sights on the food and wine industries. Food, being a fundamental necessity for human sustenance, is a consumable that inherently guarantees a market. As for wine, its status in Western culture is indisputable, cherished by the elite and essential for the lower classes. Wine in Europe boasts a consistently high demand. Noble gatherings alone could consume vast quantities. In later years, Spain emerged as the third largest wine-producing region globally, making it particularly well-suited for the development of the wine industry. The wines produced by Carlo's vineyard would be assured of a market, as a king's private vineyard inherently carries more prestige than ordinary establishments. In mid-October 1869, United Foods was officially founded in Madrid. Carlo acquired a flour mill in the city, intending to expand it into a food processing facility. What products would be produced? Carlo already had a plan in mind, envisioning items akin to modern fast food, simple yet effective. Consisting of 2 slices of bread with a filling of meat paste and jam, emphasizing affordability and quality. The food industry had already paved numerous pathways in subsequent years, granting Carlo various methods to reduce costs while ensuring the products appeared substantial and palatable. As for the contemporary concerns surrounding food safety, such issues were non-existent in this era. Nevertheless, as king, Carlo could not disregard the safety of the Spanish populace. All products under United Foods would at least be guaranteed free from lethal toxins. With the worst-case scenario being a bout of food poisoning due to quality issues, the low-cost product containing both meat and vegetables would undoubtedly find favor in a Spain where incomes were modest. Carlo could also utilize the establishment of the food factory to set a benchmark for Spanish enterprises. Once the workers of Spain began to envy the welfare system of the royal enterprises, it would coincide with the enactment of Spain's labor laws. While the labor laws would garner the support of workers, they would inevitably face opposition from wealthy capitalists and factory owners, without substantial assurance or significant backing from laborers. Carlo was not inclined to push for the early implementation of labor laws. After all, These capitalists were also supporters of the monarchy. Opposing them without having secured his own power would be akin to digging his own grave. Thus, the United Foods factory was quietly established. While it would take some time before formal production commenced, Carlo had no intention of launching a grand promotional campaign for his food factory until he received favorable feedback. In contrast to the food factory, Carlo placed greater emphasis on promoting his vineyard. Fortunately, several of Queen Isabel's vineyards were well preserved and not allocated to farmers as land. The true value of a vineyard lies in the vines planted, rather than the land itself. Due to Carlo's proactive relinquishment of those lands, Primo ultimately decided to transfer several of Queen Isabel's vineyards to Carlo, ensuring that the royal family retained a portion of its income. This greatly facilitated Carlo's endeavors, for starting a wine processing factory from scratch would have posed a significant challenge. Not only does this endeavor demand a considerable investment of time, but it also necessitates a substantial financial commitment. The mere cultivation of one's own vineyards requires a protracted period, or alternatively, the procurement of mature grapevines entails a significant monetary outlay. Presently, with several established wineries and vineyards at his disposal, Carlo merely needs to revamp these establishments and forge his own private wine brand. Carlo intends to partition his wine enterprise into two distinct entities. The first, named Royal Winery, will market wines under the prestigious labels of Royal Exclusivity and Rare Collections, targeting affluent capitalists and aristocrats. The second venture, devoid of any royal connotation, shall be known as Iberian Estate, offering red wines that emphasize value for money, aimed at the ordinary Spaniards with modest means. By adopting a dual market strategy that caters to both high-end and low-end consumers, Carlo can swiftly secure a significant share of the Spanish wine market. Leveraging the Spanish market, Carlo can both advance and retreat strategically, seizing opportunities to penetrate further into the European wine market and, thereby, rapidly achieve profitability within the wine industry. The earning potential of the wine sector surpasses that of the newspaper industry. If Carlo can capture a substantial portion of the Spanish market, it will ensure that he can afford the necessary equipment when it comes time to assemble his personal guard. As time swiftly progressed to late November of 1869. The momentous occasion of the coronation ceremony prepared by the Spanish government for King Carlo I approached. Primo placed considerable importance on this coronation, extending invitations to the major European powers, including England, France, Prussia, Russia, Italy, and Austria, as well as to established monarchies such as Portugal, the Netherlands, and Belgium. However, the responses to the coronation varied among nations, with the status of the envoys sent differing markedly. Italy and Portugal appeared to place the utmost significance on the event. Italy's interest is easily understood, for Carlo was born into the Italian royal family and is directly related to King Vittorio Emanuele II, making their attendance all the more fitting that I in Portugal. Carlo's sister, Princess Maria Pia, is wed to King Louis I, establishing a familial connection between the two nations. Furthermore, as the two sole countries on the Iberian Peninsula, Spain poses a significant threat to Portugal, which seeks to gauge King Carlo's disposition towards them during the ceremony in order to prepare accordingly. While many European nations received invitations to the coronation, the overall scale of the event was modest. As the Spanish government faced financial constraints due to its ongoing support of colonial pacification wars and various reforms, this was not to imply that Primo undervalued Carlo's coronation. Rather, the current Spanish administration found it challenging to allocate substantial funds for such an occasion. Carlo himself was indifferent to the grandeur of the ceremony, prioritizing the approval of the Spanish populace above all else. Indeed, a larger scale could potentially be counterproductive through agricultural tax reductions and free literacy programs. Carlo had garnered a modicum of esteem among the Spanish people. To the very least, the populace supported the coronation, with many Spaniards present, lending an air of festivity to the proceedings, under the eager gaze of the crowd. A well-drilled royal guard escorted several carriages adorned with the coat of arms of the Spanish Savoy dynasty towards the parliament. Inside the carriage, Carlo, clad in resplendent attire, sat with a serious demeanor, while his royal steward, Loren, provided reminders regarding the ceremony's protocols. "Your Majesty, please remember to maintain a smile," Loren reminded Carlo just moments before he stepped out of the carriage. Carlo nodded, and the instant he emerged, The surrounding Spanish populace erupted in enthusiastic applause. Naturally, the initial cheers were orchestrated by the government, as it was customary to have individuals incite public emotion during such significant moments. Carlo smiled warmly, waving amicably to the cheering crowd, eschewing any semblance of regal aloofness at that moment. The Spanish people beheld their king, a young, handsome figure, in stark contrast to Queen Isabel's demeanor. This was the visage the people yearned to see in their monarch. Many Spaniards could not help but harbor the thought that they longed for a wise and valiant ruler who would genuinely care for the plight of the common people. While Carlo had yet to fully embody the ideal of a sagacious monarch, he had undeniably demonstrated a concern for the lower classes that diverged from Queen Isabel's approach. It is undeniable that physical appeal has always held significance in any era. Carlo not only possessed striking good looks, standing over 6 feet tall with a robust physique, but he also exuded the noble aura befitting a king, which quickly captivated a multitude of Spanish women, should a media organization hold a poll for the most popular man in Spain. Carlo would undoubtedly claim the top spot with ease. Maintaining his gentle smile, Carlo waved to the crowd as he gradually made his way into the parliamentary building. Behind him, part of the guard remained near the carriage, while others stood watch around the parliament to the entrance. Prime Minister Primo awaited with eager anticipation. After performing a proper noble greeting, Primo guided Carlo into the interior of the parliament building. Inside the parliamentary hall, Spanish nobles, members of parliament, a select few invited foreign guests, and some religious figures had been waiting for some time. The Archbishop of Toledo, Bishop Pedro, was to crown Carlo, adhering to a long-standing European tradition that persisted until the era of Napoleon. The status of the bishop performing the coronation often seemed to implicitly dictate the legitimacy of the crowned monarch. Thus, to bolster his standing in the eyes of the populace and to reassure the intricate religious factions within Spain, it was imperative to have a bishop of considerable stature preside over Carlo's coronation. Ideally, Pope Pius IX would have been the best choice. However, having recently been ousted from Rome by the Italian government, with his territory reduced to the diminutive Vatican, it was highly unlikely that he would deign to crown Carlo, also of the House of Savoy, while one could resort to coercive means to compel Pope Pius IX to come to Madrid for the coronation. Such an approach could backfire, inciting discontent among the Catholic populace of Spain. Thus, it was preferable to have the Archbishop of Toledo perform the ceremony, as his status within Spain was already sufficiently esteemed. Your Majesty Carlo, do you pledge to dedicate your life to Spain? Archbishop Pedro inquired solemnly, holding the crown that represented the Spanish monarchy. I do, Carlo affirmed. Bishop Pedro nodded, intoning with gravity, I, representing God, bestow upon you the crown of Spain. May you treat your subjects with kindness and your nation with loyalty. After a lengthy and intricate coronation process, Archbishop Pedro, under the watchful gaze of all present, placed the crown symbolizing the Spanish throne upon Carlo's head. Adorned with the Spanish crown and wielding the scepter that signified royal authority, Carlo surveyed the Spanish nobles and parliamentarians, his heart swelling with ambition and fervor. Long live His Majesty the King. Primo, sensing the moment had arrived, led the charge in bowing to Carlo. Your Majesty. In unison, the nobles and parliamentarians of Spain, including Archbishop Pedro, bowed their heads in homage to their new king. Now crowned, Carlo found himself beset by a pressing concern. For Spain to achieve revitalization, it must cultivate a wealth of talent to propel the nation's diverse sectors forward. However, with a staggering illiteracy rate of 70%, the greatest shortage in Spain lies in skilled personnel, particularly those cultivated through formal higher education. Historically, Spain boasts an extensive legacy of higher education, with the University of Salamanca, established in 1218, standing as one of the oldest, now over 651 years old. In addition, numerous universities have been established for centuries, far surpassing those European nations that boast only a handful of formal institutions. Yet herein lies the conundrum. Despite possessing such a wealth of venerable universities, Spain's emphasis on the cultivation of university talent pales in comparison to that of the great powers like England, France, Germany, Italy, and Austria. Previously, the Spanish government preferred to squander its annual fiscal budget on trivial pursuits rather than investing in education to encourage more Spaniards to pursue higher education. The major institutions also suffer from a lack of adequate funding, resulting in a dismal state of cultivating high-caliber talent in Spain. Even within the military, the persistent issue of talent scarcity continuously afflicts Spain. During the reign of Isabella, the higher echelons of the Spanish military were predominantly controlled by the aristocracy, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to ascend to senior ranks in the army. Although the current military has transitioned from revolutionary forces, temporarily alleviating this issue, the lack of continuity among mid to lower-ranking officers remains a significant dilemma. Moreover, Carlo is acutely aware that this juncture signifies considerable upheaval for the military. The linear infantry tactics that once dominated Europe during the Napoleonic era have devolved into mere formations for execution in contemporary times, while France's overall strength surpassed that of Prussia during the Franco-Prussian War. The sheer number of line infantry established by Napoleon III, emulating his uncle, ensured that engaging the French in battle would not be a simple endeavor. Consequently, Carlo aspires not only to expand the Royal Military Academy, but also to assimilate the exemplary ideas and systems of the future world's foremost army. Germany, to forge a more formidable army and officer training system in Spain. Of course, France is not entirely diminished. A Spain that comprehensively emulates Prussia would similarly pose a significant threat to the French. For contemporary Spain, it is undoubtedly preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. The new military academy will absorb concept from both the Prussian army and the French army, amalgamating the strengths of both. After Carlo presented his vision for prioritizing university development to Primo, he readily concurred, affirming that the Spanish government would allocate additional budgetary resources for education in the coming year. Seizing the opportunity, Carlo acquired ownership of the Royal Military Academy with a sum of 3 million pesetas from the government. Primo, fully aware of the academy's significance, found it more advantageous at that moment to relinquish ownership to Carlo, focusing all his energy on reforming Spain. Although this decision may allow Carlo to cultivate officers whose influence permeates the military, such ramifications would likely unfold several years, if not a decade. Later, by that time, Primo would be in his 60s, and his continued role as Prime Minister of Spain would be uncertain to the age of 55. Primo's singular aspiration is to facilitate Spain's resurgence. Power struggles have become inconsequential to him. With ownership of the Royal Military Academy secured, Carlo's spirits soared, transforming his initial feigned deference toward Primo into genuine respect. Regardless of historical evaluations, Primo now appears to Carlo as a heroic figure akin to Garibaldi. Italy's emergence of Garibaldi is a testament to its honor, just as Spain's emergence of Primo signifies its own. The sole distinction lies in Garibaldi's past allegiance to republican ideals, which led to antagonism from the Italian government and monarchy, whereas Primo's support for the monarchy and Carlo's ascension to the Spanish throne has garnered Carlo's trust and robust backing. In high spirits, Carlo engaged in extensive discussions about the future development of Spain's military schools with Primo, who hails from a military family, and extended an invitation for Primo to serve as the honorary vice president of the Royal Military Academy. Carlo would assume the role of honorary president, ensuring that all graduates comprehend the lineage of their training. Considering the diverse needs of officers within the Spanish military, the Royal Military Academy will be divided into 2 branches. The main campus will remain in Madrid, dedicated to producing exceptional junior officers for Spain. The intake for the main academy will consist of 2 segments: students from the civilian population aspiring to join the military academy and outstanding soldiers selected from within the Spanish armed forces. The second branch will be established in Zaragoza, Aragon, formerly known as the Royal Military Academy Zaragoza branch, with the aim of cultivating senior officers, thus earning the moniker cradle of Spanish generals. The 2 academies, with distinct objectives, will continuously nurture the elite backbone and junior officers of the Spanish military, enabling it to maintain superior combat effectiveness and agile operational strategies, thereby establishing itself as a premier European military force. In fostering Spanish officers, Carlo can also ensure a heightened loyalty among them, as he, as the King of Spain, embodies the nominal commander and leader of the Spanish military. The inaugural lesson at the Madrid Royal Military Academy and the Zaragoza Royal Military Academy will revolve around loyalty to the king and the nation. Through the cultivation of officers imbued with a sense of loyalty and patriotism, Carlo will exert greater influence over the future Spanish military, by embedding loyalty to the monarchy and patriotism within the educational framework of Spaniards from an early age. A perfect feedback loop can be realized, enhancing the allegiance of all Spaniards to the monarchy and to Carlo. This, indeed, constitutes Carlo's ultimate ambition for Spanish education. Only through subtle, pervasive influence and indoctrination from childhood can Spaniards wholeheartedly embrace the monarchy and develop an intrinsic fervor and loyalty toward Carlo. Having been educated at the Royal Military Academy in Turin, Carlo is well acquainted with the operational processes of military academies. Following an investment exceeding 1 million pesetas into the Madrid Royal Military Academy, it rapidly underwent expansion, culminating in a significant recruitment drive after a preliminary selection process within the Spanish military and civilian sectors. The announcement of this recruitment initiative garnered extensive media coverage from Carlo's newspaper, The Spanish Sun, and other publications, becoming a significant news story in the vicinity of Madrid. Thanks to this promotional momentum, over 100 individuals expressed interest in enrolling in the military academy within a matter of days. Although only 60 were ultimately admitted following rigorous selection, this marked a notable improvement compared to the previous state of the military academy that, in conjunction with the recruitment of new students, Carlo mandated the Royal Military Academy to study the officer training systems and processes of Prussia and France, initiating a comprehensive reform of the academy. The antiquated Spanish officer training framework is ill-suited for the contemporary era. To teach outdated linear infantry tactics would merely prepare Spanish soldiers for execution by firing squad. Fortunately, the recent conflicts of the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War serve as invaluable case studies for the Spanish military academy, as Prussia, Austria, and France represent some of the most formidable land forces in the world today. Speaking of the Franco-Prussian War, this conflict has unfolded with an intensity that surpasses historical accounts. Historically, the Second French Empire endured for less than 2 months, with Emperor Napoleon III formally surrendering to the Prussian forces. The contemporary French situation is scarcely better. Although they have held out longer, the tide of war remains firmly in the control of the Prussian army. The French military is rife with numerous line infantry regiments, and the outdated tactic of standing in formation for execution has lost its relevance in an age where rifle range has significantly increased. The French military's issues extend beyond this singular failure. Lacking adequate preparation before the war, Napoleon III found himself indecisive about whether to adopt an offensive or defensive posture once hostilities commenced. Furthermore, the French military typically does not maintain distinct army and corps levels, making the hastily assembled units during the war struggle to achieve the requisite coordination and combat effectiveness, confronted by the well-equipped and experienced Prussian forces who have just emerged from the Austro-Prussian War. The French military has been on the back foot since the outset. The only remaining question is when Prussia will conclude the war and whether a revolution will erupt within France following Napoleon III's surrender. This is the crux of concern for Carlo and the Spanish government. After all, the situation in France is indeed capable of influencing Spain. Under the counsel of Carlo and the tacit approval of Primo, the Spanish government has formulated a plan for the establishment of universities. It is anticipated that within the next 5 years, Spain will construct at least 5 universities, raising the total number of universities to double digits. Furthermore, the majority of these institutions will prioritize the development of science and engineering disciplines, with mathematics, physics, and chemistry being the focal points of Spanish higher education. Literature, the arts, and other less significant fields will be consolidated into 2 or 3 universities. As Spain does not necessarily require an abundance of artistic talent, the TO encourage the Spanish populace to pursue higher education. Carlo intends to establish a scholarship system for university students. This initiative will not only facilitate access to universities for more children from common backgrounds, but also bestow royal patronage upon them. It serves to cultivate talent for Spain while simultaneously enhancing the prestige of the monarchy, a veritable win-win situation. Amidst this flurry of activity, the year 1869 swiftly drew to a close, giving way to the punctual arrival of 1870. If 1869 was merely a preliminary exploration of Primo's reforms, 1870 was poised to usher in the true phase of his transformative agenda. In order to fortify Spain, Primo unveiled a comprehensive reform proposal at the end of 1869 that left Carlo astounded. This plan included the necessity of emulating Prussia by implementing compulsory primary education and advocated for a nationwide literacy campaign in Spain, given that the target encompassed over 16 million Spaniards. Primo set a 5-year timeline for the realization of universal literacy. Education was merely the first step. The second objective of Primo's reform was to effectively elevate the income levels of the Spanish populace. While it may not surpass the wealth of powerful nations like England and France, it should at least exceed that of neighboring Portugal, achieving a standard not far from that of Italy. How, then, could such an ambitious goal be achieved? Primo proposed 3 key strategies. Firstly, the promotion of the enforcement of labor laws in Spain to safeguard the wages and remuneration of workers and other employees. Secondly, by reducing agricultural taxes and enhancing food production, he aimed to significantly raise the income of the agricultural population. Primo also suggested the establishment of a grain price regulatory body by the government to ensure that purchasing entities could guarantee farmers' income while controlling grain prices in the Spanish market. Thirdly, he advocated for the reduction of various miscellaneous taxes inherited from the reign of Queen Isabella, streamlining the tax obligations of the Spanish populace to alleviate fiscal pressures on the government. It would be prudent to increase taxation on businesses and factories to achieve a balanced budget for the Spanish government. Just contemplating these 2 objectives left Carlo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although they were indeed aimed at reform and would genuinely improve the income levels of Spaniards, the approach would undoubtedly alienate 2 entrenched powers in Spain: the religious establishment and the wealthy bourgeoisie. The majority of education in Spain is currently under the control of religious factions, namely the Catholic Church. The staggering illiteracy rate of over 70% can be attributed to the exorbitant tuition fees and high entry barriers of the schools established by the Church, rendering them inaccessible to the average citizen. As for the bourgeoisie, their insatiable greed leads to the relentless exploitation of the Spanish populace. Should Primo endeavor to secure the income of Spanish workers, he would inevitably antagonize the wealthy capitalists behind factory owners and entrepreneurs. Adding to this volatile mix are the Republicans eagerly awaiting a spectacle of the monarchy's decline and the Carlos faction lurking in the shadows. Carlo felt as though his head might burst from the weight of such an array of troubles. It is no wonder that Amadeo, upon arriving in Spain, chose to flee to Italy after merely 3 years. Prime Minister Primo, do you not think your reform plans are somewhat radical? Carlo inquired, holding Primo's proposal with a sense of trepidation. Yet Spain cannot afford to wait any longer. Your Majesty, Primo replied, this plan will directly position the Church and capitalists against us. Do you have confidence in resolving these 2 predicaments? Carlo asked Primo with a grave demeanor. Should the issues posed by the Church and capital be resolved, the reforms would undoubtedly benefit Spain. However, if these challenges remain unaddressed, the hidden Carlos faction and the Republican opposition would seize the opportunity to instigate turmoil, leading to a situation in Spain that could surpass even the dire predictions. Why does the fate of Spain always seem so bleak? Carlo faced a profoundly difficult decision, one that could significantly impact both his future and that of the Spanish monarchy. That if Primo's extensive reforms were to succeed and effectively neutralize the potential opposition from the Church and capitalists, Spain's comprehensive national strength would undoubtedly flourish, perhaps even reclaiming its position among the great powers. Conversely, should these reforms provoke backlash from the Church and capitalists, inciting a major rebellion from the Republicans and Carlos faction, Carlo's predicament would likely be no better than that faced by Queen Isabella a year and a half prior. Although Carlos still had the option to retreat to Italy, it was uncertain whether the offended Church and capitalists would permit his return to Spain. Furthermore, a hasty and disgraceful departure to Italy would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to Carlo, who had only just ascended to the throne of Spain. To gamble or not to gamble? How to wager? This was the conundrum that plagued Carlo's mind. We must contend with the Church, the capitalists, and possibly the Carlos faction and Republicans. However, Your Majesty, if our reforms are successfully implemented and gain public support, we will have the backing of 16 million Spaniards, which bolsters my resolve to push for these reforms. That I intend to initiate military reform this year and enhance our army's artillery capabilities. Our adversaries will undoubtedly be taken aback by our steadfast commitment to reform, even to the extent of engaging in combat, if necessary. As long as the populace chooses to stand by our side. Victory will surely be ours. Primo laid bare his plans, seeking Carlo's support. Regardless of Carlo's prior status before becoming king, upon his coronation as the King of Spain, he inherently possessed a certain level of prestige and standing. Spain is home to a vast number of farmers, the majority of whom support the monarchy, that if Carlo were to endorse Primo's comprehensive reforms, the likelihood of their success would undoubtedly increase significantly. Of course, Primo was acutely aware of the formidable challenges posed by the adversaries he would face. He was prepared to fight alone, even if it was merely for a glimmer of hope for Spain's revival. He would never yield. How fares Minister Serrano in Cuba? Carlo did not immediately acquiesce to Primo's plans, but instead posed a seemingly unrelated question. Minister Serrano arrived in Cuba 2.5 months ago and has promptly commenced the suppression of the rebel forces there. If all goes as expected, we may receive news of Cuba's recapture in a few months, Primo replied with a smile. Serrano, indeed one of the most influential figures in the Spanish military today, possesses commendable military acumen. Moreover, he had served as the governor of Cuba a few years prior, and thus has a solid understanding of the situation there. Historically, Spain had struggled to quell the insurrection in Cuba for several years, only regaining control at great cost during the reign of Alfonso X. By that time. However, the independence movement in Cuba had already gained significant traction, which is why Spain spent a full decade and incurred a staggering 700 million pesetas to extinguish the Cuban rebellion. This amount equates to approximately 27 million pounds, sufficient to construct 10 battleships during the era of dreadnoughts, let alone in a time preceding it. Thus far, Primo's reforms had not required such exorbitant expenditure. Had the funds allocated for quelling the unrest in Cuba been redirected towards the reform of Spain, the nation's overall strength would have risen at least incrementally. Excellent, Prime Minister Primo, upon hearing that Cuba might be pacified within months. Carlo felt a surge of optimism. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Primo. Prime Minister Primo, I support your reforms. However, I also wish for you to be prepared for any potential insurrections, that we must eradicate any enemies that might stand in opposition to Spain's reform. As you command, Your Majesty. Rest assured, the Spanish military will always be ready to fight for you and for Spain. We shall not flinch in the face of any adversary standing against us. Before initiating comprehensive reforms, Primo pledged to allocate a portion of funds to help the military procure weapons and artillery. If those Carlist factions and Republicans wish to obstruct the reforms of Spain, then I shall send them to meet their creator, to let God reason with them. Upon hearing Carlos's support for his reforms, Primo rose instantly, resolute and serious, assuring Carlos of his unwavering commitment. Splendid, Prime Minister Primo. I am grateful that Spain is graced with ministers such as you and Serrano. Once we have eradicated these adversaries standing in the way of Spain's progress, I shall personally reward you and celebrate your triumph. Satisfied with Primo's assurance, Carlos nodded approvingly. Envisioning a grand future in this high-stakes gamble, Carlos chose to side with Primo, for the reason was clear. The opposing capitalist elite and Republicans could never align with Carlos. In essence, Carlos and Primo were intertwined in a state of mutual fortune. If Primo were to fail in the reforms, losing his power and status, it would equally spell disaster for Carlos. After all, Carlos had risen with Primo's backing, his initial standing rooted in Primo's support. If the obstacles obstructing Spain's advancement were not resolved, how could the nation hope for rejuvenation? Should he merely wish to live as a leisurely aristocrat? Carlos could easily achieve that in Italy. However, if he aspired to elevate Spain from a second-tier European nation to a first-tier power, even a great power, he must not falter in the face of domestic opposition. What are the Carlists? Queen Isabella had triumphed over the Carlists twice. Carlos had no doubt that with Serrano and Primo's full support, he would not falter against this faction that had already faced numerous failures. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Although implementing comprehensive reforms in contemporary Spain appeared fraught with risk, the potential rewards were undeniably significant. The people's support and the enhancement of Spain's overall national strength were merely part of the equation. Carlos could also seize the opportunity to resolve the long-standing issues with the church and the Carlists, fostering a growing aversion among the Spanish populace towards republicanism. In doing so, many of Spain's domestic troubles would be alleviated, and the various nascent independence movements would likely vanish as Spain's power flourished. Contemplating these matters, Carlos felt an unusual sense of ease. Both the Carlists and the church were but clowns who had lost their influence. If he lacked the courage to triumph over these forces, then perhaps Carlos's ambitions should be shelved altogether. With Carlos's unwavering support, Primo brimmed with confidence and, that very night, burned the midnight oil to revise his reform plans. Since the capitalists and the church were destined to be the enemies of the Spanish government, there was no need to consider their opinions during the reform process. But on January 3, 1870, the Spanish government submitted a request to Parliament for additional military funding, which was subsequently approved by both the Parliament and Carlos. At this juncture, Primo still held the majority of seats in Parliament, rendering the process merely a formality. Upon securing this extra military funding, Primo immediately dispatched a diplomatic team abroad to procure weapons and artillery that, in Primo's strategic plan, the Krupp artillery, having withstood the trials of the Austro-Prussian and Franco-Prussian wars, was the preferred choice for the Spanish army. However, considering that Prussia was currently embroiled in war with France, Primo also had alternative plans in place, namely Austria-Hungary or Italy. While the Italian army's combat effectiveness was subpar, Italy still possessed a certain level of research capability regarding weaponry. If procuring the most advanced artillery from Krupp proved impossible, a batch of substitutes from Italy would suffice. That on January 11, 1870, the Spanish newspaper El Sol reported on a factory that had long exploited its workers and withheld their wages. Such reports were quite common in contemporary Spanish society and initially did not capture the attention of the populace. However, soon after, numerous newspapers in Madrid began publishing similar articles, most stemming from the original factory. The relentless stream of reports soon captured the attention of Madrid citizens. The afflicted workers began to voice their grievances, demanding government assurances that all workers in Spain would receive their wages punctually. Having successfully garnered the attention of the Spanish populace, on January 15, a member of the Liberal Party in the House of Representatives submitted a draft of the Spanish labor law to Parliament, calling for legislation to guarantee workers their rightful wages and treatment. This document sent ripples through Parliament, sparking intense discussion. Naturally, with Primo controlling the majority of seats in Parliament, the draft of the Spanish labor law ultimately garnered substantial support. On January 16, 1870, the Spanish government issued a document regarding the management regulations for Spanish enterprises, declaring the implementation of preliminary oversight in compliance with the labor law across all businesses and factories in Spain. This decree elicited cheers from workers and laborers in and around Madrid, signifying that the government had acknowledged their concerns. However, for factory owners and capitalists across Madrid and Spain, the situation was far less favorable. According to the government decree, they were now obligated to pay their workers and laborers on a weekly basis, with penalties imposed by the Spanish government for those who failed to comply. This was unprecedented in Spain's history. While meeting payroll in full would not necessarily lead to losses for these enterprises and factories, capitalists inherently prefer to earn more rather than less. Was this decree not a direct extraction from their pockets, funneling funds to those deemed unworthy? With their financial avenues obstructed, the capitalists were incensed, plotting to incite workers to stage protests demanding the government rescind the newly enacted decree. Yet the workers were not foolish. The government's decree was clearly designed with their welfare in mind. How could they possibly stand against the government that was advocating for them? Faced with the inability to rally the workers for protests, the capitalists grew increasingly anxious. One by one, they convened, seeking alternative strategies to salvage the situation. On January 18, within a factory in Madrid, Daniel, what are we to do if we are truly to pay wages weekly, as the government insists? My factory will go bankrupt, lamented the factory owner, Gilin, with a pained expression in his office, alongside his friend Daniel, who was also a factory owner. Do not fret, my friend. It is not just you and I who must pay wages. Daniel replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. Damn it, do you have a solution, Daniel? I do not wish to pay those damned workers weekly. That is my money, my money. Gilin turned to his friend, knowing he often had clever ideas. I told you not to worry, my friend, Daniel said, his smile unwavering, exuding confidence. Think carefully. Is it just us that need to pay wages? No, it is all the factory owners across Spain. How many people does that encompass? If you refuse to pay, and I refuse to pay, do you think they will willingly pay for those workers? Just watch. If our gracious Carlos forgets who helped him ascend to the throne, we would not mind seeing Spain change its ruler to, oh, damn it, is your plan to incite rebellion? Lin stared at Daniel in disbelief. Why not, my friend? We were able to unseat Isabella. We can just as easily unseat Carlos. Spain should be governed by capital. We are the true masters of this nation. Are we not? Daniel nodded with a smile, entirely unfazed by his friend's astonished gaze. Damn it, it is indeed so. The mere thought of weekly wage payments to those workers drove Lin's previously rational thoughts into madness. He nodded in agreement with Daniel, his face flushed with anger as he declared, "Whoever dares to take my money from my pocket shall be my enemy, even God himself." Well said, my friend. Daniel's laughter grew louder. Just watch. Both Primo and Carlos will come to regret their actions, for they have offended the true masters of this nation. The tempestuous winds of change do not solely swirl around Madrid. They also sweep through Catalonia and the Basque region. Nestled within Catalonia lies the faction of Carlos, which has plagued Spain for decades, ever poised to stride into Madrid and ascend to the Spanish throne. The current ruler of the Carlos faction, who styles himself Carlos VII, wears a smile tinged with impatience. Thank God, the moment we have awaited has finally arrived. That wretched Primo has renounced his support for the Bourbons. He and that pretender Carlos ought to be condemned to the guillotine. Your Majesty, the armies of Catalonia stand ready to march on Madrid for you. There is but one king of Spain, and that is the illustrious Carlos VII of the Bourbon family. At this juncture, an aide seized the moment to flatter, extolling Carlos VII with praise. Excellent. Carlos VII nodded in satisfaction, his barely contained eagerness almost spilling over. He awaited the emergence of disgruntled factory owners, ready to deliver a lethal blow to Primo, that disrespectful adversary of the Bourbon dynasty. Only the Bourbon family can lay claim to Spain. The Savoys ought to remain in Italy, unworthy of reaching for Iberia. The situation in Spain had become unmistakably clear. Everyone believed that those capitalists, who valued wealth above all else, would never relinquish their resistance. They would go to any lengths to protect their fortunes. Indeed, this turned out to be the case. The factory owners and capitalists soon retaliated that on January 19, 1870, the Madrid Workers' Daily published an article denouncing the government. The report entirely omitted the objective of the labor laws, which was to guarantee workers' wages, instead condemning the government for its blind insistence that factories and enterprises bear additional costs without regard for their revenues. The article concluded with a warning that if the government did not promptly rescind such misguided decrees, it could lead to the bankruptcy of numerous factories and enterprises across Spain, resulting in widespread unemployment and adversely affecting workers' incomes. While the report appeared reasonable, it utterly failed to withstand scrutiny. The additional expenses mentioned were, in fact, the very wages that ought to be paid to the workers. If paying workers their rightful wages would drive factories and enterprises to insolvency, then what purpose do such establishments serve? Before Carlos could launch a counter-narrative, the capitalists executed their second move. On January 20, the influential Spanish Sun newspaper was assaulted. The assailants hurled stones and other hard objects at the newspaper's windows before breaching the premises to vandalize printing equipment. The capitalist fearlessness towards the government and monarchy incited Carlos's ire, solidifying his determination to exclude big capital from the ruling class of Spain. On January 21, the Spanish government swiftly passed the Spanish labor law, announcing the immediate and rigorous enforcement of labor regulations, mandating that all factories and enterprises within Spain pay worker wages weekly or monthly, with severe penalties for defaults, including fines of tenfold the owed amount, and in serious cases, the confiscation of establishments. Once this decree was issued, it ignited a tremendous uproar among the capitalist class. The capitalists had initially believed that Primo and Carlos would back down, only to be confronted with their firm opposition to capitalism to safeguard their financial interests. The capitalists began to unite, seeking to replicate Primo's earlier actions and reignite the revolution within the Spanish kingdom. On January 22, factory and enterprise owners surrounding Madrid rallied, inciting a faction of workers and radical Republicans, resulting in massive demonstrations in the streets of Madrid. It must be acknowledged that the capitalist indoctrination of the workers proved effective. Some workers, upon reading in the newspapers that factories' additional expenditures would lead to closures, began to fear for their own jobs. Although the majority of workers remained rational, a small faction succumbed to such worries and chose to align with the capitalists. Following the outbreak of protests, Primo ordered the military to suppress the demonstrations while covertly mobilizing troops to maintain order in Madrid. The capitalist intentions clearly extended beyond mere protests. Primo's keen military acumen ensured that he was not easily deceived by their antics. As expected, while the protests were quashed, a smaller group of armed demonstrators advanced toward the royal palace and parliament. For those capitalists who had once participated in the Spanish Revolution, the notion of revolution seemed deceptively simple. Seize the Spanish palace and government amid the chaos. And the king and government officials would surrender without a struggle. They believed they would not even need to engage actively, as the palace guards and the Spanish army would willingly defect to their cause. However, as this throng approached the palace, they were met with a stark reality. The palace was not in the disarray of the previous revolution, and the Spanish army did not greet them with open arms. Observing the vigilant palace guards from a distance, many within the riotous crowd swallowed hard, as the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Be why the command of His Majesty, if you lay down your arms and surrender now. Only those who instigated the rebellion shall be held accountable. Should anyone dare to advance a step further, it will be deemed a rebellion against His Majesty in Spain, punishable by immediate execution. The captain of the palace guards, Jody, astride a magnificent black steed, brandished an Italian-made spear and shouted towards the insurgents, "Do not be deceived. No one will show us mercy, not even God. Our only choice is to storm the palace and establish a true republic in Spain. God will bless us." The leader of the insurgents, sensing the dire turn of events, urgently incited the crowd's fervor to salvage their faltering morale. The labor law exists to protect your interests. Those avaricious factory owners will not go bankrupt simply for paying your wages. Awaken, citizens. Look behind you. It is the greedy capitalists who are the true enemies of all Spaniards. In the name of God and the King of Spain, I assure you that you will not lose your jobs, nor will you face repercussions for today's events. You have been deceived, blinded by the wicked capitalists. But now is not the time for repentance. We must unite to vanquish all enemies of Spain. Those insatiably greedy capitalists, before addressing other matters, trust me, for the sake of Spain, lay down your arms. As the morale of the insurgent crowd began to wane, Carlos seized the opportunity and called out from a distance. Upon hearing Carlos's voice, many in the crowd were stirred. Few within the ranks of the insurgents were wholeheartedly devoted to serving the capitalists. The workers' primary concern was the security of their employment. If their jobs could be assured, why would they oppose the government and the king? As for the radical Republicans, they would not easily abandon their stance due to a few words from Carlos. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous for Carlos. Those who refused to disarm would swiftly be sent to meet their maker. After a moment of contemplation, many workers chose to place their trust in their king. After all, the new king had enacted several beneficial measures since his ascension, earning him more trust than the wage-stealing capitalists. Motivated by such thoughts, numerous misled workers laid down their arms and instinctively distanced themselves from the capitalist lackeys and radical Republicans. Excellent, my subjects. Those who have relinquished their weapons may approach, that I assure you before God that you will remain citizens of Spain. This matter concerns you not, observing that many had indeed laid down their arms. Carlos nodded in satisfaction, smiling at the crowd before him. Hearing Carlos's words, the workers hastily moved towards the palace guards that a portion of the capitalist lackeys, seeing no prospect of victory, also surrendered their weapons, masquerading as ordinary workers in their capitulation to the palace guards. Thus, the capitalists' incited rebellion came to an abrupt and anticlimactic end. While the entire sequence of events may have been unexpected, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Such occurrences have often recurred throughout history. What appears to be a worker-led demonstration may not always stem from the workers' own volition. It may very well be the case that the factory owners behind the scenes have conspired to oppress. brainwash, and threaten the workers that in any nation, capitalists form a minority. They can only rely on the majority groups of workers and farmers to achieve their objectives. However, in contemporary Spain, it is not so effortless for capitalists to incite a large number of workers and farmers. Farmers tend to be the staunchest supporters of autocracy and monarchy, a sentiment that resonates across nations. Their needs are minimal. As long as they have enough to eat, they are generally content with their existing circumstances. The agricultural tax reduction policy enacted by Spain serves as an effective means to win over the farmers. For those who already favor the monarchy, it is only natural that they would heed the directives of Carlos and the Spanish government. In contrast, the composition of factory workers is far more complex. Workers' demonstrations represent a significant tool for capitalists to fulfill their aims, and thus, they do not hesitate to oppress and manipulate the workers. This accounts for the substantial presence of workers within the ranks of the capitalist rebellious forces. Not everyone can perceive the domestic situation clearly, nor can everyone disregard the capitalist sweetened coercive tactics. Nevertheless, such large-scale protests and uprisings no longer pose a threat to Carlos and the Spanish government. For Carlos, the most significant internal threat is not the feeble Spanish capital, but the independence movements in Catalonia and the Basque Country, along with the support garnered from separatists by the Carlist faction. Although the recent protests and uprisings were swiftly quelled, the military under the Spanish government remained stationed around Madrid, poised for any development from Catalonia and the Basque regions. Carlos, in fact, hopes that the Carlists and the regional separatists will seize this opportunity to instigate further unrest. Only by prompting them to act can Carlos hope to resolve the situation once and for all. Otherwise, allowing these opposition factions to quietly strengthen in Catalonia and the Basque Country will only exacerbate the sense of division between these regions and Spain. This is why, in later years, both Catalonia and the Basque Country have persistently sought independence. Catalonia's parliament even held a referendum on independence, declaring their secession from Spain based on the voting results. Had the Spanish government not deemed the regional referendum in Catalonia unconstitutional and suppressed it forcefully, it is likely that the world map would have gained another nation. The Basque region is no less fervent. Although they have not escalated to the point of a direct referendum for independence, the sentiment for independence in the Basque region is even more radical than that in Catalonia. After the death of the Spanish dictator Franco, a terrorist organization known as ETA emerged in the Basque region, which even attempted multiple assassinations of the Spanish king, and if the independence issues of these two regions cannot be resolved decisively, the future of Spain is destined to be unstable, with more opposition parties arising to contest the Spanish government by supporting the independence of Catalonia and the Basque regions. The silver lining is that, at this juncture, the populations of Catalonia and the Basque Country do not yet pose a significant threat to Spain. With a total population of around 16.6 million, the majority being Spaniards, Catalonia's population is only about 1.3 million, while the Basque region has just over 300,000 residents. Together, their populations total merely 1.6 million, accounting for less than 1/10 of Spain's total population, which is why Carlos feels confident in resolving the independence movements in these regions once and for all. The Carlist faction ultimately did not disappoint Carlos. On January 25, 1870, the self-proclaimed Carlos VII, believing himself to be a man of great vision, decided to take proactive measures while the Madrid government was still in disarray. The Carlists extensively published articles through Barcelona's newspapers, proclaiming Carlos VII as the legitimate king of Spain, asserting that the policies enacted by the current Spanish government would severely undermine Barcelona's economy, setting it back at least 2 decades. The Carlists exaggerated the detrimental effects of labor laws on factories and enterprises in Catalonia, even claiming that it would lead to the loss of all industry and jobs for the workers in Catalonia. Under the influence of this widespread media coverage, many Catalans were swayed and expressed their willingness to join the legitimate government of Carlos VII in opposing the Spanish government's rule. Within just a few days, an army of tens of thousands was organized, and Carlos VII delivered a public speech in Barcelona, declaring his intention to oust King Carlos and restore the Bourbon dynasty. Amidst this chaos, the new Carlist War officially commenced. While the participants have shifted from Queen Isabel to Carlos, the objective of the Carlists remains unchanged: to see Carlos VII ascend to the throne of Spain. Upon hearing the news of the outbreak of war, Carlos breathed a sigh of relief. When he learned that tens of thousands of soldiers had been organized in Catalonia, he felt no panic. Instead, he looked down upon the so-called Carlos VII even more. Why? Although the issue of Catalan independence has always been one of Spain's most pressing concerns, most Catalans still recognize the legitimacy of Spain. Moreover, a crucial point is that the current prime minister, Primo, is himself Catalan, and it was he who instigated the last revolution in the Catalonia region. The Spanish military includes a significant number of Catalan soldiers, and under such circumstances, the notion that Carlos VII could muster tens of thousands of troops seems utterly implausible. Considering Catalonia's status as one of Spain's most economically and industrially developed regions, populated by numerous workers, it is likely that the Carlists and the Catalan separatists have merely rallied these brainwashed and coerced workers to form their so-called army of tens of thousands. This is precisely why Carlos finds it amusing. The Carlists incessantly claim that Primo's reforms have caused the workers of Catalonia to lose their jobs, yet their current actions are leading to the very same outcome. Excluding these workers, the Carlist army consists of at most slightly over 10,000 To penetrate Madrid with such a small force would be akin to underestimating Carlos, as they did 2 years prior with Queen Isabel. Although Carlos lacks direct experience in dealing with the Carlists, it does not imply that others within the Spanish government do not possess such expertise. Notably, the current Prime Minister, Primo, not only hails from Catalonia, but also participated in the First Carlist War, making him exceptionally well equipped for this situation. Carlos has done all he can by entrusting full command of the army to Primo, allowing him to address all ensuing troubles. This distinction between having Primo and not having him is monumental. Amadeo found himself nearly powerless against the Carlist insurrection, as there were no other influential officials or military leaders within Spain to support him aside from Serrano. However, Carlos's situation is different. With the formidable presence of both Primo and Serrano, he has never contemplated the possibility of defeat in this war to ensure absolute certainty. Under Carlos's guidance, the Spanish military imposed martial law in Madrid and prioritized the protection of crucial institutions such as the government and the parliament. Apart from a royal guard of 500 men stationed at Carlos's palace, an additional company of 100 soldiers was deployed to patrol the surroundings, given that the entire city of Madrid is under martial law. Unless the Carlists and other adversaries can directly breach the capital, the situation remains secure. Otherwise, it would be virtually impossible to pose a threat to Carlos and other high-ranking government officials before the forces of Carlos VII could even depart from Catalonia. The Spanish government was met with yet another unfortunate piece of news that a massive demonstration erupted in the Basque city of Vitoria, where the protesters clashed violently with the local police, besieging the city hall. It was evident that the Basques, much like the Catalans, were nurturing aspirations of independence that are in stark contrast to the Catalans, who rallied behind the Carlos faction and incited the workers. The Basque protesters articulated a far more radical demand: the complete independence or autonomy of the entire Basque region, which encompasses the Basque country in Navarre in Spain, as well as northern Basque in France. The Basques, known as one of the most formidable ethnic groups on the Iberian Peninsula, were also among the last to be conquered on the peninsula. Fortunately, the Basque population is only around 600,000, dispersed between the Basque country and Navarre, posing a lesser threat than that of Catalonia. In response to the unrest in the Basque region, Primo advised a strategy primarily focused on appeasement, supplemented by suppression, recognizing the group's formidable fighting spirit. Should they be integrated into the larger Spanish populace, the military strength of Spain would be assured. Controlling the Basque and Navarre regions would be relatively simple. By relocating a sufficient number of Spaniards to these areas, the proportion of Basques could be diminished. With the large capitalist class, the Carlos faction, and separatists from both Catalonia and the Basque region all clamoring for attention, it was unlikely that anyone else would oppose the Spanish government's reforms. While organizing the military in preparation for war against the Carlos faction, Primo seized this opportunity to vigorously promote reforms around Madrid and enforce labor laws stringently. Those factory owners who instigated protests and rebellions became targets for Primo and Carlos's reckoning. Within a matter of days, the police in Madrid apprehended dozens of factory owners and seized control of over 100 factories and enterprises. Both large and small.to maintain production in the enterprises surrounding Madrid and safeguard the jobs of workers within these factories. The government and the monarchy took over a significant portion of the industries. Although the government claimed the lion's share, Carlos also reaped substantial benefits. His steadfast support for Primo during the reforms allowed him to acquire more than a dozen factories around Madrid at minimal cost. These factories were considered high-quality assets, valued anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of pesetas, including large establishments like the Madrid Steelworks, which employed nearly 1,000 workers. Through these factories, Carlos rapidly expanded his industrial scale, and his total industrial value now soared to tens of millions of pesetas, not to mention the cash reserves exceeding 10 million pesetas in his possession. Excluding the palaces, residences, and estates acquired from Queen Isabella, Carlos was already poised to rank among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Spain. If all assets were considered, Carlos could effortlessly claim the title of the richest man in Spain. However, he was indifferent to such superficial accolades, even discreetly managing some royal enterprises to obscure their connection to the monarchy. Currently, aside from the winery, which required a royal designation to appeal to the high-end market, the other enterprises bore no royal title, making it impossible to discern their royal affiliations merely by name. As the King of Spain, Carlos was resolutely committed to upholding all provisions of labor law. Upon taking control of the more than a dozen factories, he immediately had his subordinates tally all the wages owed to the workers, and by the following day, he had settled nearly all outstanding debts. Unsurprisingly, the status of these enterprises soon graced the pages of Madrid's newspapers, becoming a hot topic of discussion among the populace. Carlos's objective was straightforward: to set a commendable example for Spain's capitalists. If the king himself adhered steadfastly to Spain's labor laws and even settled the debts of previous factory owners, what justification could the capitalists possibly have for withholding wages? Did they truly believe the working class was so easily exploited? Amidst the growing public discourse, Carlos successfully garnered a degree of prestige. While paying overdue wages was a common practice, settling the debts of the former factory owners was far from ordinary for the workers of Madrid. The most significant distinction between Carlos and the capitalists became apparent. Since early February, residents of Madrid began to mention their king, Carlos, in conversation, often accompanied by heartfelt praise. Although the scope of Carlos's wage payments covered less than 1,000 workers, the impact reverberated through nearly 1,000 families. Given the proximity of these families in Madrid, word of mouth ensured that at least tens of thousands held a more favorable impression of Carlos. This was precisely Carlos's aim, to gradually enhance the Spanish people's goodwill toward him, fostering sincere support and affection. Once workers witnessed their friends receiving their rightful wages, they would naturally be less inclined to accept any further exploitation from factory owners. In this era, capitalists remained perpetually greedy, unable to prioritize the opinions of workers as Carlos did. This disparity would render it increasingly challenging for capital and labor to unite against the monarchy. And the influence of the capitalist class in Spain would remain confined within a limited sphere. As Spain's economy flourished due to reforms, Carlos's enterprises would continue to expand, potentially evolving into the largest conglomerate in Spain, thus alleviating concerns about a resurgence of the capitalist class. As long as Carlos ascended to become the largest capital force in Spain, no other capital could hope to contend with him. After all, no amount of wealth could prevail against the government, for the truth remains that possession of the means of force is paramount. While Carlos reveled in the grand expansion of his royal enterprises, Prime Minister Primo hurriedly approached him, bearing what could be construed as bad news. The Basque separatists had allied with the Carlos faction. The collaboration between the separatists and the Carlos faction was inevitable. Alone, their strength was negligible compared to Spain's, posing no significant threat to the government. However, should the separatists from Catalonia and the Basque region join forces with the Carlos faction to instigate a rebellion, it would undoubtedly create considerable turmoil in northern Spain. These rebels spread across Catalonia, the Basque country, and Navarre would also affect neighboring regions such as Aragon and La Rioja. Yet, this development also presented an opportunity for Carlos. The convergence of Spain's most troublesome rebels provided a prime chance to eliminate them all at once. What preparations had the government made? Would our military be capable of confronting the united forces of the Basques and the Carlos faction? Carlos turned his gaze toward Primo, inquiring about his most pressing concern. The Spanish military will crush all enemies of Spain, without exception, be they Carlos supporters or Basques. Primo replied with a calm demeanor. Excellent, Mr. Prime Minister. I shall await your good news at the palace, and I hope that our day of victory is not far off. Satisfied with Primo's composed response, Carlos nodded approvingly and asked the captain of Carlos's royal guard. Jordi was also aware of the unrest in northern Spain. After spending considerable time together, Jordi had long since resolved to pledge unwavering loyalty to Carlos and was eager to assist in quelling the rebellion. Your Majesty, the Red Army currently boasts a force of over 10,000 men, who could be swiftly mobilized, should Your Majesty require it. I am certain my father would willingly lead the troops to aid you in decisively resolving the northern rebellion. Jordi proposed earnestly. The situation in Spain had not yet deteriorated to such dire straits. Carlos understood Jordi's loyalty, yet the internal discord in Spain had not reached a point necessitating external intervention. Very well, Your Majesty. Jordi conceded reluctantly upon hearing Carlos's reluctance to solicit assistance from the Red Army. However, you have reminded me, Jordi, Carlos said with a smile. Since the Carlos faction has chosen to resist my rule, I cannot remain idle. It is time for all Spaniards and the Carlos faction to comprehend that the Bourbon dynasty has faded into history. We now stand in the era of Savoy. I, Carlos of the House of Savoy, am the rightful master of Spain and the true king of Spain. Jordi, I require your assistance with a task that perhaps only you can accomplish. Carlo bore a smile, as if recalling something noteworthy. It is my honor to serve Your Majesty. Jordi stepped forward, attentive to Carlo's plans. Before long, a rumor began to circulate in Madrid. It was said that their King Carlo would deliver a speech in the central square of the city. Although the specifics of the address remained unspecified, given the recent events in Spain, it was highly likely that the speech aimed to bolster the morale of both the military and the populace. This rumor swiftly garnered the attention of a multitude of Madrid citizens, including workers who benefited from the implementation of labor laws and farmers who reaped the rewards of agricultural tax reductions. Indeed, thanks to the agricultural tax relief and labor legislation, Carlo enjoyed a commendable reputation and support in Madrid. The day of Carlo's speech arrived, and the central square of Madrid was teeming with people, with at least tens of thousands gathering in the vicinity. However, within a radius of several dozen meters from the podium, the crowd was sparse. To ensure Carlo's safety, only those who had undergone screening were permitted within this restricted area, thus significantly minimizing the risk of an insurgent infiltrating the gathering. Midday, Carlo's carriage approached slowly, following a pre-designated route directly to the podium. Adorned with a crown and clad in a royal robe tailored for him, Carlo alighted from the carriage, assisted by his guards, and made his way to the podium. The sound equipment had already been arranged to ensure that the majority of the audience could hear Carlo's address. As for those too far away or unable to hear, they would have to rely on newspaper reports or the accounts of those nearby to grasp the essence of his words. My subjects, I am your king, Carlo. It is a great honor to reign over this magnificent nation of Spain, to witness alongside you the revival of our great country. Some may question what right I have to lead Spain's resurgence. Spain once stood at the pinnacle of the world. The Spanish were once the greatest people on earth. Reviving Spain's former glory is an arduous task, fraught with challenges. Yet I wish to convey my unwavering confidence that I share with all Spaniards in witnessing this transformation. Spain's greatness does not stem solely from its past supremacy, but from the enduring belief of its people, who, after enduring prolonged hardships and valleys, still hold fast to the notion that Spain is the greatest nation. Maintaining hope for its renaissance, the agricultural tax relief and labor laws are merely the first steps. I shall enact further decrees to propel Spain's progress, safeguarding the interests of all Spaniards and guiding our nation towards industrialization and strength. We have already addressed the exploitation by capitalists and are currently combating those who seek to dismantle our nation. My subjects, trust in me. I shall lead Spain towards greatness, ensuring that the rights of all Spaniards remain inviolable. I shall contend with all who oppose Spain's advancement, taking pride in our magnificent nation and its people, forging a prosperous era for all Spaniards, though the glories of yesteryear may be lost. The future still belongs to Spain and all Spaniards. Let us unite and proclaim, make Spain great again. Let Spain rise to greatness once more. A heartfelt speech often stirs the soul. For Carlo, every word he spoke resonated with his deepest aspirations, reflecting the desires of the Spanish people. Consequently, as Carlo uttered that rallying cry, the crowd of Spaniards immediately joined in, chanting, "Make Spain great again! Long live Spain!" The atmosphere was electric. Suddenly, a series of gunshots reverberated, abruptly interrupting the jubilant cheers. People looked up in astonishment as a cloud of white smoke billowed from the vicinity closest to the podium. In response, several guards rushed towards Carlo, shielding him with their bodies. The guard stationed below the podium acted swiftly, identifying the source of the smoke and apprehending the assailant. An assassin. The king has been injured. Protect the king. The chaotic shouts of the guards intertwined with the cries of the crowd. Threatening to spiral out of control, protected by the guards, Carlo rose once more, raising his right hand high in defiance, exclaiming, "Nothing can bring me down. Long live Spain!" At that moment, chaos erupted entirely, observing that the assailant had been subdued. The crowd's initial panic began to dissipate. Seeing Carlo, seemingly wounded yet still standing to encourage the throngs, their emotions erupted beyond containment. As the crowd's fervent cheers filled the air, Carlo appeared to falter. Collapsing into the arms of his guards, they swiftly lifted him into the carriage, rushing him to the nearest hospital in Madrid. The news of Carlo's assassination attempt quickly became the most talked-about story in Madrid, fervently reported by various newspapers and spread by word of mouth among the Spanish populace present at the scene. Although the cameras on site did not capture the moment of the attack, the image of Carlo raising his arm in defiance was recorded. This somewhat unclear black and white photograph was featured prominently in that day's edition of the Spanish Sun, with an eye-catching headline, "Make Spain Great Again." The Spanish Sun lauded Carlo's courageous response in the face of danger and celebrated the noble aspiration of making Spain great once more. Ultimately, it poignantly asked if even a monarch like King Carlo cannot bear the weight of restoring Spain to greatness. Who then possesses the right to lead our nation forward? The Carlist faction accused the government of reforms that adversely affected capitalists and factories, leaving countless workers at risk of unemployment. But what were they doing? They were plunging Spain into the abyss of civil war, pitting the great Spanish nation against itself, threatening the livelihoods of thousands of families. Queen Isabel of the Bourbon family had already caused immense suffering for the Spanish people. Must Carlo, also of the Bourbon lineage, lead Spain into further despair? Due to extensive media coverage and the accounts shared by thousands of Spaniards present, hundreds of thousands of Madrid citizens quickly learned of their monarch's gallant deeds, bestowing upon Carlo a reputation for bravery. Though Carlo's actions might seem somewhat calculated in their attempt to win public favor, for the Spaniards, this was undoubtedly preferable to having a cowardly king. Carlo's triumphant gesture prior to his fainting successfully resonated with the crowd, and through their shared fervor, it reached even more citizens. In the aftermath of the assassination attempt, the battle for Spain's greatness became a fervent topic of discussion. Second only to the attack itself, did not every true Spaniard possess the courage to fight for Spain's greatness? Following the incident, Carlo was initially taken to a nearby hospital but was subsequently relocated to the royal palace. The official statement released to the public indicated that Carlo had sustained injuries during the assassination attempt but was not in danger of losing his life and was currently recuperating at the palace. Primo, initially concerned for Carlo's safety, felt a wave of relief upon arriving at the palace to find him unharmed, though he was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" Primo inquired, relief mingling with confusion as he regarded Carlo's unscathed form. Fortunately, the assailant's pistol lacked significant power, and I had taken the precaution of wearing a steel plate, Carlo explained, offering only a brief clarification. Nodding at Carlo's words, Primo still felt a tinge of apprehension. "Your Majesty, you acted too impulsively. In the future, please communicate with the government in advance regarding any speeches. I will ensure that troops are present to maintain order and guarantee your safety." Primo's concern for Carlo was genuine, as the king's safety directly impacted the success of his reforms. Should any misfortune befall Carlo, Spain would inevitably descend into chaos, rendering Primo's efforts to select a new monarch virtually impossible. The Carlist faction would not grant Primo sufficient time to identify a successor. Only with Carlos safely seated upon the throne could Primo's reforms proceed smoothly, free from the looming specter of internal turmoil in Spain. "I am well aware, Prime Minister," Carlo replied. Carlo nodded, indicating his understanding that it is worth mentioning that Carlo places considerable importance on his own safety. Despite being in a different realm, this world remains strikingly real. As a time traveler, Carlo's life is still singular, and he naturally does not disregard his personal security. For this speech, aside from the prearranged assassin, all individuals who could potentially approach Carlo are under surveillance. And it must be confirmed that they are unarmed. The throngs of people outside appear to be a sea of humanity, making it nearly impossible for anyone to get close to Carlo. And the effective range of small firearms is not extensive. Furthermore, Carlo has taken the precaution of placing steel plates beneath his clothing, which instills him with confidence to deliver a public address in such a situation. Facing thousands of Spaniards, God bless, I am fine, aren't I, Prime Minister Primo? Moreover, in the aftermath of this assassination attempt, it is believed that a significant portion of the populace will oppose the war instigated by the Carlos faction and harbor animosity towards those obstructing reform. Carlo smiled as he spoke. "Your Majesty, I plan to abolish the tithe, thereby comprehensively rallying all Spanish farmers to our cause." Primo paused for a moment before revealing his plan. "The tithe? Those church figures are unlikely to be amenable to that." Upon hearing that Primo intends to abolish the tithe, Carlo immediately thought of the church that imposes this tax. They would surely object, but what could they do? A gentle smile adorned Primo's face. Yet it bore an icy undertone. If they colluded with the Carlos faction, it would truly be a matter of divine providence. The concern lies in whether the church would choose to endure humiliation. I have long coveted the church's lands. The influence of religion still holds substantial sway over European nations, with the power of various churches being immeasurable. Spanish farmers are required to pay approximately 1/10 of their income as tithe to the church each year, which is one of the reasons for the relatively low per capita income in Spain that a significant portion of the tax revenue is siphoned off by the church, forcing impoverished Spaniards to sell their land to procure food sufficient for survival. In this process, the church has amassed considerable land, becoming the largest landowner in Spain after the nobility. As the farmers grow increasingly destitute, the church continues to amass wealth. This development is decidedly perverse, and the tithe, which serves primarily to exploit farmers, must be abolished expeditiously. Carlo nodded, fully aware of Primo's plan. Following the abolition of the tithe, Spanish farmers will find themselves utterly liberated, at the very least. They can be assured that the majority of their agricultural earnings will enrich their own pockets, infusing them with renewed vigor for their agricultural endeavors. That a government that abolishes the tithe will receive robust support from Spanish farmers. In comparison to the majority of the population, which consists of farmers, the church's opposition will be rendered relatively inconsequential. After all, it is now the year 1870, and the influence of religion has long since waned. Even the Pope is confined within the Vatican, so what tempest can the Spanish church stir? Primo is a man of his word. Just a day after discussing the abolition of the tithe with Carlo, he had members of his party submit a proposal in the House of Representatives to abolish the tithe. The current House of Representatives is less a collective assembly and more a venue for Primo's unilateral deliberation. With control over the majority of seats, Primo effortlessly passed the proposal, and the tithe, which had burdened Spanish farmers for centuries, was abolished with remarkable ease. Before the farmers could even react, the Spanish Parliament was left in a state of utter bewilderment. The chief archbishop of the Spanish Parliament, Archbishop Pedro of Toledo, was beset by questions, staring incredulously at the newspaper in his hands. The paper boldly declared that, according to today's vote in the House of Representatives, the tithe would be abolished throughout Spain, effective immediately. Damn it, the government has no authority to rescind our tithe. It is a right bestowed upon us by God. Archbishop Pedro seethed, distressed at the thought of losing a significant portion of his income due to the abolition of the tithe. Glaring at the newspaper and gritting his teeth, "Your Excellency, what should we do?" inquired one of Archbishop Pedro's subordinates, approaching him. "What should we do? What can we do?" Archbishop Pedro shot a discontented glance at his subordinate and replied curtly, "Do we command an army? Can we resist Carlo and Primo's rule over Spain? For now, We must observe the unfolding events and wait for the Carlos faction and Primo to determine the victor before contemplating our strategy. Although Archbishop Pedro lamented the loss of tax revenue, it did not mean he would lose his composure over it. The tithe primarily exploited the Spanish farmers, who are currently steadfastly supporting Carlo and Primo's government. These farmers have long harbored grievances against the church for its imposition of the tithe. If the church were to emerge in opposition, it would play right into Primo's hands. With the abolishment of the tithe, the church could still secure its income through alternative means. However, if they were to oppose the Spanish government over the tithe, they would find themselves facing retribution should the war result in a victorious outcome. As the chief archbishop of Spain, Archbishop Pedro's words carry significant weight. Consequently, the Spanish church refrained from any action following the government's announcement of the tithe's abolishment, adopting an air of indifference. Both Carlo and Primo were somewhat taken aback upon receiving the news. Primo had anticipated a response from the church. Who would have thought that these avaricious bishops would willingly forego a significant portion of their income? The most exhilarated group in all of Spain, of course, was the farmers, who had lost at least 1/10 of their income annually due to the tithe. The abolishment of the tithe is advantageous for all of Spain, except for the church, which directly collects it. With this harsh taxation lifted, the income of Spanish farmers will see a noticeable increase, which will subsequently boost government tax revenue. With a bit of disposable income in their hands, the farmers will naturally stimulate economic growth in Spain. This will also benefit the future development of Spanish industry, as only when the populace has money will they begin to purchase industrial products. Following the abolition of the tithe, the level of satisfaction among Spaniards towards the government and Carlos surged significantly. Particularly after the assassination attempt, the Spanish people began to genuinely recognize Carlo and believe in his grand vision of making Spain great. If Carlo was previously perceived as a foreign monarch in the eyes of the Spanish people, he is now transformed into one of their own, since everyone is now on the same side. The identity of the outsider is abundantly clear. Yes, I am referring to you, the one obstructing the government's reforms and adversely affecting the income of farmers and workers, pseudo-King Carlos VII. While the lower classes are easily swayed by public opinion, it does not imply they cannot discern right from wrong. Under Carlos' rule, the Spanish government is enacting reforms and tax reductions, resulting in an improved quality of life for farmers. Although the Carlos faction asserts that reforms will negatively impact factory profits, leading to bankruptcies and job losses, is the reform in Madrid not progressing smoothly. Not only have there been few factory closures, but workers have also received their full salaries for the first time. While Spaniards may be unaware of the circumstances in Catalonia, they're certainly cognizant of the fact that Carlos VII, whom the Carlos faction supports, hails from the Bourbon family, a lineage that evokes dread among the Spanish populace. Furthermore, the supporters of the Carlos faction are of questionable character. Catalans, Basques, when considering the staunchly Spanish citizens residing around Madrid, it is abundantly clear who poses a threat to Spain, given that the majority of the Spanish population would not support separatist minorities. The chaotic situation in Spain is far from ambiguous. Both Carlo and Primo are eager for more factions to emerge in support of Carlos, facilitating a decisive resolution in the end. The most regrettable aspect at present is that the church has not stepped forward to oppose the government. Otherwise, the vast expanse of land owned by the church, whether leased to farmers at a nominal rate or awarded to soldiers as a reward for their military service, could once again enhance the government's prestige. After waiting a few more days and confirming that the church truly had no intention of supporting the Carlist faction, Primo reluctantly organized his troops to march north to quell the rebellion. However, in order to safeguard the security of Carlos and Madrid, Primo retained a force of fewer than 10,000 men, which was more than sufficient to defend the capital. Moreover, the populace surrounding Madrid was exceptionally supportive of the government at this time. It is no exaggeration to assert that if the Carlists were to truly advance towards Madrid, a mere call from Carlos would mobilize tens of thousands of militia to join the fray. Additionally, Madrid is situated at the heart of the Spanish populace, making it exceedingly difficult for the Carlist forces to reach the city before the main Spanish army could react, a task as arduous as directly defeating the Spanish military on the front lines. While Primo was engaged in suppressing the rebellion to the north, Carlos was not idle in Madrid. After dealing with the factory owners in the vicinity, Carlos found himself with several million pesetas more at his disposal. It became evident that these factory owners were not unable to pay their workers. Their funds were more than adequate to compensate all employees fully, yet they were unwilling to do so. This situation inadvertently benefited Carlos. With this unexpected fortune, Carlos planned to expand his court guard, thereby establishing a truly royal guard. However, considering the state of his finances and the anticipated combat effectiveness of the newly formed guard, Carlos intended to increase the original 500-man court guard to approximately 2,500 men. The guard would consist of 2 infantry battalions and 1 cavalry battalion, with each infantry battalion comprising around 1,000 soldiers and the cavalry battalion roughly 500. Although there would be no separate artillery battalion, Carlos planned to equip each infantry battalion with 2 to 3 cannons to augment the overall firepower of the guard. Once expanded, the guard would be tasked with protecting the palace and Carlos himself. Serving as his directly commanded elite force, Primo proved to be the stabilizing force for Spain. With Primo at the helm, the Spanish army naturally faced no risk of fragmentation. United in purpose, the Spanish military exhibited a robust desire to engage when confronted by the Carlist rebels. On February 17, 1870, the Spanish army, led by Primo, encountered the Basque insurgents in the La Rioja region, immediately launching into fierce combat. Although the Spanish army had many shortcomings compared to the Franco-Prussian forces, when faced with the numerically and materially inferior Basque rebels, it was akin to a father chastising a wayward son. While the Basques could muster over 1,000 rifles, they were utterly incapable of assembling even a dozen cannons. Relying on linear infantry tactics to defeat a well-equipped Spanish army was as futile as hoping for an outright surrender from them. However, Spain was neither Italy nor France, and such traditions of capitulation were non-existent. After suffering bombardment from Italian artillery, the Basques quickly fell into line. This stark contrast between a regular army and a hastily assembled militia of civilians was primarily due to discipline and morale. Once panic set in and some began to flee, it dealt a heavy blow to the Basque forces. Such trepidation spread like a plague among their ranks, swiftly undermining the entire army's morale. For a temporary army composed entirely of civilians, once morale dissipated, the unit would inevitably disband. The following scenes require little elaboration. After sustaining casualties in the hundreds, the Basque insurgents promptly chose to surrender. While this did not encompass all the Basque rebels for the separatists, it was akin to a devastating blow. Their painstakingly assembled army crumbled before the Spanish forces in less than a day, falling apart in just an hour and a half, with the artillery deployment consuming much of that time and the actual combat lasting barely an hour by the time the news of the Basque vanguard annihilation reached the Carlist faction. It was already February 18, a day later. Although Carlos VII was somewhat astonished by the speed of the Basque army's collapse, he felt no sorrow for their losses. In fact, he was rather elated, believing he had discovered a golden opportunity to defeat the Spanish army and identified a perfect chance to outflank them. Why did Carlos VII feel this way? Because the encounter between the Spanish army and the Basques occurred in La Rioja, which lies to the south of both the Basque and Navarre regions. Meanwhile, the Carlist rebels had successfully moved west into Aragon from Catalonia, positioning themselves southeast of the main Spanish forces. If the Carlist troops could traverse Aragon and enter southern La Rioja, they would be able to execute a plan to encircle the Spanish army along with the Basque forces to the north. Regardless of the Spanish army's combat prowess, being surrounded from 2 sides would seal their fate in the hands of the Carlists. Carlos VII took a map, mentally rehearsing his plan several times, ultimately concluding that this was an opportunity not to be missed. Several high-ranking military officials from the Catalonian forces echoed Carlos VI's sentiments, further bolstering his confidence and leading him to believe that the military talents of Primo, as touted by the Catalonians, were rather average. On February 18, the Carlist rebels advanced towards Zaragoza in the Aragon region. Zaragoza, centrally located in Aragon, could facilitate the encirclement of the Spanish forces in La Rioja while also serving as a primary defensive line to protect Catalonia. This was one of the reasons behind Carlos VI's unwavering confidence. He perceived his plan as flawless, addressing both the potential for success and failure with corresponding contingencies. If Carlos VII could discern these issues, surely Primo would not overlook them. Indeed, the main Spanish forces, under Primo's command, split into two contingents upon entering the southern La Rioja region from Castilla y León, tasked with tackling both the Basque and Catalonian insurgents. Primo's strategy was to first eliminate the Basques before advancing through Navarre and northern Aragon to directly engage the Catalonians, thereby thoroughly concluding the pacification campaign. Leading approximately 30,000 troops, he marched north towards La Rioja, where he ultimately encountered the Basque forces, while a smaller contingent of around 10,000, equipped with dozens of cannons, was dispatched to establish a defensive line in Aragon before Primo could neutralize the Basques, preventing the Catalonian rebels from seizing the opportunity to infiltrate Castilla-La Mancha and threaten the heart of Spain, Madrid. Once again, Zaragoza's central position in Aragon made it a crucial site for both offense and defense. The branch tasked with defending against the Catalonian rebels focused its efforts on Zaragoza, promptly establishing artillery positions as soon as they arrived. In this light, Carlos VII indeed possessed a certain degree of military insight. However, the critical oversight was that Carlos VII had no inkling of Primo's preemptive division of forces. He mistakenly believed the main Spanish army was entirely concentrated in La Rioja. By the time the Carlist rebels arrived in Zaragoza, they were met with a well-prepared force of 10,000 Spanish troops and numerous cannons. Although the Carlist forces also had artillery, their cannons were antiquated relics from decades past, lacking the firing speed, range, and accuracy of the advanced artillery recently procured by the Spanish army. The disparity in firepower was stark, and the soldiers on both sides felt the difference acutely. The Spanish troops were well equipped to counter the bombardments from their adversaries. Due to the enemy's significant inferiority in both the quantity and sophistication of artillery, the situation may appear less dire for the Carlos rebels. However, for the Catalan separatists, witnessing individuals being obliterated before their very eyes is an utterly jarring visual shock. A mere glance can compel Catalan separatists to reconsider their stance. For those civilians indoctrinated into the rebellion, the brutal scenes of war deliver a profound assault on their souls. How many ordinary people have ever encountered such scenes? Moreover, it currently seems as though they are merely enduring artillery fire unilaterally. While the Carlos faction faces a barrage of shelling, Primo's forces have commenced a cleansing of the Basque rebels in the La Rioja region. As one of Spain's administrative divisions, La Rioja boasts the lowest population in the entire country. Yet it is relatively well known for its wine production, being a celebrated wine region in Spain. Carlos's wine enterprises encompass 5 large vineyards, 2 of which are located in La Rioja, underscoring the region's renown in viticulture. Thanks to its sparse population, the task of purging the Basque rebels from La Rioja is rather straightforward. The population centers in the entire La Rioja region are limited, making the movements of the Basque rebels conspicuously detectable. In just a few days, the Basque rebels in La Rioja have been nearly eradicated. At this juncture, Primo received reports from the Zaragoza troops. Upon learning that his detachments encountered Catalan rebels in Zaragoza, Primo did not intend to alter his operational strategy, commanding his forces to proceed northward towards the Basque country in Navarre. The garrison in Zaragoza comprises approximately 10,000 men, bolstered by advanced artillery for fire support, thus effectively obstructing the Carlos rebels. Primo's mission is to swiftly eliminate the rebels in the Basque country and Navarre, subsequently circumventing to Catalonia from the north of Zaragoza. Once the Catalan insurrection is quelled, the Carlos faction in Zaragoza will no longer pose a threat, but a mere few dozen kilometers northwest of the La Rioja capital, Logro, lies the southern stronghold of the Basque region, Vitoria-Gasteiz. This location serves not only as the Basque stronghold, but also as the principal base for the Basque rebel forces. Primo regards the assault on Vitoria-Gasteiz with considerable seriousness, instructing his troops to rest for a day in Logro before advancing northward into the Basque region. At this moment, the atmosphere within Vitoria-Gasteiz is fraught with anxiety among the Basque rebels. What none of the rebel leadership anticipated was the government forces' unwavering advance towards the Basque region rather than prioritizing the quelling of Catalonia. The Basque rebels had hoped to leverage the conflict between the Carlos faction and the government forces to negotiate autonomy and greater local power. However, the government troops' conspicuous march towards the Basque region is entirely unforeseen by them. Enrique, Is this what you meant when you said we could seize the opportunity to claim autonomy for the Basque? The primary leader of the Basque rebels, Matazan Jader, gazed furiously at the senator from the Basque region. Enrique, this is not my fault. Mataz, Senator Enrique replied with hands raised helplessly. Who could have predicted that Primo would come directly for us? Logically, shouldn't he have targeted the larger Catalan forces first? Although Matazan Jader understood that everything stemmed from Primo's unorthodox strategies, the losses suffered by the Basque forces were still painfully felt. The Basque population is limited. Each fallen soldier represents a significant blow to a community of merely hundreds of thousands. Is there any viable method to end this war? Matt, as lamented. Damn it, when did the government forces become so formidable? When did they acquire such an abundance of artillery? Matazan Jader's mind was inundated with questions, struggling to comprehend how the Spanish military had become so powerful in such a short span of time. There are two methods to conclude this war, Senator Enrique pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. The first is to surrender directly to Primo. What? Surrender? Matazan Jader exclaimed incredulously, fixing his gaze on Enrique. Do you truly believe Primo would spare us? He has long sought to eradicate us and the Catalans. He would never let this opportunity slip by. Then what else can we do? Your Excellency, Enrique calmly countered. Pray tell your other plan. Matazan Jader fell silent for a moment, ultimately resigned to his silence. The disparity in power between the Basque rebels and the Spanish government forces was akin to a chasm. Defeating the government forces single-handedly was utterly impossible, devoid of any hope. The other option is to await the Catalans' maneuver from Valencia to Madrid. Enrique suggested, if they can breach Madrid, the Spanish army we face will hold little fear for us. However, navigating from Valencia to Madrid is fraught with challenges that I do not believe the current Catalan forces can accomplish this without divine intervention. Where is the Catalan army at present? Are they still in Zaragoza? Matazan Jader harbored no trust in his partner, deeming it ludicrous that they were obstructed by a small detachment of government troops in Zaragoza. It appears so, Your Excellency, Enrique shrugged, expressing resignation. Damn it, these Catalans never intended to cooperate with us, or perhaps their strength is insufficient to pose a threat to the government forces. God bless. May this wretched group of Catalans descend to hell. They have deceived the Basques and are exploiting us. The seemingly reliable Catalans turned out to be utterly untrustworthy, and the wisdom of Carlos VII appeared more akin to self-indulgence. Your Excellency, I propose we wait for 3 more days. If the Catalans cannot breach Zaragoza within that time, we shall have no choice but to surrender to Primo. Senator Enrique put forth a suggestion. It seems that is the only course available to us now. Enrique, the fate of Catalonia rests in your hands. Please inform me promptly of any developments. Matazan Jader nodded, compelled to make this reluctant choice. As you command. Your Excellency, Senator Enrique nodded, adopting an expression of utmost dedication to the Basque people. Later, within the ranks of the Spanish military, a cavalry officer approached Primo. Marshal, our cavalry apprehended an individual claiming to be an aide to Senator Enrique from the Basque region that he has urgent information to convey to you. I have verified that he carries only a letter and no concealed weapons. The cavalry commander led a civilian-dressed Basque man before Primo. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Primo merely nodded slightly, maintaining silence. His gaze, filled with intrigue, fixated on the man until the latter began to feel unnerved under Primo's scrutiny. Prime Minister Primo, Senator Enrique has sent me to convey crucial intelligence. After swallowing hard and calming himself, the man finally spoke. What is this vital information? Surely, Primo discerned the intentions of these rebels. It was evident that someone within the Basque ranks was attempting to disassociate themselves from the impending annihilation of their forces. Senator Enrique expresses his regrets regarding the situation in the Basque region. However, please trust that he harbors no intentions of betraying Spain. It was the rebel leader, Matazan Jader, who coerced the senator into supporting him with threats of force, thus inciting the Basque rebellion. Yet, Senator Enrique remains loyal to your majesty, and to Spain he is willing to provide you with all intelligence regarding the Basque forces and awaits the arrival of the government troops to quell the uprising. This is a letter penned by the senator himself. Please review it." A smile graced Primo's face as he regarded the man. Then he accepted the letter and skimmed it briefly. Senator Enrique truly is devoted to the kingdom. Primo chuckled lightly, seemingly forgiving the traitor for his treachery. "You may return and inform Senator Enrique that His Majesty had instructed me prior to my arrival that ordinary individuals involved in the Basque and Catalan insurrections would not be held accountable. Member Enrique can proactively report on the enemy's situation, and Your Majesty would undoubtedly not hold him accountable." Carlos indeed mentioned the possibility of pardoning the Basque and Catalan civilians embroiled in rebellion. After all, the majority of these civilians were coerced and indoctrinated into joining the insurgents. Moreover, Prim also spoke the truth. What concern is Carlos's pardon to him? Although Prim is also a Catalan, his aspirations lie in the strength of all Spain. The best course of action against the treacherous rebels like Enrique, who threaten the unity of Spain, is to send them to meet their maker. With his military background, Prim harbors no compassion. Those who dare to rebel must be prepared to face the consequences once order is restored. "Thank God, Your Excellency. I shall convey your words to the honorable member that I wish you a swift resolution to the Catalan insurrection." Upon receiving Prim's willingness to grant clemency, Enrique's subordinates visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The glances they cast towards Prim were laden with both fear and gratitude, as if celebrating their continued association with the esteemed member, allowing them to flaunt their power, after dismissing the troublesome individuals. A smile returned to Prim's face as he called upon several generals, stating cheerfully, "Let us proceed, gentlemen. The Basques are already divided. It is time to send these rebels to meet God." The letter Enrique provided to Prim contained not only the precise locations and strength of the Vitoria-Gasteiz insurgents, but also a seemingly comprehensive list of the rebel leadership. In an effort to exonerate himself, Enrique had evidently gone to great lengths. However, this list was far from immaculate. While it indeed featured numerous high-ranking rebels, it also included competitors for Enrique's position in the Basque Regional Senate and individuals he found disagreeable. Enrique's plan was straightforward: to present this list to absolve himself of blame while simultaneously eliminating rivals. That a list that is 8 parts genuine and 2 parts fabricated is nearly impossible to discern. Unless Prim interrogated every individual on the list and consolidated all intelligence, he would remain oblivious to the deception. Yet, as the Prime Minister of Spain, did Prim truly have the luxury of time to scrutinize the list? Even if he were to eventually identify discrepancies within it, Enrique would possess ample justification to defend his actions. After all, he was coerced into joining the Basque insurgency, and it would be entirely reasonable for him to believe that more individuals were involved in the rebellion, given the insurgents' wariness of him. Regrettably, Enrique could never fathom that Prim had never intended to extend forgiveness from the very beginning. For a politician of military origin, he had long since mastered the art of cold-bloodedness towards anyone. Prim exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the Basque population is not substantial, the significance of the 2 major cities in the Basque region cannot be overstated. The southern city of Vitoria serves as the heart of the Basque territory. Should a massive loss of Basque lives occur during the assault, it would undoubtedly accelerate the estrangement between the Basques and Spain. Meanwhile, the northern city of Bilbao stands as one of Spain's few industrial centers, particularly vital for its steel industry. The destruction of Bilbao's factories would yield catastrophic ramifications for Spain's already fragile industrial sector. With Enrique's proactive provision of information regarding the deployment and size of the Basque insurgents, Prim could now face the remaining rebels with composure, striving to shield the civilians of Vitoria and Bilbao from the ravages of war, with the veracity of the information provided by Enrique concerning the Basque rebels. Prim was inclined to believe it. After all, Enrique indeed required a means to redeem himself and earn merit. If even the details concerning the Basque insurgents were fabricated, it would render Enrique utterly untrustworthy. At this moment, the leader of the Basque insurgents, Matthias Anjader, remained oblivious to the fact that he was experiencing not only the betrayal of the Catalans, but also that of Enrique. After all, the two had collaborated in orchestrating this rebellion, and Matthias believed that both he and member Enrique were bound by a shared fate. If one fell, so would the other. Should the rebellion fail, their fates would be dire, and Enrique had no reason to betray him. Point one could only conclude that Matias underestimated human nature, particularly the depths to which a politician like Enrique might sink when confronted with the safety of his own life and interests. Within a mere few days, the Spanish army made its grand arrival in the southern foothills of Victoria. This location, not far from the city itself, allowed for a brief respite and the preparation of artillery positions. Prim's strategy was to create chaos in Victoria before the Basques could respond, then force the army's entry into the city to seize control of the situation, with a clear understanding of the insurgents' precise locations. As long as the Spanish forces successfully entered Victoria, the rebels would find themselves with nowhere to escape. Thereafter, the plan would become straightforward: impose military control over the city, initiate a sweeping arrest of the rebel leadership, and announce a pardon for all Basque civilians. As long as the Basque populace refrained from inciting further unrest, the high-ranking rebels already on the list would pose no significant threat. Although Victoria is the second largest city in the Basque region, it remains a relatively small city with a population under 100,000. The artillery of the Spanish army would strike such a city with devastating consequences. Coupled with prior knowledge of the Basque insurgents' positions, the assault would be executed with ease. Following the bombardment by the Spanish army, the morale of the Basque rebels swiftly plummeted. Some of the Basque insurgents remained bewildered as to how they had become rebels, having been merely ordinary factory workers not long before. And what of Member Enrique? With government forces now in Victoria, why was there still no word from him? Faced with the artillery fire from the Spanish army, Matias Anjader was in a state of panic, instructing his men to seek out Member Enrique. Initially, they had agreed that Matias would hold his position while Enrique leveraged his connections in the Senate to gather intelligence on the Spanish army's movements, subsequently deciding whether to surrender or continue fighting based on the situation in Zaragoza. Yet now, with the Spanish army at their doorstep, why had there been no communication from Member Enrique? Approximately 10 minutes later, a soldier rushed in, panic evident in his eyes, reporting, "General, Member Enrique has vanished." "What?" Matias Anjader, astonished and alarmed, sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain from his thigh colliding with the table, incredulously exclaimed, "What do you mean? Member Enrique has disappeared?" "Yes, General, we went to Member Enrique's residence, and not only was he missing, but so were his wife and children," the breathless soldier replied. Bang! Matias Anjader sank back into his chair, his eyes filled with despair and rage. "Damn traitor. It's all over. He has destroyed the Basques and betrayed us." In this dire situation, Matias could no longer deny that Member Enrique had been prepared all along, and it was even possible that the arrival of the Spanish army had been orchestrated by Enrique himself. Faced with the encirclement of the Spanish forces, escape was no longer an option. Furthermore, his previous agreement with Enrique to hold their position had left over 3,000 Basque soldiers within Victoria. Should the city fall to the Spanish army, these 3,000 insurgents, along with Matias himself, would be at the mercy of the government forces. "General, what should we do?" A subordinate anxiously looked to Matias Anjader, the panic in his gaze unmistakable. Matias Anjader hesitated, torn between a desperate fight to the death against the government forces or a preemptive surrender in hopes of gaining Prim's forgiveness. Although the current situation clearly favored immediate surrender, would Prim truly forgive him? The thought of his fate post-surrender left Matias in a state of indecision, his expression clouded with confusion and regret. He lamented having been blinded by ambition, agreeing to conspire with Enrique to threaten the government. He regretted trusting Enrique so easily, allowing him to escape from Victoria. "General, the government forces have entered the city." Before Matias Anjader could reach a conclusion, a soldier burst in, breathless and frantic. "What? Where is our army?" Matias Anhalt rose abruptly, his gaze filled solely with despair. It seemed the government forces were aware of our army's position. After enduring several rounds of bombardment, the troops on the periphery surrendered, and now the government troops were advancing towards us. The soldier continued, "It's over. Everything is over. Damn Enrique. You are the scourge of the Basques. May you descend into hell." Upon uttering these words, Matias Anhalt was overcome with rage, yet soon he appeared to lose all strength. Addressing the two soldiers before him, "Surrender, surrender. God is not on our side. God has forsaken us. After the two soldiers received their orders and departed, Matisse Anhalt's expression transformed into one of tranquility, his eyes vacant as he cast a glance towards the door before closing it. Enrique, I wish you a swift descent into hell. Oh God, please punish the traitors of the Basques, with a resounding bang. The Basques surrendered, and Primo easily led his forces to occupy Victoria, capturing all the rebellious Basque soldiers. Once it was confirmed that the leader of the Basque insurgents, Matisse Anhalt, had taken his own life, Primo stationed 5,000 soldiers to maintain order in Victoria while seeking opportunities to reclaim the northern city of Bilbao, leading the remainder of his forces eastward to Zaragoza, with the Basques dealt with. It was now time to confront the Catalans in a decisive battle. Having participated in the First Carlist War, Primo understood that the existence of the Carlist faction posed a significant threat to contemporary Spain, representing a source of instability. Thus, he resolved to decisively eliminate the Carlists in this conflict, aiming to thoroughly eradicate the internal strife plaguing Spain. As the saying goes, one must first secure the home front before addressing external threats. If Spain could not resolve even its minor internal issues, how could it hope to achieve rejuvenation and reclaim its status among the European powers? In Zaragoza, a rather lackluster defensive battle was underway. The lack of intensity stemmed from the Catalan forces displaying little desire to attack, as if they were merely going through the motions of a long-term marriage. Naturally, the Spanish artillery was particularly fierce. Faced with the relentless bombardment from the enemy, the morale of the Catalans had plummeted from the heights reached at the time of their defection, having been stalled at Zaragoza for such an extended period. The Catalan army had failed to approach the city at all. Within the Carlist ranks, discussions about the war had never ceased. After being blocked in Zaragoza, King Carlos VII realized the dire situation. Originally, the alliance between Catalonia and the Basques could have influenced much of northern Spain. However, with the Catalan army now effectively stalled at Zaragoza and the Basques utterly unable to resist the government forces, victory seemed increasingly elusive. The strategies proposed within the army were growing ever more implausible. For instance, a suggestion to march south to Valencia and circumvent Zaragoza to strike at Madrid was put forth. Did they think the government forces were fools? Even if they could reach Madrid, would they be able to breach the capital in a matter of days? If they could not swiftly capture Madrid, the Zaragoza troops would undoubtedly return to reinforce the city to that point. Facing a pincer movement from both the defenders in Madrid and the troops from Zaragoza would spell disaster at this juncture. The chances of victory for the Carlist rebels had significantly diminished, and Carlos VII himself was acutely aware of this reality. He grappled internally with the dilemma of whether to continue leading his forces in a futile resistance or to seek an opportunity to escape and hide, biding his time for a new chance. Although escaping would evidently be the wiser choice for Carlos VII, who had long awaited an opportunity, this retreat might signify that he would never ascend to the Spanish throne. The Carlist faction had emerged since Queen Isabella's ascension and had existed for less than 40 years. Yet, in this brief span, it had seen four monarchs: Carlos V, Carlos VI, Juan III, and Carlos VII. Carlos VII understood that the ongoing existence of the Carlist faction and its ability to instigate 3 Carlist wars within this short time frame was rooted in the Queen's inept rule and the decayed Spanish monarchy. The populace's growing discontent with the Queen's governance was the very reason for the Carlist faction's enduring presence. Had a more suitable queen ascended, after 3 or 4 decades of rule, the people would have long since accepted her reign. As for the current king of Spain, Carlos, his capabilities aside, he was indeed adept at winning public favor. Coupled with Prime Minister Primo's unwavering commitment to reform, if this king and his ministers succeeded in their endeavors, could there be any room left for the Carlist faction in Spain's future? After all, the Carlist faction was born from the reluctance of the conservatives to see a queen ascend to the throne, thus supporting the male heir, Prince Carlos. With the current king of Spain having changed, did this not signify that the very rationale for the Carlist faction's existence had become obsolete? Contemplating this, Carlos VII suddenly realized that, regardless of whether he advanced or retreated, the fate of both the Carlist faction and himself seemed to converge on a singular outcome: failure. Thus, should he engage the government forces in a final confrontation or flee abroad to enjoy a life of luxury? Believing himself astute, Carlos VII swiftly made his choice and discreetly departed from the Carlist rebel forces that very evening. That be why the time the Catalans noticed something amiss, it was already midday the following day. The Catalans could not fathom that their army had yet to be defeated, while the king they supported, Carlos VII, had already fled. Carlos Vall's escape route took him eastward, re-entering Catalonia before following the coastline all the way to France. Notably, former Spanish Queen Isabella II was also seeking refuge in France, as the Bourbon family hailed from there. Indeed, the Bourbon dynasty had governed Spain for nearly 170 years, had it not been for Queen Isabel's self-destructive actions. Coupled with the fact that the Carlists were, in truth, a collection of utterly ineffectual elements, it is likely that Carlos's reign in Spain would not have unfolded as smoothly, in the midst of the conflict. The king whom they supported fled, delivering a severe blow to the morale of the Catalan rebels and signaling the commencement of the final phase of the siege of Zaragoza, with both sides assuming disparate roles in the assault. By the time Primo's forces hastily arrived in Aragon from the Basque region, the Catalan army had already disintegrated significantly, that a considerable portion of the troops, after enduring substantial casualties, opted for surrender, while those stationed on the flanks and at the rear scattered in disarray, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic market day. This transformation shifted Primo's strategy from encircling and annihilating the Catalan forces to merely mopping up the remnants in Aragon. Although these rebels had successfully fled, the presence of smaller, organized factions still posed a grave threat to the stability of the region that, if not diligently addressed, any mischief perpetrated by these insurgents could severely undermine public sentiment in Aragon. Fortunately, with the bulk of the Catalan rebels now in custody, the task of clearing out the area, while cumbersome, was not insurmountable. Within just a few days, Primo led the Spanish army to apprehend nearly 1,000 fleeing Catalan insurgents, with the remaining few largely retreating into the depths of the mountains, rendering further pursuit unnecessary for the time being. Leaving a portion of his forces to guard the captives, Primo proceeded with the bulk of his army toward Catalonia to finalize the operation. There remained a significant number of insurgent factions in Catalonia, including some Carlos supporters who had not managed to escape. Primo's intent was to eradicate these destabilizing elements entirely, restoring tranquility to Catalonia. The encouraging news was that the number of factions involved in the rebellion was considerable, allowing Primo to undertake a thorough cleansing. Much like in the Basque region, the majority of civilians held little attachment to their identities. Whether Basque, Catalan, or Spanish, they were generally accepting. Farmers sought only to have their bellies filled, and workers desired sufficient income to sustain their families. As long as these needs were met, they would not become sources of instability. The true instigators of unrest were the elite among the Basques and Catalans, such as the nobility and factory owners, including politicians like Enrique and ecclesiastical figures. Some sought to leverage Catalonia's autonomy or independence to elevate their own power, while others simply opposed government reform policies, aiming to exploit the separatist sentiments in Catalonia for their own ends. Of course, there were also the Carlists who aspired to claim the Spanish throne, yet they had suffered 3 consecutive defeats in their endeavors. The cleanup operation extended over a week, during which Primo meticulously screened and executed hundreds of Catalan insurgents. The Carlists and separatists constituted the majority of those apprehended, while there were relatively few factory owners and clergy among them. As for the remaining insurgents, the vast majority were ordinary farmers and workers, and thus were spared by Primo. After all, this insurrection had already claimed far too many lives, in holding the higher echelons of the rebellion accountable. It was also vital to grant clemency to the rank-and-file insurgents to maintain local stability, to reassure the populace of the Basque and Catalonia regions. Primo even issued proclamations absolving ordinary citizens of blame. Simultaneously, he made a public example of the rebel leadership through executions, ensuring that the common folk understood that rebellion comes at a cost and that one must carefully consider the repercussions of failure before inciting insurrection. By the time Primo completed the cleanup and led his troops back to Madrid, it was already mid-March 1870. The Spanish Civil War had not garnered much attention from the great powers, as the conflict between the Kingdom of Prussia and the French Empire in the north of Spain was nearing its conclusion. Carlos was keenly observing the war between these two formidable European powers. French Emperor Napoleon III imparted a crucial lesson to Carlos about the folly of micromanaging frontline operations, emphasizing the importance of trusting one's generals and soldiers prior to the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War. Any high-ranking official in Europe who suggested that Prussia would triumph over France would likely have been met with scorn and derision. Why? Because at that time, France basked in the remnants of the Napoleonic Empire, with Napoleon III regime still regarded as the most formidable military power on the continent. That on paper, there seemed no plausible rationale for the Prussian army to defeat the French forces. Yet, the once mighty Second French Empire suffered a swift and unexpected defeat, overwhelmed by the very legions of line infantry that had once revered Napoleon. Faltering under the confident micromanagement of Napoleon III, and failing to adequately prepare for the war, with high-ranking commanders lacking a comprehensive strategy in response, that on March 21, 1870, the world was stunned by the announcement of the surrender of Napoleon III, the Emperor of the Second French Empire, a figure of great renown across Europe. The fall of the once mighty French Empire was a turn of events none of the European nations had anticipated. The defeat of France was bound to instigate a series of policy shifts across Europe, significantly enhancing the scrutiny of Prussia. However, what no one foresaw was that, before any alterations to their diplomatic strategies could be enacted, the French would orchestrate another sensational episode. On March 23, 1870, merely 2 days after Napoleon III's capitulation, Paris was engulfed in a coup, toppling the imperial government and ushering in the establishment of the Third French Republic, while both the army and the emperor were preoccupied at the front. This turn of events left Prussia and Bismarck flabbergasted. Just as the Prussian army had captured Napoleon III and was poised to leverage a surrender to extract significant reparations and territorial concessions from the French government, the French swiftly pivoted to establish a republican regime, rendering Napoleon III obsolete in mere days. Had the Europeans been more familiar with the history of the Ming dynasty, Bismarck might have exclaimed that this resembled the script of a door-knocking emperor. However, compared to the East's concept of absolute imperial authority, Europe held a different view of the powers wielded by kings and emperors. The military strength that had elevated Napoleon III to the throne vanished with the French defeat. If Napoleon III were to attempt a return to power as a door-knocking emperor, the French would not hesitate to turn their cannons against him. What is an emperor? The current state of France is led by General Louis-Jules Trochu and his defense government. There was no choice but to continue the war against France. Bismarck desired not merely the surrender of a discredited Napoleon III, but rather the capitulation of the entire French government, along with substantial reparations and land. To declare that the German region was free from French control, only by decisively defeating France and compelling the French to sign agreements for reparations and territorial cessions, could the Allied states of southern Germany be made to understand that the German territories must be governed by Germans, with Prussia as the chosen steward destined to unify all of Germany. Yet, the French too possess their own pride. The French populace is loath to witness the once mighty nation of France being humiliated by Prussia, a country that, just a few decades prior, France scarcely regarded. In response, the citizens fervently demand that the new defense government bolster the defenses of Paris and reconstitute the national army to engage the Prussians in a decisive battle. However, for the current French defense government, the will of the people has become a straitjacket, compelling them to expedite peace negotiations with Germany. It is well known that revolutions and coups d'état are entrenched traditions among the French. Although the present defense government was established through a coup, this does not imply that its officials, along with the affluent bourgeoisie backing them, are willing to relinquish control of the government to others. While robust preparations for war may indeed align with public sentiment, they must also take into account the current state of France. The preceding conflict has drained substantial financial resources, compounded by the repeated defeats suffered by the French forces on the front lines, culminating in the surrender of Napoleon III, along with tens of thousands of French troops. To rely on a newly formed army to contend with the Prussian forces would merely replicate the missteps of Napoleon III. More than the external threat posed by Prussia, the defense government is increasingly apprehensive about the escalating unrest and revolutionary fervor among the populace of Paris, faced with the imperative to preserve both the territory and dignity of France, as well as their own power. The French defense government unhesitatingly opts for the latter. They simultaneously seek to placate public sentiment and strengthen Paris's defenses while engaging in clandestine negotiations with the Prussian commander, Otto von Bismarck. The diplomatic envoy dispatched by the French government is named Fabre. When Fabre discreetly approached Bismarck to request peace negotiations, Bismarck was in the midst of strategizing an assault on Paris. Upon meeting Bismarck, Fabre launched into an impassioned discourse condemning and protesting against Napoleon III, expressing gratitude to Prussia for aiding in the overthrow of his regime. Bismarck maintained a stoic expression, awaiting the crux of Fabre's message. Aware that mere words would not sway Bismarck, Fabre proceeded to convey the sincerity of the French defense government's position. Esteemed Chancellor Bismarck, I come to you as a representative of our defense government, conveying the sentiments of the French people that we acknowledge France's defeat in this war and are willing to compensate generously to mend our relations with Prussia. However, our government will never accept the cession of any territory. Nor will the French populace acquiesce to such demands that, if you are amenable, we stand ready to sign a treaty of peace to conclude this conflict that ought never to have arisen. What Fabre articulated, or rather what the current French defense government expressed, was a readiness to pay reparations without ceding territory. The surrender of land is a profound humiliation for any nation, inciting domestic outrage and substantial opposition. This holds true not only for France, once deemed the hegemon of Europe, but even for many backward and decaying states, where the relinquishment of territory would provoke widespread dissent. The French defense government, intent on preserving its authority, could not afford to yield on territorial matters. Yet for Bismarck, this stance was somewhat amusing. The French government's willingness to concede financially while remaining steadfast on territorial issues might sway others. But it would not sway Bismarck. For the Iron Chancellor, when a nation presents a strong front, the most effective response is to counter with an even stronger stance. Bismarck slowly approached Fabre, his face betraying no emotion, and stated deliberately, "This war was initiated by France, and thus the responsibility lies with the French government. Prussia has sacrificed immensely for this conflict, and mere financial compensation cannot heal the wounds borne by the Prussian military and populace. Should your government refuse to cede territory and provide reparations, that is acceptable. We can continue our discussions in Paris." Fabre was acutely aware of the veiled threat in Bismarck's words, while it sounded diplomatic to suggest further talks in Paris. The underlying implication was that if the French government did not acquiesce to territorial concessions, the Prussian army would persist in its assault on the city. Should Paris fall, the French government would find it exceedingly difficult to refuse demands for land and reparations. Realizing that Bismarck was impervious to coercion, Fabre had no choice but to alter his strategy. Chancellor Bismarck, the cession of land would incite discontent among millions of French citizens and spell endless trouble for the French government. For the sake of these millions, I implore you not to compel us to cede territory. We are willing to meet your government's demands for reparations and will make every effort to fulfill our obligations. Faced with Fabre's shift from hardline to conciliatory tactics, Bismarck remained unwavering, smiling as he replied, "Mr. Fabre, what do the French people mean to me? Do not forget that I am the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Prussia, and my concern lies solely with the sentiments of the Prussian people. If your nation remains unwilling to cede territory, I would be more than willing to travel to Paris to negotiate directly with your government." With all of his strategies proving ineffective against Bismarck, Fabre resorted to his final gambit, delaying that he presented Bismarck with a thick French document, stating earnestly, "Please take a moment to review this document, and grant us 15 days to consider it. We will provide you with a response after this period. Please trust in our sincerity." Bismarck shook his head, similarly handing Fabre a German document, stating, "There is no need for such formality. Mr. Fabre, here is our document, which also serves as our response." To Fabre's astonishment and concern were evident. The submission of a document in German was an uncommon diplomatic practice across Europe, given France's long-standing status as the continent's hegemon, where French was the lingua franca for diplomatic exchanges. This linguistic norm is why French has become the common tongue among European nobility. All European aristocrats, including Carlo, had studied the language and engaged in daily discourse without difficulty. Bismarck's deviation from this convention served as a reminder to Fabre that France's days of dominance in Europe were irrevocably over. With Prussia's victory over France, it had naturally ascended to become the new hegemon of the continent, rendering the use of German in diplomatic communications unsurprising. This maneuver left Fabre at a loss. Although he was a diplomat representing the French government, he was not particularly adept in the realm of diplomacy. More critically, due to the previous exchanges conducted solely in French, Fabre's proficiency in German was rather limited. Confronted with a document entirely in German, a singular thought crossed Fabre's mind. What on earth does this say? Observing Fabre's bewildered expression, Bismarck lost all patience, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, Mr. Fabre, you may leave that I expect you to return to Paris with this document. Before our armies reach Paris, I hope your government can provide us with a satisfactory response. The peace negotiations ultimately collapsed, and Fabre returned to Paris in disgrace. Following the conclusion of this futile diplomatic endeavor, Bismarck commanded the Prussian forces to proceed towards Paris, compelling the French government to sign a peace treaty that would satisfy him. With Napoleon III Army having surrendered, Bismarck's path to Paris was virtually unobstructed. However, at this juncture, the French government in Paris clung to a glimmer of hope, unable to believe that the Prussian army would audaciously shell the city. Paris, after all, is one of Europe's largest cities, teeming with French citizens and foreign visitors alike. As the capital of France, it also hosts diplomatic envoys from numerous European nations. Unless Prussia was willing to risk offending all of Europe, it would lack the audacity to bombard Paris. Driven by such reasoning, as the Prussian forces approached, the French government not only remained defiant, but also sent a letter to Bismarck. The correspondence inquired, "Your Excellency, when do you intend to bombard Paris? If you have plans, please inform us in advance so that we may notify the diplomats from various countries to evacuate." This was a blatant reminder to Bismarck to consider the opinions of other European nations. While it was conceivable that Prussia could bombard Paris, would any nation find it acceptable for Prussia to so easily humiliate the erstwhile European hegemon? Though this seemed logical, the French politicians clearly underestimated Bismarck's resolve. Bismarck promptly replied to the French government, stating, "The matter you inquire about is a top military secret of Prussia. I cannot divulge any details at this time, but if you wish to evacuate foreign diplomats, you may do so immediately." If the correspondence were merely a reply to the French government, it would indeed constitute a futile threat. For the astute Bismarck, he would not overlook the delicate situation within the city of Paris. This letter was not only delivered directly to the French government, but was also publicly disclosed by Bismarck to multiple newspapers within the city. This sparked fervent discussions among the citizens of Paris. The sentiment was that the newly formed defense government had negotiated a resolution with Prussia that entailed bombarding Paris, which seemed to betray the once glorious legacy of France. In their outrage, the Parisians once again rose in revolt, seeking to overthrow the defense government dominated by capitalism and to establish a French government resolute enough to resist the Germans. This uprising was a spontaneous reaction against the government by a faction of radical nationalists. However, due to their limited support, it was quickly quashed by the defense government. Nonetheless, the vehement opposition from the populace instilled a sense of panic within the French defense government. They recognized that further delay in peace negotiations was untenable. A resolution must be reached promptly to stabilize the situation in Paris. That on April 5, 1870, the French defense government signed a treaty of surrender. That on April 7, they jointly signed a ceasefire agreement with Bismarck, ushering in a brief period of peace for France. Perhaps the citizens of Paris did not anticipate that their pressure on the government would lead to even greater concessions to Prussia. The ceasefire agreement, which could have been mired in protracted negotiations, was thus swiftly concluded, and the French government abandoned its prior stance of not ceding territory. According to the terms of the treaty, the French government was to transfer the majority of the fortifications and ammunition from the Paris fortress to the Prussian army and pay reparations amounting to 200 million francs. Bismarck further stipulated that the German troops would enter Paris in a triumphant manner, passing through the Arc de Triomphe in the city center. The history of the Arc de Triomphe traces back to the early 19th century during Napoleon's reign to commemorate his victory over the Russo-Austrian coalition. Napoleon ordered the construction of a monument through which returning soldiers could pass, thus giving birth to the Arc de Triomphe. However, the plans for its construction were thwarted by Napoleon himself, resulting in its completion only in 1836. Why did Bismarck wish for the Prussian army to march through the Arc de Triomphe in a victorious procession? Because, decades prior, during Napoleon's illustrious conquests across Europe, he had repeatedly vanquished Prussia, which contributed to France's disdain for Prussia prior to the outbreak of war. As the Prime Minister of Prussia, Bismarck sought to cleanse Prussia's dishonor through such a spectacle, while returning a semblance of that shame to France and its people. Carlos, however, could not afford to revel in the bustling atmosphere of Paris. For him, the establishment of the most crucial industry for future endeavors had yet to materialize, and this needed to be prioritized. What industry, you may ask? It pertains, of course, to the banking sector, intimately tied to finance. Since the Industrial Revolution, industry and finance have supplanted agriculture as the two most lucrative sectors. Carlos had already established over a dozen factories, and it was high time to create his own financial institution to broaden his avenues for profit. To this end, Carlos had been preparing for an extended period. The cornerstone of a bank is its credibility. Only with public trust can individuals be motivated to deposit their savings, that a bank requires capital to generate wealth, thereby creating a virtuous cycle of continuous income. Through several tax reduction policies, Carlos had garnered a modicum of goodwill among the populace of Madrid, yet this goodwill alone was insufficient to instill confidence in the newly founded bank. Carlos planned to enlist the support of the Spanish nobility, as the three most powerful classes in Spain: nobility, landowners, and the church. The Spanish nobility led lives of considerable opulence, previously due to his outsider status. Carlos had not received robust support from the entire noble class. Indeed, some nobles had chosen a side with the Carlist faction, steadfastly loyal to the Bourbon family, which had dominated Spain for centuries. Following the defeat of the Carlists, Carlos faced no further obstacles in exerting influence over the nobility. His aim in courting the nobility to co-found a bank was twofold. Firstly, the nobility possessed substantial funds that could provide a competitive edge for Carlos's bank in its nascent stages, facilitating rapid expansion. Secondly, it was vital to ensure that the nobility understood who their sovereign truly was. Most nobles were likely to be pragmatic. After all, Carlos was the king recognized by the Spanish Constitution and the populace, a fact that could not be altered. Only by securing sufficient influence and authority within the Spanish nobility could Carlos guarantee the stability of his royal status and power. The Spanish monarchy had a long-standing history, and the strength of the royalist faction was not to be underestimated. With the unwavering support of the royalists, the Republican faction, which posed a significant threat to the monarchy, became far less formidable. For the nobility, it was imperative to have a capable monarch to lead them forward. The nobility's status derived from the king, which explains Carlos's confidence in garnering their support. After all, if the king, the most powerful noble, were to fall, what would remain of the dukes and marquises? Carlos set his sights on Toledo, situated in the southern part of Madrid, as his first target for enlisting support. In Toledo resided a noble of considerable influence within the Spanish aristocracy, the Duke of Alba. The Alba family is one of the oldest and most prestigious noble families in Spain, possessing numerous titles and vast estates. Making their wealth among the most substantial in the aristocracy, to be candid, Carlos found himself somewhat envious of the Alba family's riches. As an outsider king, Carlos's own wealth was pathetically meager. Aside from a few castles inherited from the Bourbon family, he possessed none of the extensive lands that symbolized great nobility. It is often said that the king is the largest landowner in a country, but in Spain, Carlos's landholdings were dwarfed by those of certain dukes. The current Duke of Alba, Jacobo Luis Fitzjames Stuart y Benavente, was born in 1835. Notably, his wife was a sister to the wife of Napoleon III, making him a brother-in-law to Napoleon I. Carlos's relief. Duke Jacobo displayed utmost respect toward him and subtly conveyed his desire to curry favor with Carlos. When Carlos proposed the joint establishment of a bank with the nobility, Duke Jacobo promptly pledged his commitment to invest in Carlos's bank and declared himself the institution's first depositor. Although their conversation lasted just over an hour, Carlos and Duke Jacobo quickly reached a consensus regarding the bank's establishment and strengthened their rapport. Duke Jacobo even extended an invitation to Carlos to attend his private soiree. The intent of allegiance unmistakable. Carlos wholeheartedly agreed. Through Duke Jacobo's introductions, Carlos could effortlessly gather a cadre of nobles familiar with the Duke, thereby exerting his influence over the aristocracy. Only by ensuring the loyalty of the majority of nobles could the Spanish monarchy undergo a complete transformation, ushering in the era of Savoy. Interestingly, both Queen Isabella and Carlos VII of the Carlist faction chose to flee north to France following their defeat. Yet, France had now transformed into a republic, and these nobles seeking refuge there might find themselves affected as well. Life in exile in France would no longer be as comfortable as it once was. Previously, they had the protection of Emperor Napoleon III. But now even the French nobility struggled to maintain their own standing, rendering the status of these exiled Bourbons from Spain increasingly precarious. History has shown that most of these Spanish nobles were not naive. Following Primo's suppression of the Carlist uprising, these nobles had already expressed a desire to engage with Carlos and pledge their loyalty. The nobles whom Carlos met readily agreed to his proposal for the joint establishment of a bank, each expressing their intent to become depositors and save a portion of their funds. Even Primo, after multiple invitations from Carlos, ultimately nodded in agreement to join the United Bank, instilling Carlos with confidence regarding the bank's prospects. Of course, the Duke of Serrano, who was far away suppressing the insurrection in Cuba, was also included in Carlos's invitation plans. However, Serrano must await his return to Madrid before joining the bank, so there is no immediate rush. With the support of the nobility, the preparations for the bank have proceeded remarkably smoothly. On April 9, 1870, Madrid's first Royal Union Bank officially opened its doors, drawing considerable attention that on the very first day of operations. A multitude of nobles flocked to the Royal Union Bank to make deposits. This remarkable scene sparked fervent discussions among the public, and the Royal Union Bank swiftly emerged as the most popular bank in Madrid. On its inaugural day, the bank welcomed hundreds of depositors, the majority of whom were nobles eager to express their support for Carlos. Notably, many of the Duke's deposited amounts calculated in hundreds of thousands of pesetas, with some even surpassing 1 million pesetas. Although 1 million pesetas is valued at less than £40,000, such a sum is undeniably significant for any bank in Spain. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The establishment of the Royal Union Bank has been exceedingly successful. Perhaps this year, Spain will witness the emergence of a super bank with over 1 million depositors, remarked Duke Jacobo with a smile, commending Carlos. You are also a shareholder in the Union Bank. As it flourishes, every shareholder benefits. Carlos nodded in agreement, genuinely pleased with the bank's achievements. Just moments ago, the steward, Loren, reported that the Day-S depositors at the Royal Union Bank had reached an impressive 684, with total deposits exceeding 18 million pesetas, resulting in an average deposit of 26,870 pesetas per person. However, it is important to note that these figures are somewhat inflated. Among the 684 depositors, the vast majority were informed nobles. Only 3 individuals deposited over 1 million: Duke Jacobo, Duke Fernando of Albuquerque, and Carlos himself. In reality, the number of ordinary civilian depositors was merely 1 or 200, which accounts for the inflated average deposit figure. This also illustrates the immense wealth possessed by the Spanish nobility. Their contributions, while seemingly substantial, are merely a drop in the bucket compared to their vast fortunes. Nevertheless, for Carlos, this was a significant initial capital. The 18 million pesetas represented a considerable portion of the assets he had brought to Spain. This was merely the total savings garnered on the first day of the Royal Union Bank's opening, that if the bank could earn the trust of the public and attract a large number of Spanish citizens to deposit their savings, the funds available to Carlos would become an endless stream. With sufficient capital, Carlos could continually expand his ventures in industry and finance, amassing even greater wealth. In this era, making money is relatively straightforward, especially for a king. With the substantial capital provided by the Royal Union Bank, Carlos could effortlessly monopolize an industry, maximizing profits and swiftly filling his coffers. Your Majesty, please do not miss the banquet tomorrow evening. A multitude of nobles will be in attendance. It is time for you to meet these gentlemen, Jacobo said with a smile. Ever since Primo quelled the Carlist rebellion, Jacobo had ceased to underestimate Carlos. Recognizing that from this point forward, Carlos's throne would become remarkably stable, intertwining his fate with that of the Spanish nobility. To belittle Carlos as king would be to undermine their own standing as his subjects. The nobility's elevated status is entirely contingent upon the populace's obedience and support for the monarchy. Should the people withdraw their support for the king, the very foundation of the nobility's superiority would crumble. Although Carlos may be viewed as an outsider, was not Bourbon also an outsider? The Savoy dynasty continues to hold sway over the throne of Italy, while the Bourbon dynasty currently governs no nation. Of course, Carlos replied with a smile, nodding. What reason could I possibly have to decline an invitation to a banquet personally organized by you, Jacobo? With that, Jacobo nodded, bidding farewell to Carlos at the royal palace as he returned to prepare for the long-planned banquet. This gathering was hosted in Jacobo's personal capacity, primarily aimed at demonstrating his loyalty to Carlos and simultaneously assisting him in winning over the Spanish nobility, as an outsider. It was crucial for Carlos to gain the recognition of the entire noble class, and the support of established Spanish aristocrats like Duke Jacobo was paramount. Jacobo understood that providing support in times of need is far more valuable than merely offering praise in times of prosperity. Waiting until Carlos had already garnered the allegiance of some nobles before attempting to align himself with Carlos would make it considerably more challenging to become one of his trusted confidants. It is important to acknowledge that while the nobility enjoys a lofty status, familial legacies are not immune to decline. To ensure the longevity of one's lineage, securing the king's support and trust, as well as forging political marriages and collaborations with other nobles, is essential. Moreover, Jacobo harbored some personal interests regarding this banquet. His daughter, Anna, born in 1855, was soon to turn 16. Carlos, born in June 1851, was not yet 19, and their ages were not vastly different. Should an opportunity arise for Anna and Carlos to find mutual affection during the banquet, the Toledo family's standing in Spain could ascend to even greater heights. Even if she could not ascend to the role of queen, being favored as one of Carlos's mistresses would still be advantageous for the Toledo family. After all, it is quite customary for European monarchs to maintain mistresses, and the chaotic lives of the nobility often defy the imagination of ordinary folk. Time swiftly arrived at the day of the banquet, held within Duke Jacobo's castle. The castle, located on the outskirts of Madrid and not far from Toledo to the south, was of great significance to Jacobo, who had invited numerous nobles from across Spain. However, due to space constraints, only those of at least count, viscount, or baronial rank were deemed eligible to attend, excluding others of lesser prestige. This was unavoidable, as Spain's dukes, marquises, and earls number in the hundreds. Although fewer than 100 nobles could attend due to distance, including their companions and family members, the total participation in this private gathering could still reach several hundred. This attendance approached the maximum capacity for a private banquet. Exceeding this number would lead to chaos, jeopardizing the safety of the attendees, especially with Carlos's presence. Ensuring security was of utmost importance that if any unforeseen events were to disrupt the banquet, all of Jacobo's meticulous preparations would be in vain. Carlos was equally eager for the banquet. Though he had met many of Spain's nobles during the coronation ceremony, their attitudes had not been particularly sincere at that time. Now, with Jacobo's backing and Carlos's throne having become quite stable, the nobles had no choice but to submit to his rule. The upcoming banquet represented a pivotal moment for Carlos to secure the loyalty of the noble class, solidifying his position as the true king of Spain while allowing him to exert influence over the government through the nobility. Following this evening, Carlos would gain a substantial number of trustworthy subordinates. At the very least, these nobles would align with Carlos in his efforts to uphold the monarchy. When facing the Republicans, Carlos would no longer be isolated. These nobles would serve as his most formidable allies, representing the strongest opposition to republicanism in all of Spain. To earn Carlos's trust and ensure the smooth progression of the banquet without incident, Duke Jacobo had specifically requested that Carlos dispatch a contingent of royal guards to maintain order at the event. This included conducting simple searches of attendees to ensure that no weapons were brought into the gathering. This arrangement had been pre-discussed with the nobles attending, as Carlos was unwilling to risk having anyone armed infiltrate the banquet, especially at a moment when he might let his guard down. Ultimately, his life must remain in his own hands. Trusting anyone else could prove perilous. This reluctance was not a reflection of distrust in others, but rather a recognition of the numerous assassination attempts on kings across Europe. Carlos was no fool. Even if he could trust Jacopo, could he truly trust every noble in attendance? Even if all the nobles were deemed safe, could they guarantee that their companions bore no hidden threats among them? The method of screening individuals one by one is not only a waste of time, but also lacks efficiency. The optimal approach is to ensure that no one carries weapons, transforming the castle hosting the banquet into a secure zone devoid of armaments. Around 6 in the evening, Carlo, accompanied by the royal guard, made his way slowly towards the castle of Jacopo in a specially designed carriage. This carriage was fortified with steel plating, even featuring a retractable steel sheet over the windows to prevent bullet penetration. Due to the added weight of the steel, the carriage was drawn by 4 horses, ensuring adequate speed. To further guarantee Carlo's safety, 2 identical carriages departed from the palace simultaneously, ensuring that, even in the event of an assassin, it would be difficult to discern which carriage housed the king in a short span of time. By around 7 o'clock, Carlo's carriage finally arrived at Jacopo's castle. A large gathering of nobles had been waiting outside for quite some time. The positioning of the nobles reflected their ranks. At the forefront stood dukes like Jacopo, followed by marquises, and finally earls and a few viscounts and barons. Accompanying the nobles were their ladies and family members, with hundreds gathered outside the castle to welcome Carlo, creating a lively scene. The king has arrived. Upon seeing the carriage approach, Duke Jacopo promptly called out, signaling the nobles to adjust their attire and uphold decorum in the presence of their sovereign. As Carlo descended from the carriage with the assistance of a lady-in-waiting, all the nobles performed a formal noble salute, extending their highest regards to welcome the king. "Good evening, my esteemed nobles," Carlo replied with a smile, waving his hand to convey his affable demeanor towards them. Jacopo quickly stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Everything is prepared, Your Majesty. We await your command to commence the banquet at any moment." "Well done, Jacopo. Now, gentlemen, let us proceed inside and indulge in this grand feast," Carlo replied with a smile, exhibiting none of the airs typical of royalty. Surrounded by a throng of nobles, Carlo moved slowly into the castle, ready to experience a private noble banquet rich in Spanish tradition. Carlo was immersed in the unique flavors of the Spanish noble banquet of this era. Luxurious, utterly luxurious, he could not help but exclaim. Though the castle scale was far smaller than Carlo's palace, its opulent decor rivaled that of the royal residence, showcasing the wealth and extravagance of Spanish nobility since the colonial era. The banquet's tableware was crafted from gold and silver, and the wine served were exquisite private reserves valued at hundreds of pesetas. Given Carlo's Italian heritage, Jacopo had thoughtfully invited several skilled Italian chefs to prepare Italian delicacies specifically for him. Initially, the nobles were somewhat reserved, but as Carlo displayed a friendly demeanor, they began to relax. "Let us raise our glasses in honor of our great king, His Majesty Carlo I of the House of Savoy," Jacopo timely proposed. Once everyone held a glass aloft. "To the king," the assembly echoed, raising their glasses towards Carlo, as even those with ulterior motives dared not abstain in such a setting. Discreet opposition remained a private matter, but failing to toast would surely lead to becoming a pariah among the noble class by the following day. After all, there's a saying, while a leader may forget those who present gifts, they will certainly remember those who do not. This axiom holds true here as well. Carlo may not recall who raised their glasses, but he would undoubtedly remember those who did not. Jacopo's wisdom lay in guiding the nobles to publicly express their loyalty and support for Carlo in this favorable setting. Thus far, Jacopo was quite pleased with his efforts. The nobles had shown the appropriate deference to Carlo, and the king's smile had yet to fade. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Jacopo mused silently, sipping a taste of wine. Carlo maintained his cheerful disposition while savoring the meticulously crafted dishes presented by the chefs under Jacopo's introduction. If much of Europe could be deemed a culinary desert, then Spain undeniably shone as a brilliant jewel within that desolation. Not to mention the renowned Iberian ham. The seafood paella, oxtail stew, and roasted suckling pig were more than sufficient to place Spanish cuisine among the finest in Europe. An array of exquisite dishes adorned two long, grand dining tables. However, it was evident that most present were not particularly interested in the food. While the banquet was lavish and sumptuous, the nobles were accustomed to equally fine fare in their daily lives. The primary purpose of this gathering was the social interactions among the nobles, many of whom, like Jacopo, harbored aspirations of forging matrimonial alliances with the royal family. In European noble circles, marriages were determined by social standing. The minimum rank for a king's wife was that of a duke's daughter, while the daughters of marquises and earls were typically excluded from consideration for the Spanish queen's title. Carlo had underestimated the openness of the European nobility in this era. As the banquet commenced, several noble women approached Carlo, inviting him to dance. If the invitations had been merely innocent, their demeanor and expressions clearly suggested that, should Carlo desire, he could indulge in more intimate encounters at his leisure. Among these ladies were not only unmarried young maidens, but also alluring married women, often accompanied by two beautiful and enticing maids. Without such enchanting company, Carlo might have found the temptation overwhelming. Initially curious about whether the husbands of these attractive wives would mind, Carlo turned to see a count engaged in lively conversation with another marquise's wife, completely oblivious to the happenings nearby. Witnessing this scene, Carlo gained a true understanding of just how liberated the people of this era were, and the extent of indulgence in the noble lifestyle. It is no exaggeration to say that, should Carlo wish, he could easily find himself in the arms of nearly half the noble women present. Having grown up in a life of luxury, these ladies were dressed exquisitely and alluringly, each showcasing their unique charms. Carlo finally understood why affairs had become an unspoken secret among European nobility. In such gatherings, it was nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaffected. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing Carlo beckon him, Jacopo hastily excused himself from the company of two enchanting noble women and hurried to Carlo's side. "Duke Jacopo, is this how your banquets typically unfold?" Carlo inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Believing Carlo was concerned about the opinions of the noble women's husbands, Jacopo quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. What transpires at the banquet goes unnoticed and unremarked upon by anyone." With that, Jacopo thoughtfully gestured for another group of ladies to approach and invite Carlo to dance, in his efforts to please Carlo. Jacopo had certainly gone to great lengths. These ladies possessed a variety of attributes, sure to cater to any taste, from freshly minted young women to noble ladies. The gathering was a veritable cornucopia of femininity. The first group comprised somewhat older women, while the second featured charming young maidens. Carlo shook his head in resignation, aware that he could not continually refuse their advances, and resolved to select a few girls that caught his eye to dance with. These young ladies, while dancing with Carlo, exhibited a remarkable boldness. However, it must be said that no girl could truly rebuff a youthful, handsome king who possessed an entire nation. The allure of becoming a queen was sufficient to entice numerous young women to take action, even if it bore no tangible results. Yet, truth be told, despite the distinctive qualities of these girls, none managed to captivate Carlo's attention. Moreover, considering the interests of Carlo in Spain, it was highly unlikely that he would marry into the Spanish nobility. Since he could not offer these young women a definite outcome, Carlo naturally refrained from pursuing them. Nevertheless, should anyone approach him with intentions, Carlo would not remain idle. After all, having a lover among the nobility was hardly a crime. Although this was a grand banquet organized by Jacopo, the interactions among the nobles were more scattered than centralized. One could observe a pronounced disparity in status among the nobility. Dukes often convened with their peers, while some esteemed marquises might join them, yet counts were seldom included. Marquises either mingled with dukes or found themselves relegated to conversations with counts, reflecting the stark differences in noble status and influence. As the lowest tier at the banquet, the majority of counts could only converse with fellow counts. For counts to engage with dukes, they had to wait until the latter's discussions concluded, seizing an opportunity to speak with the duke of their choice. Carlo stood out distinctly among the nobility, surrounded by a throng of archdukes and dukes, with those below duke rank unable to even squeeze. As Carlo raised his wine glass, he listened to the flattering and sycophantic words of the dukes. His mood, quite delightful, but of course, Carlo would not let a few compliments lead him to arrogance. What truly pleased him was that these nobles were perceptive enough to gravitate towards royal favor, genuinely supporting Carlo as their king. The nobility undeniably represented the most formidable force in Spain, and Carlo was determined to fully harness this power. As the conversation reached a suitable juncture, Carlo proposed the establishment of a royal council, a union of the nobility under the aegis of the monarchy. This royal council would consist entirely of nobles, with only marquises and above qualifying for membership, composed solely of dukes and marquises. This council would represent the Spanish noble class. Through exerting influence over the royal council, Carlo could control the entire noble class and extend his sway over the government in this manner. Even if Primo were to exit the political arena in the future, Carlo would not need to worry about whether a new prime minister would support him. With the robust backing of the noble class and the royal council, Carlo could ensure his influence over the government, safeguarding against being entirely sidelined. In addition to the royal council, Carlo aspired to establish a royal knights order to cultivate an elite military force among the nobility. It is well known that elite noble education in Europe places considerable emphasis on military training. Spain boasts a vast noble class, with countless noble offspring. By forming the Royal Knights Order, Carlo could select capable individuals from among these noble children to serve him, ensuring that the next generation of nobility remained loyal. Truly capable noble scions could swiftly ascend the military ranks through the prestige of the Royal Knights Order, while those less capable could be awarded the honor of Royal Knight, serving as a form of recognition to win over the nobility. After all, not all noble offspring possess remarkable abilities. For those with lesser capabilities, the most effective strategy would be to confer upon them honorary titles akin to royal knights, which would enhance their favorability without imposing excessive burdens on the government or the crown. After indulging in a few glasses of wine, the nobles found their thoughts less rational. Encouraged by Jacopo, they swiftly agreed to the establishment of the Royal Council, eagerly expressing their desire for their sons to join the Royal Knights Order. After all, joining the Royal Knights Order was hardly a disadvantage. Not only would they gain the honorary title of Royal Knight, but they would also find it easier to be appointed by Carlo, thereby earning his trust and further solidifying their families' standing in Spain. Carlo's spirit soared. This banquet had resolved his primary concern, to create an institution uniting all nobility, ensuring his influence over them. Although the nobles present constituted only a fraction of Spain's entire noble class, most of the higher-ranking dukes were in attendance, aside from a few who were distant or delayed due to other matters, such as the Duke of Serrano in far-off Cuba. It was believed that once the news of the Royal Council's formation was announced, it would attract even more nobles seeking to join. This also represented an opportunity for the nobility to declare their positions. Those eager to join the Royal Council would naturally be seen as supporters of Carlo, while those reluctant to express their intent would cast doubt on their loyalty to him. While Carlo established the Royal Council to win over a segment of the nobility, dialogues regarding peace negotiations between northern Spain, France, and Prussia were nearing their conclusion. According to the compensation draft signed by Prussia and France, the French government was only required to pay 200 million francs to Prussia. This compensation was not onerous and could be fulfilled immediately by France. However, as the situation in Paris evolved, the terms of the negotiations swiftly transformed. Although the French defense government had suppressed the first uprising of Parisian citizens, it had not extinguished the intensifying opposition to the government among the populace. Especially after learning that the defense government might cede French territory, the citizens of Paris were consumed with fury, losing all trust in the government. Enraged, the citizens of Paris once again gathered, igniting an uprising even more substantial than the last. The defense government, though quick to suppress the unrest, faced a populace resolute in their rebellion. The demoralized French defense forces found themselves at a disadvantage against the fervent citizen self-defense forces, with many soldiers in the government army not only lacking animosity towards the citizens' forces, but even sharing information favorable to them. Within Paris, there were two strategically significant heights, Montmartre and the Heights of Somme. These locations housed substantial artillery and other weaponry, which the defense government was determined to prevent from falling into the hands of the insurgents. However, during the assault on Montmartre, a betrayal occurred within the ranks of the defense forces. General Claude Martin Lecomte, tasked with the offensive on Montmartre, failed to fulfill his mission and was instead executed by his own soldiers. The justification for his execution was his prior orders to fire upon the Parisian citizens and the self-defense forces. As the uprising in Paris intensified, the French defense government was alarmed to discover that their army seemed increasingly uncontrollable. Originally composed of insurgents, the defense forces comprised a diverse array of ideologies, including numerous Republicans and Democrats. Compared to the capitalist defense government, which was perceived as treasonous, these soldiers were clearly more inclined to support the newly arisen Parisian self-defense forces. Witnessing the escalating situation, Prime Minister Thiers of the French defense government was too frightened to remain in Paris, opting instead to relocate the government to Versailles, located over 10 kilometers away. Why Versailles? Because German troops were still stationed there. For the officials of the French defense government, their fear of the Parisian insurrectionists outweighed their apprehensions regarding the Germans, who would only demand territorial concessions and financial reparations. However, those insurrectionists in Paris are determined to send them to the guillotine, hanging them from lampposts. When weighing the losses to the nation's interests against the peril to their own lives, the choice is unequivocally clear for the French officials of the defense government. Bismarck, preparing for the coronation of the German Empire in Versailles, could not help but smile that he had not anticipated that the French would present such an opportunity. Was this not a gift to the soon-to-be-established Germany? Bismarck would not let such a prime chance slip away, and the Junker nobility in Prussia would certainly seize it as well. Prussia is a rather unique nation, where the Junker nobles wield considerable influence and status. If France is a nation with an army, then Prussia is an army with a nation. This distinction accounts for the Prussian military's prowess, but also shapes Prussia's diplomatic strategies. What drives the nobles to war? Undoubtedly, is the pursuit of enhancing their titles and acquiring more land. How do they achieve this? By seizing territory from France, which would then be divided amongst the numerous Junker nobles. After all, the nobles are not philanthropists. They do not fight for King Wilhelm I of Prussia without expectation of reward. The compensation must come from the defeated nation, France. Could Bismarck afford to disregard the significant influence of the Junker nobility in Prussia? Certainly not. Yes, the Junker nobles exerted pressure on Wilhelm I and Bismarck, demanding more land from France. Bismarck finally approached Thiers again, given the previous miscalculations regarding the losses incurred during the war. I hope to renegotiate the terms of compensation with your government and to sign a new treaty of indemnity. This matter pertains to the interests of millions of Prussians and Germans. I implore you to give it due consideration. Rest assured, I will guarantee the safety of your government and ensure that the insurrection in Paris does not disrupt Versailles. Bismarck's message was straightforward. Either agree to greater reparations and cede more territory, or the Prussian army would be compelled to hand over the French government to the rioting populace of Paris. The fate of French officials is all too predictable. The last Parisian uprising resulted in the direct execution of the king. Do these officials consider their positions more esteemed than that of the king? Under Bismarck's coercive threat, even if Thiers was reluctant to renegotiate the compensation terms, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, those unruly Parisian citizens could indeed hang them from the lampposts. And the populace of Paris is far more terrifying than the Prussian army. Perhaps the citizens of Paris do not realize that their uprising has rendered the government even more feeble, willing to cede additional territory in exchange for Prussian protection. Yet, even if the Parisians were aware, it is likely they would only intensify their resistance, for such a weak government cannot guide France forward. It is imperative that France establishes a more equitable democratic republic. Under the influence of the Parisian uprising, the French defense government swiftly signed a new reparations agreement with the Germans. This agreement was even more extravagant than the previous draft, with the scale of reparations reaching a staggering 5 billion francs in mid-April 1870. Both parties signed this new reparations agreement in Frankfurt, which became known as the Treaty of Frankfurt. The contract stipulated that France would cede Alsace and Lorraine, along with the fortress of Metz, to Prussia, willingly relinquishing sovereignty over Alsace and Lorraine. Within the ensuing 3 years, the French government was to compensate Germany with 5 billion francs. This sum would be valued at 3.5 francs per Prussian thaler. The reason for converting to Prussian silver coins was to prevent the French from devaluing the franc to lessen their financial burden. There is no doubt that the French could resort to such tactics. 5 billion francs is no insignificant amount. Converted into pounds, it still totals around 200 million pounds. What a staggering figure. A modern ironclad warship typically costs between tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of pounds. If this entire sum were allocated to constructing ironclads, it would enable Prussia to possess hundreds of formidable vessels. Although building a navy is not a straightforward task, it requires extensive time for training sailors and ensuring they are adept with the ships and combat ready. This still demonstrates the enormity of the financial windfall. For the newly victorious Prussia, this influx of capital was akin to a lifeline, propelling rapid industrial development and positioning Prussia among the world's elite powers. Indeed, it is evident that the French played a significant role in Prussia's ascension to the German Empire, becoming the second greatest power in the world after Britain. Prussia's industrial foundation was not particularly strong. Yet the French gifted them the industrially robust regions of Alsace and Lorraine. Especially in Lorraine, which boasted abundant iron ore resources, the Germans leveraged the iron from Lorraine and the coal from the Ruhr region to propel the industrial might of the German Empire past that of France in a remarkably short time. Industrial development demands substantial capital, and the French conveniently provided the Germans with 5 billion francs. Without such generous assistance from the French, Germany might still have risen, but the pace would undoubtedly have been far slower. However, this also highlights the enduring legacy of established colonial powers like Britain and France. The obligation for France to pay a staggering 5 billion francs within 3 years signifies that the Prussians believed France had the capacity to amass such a sum. Just this fact alone places France ahead of most nations worldwide. For instance, Spain currently lacks the ability to gather 5 billion francs. Even with a decade at their disposal, it is uncertain they could accumulate such a fortune. Although it was already known that the reparations demanded of France amounted to 5 billion francs, upon truly grasping the terms of the agreement signed by Prussia and France, Carlo could not help but feel a surge of astonishment and envy towards Prussia. That was a sum of 200 million pounds. Currently, Spain's most pressing need is capital, which is the sole obstacle hindering the progress of the Primo reforms. Following the defeat of the Carlist faction, opposition to reform within Spain has gradually diminished. Yet due to the lack of funds, the pace of reform has been sluggish, rendering it impossible to fulfill Primo's aspirations for change. Fortunately, Primo has maintained a level of rationality. And given the recent surge in rebellions throughout Spain, the government's reform agenda has not been overly radical. The overall trajectory of Spanish reform remains one of steady progress, with Prussia securing reparations totaling 5 billion. Carlo's desire to align closely with Prussia has intensified. Present-day Prussia, or Germany, possesses all the prerequisites to rise as a top-tier power, destined to be a leading force in Europe for the next 40 years. Should he manage to gain the industrial and financial support of Prussia, Spain's reforms would surely progress more smoothly. As for support from Britain and France, Carlo has never entertained such thoughts. The British have no desire to witness Spain's resurgence, as such a revival would inevitably prompt aspirations to reclaim Gibraltar. Gibraltar is crucial to British control over the Mediterranean, and they are unlikely to relinquish their hold on it. This underscores the irreconcilable conflict between England and Spain. Unless one of these nations falls from the ranks of great powers, peace between England and Spain will remain elusive. France, of course, requires no elaboration. As Spain's neighbor, the French would prefer Spain to remain weak. No nation wishes to witness its neighbor grow powerful, and the French would certainly not support Spain's reforms or industrial expansion. Across Europe, the only countries remaining that could potentially endorse Spain's reform and industrial initiatives are Germany, Russia, and Italy. Given the intense discord between Germany and France, the Germans would support Spain's reforms, if only to create trouble for the French. Russia, too, harbors grievances against the British and would welcome Spain's rise. However, at this juncture, Russia is not in much better condition than Spain, struggling with its own incomplete reforms, let alone providing financial support. Italy, owing to Carlo's ties to the Italian royal family and the shared adversary of France in North Africa, offers a potential alliance. However, the Italian royal house is intrinsically linked to Carlo, and the only great power available for potential marriage alliances is Germany. Yet Carlo is not one to impose such expectations regarding marriage. Although there are political interests at play, Carlo does not wish to marry a woman he does not favor. Naturally, if he were to encounter a partner whom he genuinely admires and who would also benefit the royal family in Spain, it would be a joyous occasion for all. Days swiftly passed, and Carlo made some notable progress. Firstly, he closely monitored the situation of the financial institution he valued highly, the Royal United Bank, in just a week since its inception. The total number of depositors had surpassed 5,000, with total savings reaching an impressive 29.13 million pesetas, resulting in an average savings of 5,787.31 pesetas per person. Although the average savings had decreased from initial 40,000 to below 6,000, this was nonetheless a positive development for the Royal United Bank, as it indicated a growing number of ordinary depositors and an increasing trust among the citizens of Madrid. Given the relatively small population of Madrid, having over 5,000 depositors in such a short span was a testament to the public's confidence, while the contributions from the nobility were more substantial. The trust of the common folk served as a significant encouragement for Carlo, affirming that the support for the House of Savoy and for Carlo himself was gradually on the rise. With the signing of the peace treaty with France, there was no longer any external interference in the unification of Germany. However, transforming the Kingdom of Prussia into the German Empire would not be a straightforward endeavor, as many states, including Bavaria, were apprehensive about their independence in the wake of German unification. The new empire was destined not to be as loosely structured as the Holy Roman Empire. For King Ludwig II of Bavaria, the potential loss of independence due to German unification was a difficult pill to swallow. After all, a Bavarian king devoid of any power would hold the same title as the current king who wielded significant influence. Yet the disparity in their impact across the German territories would be vast. At this juncture, Prussia was not without its internal strife. Many nobles, including King Wilhelm I of Prussia, were not particularly enthusiastic about the establishment of the new empire. Once the empire was founded, the proud Kingdom of Prussia would inevitably become a mere part of it. The Hohenzollern family, now part of the monarchy, might abandon their formerly frugal traditions and instead emulate the extravagant lifestyles of other European monarchs. Indulging in lavish excesses, such concerns were not unfounded. Despite both the emperor and the king being independent rulers, the roles of King of Prussia and Emperor of Germany were fundamentally distinct. Assuming the title of German Emperor would signify the completion of the unification of German territories, placing him among the ranks of the three emperors in Europe. The newly formed German Empire was poised to emerge as a formidable power, with its comprehensive national strength far surpassing that of the long-standing adversary, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, reaching a stature comparable to that of Britain and France. Achieving such an accomplishment would make it difficult to ensure that the Hohenzollern family would not succumb to hubris. Relaxing after a prolonged period of tension and beginning to enjoy the opulent life of royalty. Yet for every dissenting voice, there were supporters, particularly from Wilhelm I's son, Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm Nicholas Karl, father of Wilhelm II. Born in 1831, the Crown Prince was nearing 40 years of age, which in a Europe where the average lifespan was only 3 to 4 decades, placed him in the realm of middle age. Although he had no immediate prospects of succession, the establishment of the empire could potentially elevate his title, a scenario that the Crown Prince eagerly anticipated. After all, who would wish to remain a mere Crown Prince for a lifetime? Given Wilhelm I's longevity, the Crown Prince could only seek to enhance his title through the formation of the empire. How long-lived was Wilhelm I? Born in 1797, he did not pass away until 1888. Living for an extraordinary 91 years, a rarity in 19th century Europe, and even considered long-lived in the 21st century over a century later. As the son of Wilhelm I. However, the fate of Crown Prince Friedrich was rather tragic. Historically, he ascended the throne only in 1888, but due to throat cancer, he reigned for a mere 99 days, earning him the moniker of the 100 Days Emperor. Thus, after a 57-year wait from 1831 to 1888, he exchanged a lengthy wait for a fleeting reign, undoubtedly making him one of the most unfortunate crown princes of the 19th century. Nevertheless, at present, Crown Prince Friedrich had not yet been diagnosed with throat cancer and remained in relatively good health. Through his earnest advocacy, Wilhelm I eventually consented to the establishment of the new empire, albeit with the stipulation that he would only accept the title of emperor upon the proposal from other German monarchs. Should the parliament request his coronation before other monarchs, Wilhelm I would refuse their proposition. The rationale was simple. If the initiative to establish the empire came from the monarchs of other German states, it would lend legitimacy to the German Empire as a recognized entity, reflecting the will of the people. However, if the proposal originated from Prussia's own parliament, it would appear somewhat self-indulgent, undermining Wilhelm I's legal foundation from the outset. Among the various German states, only Bavaria, the largest southern German state, had the standing to request Wilhelm I's coronation as emperor to expedite the establishment of the empire. Bismarck penned a letter to King Ludwig II of Bavaria, imploring him to advocate for Wilhelm I's elevation to the title of German emperor. At this point, Bismarck had already agreed to grant Bavaria a degree of autonomy within the German Empire, allowing the Bavarian king to retain command over the Bavarian military during peacetime. The Bavarian government would also possess a voice in foreign affairs, enjoy fiscal privileges, and be exempt from adhering to Prussian military regulations. In matters of marriage and citizenship, Bavaria would maintain its unique laws and retain its postal and telegraph services. This amounted to a significant concession to Bavaria, and after securing such extensive benefits and assurances, Ludwig II was naturally inclined to support Wilhelm I's coronation. Thus, under Ludwig II's public request, Wilhelm I officially consented to the establishment of the German Empire and his own coronation as German Emperor. The venue for this momentous event was the Palace of Versailles in France, a choice imbued with unique significance for all Prussians. The predecessor of the empire, Prussia, had triumphed over the once mighty European power of France, symbolizing Bismarck and Wilhelm I's aspirations for the nascent German Empire to supplant France as the new European hegemon. In May 1870, amidst the disdainful gazes of the French populace, the scrutinizing eyes of the French National Defense Government, the fervent stares of the Junker nobility, and the passionate cheers of the Prussian army, King Wilhelm I of Prussia was formally crowned as German Emperor. The coronation ceremony was uncomplicated, attended solely by a few nobles from Prussia and other German states. To avert interference from other great powers regarding the outcome of the Franco-Prussian War, Bismarck and Wilhelm I scarcely invited the other European powers, merely announcing the establishment of the German Empire after the ceremony concluded. Within German territories, the German populace erupted in cheers. However, within France, for the once proud French, the sentiment was far less favorable. The German Empire was established atop the vanquished French, and as long as it endured, it would serve as a source of relentless humiliation for the French people. The formation of the German Empire undeniably intensified the animosity between Germans and French, and the rivalry between the two most formidable land powers on the European continent would inevitably affect the entire European landscape, including Spain to the south. For Carlo, the establishment of the German Empire was a fortuitous event. The concerns he harbored a year prior to the Franco-Prussian War had dissipated, should the dynamics of Europe shift due to his arrival. It could significantly influence his perceptions of the future. Although the time had changed, the situation remained inextricably linked to the course of history, affirming Carlo's inherent advantage as a time traveler. Even though the unified German Empire had emerged as one of the most powerful states on the European continent. However, Carlo did not intend to approach the Germans at this moment. Although Germany had received substantial reparations from France, the Germans also required considerable funds to develop their own country, which might not allow them to provide the financial support that would satisfy Carlo for Spain. Furthermore, Spain's strategically significant geographical position dictated that it could not easily choose sides. Otherwise, it would inevitably provoke the wariness and hostility of other major powers. If Spain were to overtly ally itself with the German Empire, it would undoubtedly become a common adversary of both Britain and France. France would be reluctant to witness German influence, squeezing it from both north and south, while Britain would not favor any other nation exerting influence over or even controlling the western gateway of the Mediterranean. Until Spain had genuinely strengthened itself and could determine its own fate, the wisest course of action was to obscure its position and oscillate between several major powers, as long as Spain did not clarify its stance. There was little concern about invasion by any major power, for regardless of which nation harbored intentions towards Spain as territory, the other powers would not permit any one of them to occupy Spanish land. If France sought to invade Spain, the Germans would intervene. If Britain aimed to invade, both France and Germany would take action. As for the Germans, the considerable distance rendered them unlikely to harbor designs on the Spanish mainland. Only through a temporary and strategic oscillation could Spain ensure its initial safety and secure a relatively stable economic and industrial development that a definitive alignment, on the other hand, could swiftly lead to sanctions from other major powers, such as increased tariffs or restrictions on imports and exports. This is the lament of smaller nations. At times, they truly cannot dictate their own destinies, though it may appear that they are swaying between two great powers. In reality, they are merely seeking to avoid offending either side and survive in the interstice. However, this strategy of oscillation is not universally applicable when the rivalry between strong nations escalates to a life-or-death struggle. Such oscillation may render one even more conspicuous. An own nation appreciates a wavering subordinate. If the prelude to a decisive confrontation does not come with significant strength, it is highly probable that both sides will target the waverer, marking them as the first to fall. Carlos' expectations for Spain were to achieve preliminary reforms within the next decade, acquiring a strength comparable to that of a major power, akin to Italy's current status. Within 20 years, he hoped Spain could elevate itself to a mid-tier power, gaining the authority to influence its own fate. At that point, it would no longer need to navigate the treacherous waters between great powers. As for the First World War that erupted over 40 years later, Spain's reforms might well have been fully realized by then, allowing it to leap from being a mere pawn on the board to a player in the game, or even a spectator, observing the developments in Europe. Regardless of which path it chose, one prerequisite remained. Spain must possess a certain degree of strength to command the respect of those major powers. In Carlos' vision for Spain, military reform and economic industrial reform were equally vital, as both were indispensable. Economic and industrial reforms would significantly enhance Spain's overall national strength, restoring it to its rightful place among the great powers. Meanwhile, military reform was the sole means to ensure the protection of its wealth. Without sufficient military might, a vast economy and industry could easily become prey for the ambitions of major powers. With a vast ocean separating the United States and Europe, had the United States been on the European continent, its development would likely not have been as smooth. The only silver lining is that time remains on Spain's side. In 1870, with over 40 years until the Great War, Spain had ample opportunity to undertake prolonged and stable reforms during this period. Reform should not be rushed. It must be steady. Rapid reform could provoke widespread dissent among domestic opposition forces, which would not bode well for a Spain still recovering from recent insurrections. In May 1870, in Madrid, within a luxurious estate, one of the renowned estates of the Duke of Osuna, a leading noble of Spain. Comparable to the Duke of Alba, the Duke's family possessed numerous castles and estates across Spain, along with a wealth of assets, including an incalculable amount of land. Of course, one of the reasons for the Duke of Osuna's fame was the renowned painting The Duke of Osuna and His Family, created by the illustrious Spanish painter Goya in 1788, as one of Spain's highest-ranking nobles. The Duke of Osuna was expected to indulge in a life of luxury. Yet at this moment, there was no trace of ease or joy upon the Duke's countenance. Instead, he appeared clouded with distress and discontent. Knock, knock. The sound of boots striking the floor echoed as a middle-aged man clad in a butler's uniform entered, bowing respectfully to the Duke. "It is ready. Your Grace, we may commence at any time." The Duke gently swirled the glass of deep red wine in his hand, its surface undulating tumultuously before gradually settling. "Can we ensure the plan proceeds smoothly? You know I cannot afford any missteps. This plan must succeed. There can be no failure." The Duke fixed his gaze upon his butler, placing the glass down. "Tea will proceed without issue. Your Grace, this plan has been meticulously arranged, and the two assassins involved will be silenced post-success to ensure no one else becomes privy to our intentions." The butler nodded confidently, exuding assurance in his preparations that "I hope so." A smile flickered across the Duke's face, albeit one tinged with complexity. He cast a fleeting glance at his butler before swiftly averting his gaze. "Go forth. I hope you will return with good news. May God bless you." The Duke waved his hand, and the butler promptly exited. Approximately half an hour later, a robust man clad in a black cloak entered, bowing respectfully to the Duke. "Your Grace, Shadow, the aftermath is yours to handle." The Duke finally allowed a true smile to grace his face. Speaking cryptically, "As you command, Your Grace." The man known as Shadow maintained his anonymity, nodding respectfully before silently departing. Once Shadow left the room, the Duke resumed his drink, surveying the priceless artworks adorning the walls. Chuckling softly to himself. The king? The prime minister? Ha! On what grounds does an Italian presume to become the king of Spain? Lacking even the simplest understanding of decorum, what merit does he possess to earn the favor of the nobility? That evening, at the royal palace of Madrid, Primo exited the palace. Looking fatigued, he had just met with Carlo to report on the government's recent activities and to submit a proposal regarding Spain's military reforms. Carlo indicated he would soon confer a ducal title upon Primo and host a celebratory banquet to commemorate the conclusion of Spain's internal strife, under the pretense of celebrating the end of the unrest. Primo found it difficult to refuse, insisting repeatedly that the scale of the banquet be minimized so that more funds could be allocated to governmental reforms. This back and forth consumed several hours, and by the time the discussions concluded, it was already well past 11 at night. As prime minister, Primo had grown accustomed to working late into the night. He climbed into his carriage, instructing his subordinates to take him to his residence. The journey home was marked by drowsiness, the swaying of the carriage lulling Primo into a near slumber. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling him awake as the carriage slowed. Damn it! What is happening? Why are there gunshots in Madrid? Primo inquired. It seems they are aimed at us. Protect the prime minister. The driver, selected by Carlo at Primo's reluctant consent, comprised soldiers meticulously chosen from the Spanish military, all armed, although it appeared that only one person was driving the carriage. Primo was always accompanied by covert protectors, numbering at least 10. While Primo's carriage lacked the distinctive features of a royal carriage, it was nonetheless fortified with iron plating and had steel shutters that could be lowered. Hearing the gunfire potentially directed at him, Primo pulled down the steel shutter and seized the weapon that had already been prepared in the carriage, his expression betraying no hint of panic. As a general who had personally led troops in a battle, would Primo truly fear a mere assassination attempt? It is indeed not the case. Furthermore, there are protective forces surrounding us. Unless the enemy comprises a well-trained battalion of 100 men or possesses remarkable marksmanship capable of taking down Primo with just a few shots. The likelihood of a successful assassination is exceedingly slim. The unmistakable sounds of gunfire and conflict would swiftly attract the attention of the police and military in Madrid, especially given the proximity to the royal palace. Allowing the guards to arrive in a timely manner. Bang! Bang! The sound of bullets colliding with metal startled the assassins and roused the hidden guards protecting Primo. With no other recourse, the assassins could only attempt to aim at different parts of the carriage, praying that their bullets might penetrate the vehicle and strike Primo within .as for whether they could actually kill him. That was now uncertain. Who could have anticipated that an apparently ordinary carriage would be reinforced with steel plating? Bullets could easily perforate a wooden carriage and strike its occupants, but if the entire carriage was shielded by metal, the lethality would be significantly diminished. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. The steward, hiding in the shadows, berated the two assassins, but the most pressing matter now was to eliminate the threat entirely. What? Prime Minister Primo has been attacked. Upon hearing Lawrence's report, Carlos instantly lost his sleepiness and inquired urgently. Is the Prime Minister unharmed? What is the situation for Spain at this moment? Losing Prime Minister Primo would be an unbearable blow. It is not an exaggeration to say that Primo's significance to Spain far exceeds that of Carlos. The king, Carlos, is still too young to command the obedience of all factions in Spain. Only Primo, with his military background and immense prestige in both military and political spheres, can currently suppress those with ulterior motives. In this respect, Serrano falls considerably short. Although Serrano is also from the military and possesses a certain level of political reputation, he leans towards conservatism and lacks the support of reformists and progressives. Perhaps Serrano's loyalty to Carlos personally outweighs that to Primo, but he is ill-suited to be the Prime Minister of Spain. He is more fit for a military position, such as Minister of War. The combination of Primo and Serrano, one civil and one military, represents the optimal configuration for Spain at present. The unexpected demise of either would be something Carlos would dread. Prime Minister Primo was unharmed, but when the guards pursued the assassins, they only found 2 corpses. Laurent, with a somewhat peculiar expression, remarked, "Two corpses." Carlos paused for a moment, then realized. So they were silenced? Are there any specific leads? Not at the moment. Laurent replied with a shake of his head, sounding somewhat helpless. The perpetrators clearly had prepared in advance. Besides the two unidentified corpses of the assassins, even the weapons used for the assassination had been removed. Carlos nodded. Since Prime Minister Primo was not gravely injured, the subsequent matters would be easier to handle. Conduct a thorough investigation. No corner of Madrid should be overlooked. I want to know who dared to attempt to assassinate our Prime Minister. Who seeks to undermine our reforms and Spain itself. Carlos stated impassively. Yes, Your Majesty. Laurent nodded and proceeded to relay Carlos's commands. Although there were no clear leads, Carlos had already formed a rough idea of who might have wanted to assassinate Primo. The motive for the assassination likely stemmed from his reforms, which currently conflicted with the interests of factory owners, the church, and the nobility. The only factions capable of dispatching assassins to eliminate Prime Minister Primo would most likely be these three. However, it is doubtful that the factory owners possess the requisite power. The ability to dispatch assassins and ensure their silence implies that one must have sufficiently loyal subordinates. The factory owners in Madrid who had not yet been purged were mostly small-scale operators, incapable of nurturing dedicated assassins. This indicates that the most probable factions behind the assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo are either the nobility or the church, even though Carlos had garnered the support of most nobles through the Royal Assembly. It does not imply that some nobles have no objections to the government's reforms. What is the best way to thwart reforms? Certainly, it is to eliminate the one spearheading them, regardless of who orchestrated this assassination. It is a serious provocation to the current Spanish government. Whether it be the nobility or the church, it is advantageous for Carlos as long as he can gather sufficient evidence. Carlos can lawfully purge either the nobility or the church. If in the past Carlos feared that purging certain nobles would incite opposition from the entire noble class, now that he has gained the support of most nobles through the Royal Assembly, he can confidently deal with those who oppose him, provided that the interests of his supporting nobles remain unscathed. As for the church, it requires no further elaboration. The church's influence poses an obstacle to both Carlos and the Spanish government. The sooner it is addressed, the better for Spain. The considerable land controlled by the church is something Carlos covets, whether leasing it at a low price to commoners, rewarding soldiers through land grants, or purchasing it to establish royal farms. All would be far more beneficial than allowing the church to retain control. As a Catholic nation, Spain is significantly affected by the church's influence. Only by controlling the entire church can Carlos effectively enhance his own influence and bolster Spain's stability. The church's indoctrination capabilities surpass those of the government, promoting the idea of a unified Spain through the church, encouraging the commoners in Catalonia and the Basque region to embrace their identity as Spaniards, is one of Carlos's plans. The church's educational institutions can also facilitate the promotion of the Spanish language. Currently, many newspapers and businesses in Catalonia and the Basque region still utilize local languages, which contributes to the persistence of separatist sentiments in these areas. Only by adopting a singular language, Spanish, can the likelihood of separatist movements diminish and facilitate assimilation in the dead of night at a certain estate. What? The plan has failed? Duke Osuna looked incredulously at the man known as the Shadow, astonished by the revelation. The carriage of Primo was reinforced with steel plating, rendering the assassin's weaponry inadequate to penetrate it. The Shadow shook his head, responding with resignation. Damn it, is this what you call meticulous preparation? Hearing that the assassins had used merely 2 ordinary rifles, Duke Osuna was nearly driven to laughter out of frustration. Had that steward not already been silenced, the Duke might have contemplated torturing him personally. How did it go? There are no traces left, right? Duke Osuna inquired anxiously, gazing at the Shadow. All has been dealt with. I dismantled the 2 rifles and disposed of the parts separately. No one will discover anything, the Shadow assured him. That's good. Damned her, he has ruined my plan. Akati seems Primo will have to survive for a while longer. Duke Osuna lamented the failed assassination without a shred of sympathy for the fate of his steward. This is quite normal. As one of the landholding nobility, how could Duke Osuna have only one steward? Torres was merely the manager of some of Osuna's enterprises in Madrid, having only served as steward for a few years, and thus had not yet earned the Duke's complete trust. given this lack of trust. It was only natural that he would be silenced after the assassination attempt. The government will likely conduct a thorough investigation into this assassination soon. Your Grace, should you not consider hiding for a while? The Shadow suggested. The assassination of the Prime Minister is no trivial matter. The government scrutiny will likely be intense, especially with Primo remaining unscathed. It is probable that both the nobility and the church are also conducting their own investigations. There is no need for that at present. Shadow, you must trust in your ability to handle the aftermath. Duke Osuna replied with a smile, displaying no signs of panic. Let Primo investigate as he wishes. 2 Italians. What can he uncover? Oh, perhaps when Primo discovers that the assassins are Italians, we will have quite the spectacle to enjoy. Let us not forget that our king is also Italian. Might not Primo suspect the king himself? How thrilling that would be. Haha. The Duke of Osuna meticulously orchestrated this assassination. The 2 assassins, both Italians, entered Spain under the guise of laborers, their identities as ordinary citizens masking their true intentions prior to the act. This estate is but one of many properties owned by the Duke of Osuna, and the identity of the steward is known to very few. Particularly, Torres only assumed the role of steward a few years prior, rendering the number of those aware of this detail exceedingly rare. Perhaps Primo, despite turning Madrid upside down, would find no useful information to be why that time. Would Carlo, also an Italian, truly escape suspicion from Primo, even if the assassination were to fail? The plan would at least aim to sow discord between Carlo and Primo, thus fulfilling the Duke of Osuna's scheme, by undermining the relationship between Carlo and Primo. Carlo would be less inclined to robustly support Primo's reforms, which would significantly enhance Primo's personal prestige. In this manner, the Duke of Osuna could achieve his objective of thwarting the reforms and safeguarding his own interest from considerable loss. Even if all plans were to fail, the Duke of Osuna would remain above suspicion, biding his time for another opportunity to eliminate Primo, a strategy deemed foolproof. The assassination of Prime Minister Primo served as a wake-up call for Carlo, necessitating the establishment of a loyal intelligence organization to gather information on his behalf. It is imperative to monitor domestic affairs in Spain, infiltrate Republican and opposition factions, and probe the movements and tidings from foreign nations. To ensure the loyalty of the intelligence personnel, Carlo resolved to cultivate these operatives from a young age. In an era where life expectancy is not particularly long, the number of orphans remains significant, and Carlo's target would be these orphans of Spain. The childhoods of orphans are generally quite tragic. Carlo need only provide them with the standard of living of an ordinary person to evoke their gratitude. When these orphans mature into competent intelligence agents, their loyalty to Carlo would surpass that of the average citizen. However, the drawback lies in the lengthy training period, which could extend to over a decade, or even 15 to 20 years. Fortunately, Carlo's age is still relatively youthful, granting him ample time to await the development of these orphans into exemplary operatives. Meanwhile, given the immediate need for intelligence personnel, he could prioritize the training of a more conventional group of agents to serve in the interim. On the other hand, the extensive investigation into the assassination of Prime Minister Primo had commenced. However, sifting through the vastness of Madrid for clues proved to be an arduous task, at least in the short term. Yet, is the pursuit of clues truly of paramount importance? This assassination presents a unique opportunity for Carlo and Primo to justify a reckoning with the government's opposition. Assassinating a prime minister is undeniably a grave charge. Regardless of whom this accusation is pinned upon, it would easily facilitate a sweeping purge. With the Carlos faction already subdued, who could possibly oppose a stabilizing Spanish government? On the following day, Primo sought an audience with Carlo, proposing to seize the opportunity presented by the assassination to decisively address the church's influence. The identity of the orchestrator behind the scenes had become inconsequential. What mattered was using this chance to confront the church and seize vast tracts of its land. It is worth noting that much of the church's land is tax-exempt, allowing the church to collect taxes on these properties, thereby funneling revenues into its own coffers. That if the government could appropriate these lands, it would not only enhance agricultural tax revenues, but also allow for low-cost leasing to commoners, thereby increasing the per capita arable land. The low income of Spanish farmers stems not only from excessively high agricultural taxes, including burdensome tithes, but also from the continuous decline in per capita arable land. Although Spain's land area is substantial compared to major powers, a significant portion is controlled by the nobility and the church. With a population of over 16 million, Spain ought to have a per capita arable land ratio that exceeds that of more populous nations. However, in reality, Spain's per capita arable land ranks merely at a moderate level among European powers. Farmers lacking sufficient land for cultivation naturally see their agricultural income suffer. Carlo harbored no objections. Resolving the church's opposition to reform was beneficial for both the Spanish government and Carlo alike. The next day, the Spanish government publicly reported the assassination of Prime Minister Primo, declaring a return to martial law in Madrid, prohibiting entry and exit until the circumstances surrounding the assassination were clarified. Soon, the streets and alleys of Madrid were teeming with police. Initially, their efforts focused on gathering clues regarding the assassination, but within days, the operation shifted towards apprehending members of the church, while the sweep was not limited solely to the church. The number of church individuals arrested was the highest. This drew the attention of the Spanish church, which swiftly engaged in negotiations with the government. For Archbishop Pedro, the government's action seemed excessively dismissive of the church's standing. Though the government presented some evidence, it was patently insufficient to justify the imprisonment of certain church members. It was evident to discerning observers that the government was exploiting this opportunity to settle scores with the church, inciting dissatisfaction and outrage among numerous bishops within the Spanish church. Archbishop Pedro, we cannot remain passive. If we continue to wait, perhaps we will be the next to be captured, remarked one bishop. Oh God, has Primo lost his mind? Does he not fear our retribution for this reckless pursuit of church members? Archbishop Pedro found himself momentarily at a loss. Initially, he believed that the church's esteemed reputation and status in Spain would ensure its resilience amidst the reforms. However, he was blindsided by the fact that a mere assassination had prompted Primo to wield the sword against the church, resulting in the arrest of numerous unprepared members. Bishops, shall we allow the government to apprehend us without resistance? This assassination has nothing to do with us. On what grounds do they arrest us without evidence? The bishops were collectively incensed. It is no exaggeration to say that each one present faced the risk of arrest. Once revered as distinguished bishops, they now found themselves targets in the government's dragnet, a clear affront to the church's authority. Although Archbishop Pedro's countenance appeared composed, his inner turmoil was palpable. Truth be told, he harbored no confidence in the church's ability to confront the government solely on its own strength. The fate of the Carlos faction was still fresh in his mind. The current church was clearly ill-equipped to contend with the government. After all, this was no longer an era where fervent belief in the church and God prevailed. The mere existence of a tithe had already engendered significant discontent among the farmers toward the church. Even if the church were to incite rebellion, the only supporters it could hope to attract would be the most fervent of believers. Let us refrain from hasty actions for the time being. I shall seek an audience with His Majesty to clarify the situation. After careful consideration, Archbishop Pedro resolved against taking risks. Should a confrontation with the government succeed, it would be fortuitous. However, failure could spell disaster for the bishops. At worst, they might lose some of their privileges, but as long as they could maintain their status, they could still secure donations through various means from their fervent followers. Conduct a thorough investigation into your subordinates to ascertain whether they have any connections to this assassination. If there is any evidence, resolve the matter swiftly to prevent any repercussions for the church. Casting a glance at the bishops, whose expressions varied from concern to anger, Archbishop Pedro concluded his instructions. Within the opulent confines of the Madrid palace, a conversation laden with significance was unfolding. Your Majesty, what is Prime Minister Primo attempting to achieve? Is he intent on dismantling the entire Spanish church? Upon meeting Carlo, Archbishop Pedro immediately displayed his innocence and indignation, seeking to elicit sympathy from Carlo. What has transpired, Archbishop Pedro? What has befallen the church members? Carlo was all too aware of the plight of the church, having himself been one of the architects of the plan to purge it. Yet, in this critical moment, it was perhaps best to feign ignorance. At the very least, Archbishop Pedro's outrage would be borne by Prime Minister Primo. sparing Carlo from incurring any loss. I understand the gravity of Prime Minister Primo's assassination, but surely we cannot apprehend the church's bishops without evidence. Your Majesty, the government has currently apprehended over 10 bishops, and the operation is still ongoing. If you do not intervene, I fear that I may also be arrested by Prime Minister Primo tomorrow. Archbishop Pedro continued. Is it really that serious, Archbishop Pedro? I agreed to the full-scale search in Madrid. If bishops are being captured, they must surely have some suspicions against them, right? If you have any doubts, you may protest to Prime Minister Primo. The Marquis of Primo is certainly not an arbitrary man. If you can prove the innocence of those bishops, the government will surely release them. Carlo will not hinder Primo's cleansing of the church. The best course of action is to pass the ball to Primo. Carlo's intention is quite straightforward. If Archbishop Pedro possesses sufficient evidence to demonstrate the innocence of those bishops, then certainly he can exert pressure on Prime Minister Primo, demanding the release of church personnel. However, herein lies the difficulty. Although Prime Minister Primo lacks definitive evidence to hold the church accountable, it is quite easy to fabricate some incriminating evidence against these church members. Proving guilt is challenging, but proving innocence is even more arduous. Archbishop Pedro evidently does not have ample evidence to prove the innocence of those church members, which implies that Prime Minister Primo possesses sufficient evidence to continue detaining them. Faced with the realization that he could not find any sympathy or protection from Carlo, Archbishop Pedro finally understood the gravity of the situation. Either Carlo is genuinely oblivious and naively believes that the government's arrests are justified, or he is entirely aware of the circumstances, and this operation to capture church personnel has been orchestrated in collusion with the government to settle accounts with the church, regardless of which outcome it is. It spells trouble for both the church and Archbishop Pedro. Without the support of the king, relying solely on the church's power to resist the current government would indeed be akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. Given that Primo commands the military, it is evident that the church cannot hope to contend with the government. Furthermore, Carlo's words also served as a reminder to Archbishop Pedro. Compared to the church, the government clearly stands on the side of public opinion. The assassination of the prime minister leading to a citywide manhunt seems reasonable, does it not? It is only logical to arrest those suspected during the search, is it not? As for why the majority of those apprehended are church personnel, what responsibility does the government bear? As long as Archbishop Pedro cannot prove that those arrested are innocent, the church must bear the accusation of conspiring to assassinate the prime minister. Observing Carlo's expression of calm indifference, Archbishop Pedro realized that this young king was merely feigning ignorance. Archbishop Pedro was certain that the majority of church members had no connection to the assassination, given that the church's higher echelons were utterly unaware of the matter. Yet at this moment, the church could not escape suspicion, as the decree abolishing the tithe and Primo's reforms had rendered the church in Spain the sole victim. The church's discontent with the government's abolition of the tithe, coupled with the assassination of the reformist Primo, ostensibly provides a very plausible rationale. And no matter how Archbishop Pedro and the church might argue, they cannot extricate themselves from suspicion, and in this incident, they can only passively endure. After exiting the palace, Archbishop Pedro sighed and resolved to visit Primo's residence in search of a solution. The church was currently at a loss for words. Yet allowing the government to continue apprehending church members was utterly unacceptable. The only recourse was to negotiate with Primo, reaching a compromise on certain interests to secure the government's cessation of arrests against church members. Primo is no simple man from a military background. Archbishop Pedro understood that if he were to engage in talks with Primo, even if they could resolve the incident, it would inevitably require the church to concede significant interests. Yet, at this moment, he found himself with no viable options. Had the church been in its heyday, Archbishop Pedro would have undoubtedly stood firm against the government without any hint of retreat. Unfortunately, the influence of religion over the populace has significantly diminished, and it currently lacks the capacity to subvert the government. More critically, even the Pope is confined within the Vatican, leaving these archbishops with little recourse. The reality has shown that ecclesiastical authority can no longer be equated with political power. In the face of the colossal machinery of the state, religious forces must yield, and yield they must. Within Primo's residence, the prime minister was inquiring about the arrest operations upon hearing that Archbishop Pedro had requested an audience. Primo wore a smile, appearing entirely unsurprised. "Esteemed Prime Minister, when will you cease the arrests of church members?" Pedro entered the room with an expression of outrage, deeply dissatisfied with the government's actions. "Archbishop Pedro, should you not inquire about the bishops of the church?" Primo replied with a smile. "Once all the elusive fish have been caught, that will be when the police cease their operations. Prime Minister, you are apprehending church members, bishops of the church, rather than the traitors who orchestrated the assassination. I demand a reasonable explanation from you. Is this how you treat devout believers of God?" Archbishop Pedro sought to maintain the initiative, persistently challenging Prime Minister Primo. "No, Archbishop Pedro, that if they are entirely unrelated to the assassination, I believe no police would come after them. That if you wish to exonerate them, I suggest you come prepared with ample evidence." Primo was no weakling. Upon hearing Archbishop Pedro's relentless inquiries, he rose with a cold smile and said, "If you lack sufficient evidence to prove their innocence, can I interpret this as your intent to challenge the authority of the government on behalf of these bishops?" Today's pursuit of readership is crucial for the author to reach the coveted Sanjiang status. A humble plea for your support. If everyone reads until the last chapter and lingers for over 30 seconds, you can contribute to the author's pursuit. The author is immensely grateful. Whether or not we achieve Sanjiang will not affect the explosive updates post-release, but if we do, the results will surely be better. Should we succeed, it would immediately turn into 3 updates of 6,000 words. After the release, a daily update of 10,000 for a month. If we fail, it would be a daily update of 10,000 for a week following the release. With a minimum of 6,000 words post-release, the author bows in gratitude to everyone. Upon hearing Primo's probing questions, Archbishop Pedro could not help but swallow hard. The pressure exerted by Prime Minister Primo was indeed formidable, especially considering he had recently quelled the Carlist rebellion. Archbishop Pedro certainly did not wish to be at the mercy of others. However, what effective means were available to resist the Primo government? With the precedent of the Carlists before him, Archbishop Pedro harbored no confidence in the church's ability to resist it. "No, it is not like that." Archbishop Pedro quickly replied, "I certainly do not intend to oppose the government. I merely wish to express some views regarding the arrests of church members." "Archbishop Pedro, I'm already aware of your views. However, the assassination is a matter of grave importance and requires thorough investigation to ascertain any suspicion." Prime Minister Primo stated, "Please be patient. If those apprehended are found to be without any suspicion, they will naturally return safely." The need for thorough investigation to ascertain any suspicion. Upon hearing Prime Minister Primo's words, Archbishop Pedro could hardly suppress a laugh. If the arrest operations were conducted with such diligence and responsibility, how could so many church members have been apprehended? When arresting, there was scant evidence. Yet when it comes to releasing them, complete evidence is required to prove their innocence. Is this not mere mockery? Moreover, even if they were to be released after a thorough investigation, the police would continue to apprehend other church members in droves. Release 1, Capture 2. Archbishop Pedro did not doubt that Primo was capable of such actions. "Prime Minister Primo, what must be done to prove the church's innocence?" "I swear to God, the Spanish church had no involvement in the plot to assassinate you. Those bishops who have been arrested are innocent," Archbishop Pedro stated with great exasperation. Given the current situation, he had no choice. Securing the government's cessation of arrests against church members was of paramount importance. As for retaliating against the government's actions, relying solely on the church's strength was insufficient. Assistance from other forces was essential. Before that, reaching a temporary compromise with the government to ensure the church could safely navigate this assassination incident had become Archbishop Pedro's singular focus. "You know, Pedro, due to this assassination, many of the government's tasks have been postponed for a considerable time that I was planning to issue the second batch of industrial bonds. After the assassination incident, how can you expect the public to feel secure in purchasing government bonds?" Prime Minister Primo suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Archbishop Pedro immediately grasped what Primo desired. In order to ensure the temporary safety of the church, Archbishop Pedro had no choice but to reluctantly surrender the church's interests. While I am certain that the church is not involved in the assassination, as a Spaniard, how can I turn a blind eye to the development of my nation? I believe God would not wish to witness such a scene. Thus, I am willing to represent the Spanish Parliament in purchasing government-issued industrial bonds and to donate 2 million pesetas to the government. Archbishop Pedro's perceptiveness greatly pleased Prime Minister Primo. However, Primo's aim was not merely to secure a few million pesetas. The wealth amassed by the Spanish Church over time may well surpass that of the Bourbon family. A few million pesetas would likely amount to a mere drop in the ocean for the Church. Furthermore, compared to this relatively insignificant sum, Primo was far more interested in the Church's land. To be frank, what use does the Church have for such extensive land holdings? They exploit the government's low taxation on church property to amass wealth, which they then use to acquire even more land. In the vicinity of Madrid alone, vast tracts of land are occupied by nobles and the Church, leaving the common folk with scant resources. This is extremely detrimental to Spain's development if these land cannot be reclaimed. It will severely impact Spain's future growth. Very well, Archbishop Pedro, for the sake of God, I am willing to trust your sincerity that I will instruct the police in Madrid to conduct a more thorough screening during the arrest to avoid harming innocent bystanders. Of course, I will also ensure that those church members being apprehended are carefully examined. If there are no issues, they will be released. Someone will contact you in due course that I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to the Church. And I trust that the matter will be resolved satisfactorily in the near future, with no injustice befalling any church member, Primo stated with a smile, having ascertained Archbishop Pedro's willingness to sacrifice the Church's interests for the bishops. Primo had achieved his objective, to ask for further negotiations with the Church regarding the financial and land arrangements for the release of those church members. That was not a task for Primo to undertake. As the Prime Minister of Spain, Primo had far more pressing matters to attend to and would not abandon other priorities for a mere piece of land belonging to the Church. After all, the officials in the finance department were professionals at navigating such negotiations, and they would certainly ensure the government did not suffer losses. Upon hearing Primo relent, Archbishop Pedro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Primo insisted on arresting church members, Pedro truly would not have known how to proceed. To resist would be futile, as the current Church lacked effective means against the government. Perhaps inciting some brainwashed followers to stage a protest might be feasible. But such protests would swiftly be suppressed by the government that a rebellion was altogether out of the question. Protests might attract public participation through indoctrination and deception, but it would be impossible to deceive the populace into joining a rebellion. With Primo's reforms, the living standards of farmers and workers were gradually improving. Under such circumstances, the farmers and workers were not fools. They would not stand up against Primo's government. Prime Minister Primo, may we also be involved in the investigation of this assassination? Archbishop Pedro inquired that he was well aware that the Church would inevitably incur significant losses, which fueled his anger towards the true mastermind behind the assassination. That it was one thing to orchestrate an assassination. But why bring the Church into the fray, regardless of which faction was behind it? Archbishop Pedro had only one thought, to make the culprits pay dearly. Of course, Archbishop Pedro, Primo replied with a smile and a nod. As if it were a matter of course that it would be best to apprehend the perpetrator as soon as possible, as it would be beneficial for both the government and the Church. Undeniably, at that moment, the Church still wielded considerable power in Spain. While it was certainly incapable of opposing the government, it could play a role in investigating the assassination, assisting the government in expediting the inquiry into the mastermind behind the attack. Frankly speaking, Carlo was also curious about who the true instigator of the assassination of Prime Minister Primo was. Anyone audacious enough to attempt to assassinate the Prime Minister must have been well prepared. It could not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was important to note that if the assassination had failed, an unprepared individual would find it difficult to evade the government's stringent scrutiny. Archbishop Pedro's retreat in the face of government pressure indicated that the Church was likely not the mastermind behind the assassination. The remaining potential conspirators could only be the nobles and the Republicans, suggesting that Carlo's establishment of the Royal Assembly might not be as solidified as he had hoped. However, this also represented good news. Once the government and the Church collaborated to uncover the true culprits, it would provide Carlo with the opportunity to expel any traitors within the Royal Assembly who were disloyal to him. The investigation would be left to Primo and Archbishop Pedro. Carlo had no time to concern himself with such matters and could simply await the final outcome. For Carlo, the most pressing issue remained his own enterprises. After all, having wealth was the ultimate truth that on May 17, 1870, on what appeared to be an ordinary day, the long-anticipated secret organization was officially established. Named the Spanish Royal Security Intelligence Bureau, as the name implies, this was a new organization dedicated to intelligence and espionage, training professional operatives, or so-called spies. Carlo faced considerable difficulty in selecting a director for the Intelligence Bureau. As the head of this crucial organization responsible for gathering domestic and foreign intelligence, the director needed to possess significant competence and unwavering loyalty. Ultimately, it was the steward, Loren, who recommended a candidate to Carlo, a subordinate given to him by his father. Vittorio Emanuele II, named Cater Bruno. Vittorio Emanuele II would certainly not wish to harm Carlo. The subordinates he selected were all loyal to the Italian royal family, and their loyalty to Carlo was assured. At least in the foreign land of Spain, Cater Bruno was someone Carlo could trust and rely upon. For the time being, he would serve adequately as the head of the Intelligence Bureau. Once Carlo had nurtured his first batch of trusted subordinates in Spain through charitable endeavors, he could consider other candidates later. After personally meeting Cater Bruno, Carlo finally understood why Steward Loren had recommended him. Cater Bruno appeared tall and thin, remarkably unremarkable. Yet through a few brief questions, Carlo was convinced that he was an excellent candidate for intelligence work. Cater, I have a daunting task that requires your completion. Do you have confidence in this? Carlo inquired, gazing at Cater for the first time. Please command me, Your Majesty, Cater Bruno responded without hesitation upon hearing Carlo's inquiry. Very well, Carlo replied, nodding in satisfaction as a leader. He certainly did not wish to see hesitation in those he assigned tasks to, nor a lack of confidence in completing their duties. I need you to establish an intelligence organization to gather significant intelligence, both domestically and abroad. I must be informed of all major events occurring in Spain in a timely manner. The nobles, factory owners, the church, and even the officials and political parties all fall within the scope of intelligence gathering. Can you accomplish this? Carlo asked with a smile. As long as Your Majesty provides me with sufficient manpower, I will uncover even what vegetables Prime Minister Primo has for dinner, Cater Bruno promptly replied. The target was certainly not Prime Minister Primo. Carlo maintained his smile and was not angered by Cater Bruno's remark. However, Prime Minister Primo is loyal. Who can guarantee that the next Prime Minister will remain so? Your targets are all officials, political factions, and powerful forces in Spain that I need to be aware of their every move. As for the personnel you require, you may select from the guards, and you can also seek suitable talent from the populace. I give you 1 year. After 1 year, I hope the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau will prove to be effective. Understood, Your Majesty, if the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau fails to fulfill its purpose in a year, I am willing to accept any consequences. Cater Bruno solemnly assured he understood that this was not merely a task bestowed upon him by Carlo, but also an opportunity, an authentic chance to become Carlo's confidant and wield immense power. The so-called Royal Security Intelligence Agency, though ostensibly concerned only with gathering information on officials and factions, left one to ponder whether it might not also possess the authority to act upon hearing of his assignment. Cater Bruno recognized that the Royal Security Intelligence Agency was Carlo's vital conduit to the external world, and he himself would serve as Carlo's hidden eye in the shadows. This eye could, when the moment called for it, transform into a blade, poised to strike against disloyal officials and factions. The establishment of the Royal Security Intelligence Agency was executed quietly, even eluding the awareness of Primo regarding Carlo's machinations. Aside from providing Cater Bruno with a substantial sum of 500,000 pesetas and permitting him the liberty to select individuals from the Royal Guard, Carlo offered no further assistance. Cater Bruno's mandate was to lay the foundational structure of the Royal Security Intelligence Agency within a year and initiate the intelligence-gathering efforts concerning domestic officials and factions. A year later would serve as the litmus test for success. Should Cater Bruno's Royal Security Intelligence Agency flourish and prove effective, he would ascend to the status of Carlo's trusted ally, entering the core of power in Spain. Conversely, failure in the agency's establishment would not only mean the loss of this invaluable opportunity, but also the forfeiture of Carlo's trust. Due to the agency's unique nature, all personnel who joined the Intelligence Bureau enjoyed top-tier benefits. Their remuneration far exceeded that of Spanish soldiers and the royal guard in the unfortunate event of sacrificing their lives in the line of duty. The families of intelligence officers would receive compensation, ensuring their continued livelihood. If Kadir Bruno could not cultivate a competent cadre of intelligence personnel despite the financial incentives, questions regarding his capabilities would inevitably arise. Initially, Carlo harbored doubts about Kadir Bruno's ability to set the Royal Security Intelligence Agency on the right path within a year. However, after hearing Kadir Bruno's criteria for selecting intelligence officers a few days later, Carlo's skepticism dissipated. Of the approximately 2,500 members of the Royal Guard, fewer than 50 qualified for the intelligence agency after Kadir Bruno's rigorous selection process. An average of only 2 out of every 100 soldiers passed the scrutiny. Even such stringent criteria assured that the selected intelligence personnel possessed commendable abilities. After all, the members of Carlo's Royal Guard had undergone rigorous selection before their enlistment. When it came to combat prowess, they were hardly inferior to the regular Spanish army. If the intelligence personnel were meticulously chosen in such a manner, Carlo began to anticipate the agency's potential contributions a year hence. May of 1870 was unremarkable. Yet Carlo's spirits soared. Following the successful establishment of the Royal Security Intelligence Agency, he received further good news. Duke Serrano had quelled the rebellion in Cuba, and the troops were en route back to Spain. This development relieved Carlo, as he no longer needed to fret over the possibility of Cuba slipping from Spain's grasp due to unforeseen circumstances. As one of Spain's few profitable colonies, Cuba held significant importance. Beyond providing a steady stream of funding and income during the early stages of Spain's reforms, Cuba could also serve as a valuable asset for acquiring more promising colonies in the future. In Carlo's vision for Spain's colonial future, the African territories were paramount, particularly Morocco in northwest Africa, given its proximity across a narrow strait. Control in Morocco would facilitate the process of localization, rendering it considerably easier to integrate. Only colonies that could be localized were truly tenable territories, especially as the colonial era was not destined to endure indefinitely. Carlo harbored no grandiose ambitions for the colonies. His primary desire was for them to furnish Spain with urgently needed resources and, in the future, to serve as localized territories. Presently, Spain lacked the capacity to manage extensive colonies. Otherwise, any insurrections would overwhelm the nation. During Serrano's assessment in Cuba, Carlo had engaged in discussions with him, expressing that, when deemed necessary, he could allow certain powers to be granted to Cuba in exchange for Spain's control over the island. Historically, the Cuban War of Independence had persisted for nearly a decade, costing the Spanish government around 700 million pesos. Carlo was averse to seeing the current Spanish administration expend such vast resources on suppressing the rebellion in Cuba. The most prudent course was to reach some compromises with the Cuban government. Delaying matters for as long as possible, Carlo's objective was merely to ensure that Cuba would remain stable for the next decade. What transpired a decade later, in terms of a potential resurgence of the independence movement, would be a concern for the nation that succeeded in governing Cuba. Serrano indeed acted accordingly. Having previously served as the governor of Cuba, Duke Serrano possessed an intimate understanding of the island's dynamics. He required little investigation to discern which factions could be courted and which ones needed to be addressed first, thereby significantly enhancing the efficiency of the suppression, while employing a strategy of rallying one faction while suppressing another. Duke Serrano swiftly restored order to Cuba, bringing the Grand Rebellion to a close. Of course, the accompanying army of over 5,000 troops played a crucial role. Without their presence, certain factions in Cuba might not have been as cooperative with Serrano's actions. In summary, after promising to implement political reforms in Cuba and granting certain factions increased power, the Cuban War of Independence officially concluded, and Serrano led his troops back to Spain. For Carlo, this marked the beginning of preparation for lavish rewards for the military and the cultivation of a new generation of loyal nobles. Previously, following Primo's suppression of the Carlist uprising, Carlo had contemplated elevating Primo to the rank of duke, with the corresponding celebration already in the works. However, various delays pushed this event to May, coinciding fortuitously with Serrano's successful resolution of the rebellion. Carlo promptly decided to amalgamate both celebratory events into one, simultaneously bestowing honors upon Serrano and Primo. Given that Serrano was already a duke, Carlo resolved to elevate him to a Grand Duke to secure his loyalty. Primo would likewise be elevated to duke, solidifying his status as a significant figure among the Spanish nobility. The decision to elevate Serrano to Grand Duke was one Carlo had contemplated for some time. Compared to Primo, Serrano leaned more towards conservatism, aligning himself with royalist factions that, put it simply, while both Serrano and Primo were considered Carlo's right and left arms, Primo's loyalty stemmed primarily from his allegiance to Spain. He chose to support Carlo because he was the king that, in contrast, Serrano's political stance was more royalist, and his loyalty to Carlo could arguably rival that of Spain itself. Furthermore, Serrano's standing within the military was on par with that of Primo. If Carlo could secure Serrano's unwavering loyalty, his position in Spain would be thoroughly fortified. Even if he were to lose Primo's support thereafter, Carlo need not fear for the stability of his throne. At the very least, he would possess the political acumen to contend with Primo or the next prime minister. Otherwise, relying solely on his status as an outsider and a royal guard of over 2,000 men. What right would he have to vie for power against the next prime minister? Carlo was not naive enough to assume that all prime ministers would treat the monarchy with the same profound respect that Primo had. Moreover, some of Primo's respect for Carlo was motivated by his desire to advance reforms in Spain, which necessitated the king's backing. Thus, regardless of the current state of affairs with Primo, it was imperative to prepare for the future and strategize to gradually consolidate more power. Carlo did not come to Spain merely to serve as a figurehead. To realize the ideals and aspirations harbored by Carlo, it is imperative to establish a certain degree of influence within the government, allowing for intervention in its decisions at crucial moments. The fleet commanded by Serrano set sail on May 22 ND, and it will take until at least June to reach Spain. This delay is advantageous for Carlo, as it affords him additional time to prepare for the ennoblement of Serrano and Primo, as well as to reward the many contributors who distinguished themselves during the suppression of the rebellion. The positive news is that, although the noble class in Spain still retains considerable privileges, the lower-tier barons and viscounts possess no significant rights. Aside from the hereditary nature of their titles, these ranks primarily serve an honorary purpose. Lacking any jurisdiction over the lands they possess, the distribution of such new-style nobility poses minimal harm to the state, merely necessitating the relinquishment of some land. Furthermore, Spain does not suffer from a shortage of territory compared to other European nations, especially with vast expanses of land in Africa yet to be claimed by the great powers, which could be allocated for the establishment of new nobility that in the future, whether these new nobles establish large estates or invest in other industries. Their contributions will undoubtedly bolster Spain's economic development. Moreover, compared to the traditional Spanish nobility, the nobles appointed directly by Carlo are expected to exhibit significantly higher loyalty, as they will hold the military honors conferred upon them in great esteem. The grand ceremony of ennoblement is scheduled to take place in July 1870. The army led by Duke Serrano is anticipated to return to Spain in mid to late June, after a week of rest. They will participate in the ennoblement ceremony, accompanied by a modest military parade in Madrid. The purpose of this parade is straightforward. Firstly, to celebrate Spain's successful resolution of domestic and colonial insurrections, allowing its citizens to finally embrace peace. Secondly, to serve as a deterrent to the Republican factions and other malcontents within Spain if the Carlo faction and the Cuban independence advocates can be dealt with. Other forces must consider their ability to pose a threat to the Spanish government. For the Spanish populace, the ennoblement ceremony and parade will not only provide entertainment, but also ignite a sense of patriotism and admiration for the conferral of military honors. After all, the majority of those receiving titles and rewards are ordinary individuals. If they can achieve such honors, why should the other Spanish citizens believe they cannot do the same, beginning in early June? The government has already commenced preparations for this ennoblement ceremony. Newspapers, including El Sol and others, have been continuously publishing news regarding the ceremony and boldly speculating on the names of those who will be ennobled. Among the frequently mentioned names are Prime Minister Primo and Duke Serrano, whose reputations in politics and the military far exceed those of their peers, and who are the principal architects of the suppression effort. Amidst the public's anticipation, Duke Serrano has finally led his troops back to Spain, traveling by train to Madrid. Carlo places great importance on rewarding his loyal subjects, and on the very day Duke Serrano's army returns to Madrid, Carlo not only personally greets him, but also arranges for a makeshift royal military band to play the royal march in honor of the returning heroes. The unexpected nature of Carlo's personal welcome is not lost on Duke Serrano. However, he quickly regains his composure. Upon encountering Carlo's warm reception, he swiftly abandons his troops, riding forward alone and halting at a distance of about 100 meters before approaching Carlo. "Your Majesty," Duke Serrano is the first to bow in greeting. "Welcome back to Spain," Carlo replies with a smile, nodding in a friendly manner. "I have prepared a celebration banquet for you. Do take a moment to rest, and this evening we shall have a thorough discussion." Duke Serrano nods in acknowledgement and then engages in conversation with Prime Minister Primo and others following Carlo. Accompanying Duke Serrano, Carlo notices two familiar faces, Andrew Rosso and Carmen Esposito, whom he had assigned to the forces suppressing the rebellion in Cuba. Carlo has perused several reports from Duke Serrano detailing their military achievements during the Cuban campaign. Andrew and Carmen, both outstanding graduates of the Turin Military Academy, have performed admirably in the conflict and have received numerous commendations from Duke Serrano himself. It is worth noting that while Duke Serrano leans towards the conservative pro-monarchist faction, this does not imply he would shy away from offering praise to Carlo's appointments, even if he is aware that Carlo has placed these two individuals in the army to enhance their credentials. Should they lack sufficient capability, Duke Serrano would certainly refrain from commending them. Earning Duke Serrano's accolades signifies that Andrew and Carmen possess commendable military leadership skills, making them valuable assets in Carlo's eyes. Given the significant contributions they made in quelling the Cuban rebellion, Carlo intends to ennoble Andrew and Carmen as barons, further consolidating their loyalty while providing them a pathway to ascend the ranks of the Spanish military, potentially assuming command upon the retirement of Primo and Serrano. The decision to refrain from promoting them directly stems not only from the need to assess their true capabilities, but also from their status as Italians, who have yet to establish a reputation in Spain. Although Carlo, as king, could easily elevate them, doing so without merit would likely provoke dissent among the soldiers and discontent among the generals and nobility. However, with their accomplishments in Cuba, such concerns are now rendered moot. The importance of Cuba to Spain is undeniable, exemplified by the historical willingness to expend vast sums to maintain its colonial dominion. The achievements in suppressing the Cuban insurrection provide Andrew and Carmen ample justification for receiving titles, as well as opportunities for rapid advancement within the military.as for gaining the recognition of their subordinates and gradually climbing the military hierarchy. That will depend on their actual performance. Regardless, the path to ascension has already been laid out for them by Carlo. Should they falter in reaching the upper echelons of military command, it would merely reflect poorly on Carlo's judgment. Fortunately, Carlo possesses ample time to wait. As the Royal Military Academy begins to find its footing, the future will yield an increasing number of well-trained officers. Carlo retains the honorary title of Chancellor, and these young officers can be regarded as his protégés. Whether Andrew and Carmen ascend to high-ranking positions within the Spanish military or await the emergence of outstanding young officers from the academy to climb the ranks, both scenarios are acceptable to Carlo. After all, Serrano and Primo are several years away from retirement, providing ample opportunity for Andrew and Carmen to strive for advancement during this stable period in Spanish history. The military and political power is currently divided among Serrano, Primo, and Carlo, leaving others to submit to the combined influence of the trio. Should Serrano and Primo retire in succession, and if Carlo's trusted allies are unable to assume their authority, the political landscape will no longer remain so stable. "Well done," Carlo remarks with a smile directed at Andrew and Carmen. Having successfully fulfilled the tasks assigned to them, Carlo feels compelled to express his camaraderie. In certain respects, as fellow Italians, Andrew and Carmen share a closer affinity with Carlo. Both of them, as outsiders in Spain, must rely on Carlo's support to ascend the ranks, which is precisely why Carlo has chosen to trust them and offer them opportunities. Ordinary talent is not in short supply for Carlo. What he truly lacks are subordinates in whom he can place complete trust and who possess a modicum of capability. Please, return to rest. You must not miss the evening banquet as honored contributors, Carlo continues. You both performed admirably in quelling the Cuban rebellion, and I assure you, I shall not overlook the contributions of my loyal subjects. The celebratory banquet prepared for Serrano and others is indeed grand, though not excessively extravagant. While it features a plethora of exquisite dishes, the majority are sourced from Spain, with only a few Italian delicacies included. The wine served will come from Carlo's private vineyard, emphasizing a commitment to local produce. Many nobles are expected to attend the banquet, in order to express his appreciation for the contributions of Serrano and other notable figures. Carlo extended a special invitation to several Spanish Grand Dukes and Dukes, including Duke Jacopo, to grace the occasion. Following a jubilant celebratory banquet, the spotlight shifted to the upcoming conferment ceremony in July. This event held particular significance as it marked the first bestowal of titles during Carlo's reign, and the Spanish government regarded it with utmost seriousness. Notably, this round of titles included promotions for both the Prime Minister and the Minister of War, prompting government officials to exercise utmost diligence, in contrast to the hurried preparations of the officials. Carlo and the two central figures of the ceremony found themselves in a state of remarkable relaxation. Upon learning of Prime Minister Primo's assassination attempt, Serrano was initially taken aback, but soon breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Primo was unharmed. Serrano understood that, at this juncture, Primo was of paramount importance to Spain. Only he possessed the capability to drive the necessary reforms, his significance far surpassing his own. Have the perpetrators behind the scenes been identified? Serrano inquired. The shadowy assailants were not merely targeting Prime Minister Primo. They aimed to obliterate Spain's future in an era where nations across the globe were rapidly advancing. Spain could ill afford to lag behind in revolutionizing its industries and economy, lest it fall further behind the great powers. Not yet, but I am confident that results will emerge soon, Primo replied with a hint of resignation. Despite having extorted vast tracts of land and nearly 8 million pesetas from the church, the sensation of being undermined was far from pleasant. Should he uncover the mastermind behind the assassination plot, Primo would not hesitate to send them to meet their maker. What are your forthcoming plans? Will you continue to push for reforms? Serrano curiously asked out of course. Primo nodded affirmatively, responding, Spain is in a dire state across all sectors. We must act swiftly to implement reforms. Simultaneously, substantial investments are required in industries: agriculture, healthcare, education, and the construction of railways and roads. Good heavens, I cannot fathom how long the government's finances can sustain this. It truly feels like an insatiable abyss if the focus were solely on developing a singular industry. The burden on Spain would not be as immense. However, Primo's vision entailed simultaneous advancements in multiple sectors, a financial strain of unimaginable proportions. Prime Minister, I believe it is essential for us to devise a detailed plan. Carlo interjected, if we attempt to tackle so many industries at once, it could impose a tremendous burden on our finances, perhaps even beyond our capacity, while we could secure funds through foreign loans. This approach carries exorbitant interest and additional stipulations that, if feasible, I propose we break down the reforms and construction tasks into phases, completing them one stage at a time. Your thoughts are intriguing. Could you elaborate? Primo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just a personal idea, Carlo replied with a smile. For instance, we could establish a 5-year time frame and create a development plan spanning those 5 years. During this period, we can set small goals for each sector and allocate 5 years to achieve them. Perhaps these individual goals won't yield monumental results for Spain, but collectively, they could have a significant impact. While a single 5-year plan may not suffice to enact reform, 2 or even 3 such plans would undoubtedly bring about transformative change for Spain. As long as we commit the necessary time and effort to fulfill the 5-year plan, it is conceivable that after 2 or 3 iterations, Spain could reclaim its standing among the great powers. Is that not the very essence of our reform aspirations? In both the development of other European nations and in Primo's reform agenda, the concept of multi-year plans was virtually non-existent. The rationale was simple. The tenure of cabinets across European countries varied significantly, leading to substantial discrepancies in policy strategies. For instance, a prime minister like Bismarck could serve for decades, while counterparts in Britain and Italy often held office for much shorter durations, sometimes less than a year. In such circumstances, formulating a 5-year development plan proved exceedingly challenging, as the ministers of the cabinet could change rapidly before the plan's completion, given the constant turnover at the highest levels of government. Which administration would adhere to the initial development plan? Fortunately, this situation could be circumvented in Spain, with the esteemed standing of both Primo and Serrano. Maintaining a majority in the Spanish parliament was quite achievable. Even Carlo was unable to exert influence over them. As long as they wished, they could remain in power indefinitely. In this context, a 5-year development plan posed no adverse effects for Primo, as he would still be prime minister 5 years hence, unless unforeseen events, such as an assassination, occurred. This also eliminated another potential obstacle to the plan's inception: the current government's concern that the next administration might reap the benefits of their efforts, given the uncertainty of holding the prime minister's position for a full 5 years. European politicians were generally reluctant to develop long-term plans. Otherwise, the arduous work they invested in driving forward a development plan could easily be exploited by their successors, who would reap the rewards. "Excellent, Your Majesty. A truly splendid proposal," Primo exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited. "I will need to discuss the specifics of the 5-year plan with the government. However, the overarching concept aligns with the current state of Spain. Once the details of the first 5-year plan are finalized, I shall present it to you, Your Majesty." Primo did not insist on simultaneous development across all sectors, which relieved Carlo greatly. Had Primo adopted an excessively radical approach, intent on completing all reforms in a short time frame, Carlo would have found it challenging to restrain him. The outcomes of radical reforms rarely proved favorable, and hasty, unprepared changes often yielded suboptimal results. The conferment ceremony arrived as scheduled. Serrano ascended to an even more prestigious title, becoming a true Grand Duke, a rarity in Spain. Meanwhile, Primo was elevated from Marquis to Duke, his rank now befitting his stature within the military and government. In light of his successful suppression of the Carlist and Cuban rebellions, Carlo, in high spirits, showed no reluctance in bestowing titles. In addition to the 1 Grand Duke and 1 Duke, the ceremony also included the elevation of 2 earls, 7 viscounts, and over a dozen barons, with Andrew and Cumon among the honored. Although both were the lowest-ranked barons, they had nonetheless entered the ranks of Spanish nobility, significantly elevating their status. Their promotion was not merely a matter of titles. Having proven their mettle in combat against the Cuban insurgents, both had been exceptionalized from lieutenants to majors and now serve as company commanders. With Carlo's trust and their contributions, it was anticipated that they could ascend to the rank of colonel within a few years, barring any unforeseen circumstances related to their Italian heritage. Following the quelling of the Cuban rebellion, they would likely have been promoted to at least lieutenant colonel, making the rank of colonel a plausible achievement. After all, compared to the unexpected arrival of an Italian officer, soldiers would prefer their immediate superior to be Spanish. For Andrew and Cumon to earn the trust of the troops, they would need to invest more effort than their Spanish counterparts. However, this proved advantageous. As they underwent the soldiers' scrutiny and gradually climbed the ranks, their command over the military would become increasingly stable. The army they commanded would serve as a vital asset to Carlo, effectively translating into military power in his hands. Carlo's confidence in developing his influence stemmed from the ages of Serrano and Primo. Born in 1810, Serrano was now 60 years old, while Primo, born in 1814, was 56.2. Men in their 60s were unlikely to be overly concerned about the gradual growth of Carlo's power, as they would not live to witness its culmination, according to European life expectancy standards. Nearing 60 was considered quite advanced. Primo's ambitions were straightforward: to advance the revolution in Spain during his lifetime and to accomplish as much of it as possible. Serrano, on the other hand, exhibited little fervor for revolution, and his thirst for power was not particularly pronounced. What truly concerns Serrano is his status, and being elevated to the rank of Duke brings him immense satisfaction. It is precisely due to Serrano that the trio of Primo, Carlo, and himself have not engaged in overt power struggles for various reasons, allowing the current Spanish government to maintain a considerable degree of stability. This is a scenario all three are keen to witness. After all, when one's primary needs are met, who would wish to contend with formidable adversaries in a life-and-death struggle? Carlo is also pleased to observe Primo's reforms and Serrano's grasp on power. With these two in place, Carlo's throne would become exceedingly secure, that by the time they retire or pass away, Carlo's influence will have been sufficiently cultivated. It will then be Carlo's turn to gradually seize power. Carlo feels fortunate that, despite Queen Isabel's lack of contributions to Spain, she at least consented to bestow noble titles upon Primo and Serrano, particularly the latter, should Serrano be driven to align with the Republicans. It is likely that post-Isabel Spain would devolve into a republican government, making a return to monarchy exceedingly difficult. Historically, Alfonso XII was able to restore the monarchy due to the unpopularity of the republic at that time. Compounded by Primo's assassination, which left Spain in a state of chaos even greater than during Isabel's reign. Had Primo been a republican and avoided assassination, Spain might have transformed into a fully fledged republic. It must be acknowledged that Primo's support for the monarchy is a significant boon for Carlo. Until the completion of Primo's reforms, Carlo's stance remains a steadfast endorsement of him, following the ceremony of elevation. Carlo also participated in a modest military parade, though the number of troops involved was not substantial, amounting to fewer than 1,000. The sight of this nearly 1,000-strong army marching before him was truly overwhelming. Observing the grand procession of soldiers and the surrounding crowd, Carlo could not help but feel a surge of pride. This was his army. These were his subjects, regardless of Spain's historical trajectory in this moment. In this world, he is the king of Spain, the sole ruler of the nation. Unsurprisingly, once all activities concluded that day, the ceremony of elevation and the military parade became the most talked-about news in Madrid. To honor the soldiers' contributions, related news would be disseminated throughout Spain, ensuring that all Spaniards were aware of the newly ennobled nobles and their contributions to the nation. This was also Carlo's intention, to make it clear that the nobility's status is rooted in their significant contributions to Spain. Although the public's attitude towards the nobility may not shift dramatically, even minor changes are welcomed by Carlo. After all, the king and the nobility are intertwined. If the nobility's reputation were to become utterly tarnished, how could the king, the highest noble, maintain a favorable standing? On another front, Carlo hopes to ignite a desire among soldiers and the populace for military honors. Only by demonstrating the tangible benefits of military service will soldiers genuinely devote themselves to the nation and government. Similarly, only by showcasing the transformative changes that military honors can bring will the public cease to harbor aversion towards joining the military and instead eagerly enlist. While these measures may seem marginal, they are quite effective in bolstering military morale. In the wake of the elevation ceremony, Primo becomes increasingly occupied, dedicating all his energies to governmental duties. Reform and national development take precedence, alongside the need to investigate the true perpetrators behind the assassination attempt. Fortunately, with Serrano's return from Cuba, he can assist Primo with some governmental affairs. Having previously served as the Prime Minister of Spain's provisional government before the parliamentary elections, Serrano may not be an outstanding administrator, but he is certainly well-versed in governance. Through the combined efforts of Serrano and Primo, Spain is set to enter a phase of stable development. Carlo eagerly anticipates the nation's subsequent progress, wondering if this once great empire can find a rebirth after a prolonged decline. Primo acts swiftly. Shortly after the parade's conclusion, the Spanish government announces reforms within its departments, eliminating those deemed unnecessary and merging those with similar administrative functions. Consequently, the number of cabinet departments is streamlined. The Army and Navy are consolidated into the Ministry of Defense, with Duke Serrano ascending to the position of Minister of Defense. This is a necessary step. Spain's Navy is not particularly strong, and there is no immediate need for its development. In reality, it lacks the funds for such expansion. Thus, the Navy Department need not exist independently. While it appears that the Army and Navy have merged into the Ministry of Defense, it effectively diminishes the Navy's significance, as the minister overseeing the Ministry of Defense is Army Marshal Serrano. The Ministry of the Interior is divided into law enforcement and public welfare departments. Alongside finance, industry, agriculture, healthcare, and education, which together constitute the new cabinet structure of Spain. The cabinet comprises 10 individuals, the 9 departmental ministers, and Prime Minister Primo. The reduction in the number of cabinet members is expected to enhance administrative efficiency. Among these 9 departments, the most critical are defense, finance, and industry. Finance and industry are pivotal to Spain's overall development, while defense is essential for the nation's territorial security. This results in prominent figures leading these three departments. Minister of Defense Serrano requires no further elaboration. The position of Finance Minister is personally held by Prime Minister Primo, while the Minister of Industry, Manuel Ruiz Solarilla, though lesser known, is a respected figure in political circles. Born in Burgos de Osma and a graduate of the law department at the University of Madrid, Ruiz is greatly influenced by radicalism. Ideologically, he advocates for revolutionary change in Spain, which explains his appointment as Minister of Industry. Having participated in several revolutions, Ruiz has amassed considerable prestige and has previously held positions as Minister of Religion and Minister of Justice. While he may still fall short compared to Primo and Serrano, he is regarded as a significant figure in Spanish politics and is quite popular among the revolutionary factions. The cabinet reforms proceed rapidly. The eliminated departments mostly lacked real authority, therefore they pose little resistance to the changes. The merged departments will also enhance the existing cabinet members' power, and the cabinet members are unlikely to oppose such reforms that on July 11, 1870, the reformed Spanish cabinet convened for its inaugural meeting. Primo, with a serious expression, unveiled Spain's first 5-year development plan, outlining specific expectations for each department over the next 5 years. The emphasis was placed particularly on education and industry. Education is the foundation of nation building. For Spain to achieve revival, it must dedicate itself to developing education. The industrial sector is the cornerstone of national strength. For Spain to regain its status among the great powers, it must possess a robust industrial capacity. By prioritizing education and industry, it is clear that other departments will be allocated comparatively limited budgets. Indeed, aside from minimal cuts to the defense budget, all other departments will face budget reductions of at least 10%. These funds will be reallocated primarily to the education and industry sectors to support their development. At this juncture, the benefits of appointing cabinet ministers by the Prime Minister become evident, as the remaining ministers are unlikely to voice significant objections. After all, they were all promoted by Primo and could be replaced at any time. With the direction for Spain's development firmly established, the remaining tasks become somewhat tedious. Carlos suddenly realizes that the workings of the government appear to have little bearing on his own affairs. The reforms hardly impact him, as the King of Spain. Aside from enjoying fine meals, his options seem limited to indulging in pleasurable pursuits. Reflecting on this, Carlo glances at the 2 diligent maids attending to him, and thinks to himself, this is quite pleasant, observing the seemingly innocent and charming Anna. A smile graces Carlo's face, reminiscent of a mischievous uncle trying to coax a young girl. Anna, would you like to have some Iberian ham? Anna's hands, unable to contain their eagerness, swiftly pressed against a certain spot, skillfully shedding Carlo's garments as her head dipped downward. The pleasures of a life steeped in nobility. While offering Anna a taste of exquisite Iberian ham, Carlo's gaze wandered to the more statuesque and alluring Alice, and with a smile, he commanded, "Alice, I find myself quite hungry." Immediately understanding his intent, Alice presented 2 pristine, plump buns, allowing Carlo to toy with them until they ultimately found their way to his mouth. It must be said, the 2 maids selected for Carlo by Vittorio Emanuele II were each distinctively charming. Anna, with her mischievous spirit and innocent beauty, often daringly tempted Carlo, while Alice, in comparison, exhibited a more subtle allure. Yet her voluptuous figure inadvertently heightened her seduction, rivaling Anna in every respect. Both Anna and Alice bore names that signify beauty, showcasing the remarkable skill in their naming. The allure of these 2 maids would undoubtedly stand out in any era. A paragon of beauty both now and in the future. Had Carlo not possessed remarkable self-restraint, he might have succumbed before reaching the age of 18, but nevertheless. These maids were intended to serve as Carlo's mentors in the art of pleasure, providing him with indescribable joy upon his coming of age. Carlo felt fortunate to have traversed into the late 19th century rather than the much-maligned Middle Ages that at least in this era. European nobility recognized the importance of bathing, and both maids exuded a delightful fragrance, devoid of any offensive odors. Had he found himself in the Middle Ages, even the most stunning maidens would be rejected solely on account of their lack of hygiene. Carlo had initially believed his frail constitution would not endure for long. Yet since his arrival in this new world, his health had remarkably improved. Although he had not undergone rigorous testing, Carlo was confident that his current physique surpassed that of his former self. Defined muscles were now visibly apparent. While not exaggeratedly bulky, they attested to his newfound vitality. More importantly, he found himself capable of engaging with both Anna and Alice without succumbing to fatigue. This newfound stamina was perhaps Carlo's greatest satisfaction in his current life. Every man yearns to display valor in the heat of battle. As the King of Spain, Carlo could not afford to remain idle. After much contemplation, he resolved to cultivate a reservoir of talent to lay the groundwork for the Second Industrial Revolution. The Second Industrial Revolution, in essence, heralded the age of electricity, marked primarily by the discovery and widespread application of electrical power. Germany and the United States were the driving forces behind this revolution, their national strength soaring post-electrification, surpassing that of Great Britain, the progenitor of the First Industrial Revolution. Spain could not afford to miss this pivotal moment in history. However, a pressing dilemma loomed: the current awkward temporal context. Most renowned scientists had yet to be born or were still in their formative years, naturally falling outside Carlo's purview for recruitment. The remaining scientists had already achieved significant accomplishments, making it challenging to entice them from abroad to Spain. After pondering for some time, Carlo managed to recall the names of two individuals. Point one was the illustrious German scientist and entrepreneur Carl Benz, founder of the Mercedes-Benz automobile, and the other was the Belgian-born French physicist Graham, who successfully developed industrially applicable electrical generation equipment. While Faraday and Henry were well-known names in the realm of generators, they were more akin to pioneers, theorists, and experimentalists who had yet to produce a generator suitable for industrial use. Graham, however, had accomplished this feat. The foundation of the electrical industry lay upon the two direct current and alternating current generators he had developed, hence Carlo's ability to remember his name, with a general idea of their names and nationalities. Investigating these two individuals became significantly more manageable. Carlo summoned the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau, Cattabruno, instructing him to dispatch personnel to France and Germany to ascertain the status of Graham and Carl Benz, and to extend invitations for them to assume positions in Spain. Upon receiving Carlo's orders, Cattabruno acted with utmost diligence, swiftly organizing a team to investigate in Germany and France that very night. The task at hand was undoubtedly formidable. Though aware that Graham and Benz were respectively engaged in electrical and mechanical manufacturing in their home countries, searching for relatively obscure researchers within the vastness of France and Germany was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Success would require a stroke of luck. Recognizing the challenges of pinpointing a specific individual among millions, Carlo assigned Cattabruno an additional task. Should they fail to locate Graham and Benz, they were to identify promising talents in electrical and mechanical engineering within both France and Germany, and endeavor to recruit them to Spain to entice such talents. Carlo demonstrated considerable sincerity. The Royal Academy of Sciences in Spain was the institution Carlo established for this purpose, a dedicated research institution. Carlo pledged to donate a portion of research funds to the Royal Academy annually. Upon joining the Royal Academy, scientists would be eligible to apply for research funding to support their endeavors. Moreover, all members of the Royal Academy would be granted Spanish citizenship without the need for approval, along with complimentary housing in the capital, Madrid. Scientists could also opt to engage in part-time positions at Spanish universities, yielding additional income. Should they achieve significant breakthroughs within the Royal Academy, they would be rewarded with nobility titles and substantial research funding, paving the way for a promising future. While such conditions might not lure established scientists already recognized by their respective governments, they could prove appealing to those struggling to sustain their research on limited means. Across Europe, countless scientists dedicated to the fields of physics and chemistry existed. However, prior to attaining recognition for their research, they seldom had opportunities to secure external funding. Many renowned scientists in later generations experienced poverty in their early lives due to the lengthy and resource-intensive nature of their research, which their personal finances could scarcely support. Carlo did not harbor expectations of attracting a plethora of top-tier talent through the Royal Academy. He merely hoped to draw in a select few competent scientists, which would already exceed his aspirations. After all, at that time, Spain lagged far behind other European nations in the realms of physics and chemistry. Even in later years, when the Nobel Prize counts for the UK, Germany, and France soared into the dozens or even hundreds, Spain could only claim a meager 8 laureates, 6 of whom were in literature and merely 2 in medicine. Spain's land area was comparable to that of the UK, France, and Germany, mainland, yet the scarcity of Nobel laureates stemmed from the late intellectual awakening of the Spanish populace. The discovery of the New World had plunged Spain into a life of excess and extravagance, as the riches procured from the Americas were squandered on the opulence of the nobility and the church. The palaces and castles of the nobility, alongside the resplendent churches of the clergy, gleamed with gold and splendor, yet the nation's strength deteriorated with each passing day. During the Italian Renaissance, the French Enlightenment, and the British Industrial Revolution, what was Spain engaged in? Spain was still focused on consolidating royal and ecclesiastical power, deceiving the populace in a futile attempt to fortify a government steeped in decadence. Despite being the world's first empire on which the sun never set, having amassed considerable wealth from the Americas, and possessing income-generating colonies like Cuba, the literacy rate in Spain was alarmingly similar to that of newly unified Italy. The elevated illiteracy rate in Italy was primarily due to the impoverished southern farmers dragging down the average, that if we consider only the territories of northern Italy once ruled by the Kingdom of Sardinia, the educational situation in Italy is vastly superior to that of Spain. This is precisely why both Primo and Carlo place great emphasis on education, as Spain is genuinely lacking in talent. Furthermore, with a relatively small population, if Spain does not proactively attract talent from abroad, it will forever lag behind other European nations in the realm of technological advancement. That Carlo's establishment of the Royal Academy of Sciences was not only aimed at drawing outstanding foreign scientists to Spain, but also intended to integrate these eminent scholars into Spanish universities, thereby cultivating a greater number of exceptional talents in the fields of physics and chemistry within Spain. While recruiting talent from abroad may superficially address Spain's deficiency, the true remedy for the shortage of domestic talent lies in nurturing local individuals. Kadir Bruno took Carlo's directives to heart and resolved to personally undertake the initial task assigned by Carlo, setting a positive precedent for the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau. Thus, Kadir Bruno embarked on a journey northward to France, accompanied by a select few intelligence trainees from a guard. Kadir Bruno's primary target was Graham, a Belgian-born French national. The rationale behind choosing Graham was simply that France is in closer proximity to Spain, facilitating passage to the next destination, Germany. However, the search for individuals cannot be conducted haphazardly. Kadir Bruno decided that the first stop would be the French capital, Paris, where he would seek out experts in electricity and electrical equipment, specifically looking for someone named Graham. Following the departure of the Germans from France, Paris erupted in revolution once more, nearly upending the French government. Fortunately, this uprising was ultimately quelled by the French authorities. And the good news is that Paris once again embraced peace. This was the reason Kadir Bruno and his companions could safely travel to Paris. A peaceful and stable Paris would not harbor animosity towards foreign visitors. Upon arriving in Paris, Kadir Bruno immediately commenced an investigation into companies and enterprises surrounding electrical and electrical equipment, endeavoring to locate an individual named Graham. Fortunately, within a modest electrical equipment firm in Paris, he indeed found a researcher named Graham, specializing in generators. One night, in an unremarkable residence in Paris, a knock resounded upon the door, swiftly rousing the recently slumbering Graham. Initially taken aback, Graham's expression soon darkened with concern. As he contemplated whether to ascertain the identity of the visitor at the door, his wife, too, had awakened Graham. She called softly, observing her husband lost in thought. Gradually returning from his reverie, Graham reassured his equally apprehensive wife. Rising to grasp the long rifle leaning against the wall, and cautiously approached the door. "Who is it?" he inquired. "Pardon me, is this Mr. Graham?" "The Graham who works in electricity," came the voice from outside. "Who are you?" "If this is not urgent, please return tomorrow morning," Graham replied. Paris had just emerged from chaos, but that did not imply that the streets were tranquil as the surface conditions suggested. Graham was indifferent to the outcomes of the government and the revolutionaries. Nor did he desire the conflict between these two factions to intrude upon his life. He simply wished to live a stable life, with a steady income sufficient to support himself and his family, while also pursuing his passion for work. Other matters were of little concern to him, and he had no desire to entangle himself in anything that could ignite trouble. Please forgive my intrusion. Mr. Graham, the voice outside continued, I have left you a letter. You may read it before deciding. I shall return tomorrow at noon. Farewell. Recognizing Graham's evident wariness, Kadir Bruno understood that the turmoil in Paris had only recently subsided. The unexpected visit from a stranger at night warranted Graham's caution. The best way to alleviate such apprehension was to leave behind a letter introducing his identity and return the following day during daylight hours. Having successfully identified the electricity worker named Graham, the subsequent matters would not prove overly complicated. Should Graham be unwilling to travel to Spain, measures would have to be taken to ensure that he and his family made the journey. In order to fulfill Carlo's directive, after hearing the footsteps fade into the distance, Graham exhaled a sigh of relief. During this time, numerous revolutionaries had been captured by the government, and Graham was indeed reluctant to associate with unfamiliar individuals. The aristocrats in the government were notably subservient to the Germans, yet they wielded a heavy hand against their own people. Moreover, Graham was not even a true Frenchman. He was born in Belgium and had only immigrated to France a little over a decade ago. The French government would not extend leniency to Graham simply because he was a promising talent. After all, there were countless individuals like him throughout France, and the loss of one or two would hardly be felt. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and confirming that there was no sound from outside, Graham cautiously stepped out with his rifle, discovering a letter at his doorstep. To allay Graham's concerns, Kadir Bruno had clearly indicated his purpose on the envelope, inscribing the words Spanish royal family in French. Once assured that the letter did not originate from the revolutionaries, Graham breathed a sigh of relief and brought it inside. An invitation from the King of Spain, a researcher at the Royal Academy of Sciences, an advisor to the Spanish Electric Company. As he examined the words written in French, Graham felt as though he were unacquainted with the language. Would the King of Spain suddenly extend an invitation to an ordinary citizen like himself? Moreover, to join an institution bearing the royal name, such as the Royal Academy of Sciences, instead of feeling elated by this unexpected fortune. Graham found it hard to believe, suspecting he had encountered fraud. Yet, the other party seemed to lack any motive for deception. Graham was merely an employee at a small electrical equipment company, earning a modest income with no real power. There would be little reason for someone to trick him. After much contemplation, Graham resolved to meet this individual the following day, reasoning that as long as the person was not a revolutionary, there was no harm in a brief encounter. Time swiftly passed, and by noon the next day, Kadir Bruno arrived as promised to ease Graham's apprehensions. Kadir Bruno had come alone, bearing a pristine check issued by the Spanish Royal Bank. In the amount of 5,000 pesetas, Graham had been waiting expectantly, accompanied by his friend William, who also worked in the electrical field. Upon noticing another individual seated beside Graham, Kadir Bruno recognized that Graham's guard had not entirely dissipated. However, this was a minor concern. He was confident that the sight of the check would sway him. Mr. Graham? Kadir Bruno inquired tentatively. Yes, I am Graham. And you are? Graham replied, scrutinizing Kadir Bruno, who bore a resemblance to an Italian rather than a Spaniard. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Kadir. I serve His Majesty King Carlo of Spain, with the objective of seeking experts in electricity for the forthcoming establishment of the Spanish National Electric Company. If you, Mr. Graham, are interested, I extend an invitation on behalf of His Majesty for you to join the Spanish Electric Company as an advisor. Additionally, a position as a researcher at the Royal Academy of Sciences is also open to you, allowing you to apply for your own research funding. You have any questions? Kadir Bruno stated directly. My goodness, a personal invitation from the King of Spain. This is utterly astounding. Before Graham could react, his friend William expressed his astonishment, utterly incredulous. I beg your pardon, Mr. Kadir, but I must ask, is what you say true? Do you represent King Carlo of Spain? Graham also found it hard to believe. Monarchical rule was still prevalent in Europe at this time, and receiving an invitation from a noble was already a privilege for a commoner, let alone an invitation from a king. Observing the shocked expressions on Graham and his friends' faces, Kadir Bruno wore a knowing smile and countered. How might I prove my identity to you? Kadir Bruno understood that at this moment, a proactive explanation would not dispel Graham's suspicions. The most effective way to instill his belief would be to have Graham make a request himself, thereby affirming his own identity. After all, Kadir Bruno's identity was genuine. Regardless of the manner in which it was validated, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. Please forgive me. This is simply too insane for me. Graham inquired, "Do you possess anything that can prove your identity?" "Certainly," Kadir Bruno nodded, producing a check that had long been prepared. "This is a recently issued check from the Royal Bank of Spain. Currently, it is only accessible to the Spanish nobility, so it should suffice to validate my identity. Wouldn't you agree? If Mr. Graham is willing to accept a position in Spain, this check shall be yours." Graham, observing the prominent Spanish royal emblem and the sum of 5,000 inscribed on the check, began to harbor a measure of trust toward Kadir Bruno. Such a check was not something an ordinary individual could forge, and those capable of doing so would have no reason to deceive themselves into traveling to Spain. With this thought, Graham gradually lowered his guard against Kadir Bruno, yet still inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Sir, why would His Majesty choose me? I am merely an ordinary man. Surely, His Majesty does not recognize me. I am only responsible for conveying his commands." Kadir Bruno replied, "His Majesty holds great expectations for the development of the electrical industry, which is precisely why he has invited you to join Spain at AS. For how His Majesty came to know your name, perhaps only God knows, Mr. Graham, as long as you agree to join the Royal Academy of Sciences. This check is yours. His Majesty will also arrange for you a residence in Madrid and provide you with employment. Believe me, Spain is the most suitable place for you. Your research will find ample support here." Having clarified his identity, the next crucial step was to invite Graham to join the Royal Academy of Sciences in Spain. To be frank, the conditions Callo had prepared for Graham and other scientists were exceedingly generous. Firstly, the personal envoy sent by a king to extend an invitation was already a significant honor for those scientists, although the status of scientists had risen considerably since the Industrial Revolution. It had not yet reached the highest echelons of the state. Scientists with commercial acumen could amass considerable fortunes through their innovations, thereby ascending to the ranks of capitalists or the societal elite. However, the majority of scientists still lived in poverty, often having their patents appropriated by other capitalists. In such circumstances, the personal invitation from a monarch was indeed significant. Even an invitation from a noble of high standing would suffice to move these scientists. Moreover, Callo had offered even more exceptional terms. That a check for 5,000 pesetas may seem modest, but it was equivalent to approximately £200, roughly the total annual income of 8 or 9 skilled workers. Although Graham worked at an electrical equipment company, he held neither a managerial position nor any significant role. He was merely a consultant. His income was considered middle class in Paris, with a weekly salary of around 35 francs and an annual income of 1825 francs, amounting to £73. This check represented nearly 3 years of Graham's total earnings, and it would be granted unconditionally upon his agreement to move to Spain. Such terms were undeniably sincere and sufficiently appealing to someone like Graham, who needed to support a family. Despite being tempted, Graham, noticing the envious expression on his friend's face, decided to assist him. "Sir, if I were to go to Spain, could I invite a few friends to accompany me? Rest assured, my friends also possess exceptional skills in the field of electricity, and they would undoubtedly be competent for positions at the Spanish Electric Company," Graham cautiously inquired, understanding that the representative before him was an envoy of the Spanish king. Graham recognized that his request might be seen as presumptuous and could potentially provoke displeasure. Nevertheless, given that he had several acquaintances here and their capabilities were commendable, he wished to have familiar faces in a foreign land. Of course, Kadir Bruno nodded with a smile, that as long as they work in the field of electricity, they may choose to acquire Spanish citizenship. The Spanish Electric Company is in dire need of talent. So rest assured, your income at the Spanish Electric Company will not be less than it is now, and accommodations in Madrid will be arranged for you. Graham's inquiry sounded like sweet music to Kadir. Callo had originally tasked him with attracting some ordinary talent. If he could invite Graham, while also securing additional skilled individuals, he would have perfectly fulfilled the task assigned by His Majesty. Upon hearing that his request was granted, Graham breathed a sigh of relief, while William cast a grateful glance toward him. Though both were consultants at an electrical equipment company, it was a small firm that was notoriously stingy with financial resources. Particularly in light of the recent instability in Paris, the company's owner had repeatedly delayed salaries. If not for the need to support their families, they would not wish to remain in such a bleak and unpromising company. Given the prospect of a better opportunity, it was only natural to strive for greater earnings. That, Mr. Graham, I will be staying in Paris for a few days. If you are prepared, you may come to this address to find me. And I will arrange for your train to Spain at any time. Of course, the more friends you have working in the field of electricity, the better. His Majesty would not mind, even if there were hundreds. I look forward to our reunion in Madrid. Perhaps by then, you will have become the chief consultant for the National Electric Company. Kadir Bruno smiled as he bid farewell, allowing Graham some time for contemplation and preparation. After all, moving to Spain was akin to a new immigration. For Graham, who had a family, it was essential to discuss this with his loved ones. Kadir Bruno maintained high hopes for Graham. If he were indeed able to bring over 100 electrical workers to Spain, His Majesty would undoubtedly be pleased. Additionally, he could leverage his successful recruitment of Graham to become a trusted confidant of Callo, gradually gaining prominence within the Spanish establishment, as Kadir Bruno devoted himself to fulfilling Callo's orders. Far away in Madrid, Callo concluded his leisurely pursuits. After a prolonged period of waiting, Callo's Royal Armaments Factory had finally taken shape, enlisting a portion of workers from Spanish weapon workshops and extensively recruiting rifle design experts from France, Italy, and other nations. Starting this year, rifles would usher in a new era, the era of bolt-action rifles. The prosperity of bolt-action rifles would continue until World War II, when they would be supplanted by semi-automatic and fully automatic rifles. As the primary equipment for the Spanish military for nearly a century to come, Callo placed great importance on the development of bolt-action rifles. In fact, as early as the previous year, the Swiss had developed the first practical bolt-action rifle, aptly named the Vitali rifle. This rifle was not only extensively procured by the Swiss army, but also exported to Italy, which was all Callo had been informed of. Thus, in addition to Italy, other nations were also persistently attempting to research bolt-action rifles. In the coming years and decades, a plethora of renowned firearms would emerge, demonstrating their utility in numerous conflicts. Callo's initial directive to the Royal Armaments Factory was to procure a batch of Vitali rifles from Switzerland and design Spain's first bolt-action rifle based on the advantages of the Vitali. At present, it was quite challenging for the Royal Armaments Factory to independently develop a bolt-action rifle. It was not that they were incapable, but rather that any bolt-action rifle they produced would likely exhibit numerous flaws, compromising safety and stability. Since rifles were the most crucial weapon for soldiers, how could they trust such weapons on the battlefield if safety and stability were not assured? Thus, before independently developing his own bolt-action rifle, it is imperative to study the perspectives of foreign military factories regarding bolt-action rifles and assimilate their advantages. At the very least, the Swiss rifles have undergone dual validation from both Switzerland and Italy, ensuring their safety and stability. Having arrived at the Royal Arsenal, Carlo naturally would not limit himself to matters concerning rifles. Currently, the two most crucial weapons in the military are the rifle, categorized as a light weapon, and artillery, classified as heavy weaponry. The good news is that following the conclusion of the Franco-Prussian War, Germany and France have decommissioned a substantial number of artillery pieces. This is not due to any faults with the artillery. Rather, the peaceable states of Germany and France no longer require such an extensive array of cannons. What then should be done with these second-hand artillery pieces that were only utilized during the Franco-Prussian War? Naturally, they would be sold at a reduced price to other European nations, thereby minimizing the financial burden on the state during wartime. Compared to French artillery, Carlo is more inclined to purchase the Krupp cannons from Prussia. The rationale is simple. The Germans imparted a lesson to the French with their Krupp cannons during the Franco-Prussian War, and in terms of artillery, the Germans are undoubtedly at the forefront. While French artillery also boasts commendable standards in Europe, it pales in comparison to the superior Krupp cannons. Presently, the Royal Arsenal is divided into a rifle design team and an artillery design team. Carlo has also assigned a new task to the artillery design team, to procure a batch of Krupp cannons from Germany and, to the extent possible, replicate them, ensuring that Spain possesses the technology to produce Krupp cannons. Producing them domestically is far more cost-effective than purchasing from Germany. Although the Krupp company may have greater output and potentially lower production costs, the export of such heavy artillery comes with a significant markup, rendering it less economical than domestic production. Furthermore, the technology of artillery is exceedingly vital. Beyond its application in the army as critical fire support for infantry, it can also be mounted on warships, serving as a primary means of firepower for contemporary naval vessels. The current state of artillery technology is still in its infancy. Learning from the Germans would at least ensure that Spain does not lag behind other great powers in this domain. The overarching task for the Royal Arsenal is to acquire a selection of weaponry from nations renowned for their excellent designs, and subsequently engage in research and replication of these acquired weapons. This is an unavoidable necessity. Although Carlo has invested considerably in the arsenal, as a newly established entity, it is challenging to possess a comprehensive capability for independent weapon development, in comparison to self-developing and manufacturing weapons. Procuring superior weaponry for replication is more financially prudent and reliable. Moreover, replicating weapons is not a matter of shame, as many other nations adopt similar strategies, even in later years when exporting one's own weaponry. One must be prepared for the inevitability of other nations conducting extensive research and replication of those exported arms. This is the rationale behind the notion of a cycle in weapon research: obsolescence of one generation, export of another, equipping one generation, and the development of yet another. Typically, advanced weaponry is seldom exported. Those that are available for export are often nearing obsolescence domestically, aimed primarily at generating revenue to fund the development of more formidable weapons. After allocating a new budget to the Royal Arsenal, Carlo can only hope that, following the acquisition of new rifles and artillery, the arsenal can swiftly grasp the requisite technologies and achieve successful replication. This endeavor may require several years. However, the benefits will undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks. Nonetheless, this represents merely the initial objective. The tasks ahead for the Royal Arsenal remain formidable. For the great powers, self-manufacturing weaponry is hardly significant. The future goal for the Royal Arsenal is to continuously innovate new weaponry while ensuring that its standards remain world-class. Among all of Carlo's enterprises, the arsenal is the most financially demanding. Were it not for the acquisition of over a dozen factories, the revenues from the newspapers alone would be insufficient to sustain the arsenal. After all, those who can afford to buy newspapers are not illiterate. They must first be able to comprehend the content. With a literacy rate of 70% in Spain, this is one reason why the newspaper industry struggles to thrive. Fortunately, the nobility around Madrid is plentiful. Coupled with factory owners, the middle class, and a segment of skilled workers with higher incomes, which has enabled Carlo's newspaper to maintain stable daily sales that, in stark contrast to the newspaper industry, which has hit a plateau. Carlo's steel mills are undeniably more profitable. Whether for the expansion of Spain's industrial base or to bolster his own finances, Carlo has issued directives to the steel mills to continuously scale up operations and enhance steel production over the coming years. With the Royal Union Bank as a financial guarantor, the expansion of these industries should encounter minimal issues, as long as it is not overly aggressive. In the current context of Spain, industrial expansion would not incur losses. Spain's future development plans will involve extensive infrastructure projects. The railways alone ensure that the steel mills will remain profitable. The two telegrams from Caterbruno, separated by less than a week and a half, have caused a significant shift in Carlo's mood. The first telegram succinctly conveyed that Graham was willing to accept Carlo's invitation, accompanied by several technical staff from the French Electric Company. Carlo was immensely pleased. This recruitment effort proved far more effective than cultivating domestic electrical talent in Spain. With Graham and the accompanying technical personnel, it would be possible to build Spain's electric company from the ground up, positioning Spain at the forefront of electrical utilization. However, the second telegram, arriving a week and a half later, left Carlo in a rather complicated state of mind. The telegram stated that upon Caterbruno's arrival in Germany, he successfully located Benz, along with several outstanding talents in the fields of mechanics and engines. Yet, not all individuals were as destitute as Benz and Graham. Some had already married and started families. Receiving invitations from larger mechanical factories to fulfill Carlo's directive, Cattabruno was left with no choice but to resort to the most desperate measures, forcibly bringing these individuals to Spain. Upon reviewing the list of individuals Cattabruno had abducted, Carlo was astounded. Along with Karl Benz, Cattabruno had fortuitously gathered two of the three founding figures of the future Mercedes-Benz company, Daimler and Maybach. While the method of abduction undoubtedly poses certain complications, abducting the founders of the Mercedes company is a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme. The achievements of these three individuals extend far beyond merely establishing the Mercedes company in the realm of automotive engines. They are pioneers and undoubtedly among the most exceptional talents of their era. Spain, having secured the talents of these three individuals, now possesses a significant advantage in the automotive sector. Moreover, implementing assembly line production to rapidly expand the market and reduce costs is not a formidable challenge for Carlo. Fortunately, Daimler and Maybach have yet to make any sensational moves in Germany. Even if they were to vanish, it is unlikely to attract the attention of the German government. With current technology, as long as Cattabruno handles the aftermath meticulously, the local authorities would find it virtually impossible to ascertain how these individuals disappeared. If Carlo can ensure that they willingly choose to remain in Spain upon their arrival, the matter could be considered successfully resolved. Of course, regardless of their willingness, they cannot return to Germany. After all, abduction is not a glorious act, and it is unlikely that such information would ever be disclosed, as Carlo eagerly awaited their arrival. A contingent of talents gradually made their way to Madrid. The first to arrive were Graham and his family, along with several of his friends. Carlo had evidently underestimated the allure of the conditions he had proposed to these researchers and practitioners in the field of electricity. After agreeing to the invitation, Graham wasted no time. He resigned from his previous company and boarded a train to Spain with his friends, who also wished to join him. Upon hearing the terms directly from Graham, more than a dozen researchers and practitioners in the field of electricity quickly opted to come to Spain. The conditions Carlo offered were simply too enticing to resist. The proximity of Spain to France, coupled with such generous conditions, is hardly surprising in its ability to sway certain individuals. On the very day that Graham arrived in Madrid, Carlo met him at the Royal Palace and reiterated the conditions proposed to Graham by Cattabruno. Graham was appointed as the chief director of the Royal Institute of Electric Power and the chief consultant of the Royal Electric Company, tasked solely with the research of electricity. Carlo was notably generous regarding Graham's salary. Upon learning that Graham's original annual income was less than £100, Carlo immediately declared he would quintuple it, raising his salary to 13,000 pesetas. Furthermore, regarding the research funding for the institute, Carlo stated that they could use up to 300,000 pesetas annually without hesitation. Having never encountered such a lavish employer, Graham promptly expressed his commitment to the research at the institute, even indicating he could start work the very next day. Carlo also exhibited a generous demeanor towards the researchers and practitioners of the electric industry who accompanied Graham. Compared to their previous wages in France, their salaries in Spain would double, and they would be provided free accommodation in Madrid. As long as they could establish a certain level of merit at the institute, they would be eligible for further rewards, including the potential elevation of their income or the granting of titles. Carlo specifically noted that he was pleased to see individuals ascend to nobility through various means of merit, whether they be farmers, workers, scientists, or soldiers. All could receive noble titles based on their achievements. This statement was particularly invigorating for the electric researchers who had journeyed from France. After all, they had not received such recognition in France, nor did they have such expansive prospects that in France, they could barely make ends meet, never nearing the middle class. However, in Spain, diligent work promised greater income and even the opportunity to rise into the middle class or the upper echelons of society, surely a more promising future than remaining in Paris. Lured by the allure of financial gain, Graham's friends unanimously declared that joining Spain was the wisest decision of their lives, their words brimming with gratitude towards Carlo. Of course, Carlo remained skeptical of their flattery. Nonetheless, their swift capitulation to financial allure underscored a significant reality. A multitude of scientists and researchers in this era still lived in poverty, and their inventions and studies might one day change the world. Attracting these scientists through financial incentives would benefit both them and Spain, creating a win-win situation. However, caution was warranted. A large-scale recruitment of scientists could draw the attention of other nations as long as other countries had not prioritized the welfare of scientists. Carlo's offers were unique and naturally appealing. Yet if every nation began to indiscriminately court scientists, Spain's resources would be insufficient to compete. Thus, the recruitment of scientists and technicians needed to be conducted discreetly to avoid arousing suspicion from other countries. Once Spain had quietly amassed a reserve of scientists and technical talent, there would be no fear of the talent acquisition plan being jeopardized. While Graham's situation was resolved, the arrival of Benz and his entourage presented a genuine challenge. Among the three founding figures of Mercedes, only Benz voluntarily came to Spain. The others, Daimler and Maybach, were coerced into compliance, and if they were unwilling to work for Spain, Carlo would have to reluctantly forfeit these talents in the automotive and engine sectors. 2 weeks passed before the German talents finally arrived in Madrid. "Your Majesty, the individuals you wish to meet have arrived in the reception hall," announced Butler Loren as Carlo reviewed a report on industrial development. "Bring Kader in as well. I must provide an explanation to these individuals who were brought here against their will." Carlo nodded, instructing that Mr. Kader is already waiting outside. Loren replied with a smile. The act of bringing them here was merely the beginning. The question of how to handle these talents remained. Should they wish to adopt Spanish nationality, it would indeed be a win-win situation. However, if they were unwilling, Kader would need to ensure they were dealt with discreetly, making it appear as if nothing had transpired. Carlo nodded and proceeded toward the reception hall of the Royal Palace of Madrid. The palace, the third largest in Europe after Versailles and Schönbrunn, could only be described as grand and opulent, with over a dozen reception halls designed for monarchs and royal family members to receive guests, each exhibiting a variety of styles. Benz and his party were assigned to a small reception hall at the far west of the palace, adjacent to a grand dining room meticulously crafted by Carlo, capable of preparing culinary delights from across Europe. The choice of venue for meeting Benz and the others was straightforward, should the outcome please all parties. Carlo would invite them to savor Spanish delicacies before discussing matters concerning the automotive and engine industries. Conversely, if the discussions yielded unsatisfactory results, Kader would have the opportunity to demonstrate the prowess of his recent training, thereby reducing the world's population by a few. Within the small reception hall, the atmosphere was notably complex. Carl Benz appeared in relatively good spirits. Having been invited and willingly joining Spanish nationality, he harbored no ill feelings. However, Daimler and Maybach were in stark contrast. Having been forcibly brought from Germany to Madrid, their journey undoubtedly less than pleasant. Thus their demeanor was decidedly sour. The hall was adorned with exquisite porcelain and artworks from renowned painters, with Benz attentively appreciating the pieces under the introduction of a servant, while Daimler and Maybach sat silently, brooding in their seats. Suddenly, the grand door of the reception hall swung open, and Carlo entered with a smile. "Your Majesty," the servants bowed first. Benz followed suit, performing a Germanic salute to Carlo. All eyes shifted to the two who remained motionless, Daimler and Maybach. Regardless of their sentiments, they too had to adhere to the customary German salute out of respect. The current monarchic system in Europe was relatively well received, and these Germans had grown up under such an environment, their respect and fear of royal authority deeply ingrained. There is no need for such formality. "Mr. Benz, Mr. Daimler, Mr. Maybach." Carlo nodded with a smile. "This was, after all, a misunderstanding. My intention was to invite you to Spain, not to resort to abduction." Carlo continued, expressing his sincere intent toward talents like Daimler and Maybach. Naturally, his sincerity had its limits. If they were to prove uncooperative, he would not extend excessive concessions. "Your Majesty Carlo, it is an honor to meet you." Benz spoke first. Eager to be in Spain, Benz felt reassured by Carlo's approachable demeanor. Affirming his decision was sound as for Daimler and Maybach's abduction. Benz was unaware of the full circumstances, but was inclined to trust the more affable Carlo. "Your Majesty Carlo, I believe this is an unfortunate incident. When might we return to Germany? I have ongoing research." The youngest of the trio, Wilhelm Maybach, queried impatiently. Upon hearing Maybach's question, Carlo smiled amicably. "I regret to inform you that I have heard there are some issues at the train station in Madrid. If you wish to return to Germany, you may need to wait a while longer." The matter of the train station's issues was merely a statement from Carlo, should he wish to prevent Maybach and Daimler from leaving. The station would remain in disarray indefinitely. Daimler remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Your Majesty, does this mean we cannot return to Germany? Carlo smiled but did not respond. The atmosphere grew tense. And Daimler continued, well, it seems we have no choice. Your Majesty, can you assure us that you will support our research? When the topic of research support arose, Carlo was filled with confidence. Of course. I'm more than willing to support your research, whether in the realm of automobiles, mechanics, or engines. Should you choose to adopt Spanish nationality, I can establish relevant laboratories to assist you in your endeavors. Certainly, I shall also allocate relevant shares to you, ensuring that your earnings will undoubtedly surpass those of Germany, alleviating any financial concerns you may have. Upon overhearing the conversation between Daimler and Carlo, the youngest, Maybach, finally grasped that the current situation might not be as optimistic as he had envisioned. However, gazing at Daimler beside him and then at Carlo, who exuded confidence and expressed his intent to support their research, Maybach found himself less averse to the prospect of remaining in Spain. Born in Germany, Maybach became an orphan at a tender age, subsequently adopted and raised by a charitable organization. Lacking relatives, his paramount interest lay in his passion for the study of machinery and engines. Currently, the individual he felt closest to was Daimler, whom he had only recently met, that if he could collaborate with Daimler, the location would become inconsequential. The staunchest opponent of staying in Spain was undoubtedly the eldest, Daimler. Having established a family in Germany and holding the position of chief consultant at a machinery factory, his income was quite satisfactory. This kidnapping had disrupted his previously idyllic life, which was also the reason for his reluctance to remain in Spain. Carlo, at this juncture, discerned the starkly contrasting attitudes between Maybach and Daimler. Regarding their identities, Kadir had thoroughly investigated prior to the operation that Mr. Daimler, should you choose to stay in Spain for work, both you and Mr. Maybach will enjoy the same privileges as Mr. Benz, including shares in the company, that I will impose no restrictions on your personal freedom. All universities in Spain will be open to you, allowing you to study and work at any institution of your choosing, with your families also permitted to enter the universities for education. Please trust in my sincerity. I shall not interfere in your research on automobiles and engines, but will provide you with a continuous flow of funding for your studies. Maybach evidently did not oppose the idea of working in Spain. The only hurdle remaining was persuading Daimler, which would essentially unite the three founding figures of the Benz company. Carlo was keenly interested in the potential impact of this triumvirate on the automotive industry. Very well, Your Majesty. It appears I have no choice, Daimler replied with a resigned nod, a wry smile gracing his lips. However, I hope Your Majesty will adhere to your word, refraining from meddling in our research while providing sufficient funding for our endeavors. Daimler's greatest concern was Carlo, wielding his royal authority, imposing his will on their research, thus constraining their freedom to pursue their studies. Should Carlo adhere to the principle of non-interference in research, the prospect of working in Spain would become much more palatable. After all, Carlo had also promised favorable conditions for their families. For someone married with children, this indeed held considerable allure. Of course, Carlo replied with a smile, outlining his plan. Considering your collective expertise in engine development, I propose the establishment of a joint engine company, granting each of you a 5 stake to support your research in this field. The annual research funding will not fall below 200,000 pesetas. However, the patents for your research outcomes will belong to the company as a whole. Is that agreeable? Daimler, Maybach, and Benz exchanged glances, all expressing their approval. They would possess shares in the company, benefiting financially from its success. Furthermore, for those engaged in research, the amount of money they personally earned was not their primary concern. The annual funding provided by Carlo represented the best assurance for them, allowing them to continue investing in their passion, which was far more enticing than any subsequent patent rights or dividends. Having successfully garnered the support of the three, Carlo signaled to a nearby servant, who presented the trio with a check for 5,000 pesetas. This served as a welcoming gift, simultaneously demonstrating Carlo's sincerity. While 5,000 pesetas was not a substantial sum, it would afford Daimler and his companions a more comfortable start upon their arrival in Spain, enabling them to manage their lives and families without undue stress. A stable living situation would undoubtedly facilitate a more relaxed and efficient transition into work. After treating the trio, to a sumptuous lunch at a nearby restaurant. Carlo instructed Kadir to show them the way to their new residence. The accommodations arranged for these scholarly individuals were recently constructed standalone villas, each with a relatively modest cost. After all, the notion of inflated real estate prices had yet to emerge in this era. Aside from the most affluent streets in central Madrid, properties on the outskirts were rather unremarkable. Many houses on the periphery were constructed by the locals themselves, some resembling shantytowns, which kept housing prices from soaring. Compared to purchasing ready-made homes, the populace preferred to build their own, which was more economical. That it is worth noting that the government was set to address the issue of Madrid slums. This phenomenon was not unique to Spain. It existed across all of Europe. The Industrial Revolution, while empowering the nation as a whole, primarily enriched capitalists, factory owners, entrepreneurs, aristocrats, and politicians. For the common folk, especially those below the middle class, life had not improved significantly. In fact, the exploitation of workers by capitalists had rendered the lives of ordinary people even more burdensome. How chaotic was Europe at this time? Wages were differentiated by gender and age, and most working-class families had no choice but to send all members, young and old, into the workforce to make ends meet. This was a key reason for the high illiteracy rates in many countries, including Spain. Families were compelled to send their children to factories and other workplaces for survival. Even free schooling would deprive the household of income, exacerbating their plight. While Europeans may appear prosperous, the glamour was limited to the affluent middle and upper classes. The true plight of the common people was no better than in other regions. The exploitation by capitalists and factory owners loomed like a heavy burden, suffocating them. This was also why Carlo had not prioritized literacy programs, without tangible improvements to the income of the Spanish populace. The illiteracy rate would remain stubbornly high. Only when the average annual income of Spaniards began to align with that of other European nations could substantial progress in literacy be achieved. With the successful alignment of Graham and the other four, Carlo's spirits soared. Buoyed by this optimism, he also turned his attention to the establishment of the Royal Electrical Research Institute and the Joint Engine Company. The significance of electricity cannot be overstated. Electrification was one of the pivotal cores of the Second Industrial Revolution. Likewise, the engine, specifically the internal combustion engine, represented another cornerstone of this movement. Mastering both electricity and engine technology would signify a monumental leap for Spain in the Second Industrial Revolution. Naturally, given Spain's relatively small population, the advancements would not rival those of Germany or the United States. However, for Spain itself, it undoubtedly represented a renewed hope for revival. If the prospects for Spain's resurgence post-reform were merely 30, the pursuit of the Second Industrial Revolution could elevate that hope to at least 60 to what was the ultimate goal of Spain as revival. Carlo was yet unclear. However, he recognized that aspiring to be a minor power was not Spain's true necessity. In the face of the vast global conflicts, a mid-tier power often found itself unable to dictate its own fate. Amidst Primo's dedicated reforms and the relative stability within Spain, Carlo was astonished to discover that he had little to occupy his time. Reform was a task best left to Primo, as it was inherently contentious. That it is no exaggeration to say that the reforms alienated all factions in Spain, save for the reformists who supported the changes. Were it not for Primo's immense esteem within the Spanish military, it is likely that his reforms would have been thwarted long before completion, resulting in a change of prime ministers. The ongoing reforms were, for Primo himself, a high-stakes gamble that, if successful, Spain would have a chance to reclaim its status as a great power, and Primo would remain a beloved prime minister. However, should he fail, the factions he alienated would not let him off easily. Even if Carlo could offer protection to Primo himself, the latter's reputation was destined to be tarnished, serving as a textbook example for the denunciation of reformists, with Primo acting as the vanguard of reform. Carlo was naturally reluctant to engage deeply with his initiatives. With some time on his hands, Carlo decided to oversee the construction of the Electric Research Institute and the Engine Company as the cornerstone of the Second Industrial Revolution. Carlo placed great importance on electricity and engines. Both core institutions were situated in Madrid, not far from the royal palace. A vacant plot on the outskirts of Madrid, a vast area had already been enclosed. This was the designated site for the Electric Laboratory and Engine Research Facility, serving as the epicenter for Spain's involvement in and promotion of the Second Industrial Revolution. To instill confidence in Graham and his colleagues regarding future research. Carlo extended a special invitation to Graham, Benz, and two other technical experts to tour the construction of the research facilities. The complexity of the construction was relatively low. After all, the current research in electricity and engines did not require overly sophisticated equipment. As everything was starting from scratch, the entire construction site could be regarded as a large experimental zone, with the western area designated for Graham and the Electric Research Institute, while the eastern section was allocated for Benz and the other three in engine development. Most buildings in this expansive experimental area were no taller than 3 stories, facilitating a quicker construction process, as there was no need for skyscrapers in the experimental zone. Rising at the heart of the complex would be a 5-story apartment building. The first 2 floors would house a restaurant and leisure area, while the 3rd to 5th floors would serve as lounges for the personnel involved in the experimental activities. Given the crucial phases of experimentation, most participants would lack the time to commute between home and the lab. This arrangement would save considerable time, making it more efficient to construct an apartment building for short-term respite for those involved in the experiments. Observing the layout of the entire experimental area, Graham and his colleagues expressed their satisfaction. This planning was far more organized than their previous workplaces, allowing them to conduct their experiments with greater ease and efficiency. Your Majesty, when can we expect the electric laboratory to be completed? I can hardly contain my eagerness to commence my experiments in such an ideal environment, Graham inquired, his excitement palpable. Carlo turned his gaze toward the person in charge of the laboratory's construction, who immediately understood and explained to the group. The overall construction of the experimental zone is progressing exceptionally well, and we anticipate completing all work within 3 to 4 months. Too slow. Far too slow, Graham replied, shaking his head in disappointment before continuing. Is it possible to prioritize the completion of the laboratory? The other ancillary buildings can be constructed later. If we have the laboratory, we can initiate our research on electricity. That should be feasible, Mr. Graham, the official replied after a moment's consideration, that if we focus solely on constructing the laboratory, it should be finished within 1.5 months. Taking into account the installation of certain experimental equipment, the laboratory should be operational within 2 months. Graham nodded in satisfaction. 2 months represented the theoretical minimum time frame, as the laboratory had specific requirements, particularly regarding safety. Hastily constructed buildings would not benefit the experiments. Thus, the 2-month wait was indeed necessary. Noticing Graham's urgency to commence electrical experiments, Carlo smiled and said, "I have already prepared a temporary testing site for you on the outskirts of Madrid. While it may not be entirely formal, it should suffice for 2 months. Perhaps by the time we return, the laboratory's construction will be nearing completion." Although Carlo had approved the laboratory's construction before Katter's departure, the pace of construction in this era could not compare to that of later times. Despite being merely 3 stories tall, the buildings still required a significant amount of time for completion due to their experimental purpose. If it were in a later era, such 3-story buildings could be erected with remarkable speed. By the time Graham and his colleagues arrived in Madrid, the laboratory might have been completed. The group continued their tour. Behind this expansive experimental zone lay a relatively sizable lake, surrounded by picturesque scenery and crystal-clear waters, serving as an excellent locale for relaxation and leisure. The beauty of the lakeside captivated everyone, including Daimler, who had already settled down, exclaiming, "What a splendid vacation spot. It feels like a waste to build a laboratory here." No, Mr. Daimler, Carlo replied with a smile. "This is precisely why we chose to construct the laboratory here. You scientists conducting experiments need such beautiful surroundings. Both work and rest are indispensable, and good rest fosters better experimentation." Hearing Carlo's words, Daimler paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile that if he had arrived in Spain harboring a significant degree of resentment for his abduction, that animosity had now largely dissipated. At the very least, he had accepted his situation in Spain. After all, who else could encounter such a monarch who respected scientists in other lands? It is no exaggeration to assert that ordinary people in Europe during this time enjoyed no human rights. The common folk were subjected to exploitation, treated as less than livestock. Adult males faced the harshest exploitation, toiling like beasts of burden for meager wages that barely sustained their families, if at all. Adult females were similarly exploited. Their labor was no less than that of man, yet their compensation was dismally low. The plight of child laborers was even more dire, as capitalists employed them as if they were adults. Yet they received the lowest wages in an era when the common people were hardly regarded as human. Encountering a ruler who honored their contributions made Daimler realize that Spain was not as dreadful as it seemed. While Graham was brought in, the electrification of Spain could not rely solely on him. It was imperative for Spain to cultivate a sufficient pool of mid-level talent in both electrification and internal combustion engines to propel the second industrial revolution forward. The most pressing issue facing Spain was the scarcity of mid- and low-tier talent, with illiteracy comprising a significant portion of the population. Until Spain could nurture its own talent, the most effective strategy would be to poach from various countries across Europe. However, before that, ensuring that one's coffers were adequately filled was of utmost importance. As August 1870 arrived, for months had passed since the establishment of the Royal Union Bank. Carlo finally turned his attention to his finances. Inquiring with Steward Lorin about the bank's progress, Lorin, well informed about the bank's development, promptly replied, "Your Majesty, our bank has become one of the largest in Spain after just 4 months of operation, though we have established branches in Toledo and Valladolid. And our bank in Madrid has expanded to 2 locations. Currently, our total number of depositors has exceeded 57,000, with total savings amounting to approximately 46.12 million pesetas, resulting in an average deposit of 809 pesetas. Our next expansion plan involves establishing at least 1 branch in the capitals of regions, such as Seville and Barcelona, aiming to become the largest bank in Spain." Carlo nodded in acknowledgement. With the assistance of the nobility, the Royal Union Bank's growth had been remarkably swift. Who would have thought that a bank established merely 4 months ago could already boast over 57,000 depositors? Once the Royal Bank's branches opened in every regional capital, the number of depositors would likely see significant growth. However, the average deposit would inevitably decline, given that most Spaniards still earned relatively low incomes. The current average deposit exceeding 800 pesetas was largely due to the considerable number of deposits from the nobility and the middle class, which inflated the average figure. Once a large number of commoners began depositing in the Royal Bank, the true income levels of ordinary people would become apparent. What made the Royal Union Bank particularly appealing to Spaniards was the royal affiliation and the unification of the entire noble class. Given Carlo's personal credibility, it held more weight than private banks. Carlo himself, alongside several prominent nobles, had provided assurances for any-time withdrawals, stating that as long as the monarchy existed, the Royal Union Bank would not face bankruptcy. The specter of bank insolvency had long been a topic that instilled fear in many. The populace harbors concerns regarding the potential bankruptcy of banks, prompting a frantic rush to withdraw their deposits. However, such actions may inadvertently incite a crisis of bank runs, thereby increasing the likelihood of insolvency for institutions that were previously stable. After all, the operational model of banks relies on amassing substantial deposit from savers to generate significant capital, which is subsequently invested to yield returns. These returns are utilized to pay interest to depositors and cover the operational costs of the bank, with the remainder constituting the bank's profit. This implies that banks cannot simultaneously fulfill the withdrawal demands of all depositors. When the volume of requested withdrawals exceeds the bank's available funds, a crisis ensues. How do capitalists resolve such dilemmas? By declaring bankruptcy in this era, there are far fewer protections than in later times. Upon declaring bankruptcy, most depositors are unlikely to recover their savings. Only a select few influential nobles and politicians may reclaim their funds, often receiving more than their original deposits, which highlights the privileges of the upper echelons of society. This stark reality elucidates why the lives of commoners in Europe during this period were so lamentable, as they found themselves unable to escape the exploitation of capitalists, toiling like beasts of burden only to meet an early demise in their 30s or 40s. "How fares our steel mill?" Carlo inquired further. Presently, the 2 most lucrative enterprises for Carlo are the Royal United Bank and the newly consolidated steel mill. Finance and industry undoubtedly represent the most profitable sectors of this era. And Carlo is keenly attuned to the income derived from industrial ventures. Following the consolidation, We have emerged as the largest steel mill in Madrid, currently employing 1,453 workers, with an average weekly wage of approximately 3 pesetas. Lorenzo replied, "Given that Spain is not particularly strong in industrial pursuits, it is hardly surprising that the amalgamation of several medium-sized steel mills has resulted in the largest steel mill in Madrid. After all, the regions prioritized for industrial development in Spain are not based in Madrid. The true industrial hub lies in Seville, the weekly wage of 3 pesetas." Carlo mentally calculated, with a weekly salary of 3 pesetas. The monthly income amounts to approximately 12 pesetas, translating to an annual income exceeding 144 pesetas. While this still lags behind the wages of workers in other European nations, it is certainly a considerable improvement over the average annual income of 87 pesetas in Spain. Moreover, Carlo's factory does not have to worry about wage deductions. Workers enjoy a mere 12-hour workday, with 1 day off each month, a far superior arrangement compared to many other countries. How is the agricultural tax reduction policy faring? When can we expect to see results? The low per capita income, which ranks among the lowest in Europe, weighs heavily on Carlo, who eagerly anticipates change. It is projected that next year, per capita income will rise to around 100 pesetas. Lorenzo the steward promptly responded, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the agricultural tax reduction and the abolition of the tithe tax are effective measures. Farmers' incomes are certain to increase. This has been a long-standing exploitation of the Bourbon family over Spain, and it bears no relation to your Majesty. You are the destined choice for Spain, and under your leadership, Spain shall reclaim its former glory." Carlo chuckled, somewhat indifferent to the flattery of Lorenzo the steward. The idea of being the chosen one is somewhat exaggerated. Yet Carlo is certainly not among the foolish monarchs. He understands that by treating the populace as human beings, they will rally to support him. As per capita annual income rises, we must also enhance the remuneration of our employees, Carlo instructed. The royal enterprises must serve as the benchmark for all businesses in Spain, and there must be no shortcomings in this regard. "I understand, Your Majesty," Lorenzo nodded in acknowledgement. "How are our steel mill's profits? How is the construction of the steel mill in Seville progressing?" Carlo inquired. "Your Majesty, we anticipate an income of approximately 2 million pesetas from our steel mill this year. Ensuring a balanced budget is entirely feasible, though we have invested around 1.5 million pesetas in the establishment of a new steel mill in Seville, which is expected to commence operations in the latter half of next year. At that point, our workforce will surpass 2,000, and annual income is projected to exceed 3 million pesetas," Lorenzo replied. Ultimately, Carlo underestimated the profitability of industrial ventures in this era, coupled with the fact that Spanish workers' wages are relatively low and that substantial steel is required for Spain's infrastructural development. Steel mills are guaranteed to be a lucrative investment in this period. Given that factories like steel mills are virtually risk-free investments, there is little doubt that we should vigorously pursue their expansion. The continuous enlargement of steel mill operations will also contribute to raising Spain's overall industrial standards, benefiting both the monarchy and the government. Furthermore, it will provide more job opportunities for the Spanish populace. Accelerating economic growth, truly a threefold advantage. Without a moment's hesitation, Carlo promptly instructed Lorenzo the steward. "Henceforth, our primary focus shall be on the expansion of the banks and steel mills, while other industries may be temporarily sidelined. It is imperative that in order for Spain to catch up with the waves of the Second Industrial Revolution, we must attract a significant influx of talent from other countries, to draw sufficient talent from abroad. Financial resources are essential, for it is wealth that captivates the hearts of many. Regardless of the remarkable achievements made by researchers, they remain ordinary individuals with material needs. Even if their desires for material wealth are modest, they possess families with their own requirements. Thus, the simplest way to attract talent is to ensure that they and their families enjoy financial security and a lifestyle befitting the upper echelons of society. To transform a scientist who is impoverished and on the brink of ruin into someone who enjoys a lavish lifestyle filled with endless wealth and material comforts is sure to captivate their interest. While such a method may seem somewhat crude, it is, in fact, the most effective means of persuasion in an era where the majority of European commoners struggle in abject poverty, even resembling a hellish existence. Naturally, regardless of the era, the lives of the lower classes are destined to be challenging. The only difference is that more advanced technology has raised the baseline to some extent. Yet, every nation will inevitably have its underprivileged strata. As long as there are impoverished groups, there will be individuals willing to compromise for the sake of money. What Carlo must do now is to use financial incentives to attract these individuals to his cause and subsequently cultivate more talent for Spain through the foundations laid by these skilled workers. How much capital can we allocate from a bank? Carlo pondered for a moment before inquiring. The construction of our branches will require at least 5 million pesetas, while ensuring that ample liquidity remains in the existing bank is also crucial. Currently, we should be able to allocate around 25 million pesetas, with a usage period of 1 year, likely causing no issues, Lorenzo mused before providing a reasonable answer. The Royal Bank currently faces a significant challenge. The majority of deposits originate from the nobility. However, this also presents a silver lining, as these nobles are primarily depositing large sums due to Carlo's influence, making them unlikely to unite in a bank run. This grants the Royal Bank sufficient liquidity to navigate small-scale withdrawal crises. Bolstered by the royal family's other enterprises as a safety net, the entirety of this 25 million pesetas will be invested in steel, chemical industries, machinery, steam turbines, and military industries. These are our primary objectives in the near term. We can also invest in Spain's existing factories. After all, it is impossible for us alone to drive the industrial development of Spain, Carlo directed. These sectors represent areas of acute scarcity in Spain. And considering the nation's future development needs, these industries are poised for assured profitability in the coming period. The Royal Bank currently possesses a modest capital base and thus cannot afford to overlook the opportunity to invest in these fields. Given that Spain is in desperate need of revitalization in these areas, a successful investment could yield the emergence of industrial giants within the nation. That Carlo's motivations for investing in these industries extend beyond mere profit. He also seeks to court the burgeoning power of the working class. If capitalists can incite workers to march in protest against the government, why cannot the monarchy do the same? Once Carlo has amassed control over thousands, even tens of thousands of workers through extensive industrial holdings, a mere comparison of the treatment of workers in royal enterprises versus that of other capitalists will clarify to the labor force which path leads to a better life. With the power of the workers firmly in his grasp, Carlo need not fear the threats posed by the next government. Regardless of who becomes the next Prime Minister of Spain after Primo, it is imperative to consider the influence that Carlo wields both within the government and among the populace. This is indeed one of the advantages bestowed upon Carlo by the lingering vestiges of monarchism in this era. When Carlo first arrived in Spain, his influence was at its nadir, rendering him most susceptible to being sidelined. However, once Carlo navigates through this low point and secures stable royal authority, no one shall underestimate the potency of the monarchy's influence. After issuing directives regarding domestic industrial development, Carlo contemplated briefly before continuing. Prepare an additional fund of 200,000 pesetas. I may require it shortly. Upon hearing Carlo's instructions, Butler Loren promptly nodded. Refraining from inquiring about the rationale, as a dutiful and loyal servant, it is best to comply with his master's command without excessive questioning, that if there is information that he ought to know, his master will certainly impart it to him. Conversely, if it is not within his purview, it would be imprudent to inquire, potentially tarnishing his reputation. Understanding this principle, Butler Loren resolutely abstained from asking unnecessary questions, much to Carlo's satisfaction regarding Loren's demeanor. The purpose of this funding is hardly a secret. Carlo smiled as he articulated, for Spain to achieve revitalization, relying solely on domestic resources proves exceedingly challenging. Presently, Africa has yet to be entirely partitioned by the great powers, and we can still find our own territories beyond their colonial strongholds. The aim of this fund is to hire foreign explorers to uncover more lands for Spain. Only by possessing ample territory can Spain realize its resurgence through its own efforts, rather than by exploiting its own populace. While preparing the funds, he added, "You may also assist me in identifying explorers, both domestic and foreign, that we may contact, at least during the early stages of our endeavors. I wish for our expedition's activities to remain confidential. The great powers generally adhere to the principle of first come, first served regarding colonial sovereignty. The relations among these powers are inherently tumultuous and complex, rendering direct military confrontation for territorial acquisition often impractical. As long as Spain can establish footholds in significant colonies and plant its flag. Even amidst future colonial conflicts, Spain will hold the moral high ground. Moreover, it is only 1870, and Africa is yet to be completely divided among the great powers, if nations like Portugal and Belgium can stake their claims in Africa. Why should a more formidable Spain be unable to do the same? Following the conclusion of the Franco-Prussian War, Europe has entered a period of relative tranquility. This calmness, however, arises from the British Empire's distraction with the Irish autonomy movement. The official name of the United Kingdom is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Great Britain itself comprises England and Scotland, leading to domestic issues akin to those faced by Spain. Apart from the dominant English population, the Scots and Irish seem less than fully aligned with the government's rule. Nevertheless, the British Empire remains the undisputed world hegemon and the most formidable naval power. Thanks to the glory of the Victorian era, it has momentarily quelled the independence aspirations of the Irish and Scots. While problems brew within Britain, the French tend to their post-war wounds, and the Germans, armed with substantial funding, embark on industrial endeavors. Other European nations find themselves in a golden era of development. 2 months swiftly passed, and Graham's long-anticipated power laboratory's main building was finally completed. Under Graham's urging, the Royal Electric Research Institute successfully relocated to its new experimental headquarters, officially commencing research on generators in later years. When discussing direct current and alternating current, people would first think of the current wars between Edison and Tesla. However, the inception of both direct and alternating currents occurred much earlier. The initial exploratory phase consumed excessive time, failing to garner the attention of governments, which delayed the widespread application of electricity until the late 19th century. Why is this the case? Graham can be considered an exceptionally talented individual in the realm of electricity. His contributions to electric power rank among the top 5 of the 19th century. Yet, such talent was not duly recognized in France, and numerous others, including the illustrious Nikola Tesla, would emerge in the following years. Upon moving to the new laboratory, Graham resolved to construct both an alternating current generator and a direct current generator, seeking to explore the practical applications of electrical energy. Although pioneers like Faraday and Henry had established the principles and feasibility of generator construction, their devices were largely experimental and had not yet validated the practicality of electrical power. Graham decided to continue the explorations initiated by Faraday and Henry, striving to discover affordable electric power that could be practically utilized, thereby reciprocating Carlo's support. Carlo possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding electricity, though such knowledge would merely be considered common sense in later years. That it was only after a century of exploration by pioneers like Graham that future generations could enjoy the convenience of electricity. Carlo was even aware of the serendipitous tale surrounding Graham's advancements in the electric industry. During an exposition, Graham inadvertently misconnected 2 generators, causing the electricity generated to flow back into another engine. This fortuitous mishap led to the swift practical application of electricity, leaving the attending scientists ecstatic, as what they had pursued for years was thus effortlessly realized that a generator is a generator, yet can also function as a motor. This discovery rapidly positioned electricity as one of the most pivotal energy sources of the Second Industrial Revolution, subsequently transforming the world. However, all of this hinges on Graham successfully constructing his generator. After all, only with a tangible creation can one credibly propose their ideas. Without concrete evidence, assertions lack validity. That it would be prudent to await the generator's completion, allowing Graham to demonstrate its efficacy firsthand. The Royal Engine Company and Graham's Electric Laboratory are nearly adjacent to one another. While it is termed an engine company, it is more accurately described as an engine research facility. Both are enterprises under Carlo's purview, and he is determined to inspect both. In contrast to the bustling electric laboratory, the engine research facility is notably quieter. This is somewhat unavoidable, although Graham is the sole primary researcher in the electric laboratory. He is sufficiently supported by a multitude of technical experts. Conversely, the engine laboratory boasts only 3 individuals, Daimler, Benz, and Maybach, capable of relevant research and development, with discussions limited to this trio. While these three are prominent figures in the realms of automotive and engine innovation, it is glaringly evident that relying solely on them will not suffice for significant achievements in engine technology. Carlo has devised his next objective, to amass senior talent for the electric laboratory while sourcing mid-level talent for the engine laboratory. In Carlo's vision, each laboratory should ideally be staffed with 3 to 5 scientists, supplemented by dozens of technically knowledgeable assistants. As the projects within the laboratories become increasingly advanced, the staffing must also grow correspondingly. Currently, as everything remains in its nascent stages, a slight shortage of personnel can be accommodated. This reality serves as a constant reminder to Carlo that Spain is in dire need of skilled individuals across various fields, not solely in electricity and engine technology, but also in the chemical industry, physics, chemistry, and numerous other domains. Spain requires a substantial influx of mid to low-level talent to fill these gaps. With this thought in mind, Carlo could no longer remain idle. He summoned the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau, Kader, and tasked him with a new mission: to traverse Europe in search of impoverished scientists and technical talents, inviting them to immigrate to Spain. The prospect of facilitating large-scale immigration poses a burden for the current Spanish government, as the income of the domestic peasantry has yet to rise. At this juncture, attracting a significant influx of immigrants might be perceived by Spaniards as an encroachment on their job opportunities. Thus, apart from small influx of laborers from Italy, Carlo does not intend for the Spanish government to open immigration channels to attract a large number of immigrants. The laborers brought in from Italy are engaged in rather strenuous manual work, which is precisely the kind of labor that Spanish farmers are reluctant to undertake. This will not incite discontent among the Spanish, as such jobs were never within their scope of choices. It is precisely because of the potential conflicts that immigration might provoke between the Spaniards and newcomers that Carlo instructed Kadir to meticulously seek out impoverished scientists and technical talents, aiming to introduce a select group of mid to low-level professionals urgently needed in Spain, while also scouting for scientists who might be swayed. With the electricity laboratory and engine research facility operating smoothly, Carlo finally breathed a sigh of relief and resolved to personally travel abroad to attract a portion of talent to join Spain. Notably, since Carlo ascended to the throne of Spain, he had not ventured beyond its borders. Given that the situation in Spain had stabilized, and with the likes of Primo and Serrano holding sway, there was little cause for concern regarding unforeseen events. Seizing this opportunity, Carlo decided to return to Italy. On one hand, he aimed to engage in diplomatic visits with the Italian government. On the other, he sought to entice a cadre of technical talents and scientists from Italy to Spain. The choice to visit Italy was influenced by the fact that King Vittorio Emanuele II of Italy is Carlo's father, which would undoubtedly lend some support to Carlo's talent attraction initiative. Although Italy has a high overall illiteracy rate, the majority of the uneducated populace is comprised of farmers from southern Italy. When examining the industrial, economic, and educational conditions in northern Italy, one could surmise that the reforms initiated in the Kingdom of Sardinia were quite successful, which ultimately contributed to the unification of Italy. Compared to the decaying despotism of the two Sicilies, the more enlightened and robust Kingdom of Sardinia garnered greater support from those advocating for Italian unification, including the true military hero of Italy, Garibaldi. Indeed, another purpose of Carlo's journey to Italy was to recruit some military talents from Garibaldi's ranks. Currently, Giotti had risen to the position of captain of the Royal Guard, and Carlo was exceedingly satisfied with his military capabilities. The Red Shirts formed by Garibaldi also produced numerous talents, many of whom ascended to high offices in Italy, including members of parliament and cabinet ministers, with some even attaining the position of prime minister. If Carlo could attract a few of these individuals to pledge allegiance to him, his pool of capable personnel would indeed broaden. Considering the successful reforms in the Kingdom of Sardinia, when Primo heard of Carlo's impending visit to Italy, he not only did not object, but also requested that Carlo bring along several officials to learn from Italy's advanced reform experiences. Italy, after all, is a great power and surely possesses valuable lessons for Spain to absorb. Moreover, Italy is not lacking in industrial and economic strength. It is merely the case that, following consolidation, its per capita figures were lowered. In fact, Italy remains quite formidable in military industry, with its naval research and manufacturing capabilities ranking among the best in Europe, far surpassing those of Spain at present. Consequently, Carlo's initial delegation, which numbered less than 200, swiftly expanded to over 500 individuals to ensure the safety of Carlo and the entire visiting delegation. The originally modest contingent of bodyguards was increased from around 100 to over 300 soldiers. Given that a king was leading a large group of officials on a formal diplomatic visit, the Spanish government took this matter seriously. A significant portion of Spain's already limited navy was deployed to escort the cruise ship carrying the king and numerous officials. Meanwhile, in Italy, Vittorio Emanuele II received the news of Carlo's request for a diplomatic visit. There was no reason to decline such a request, and Vittorio Emanuele II promptly instructed his government to agree to Spain's diplomatic overture and prepared for Carlo's reception. As Carlo was originally an Italian prince and now the King of Spain, the protocol for receiving him could not be lacking in grandeur. Observing the smile on the king's face upon hearing of Spain's forthcoming diplomatic visit, the current Italian Prime Minister Giovanni Lanza immediately understood the level of hospitality that would be expected during Carlo's reception. There was no need to ask. Everything must be done to the highest standard. Thus commenced the familiar yet uncomfortable maritime journey. The speed of vessels in this era could hardly be described as swift, and the rolling and pitching of the sea made Carlo increasingly irritable. The good news was that the distance between Spain and Italy was not great, meaning that this uncomfortable sea voyage would not last long. Rome. The port of Rome was bustling on this particular day. Italian Prime Minister Giovanni and Crown Prince Umberto awaited Carlo's arrival at the port, bestowing due respect upon him, and Spain's a cruise ship, escorted by Spanish warships, gradually approached the port. Crown Prince Umberto felt a mix of emotions. He had not anticipated that his frail younger brother would become king before him, while he himself would have to wait an indeterminate time to ascend the throne. However, as the eldest son and heir, his claim to the future throne remained quite secure. Despite his complex feelings, he harbored little jealousy towards Carlo. Once the cruise ship docked, the royal guard disembarked first, forming a line to await Carlo's arrival. Carlo, under the watchful eyes of many, slowly stepped onto the port, followed by several Spanish officials. Prime Minister Giovanni and Crown Prince Umberto swiftly approached, demonstrating the etiquette befitting hosts. "Your Majesty Carlo." "Carlo, Brother Umberto." "Prime Minister Giovanni." Carlo responded with a smile, initiating pleasantries with the two. "There's no need to be so formal. Prime Minister Giovanni, Tiomi, returning to Italy feels like coming home," Carlo remarked with a smile. The presence of several Italian officials accompanying Prime Minister Giovanni underscored the Italian government's regard for Carlo, a fact that brought him considerable joy, should he manage to attract some talents in Italy. It seemed the Italian government would not be overly concerned, given that Italy's population far exceeded that of Spain, and the educational conditions in northern Italy were notably superior to those in Spain. Ordinary talents would likely not draw too much scrutiny. Moreover, Carlo, aside from being the King of Spain, also held the esteemed title of Duke of Chablais in Italy. This is a characteristic of European nobility. While the title of king far surpasses that of a duke, a king can concurrently hold the title of duke. Before the completion of reforms in Spain, the title held by the King of Spain was rather convoluted. Carlo's predecessor, Queen Isabella, possessed an exceedingly lengthy noble title, which included not only several royal titles from Castile, Leon, and Aragon, but also numerous ducal and count titles. However, since Queen Isabella's reign, the rulers of Spain have only held the title of King of Spain, with all other titles integrated into this singular designation. Prime Minister Giovanni did not acknowledge that he had orchestrated the grand welcome ceremony. Instead, he attributed all credit to King Emanuele and Crown Prince Umberto. This was all commanded by His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am merely carrying out their orders. Yet I must say, esteemed Your Majesty Carlo, welcome back to Italy. Carlo, returning to Italy once more, was in remarkably good spirits. Italy lacked the intricate intrigues that plagued Spain, and his relationships with his brothers were quite stable, far surpassing the dire circumstances in Spain. Upon returning to the room where he had resided prior to his journey to Spain, Carlo experienced a momentary sense of tranquility. The fatigue from the journey weighed heavily upon him, prompting Carlo to decide to enjoy a restful night and reconnect with his father and brothers the following day. Accompanying Carlo on this trip to Italy were two maids. After all, They were also Italians, and their purpose in coming along was to bring their families to Spain, as the next opportunity to return to Italy was uncertain. Carlo had many maids, but Anna and Alice were not ordinary servants. They were responsible solely for Carlo's daily needs and occasionally assisted with personal matters, their status resembling that of Carlo's consorts. While he could not grant them formal recognition, he could certainly provide their families with a comfortable livelihood. Should Carlo take on more consorts in the future, they would receive the same level of care. After all, Carlo is not an unfeeling person devoid of compassion to Tio him. Wealth is merely a resource that can be easily acquired. Following a restful night of slumber under the attentive service of his maid, Carlo sought an audience with his father, Vittorio Emanuele II, early the next day. Although it had been less than a year since he last visited Spain, Carlo noticed a significant change in his father. This was, of course, to be expected. Born in 1820, Vittorio Emanuele II had just turned 50, an age that marked the onset of old age in this era. Moreover, the unification of Italy had likely allowed him to relax, making such a transformation in his demeanor entirely rational. If Carlo's memory served him correctly, the historical figure of King Emanuele had not lived beyond the age of 60. Thus, if history were to remain consistent, there were only a few years left. "Father, how is it that after just over a year apart, you appear so aged?" Upon seeing his father, Emanuele, Carlo expressed concern for his well-being, thereby bridging the gap between them. "I am 50 years old now." Carlo, Emanuele II replied, affectionately ruffling Carlo's hair with a smile. "Thank God my child is well. You have not faced any hardships in Spain, have you? Should you find it unbearable, remember to send a telegram through Lorenzo. I will arrange for the Navy to bring you home." Carlo nodded, fully aware of his father's genuine concern. Although Carlo had traversed through time, he held profound respect and admiration for Emanuele II, his surrogate father. Regardless of the king's reputation in Italy, to Carlo, he was a commendable father, a single parent who devoted himself to providing love and care for his child. "I am quite well in Spain, Father," Carlo smiled. "The rebellion led by Carlos has been quelled, and the insurrection in Cuba has also concluded. Spain is poised to enter a period of peace, with the assistance of Duke Prim and Duke Serrano. I feel quite secure here, so there is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing Carlo's words, Emanuele II regarded his son with a serious expression before nodding emphatically, pride illuminating his features. "That is good to hear, Carlo. However, I must reiterate that we shall always remain a family. I shall forever be your father, Carlo. Any matters during this visit can be entrusted to the officials. I will ensure Giovanni assists you as much as possible. For now, you shall reside in the royal palace. You must not have met Rosa yet, have you?" Rosa was Emanuele II's second wife, who had previously been his mistress. This highlights the norm of noblemen in European society maintaining mistresses, a practice not seen as a blemish, but rather a topic of discussion among the aristocracy. Nobles without mistresses were often suspected of being unable to fulfill their marital duties, especially when even queens like Isabella had numerous lovers. Nonetheless, there existed an unspoken agreement among the nobility. Mistresses typically held lower status, and even those like Rosa, who eventually became queen, would have their offspring excluded from the line of succession. Queen Rosa bore Emanuele II a daughter, Vittoria, and a son, Emanuele. Yet only Emanuele was granted the title of Count of Fontanarossa. The children of the legitimate wife, Adelheid, were all dukes, with the only count among them having passed away before receiving a promotion to duke. This also illustrates Emanuele's attitude towards legitimate and illegitimate offspring and the importance placed on lineage by European nobles, even if Carlo and all his brothers were met with misfortune. The throne of Italy would never fall to Emanuele's progeny with Rosa. Carlo held no objections to Emanuele's marriage to Rosa, for whether as a mistress or a queen, it posed no detriment to his interests. Observing Carlo nod in agreement, Emanuele, too, continued with a smile. "You are nearing 20 years of age. It is time to seek a suitable marriage. Carlo, you understand that a fitting wife can not only manage your palace with grace, but also contribute significantly to the nation's development. Sadly, Adelheid is no longer with us. Otherwise, she would have certainly chosen a beautiful queen for you." Typically, such unions were orchestrated by the mother, often through grand festivities that invited potential brides to attend. allowing for the selection of an ideal partner. However, with the untimely demise of Carlo's mother, Adelheid, the responsibility for arranging such matters now rested on Carlo or the Spanish government, while Rosa was also an Italian queen. She was not Carlo's mother, and thus might not have the same influence in inviting royalty from major powers to the festivities. Nobles placed great importance on these matters. Ideally, Carlo's bride would be a princess from a powerful nation, ensuring substantial support for Spain. Next in line would be princesses from other European kingdoms, whose noble bloodlines were recognized across the continent. When it came to his matrimonial prospects, Carlo felt considerable trepidation. Given his looks, wealth, and status as the King of Spain, finding a girl of his liking should not be insurmountable. However, the requirements for a Spanish queen extended beyond mere affection. She must also possess noble lineage and come from a nation capable of aiding Spain. This narrowed the field considerably, making it quite challenging to locate a suitable candidate. Currently, the most promising prospects lay within the royal families of Britain or Germany, Britain being the most formidable naval power. In Germany, the strongest land force could provide ample support to Spain. Yet, the thought of Queen Victoria's infamous hemophilia left Carlo in a state of unease. If fate were unkind and the Spanish royal family inherited this ailment, it would spell disaster. Hemophilia has been a principal cause of extinction among European royal lines. With no effective remedy, even in later years, the Spanish royal family had but one heir in Carlo. Should he risk passing on hemophilia through a union with the British royal family, the reign of the House of Savoy in Spain could be precarious indeed. Observing Carlo's pained expression upon the mention of marriage, Emanuele too mistook it for shyness and chuckled. "Do not fret, Carlo. This is a necessary step for you. Your two brothers are already married. It is now your turn." Carlo was certainly not shy, but he found it difficult to explain his concerns and merely nodded. After all, at this moment, while certain members of the British royal family had been diagnosed with hemophilia, the full extent of the disease's impact on the royal lineage had yet to be realized. "Very well, my child. Worry not. I shall keep an eye out for you. Should a suitable match arise, I will inform the Spanish government. However, do not be excessively stringent in your criteria for a queen. After all, for us nobles, political advantage outweighs personal affection that if you truly have a girl you fancy, you could consider taking her as a mistress, could you not?" Emanuele too remarked, affectionately ruffling Carlo's hair once more. Before Carlo reached adulthood, Emanuele had avoided discussing such topics. However, now that Carlo had come of age and ascended to the throne of Spain, it was a conversation that needed to be had. "Nonetheless, my child, while you may have a mistress, it would be wise not to indulge excessively, nor should you pursue married women too ardently. With your royal status and wealth, many young, beautiful women will be available to you." Emanuele too advised that, if you wish to avoid tarnishing your reputation, heed my words, my child. Though the existence of mistresses among European nobility was a tacit understanding, it did not mean the populace would welcome their king engaging in affairs with married women. After all, the reputation of a nation's ruler held paramount importance. If the populace is provoked, one may be forced to abdicate, and in more severe cases, may even be ousted from the throne by revolution. Rendering such actions utterly counterproductive, a fleeting romantic entanglement might be manageable, as it often concludes with both parties becoming mere acquaintances. However, if one were to maintain a long-term relationship in the capacity of a mistress, it would be prudent to seek out unmarried girls from reputable backgrounds to avoid future complications. Carlo could only nod in agreement once more, fully aware of this reality. In this era, there is no design for small umbrellas, and even contraceptive methods are woefully outdated. Should he unfortunately contract any related diseases, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation for Carlo. Observing Carlo nodding obediently, Emanuele too felt quite pleased and smiled as he inquired, "I have heard that you have replicated the Sun newspaper in Madrid. How has it fared thus far? You possess quite a keen business acumen, and I presume the Spanish royal family's assets are substantial by now." The Sun newspaper, founded by Carlo in Italy, has now ascended to become one of the largest newspapers in the country. Due to Carlo's ascension as the King of Spain, after discussions with his father Emanuele, he sold 51 of his shares to the Italian royal family, retaining only 49 for himself while awaiting dividends. Over a year later, the Italian Sun newspaper has become one of the top 3 newspapers in the entire nation. with its daily sales surpassing Carlo's initial target of 50,000 copies, of course. This impressive circulation is attributed to the establishment of branch offices in Rome and Turin, which collectively have pushed daily sales beyond that threshold. Although 50,000 copies may appear modest, it directly impacts over 50,000 households, affecting at least a couple 100,000 individuals, that if we consider the indirect influence, it could easily reach into the millions, and with prolonged circulation. The number could even soar to several million, that after all, the majority of illiterates in Italy would not purchase newspapers. They rely on word of mouth for information. If all goes as expected, the sales of the Italian Sun newspaper should maintain this level without significant growth in the near term. Given that Italy's illiteracy rate is close to 70%, and until educational standards improve, there will not be a surge in newspaper purchases. Nevertheless, the success of the Sun newspaper has undoubtedly validated Carlo's exceptional business intellect. Emanuele, holding over half of the shares in the Sun newspaper, is naturally aware of how much his younger son has likely profited from its establishment. Father, as you know, the revenue from newspapers is ultimately modest. Carlo said with a resigned expression that Spain's development plans ensure that the steel mill will not be short on funds, but the Spanish royal family lacks the capital to construct it. The royal income barely covers the expenses of the palace and the 2,000 strong guard. Any excess would lead to bankruptcy. Although Carlo's wealth has multiplied significantly since leaving Italy, he still feels compelled to feign poverty in front of his father. The Savoy family has been entrenched in Italy far longer than the Bourbon family's reign in Spain, accumulating considerable wealth over the years. Carlo naturally wishes to extract some financial support from his father, even if it is through an interest-free loan, which would be far more advantageous than borrowing from other nations. After all, loans from other countries come with high interest rates and various additional conditions that are not conducive to Spain's future development. However, borrowing from the Italian royal family, though perhaps not substantial, would likely be interest-free or at a low interest rate, with minimal stringent conditions. For Carlo, who is currently in dire need of funds, every little bit counts, and he would not turn his nose up at any amount. My dear boy, having become the king of Spain, why do you still come to me lamenting your financial woes? Emanuele too chuckled, albeit somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, he did not refuse Carlo. It has been over a year since you left Italy, and this visit is timely, as I can return your pension. That if you truly require funds, I can arrange for you a loan of 10 million lire at zero interest, to be repaid within 10 years. If the Spanish government is in need of money, they should approach Italian banks for negotiations. I cannot assist them. Even if Italian banks are willing to lend to the Spanish government, the interest will be unavoidable, with only some additional conditions possibly waived. Those bankers are not charitable. If Primus wishes to borrow from Italian banks, he must be prepared for high interest rates. Emanuele too naturally feels sympathy for his son. However, this does not imply he would jeopardize the interests of Italian capitalists for the sake of the Spanish government. The Spanish royal family and the Italian royal family share a close kinship. But when it comes to the interests between Spain and Italy, matters are calculated with precision. Emanuele too would not sacrifice the interests of Italian capitalists simply because of Carlo, and Carlo is well aware of this reality. In truth, Emanuele too's willingness to offer a loan of 10 million lire interest-free to assist Carlo has already touched him deeply. The value of 10 million lire amounts to £400,000. An investment that could easily multiply several times over within 10 years when directed towards the steel mill, providing such a substantial sum, sufficient to construct the most formidable ironclad ship as an interest-free loan to Carlo, clearly demonstrates the depth of a father's affection. Unbeknownst to him, the new book has already reached 160,000 words and is set to be published. The last publication was on New Year's Day of 2023, marking over a year's time. Regardless of whether it pertains to this book or the previous one, the author acknowledges that there have been numerous issues in the writing and expresses gratitude to readers for their corrections and support. The author hereby promises all readers that this book will not be abandoned or left unfinished. A complete conclusion will be provided. Now, regarding the planning for this book, the anticipated length is between 2.8 to 3.5 million words, concluding around the end of World War II, approximately between 1930 and 1940, followed by several free side stories. All future side stories will be free. It is expected to take about a year and a half to complete. with the conclusion likely occurring close to the year 2026. Given the extended time span of writing a lengthy novel, it is challenging to find readers who will support the work from beginning to end. If there are readers from the previous book who have supported it through to its conclusion, the author wishes to express profound gratitude. Now, on to the crucial segment concerning the rules for additional chapters. The author aims to challenge himself, as he possesses the capability of writing 10,000 words daily and finds it quite manageable when inspiration flows freely. Therefore, the rules for additional chapters are as follows. 1. For every 1,000 monthly votes received, an additional chapter will be added. 2. For every 100 comments in the additional chapter thread, another chapter will be added. Detailed rules can be found in the comment section. 3. For every 150 investors, an additional chapter will be added, starting from 388 investors at 9.6. There is no upper limit on additional chapters, and any conditions met must be fulfilled within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in a doubling of the additional chapter count. The author hopes for reader supervision. Additionally, regarding the plan for explosive updates upon release, the author currently aims for 10,000 words daily from September 6th to September 12th, spanning 7 days. The author anticipates a first subscription target of 500, and regardless of whether that target is met, there will be explosive updates during the 7-day period. For every additional 150 subscriptions beyond the initial 500, the explosive update period will extend by 3 days without limit. Only subscriptions made within the first 24 hours of the first chapter's release will count towards the first subscription. The author will provide updates on subscription status after the 24-hour period, so readers need not worry about any tricks. In any case, all rules regarding additional and explosive updates have no cap. If readers wish to see more updates, please support the author, support the original work, and provide the author with some income to continue writing. Finally, I recommend the author's previous work, The Rise of Australia, a completed long foreign historical novel with 3.19 million words. Those who have not yet read it should take a look at the end. I humbly request readers to provide their initial subscriptions. The author genuinely wishes to achieve daily outputs of 10,000 words, so I ask for your support to ensure continuous updates. Carlo had not anticipated that his arrival in Italy would significantly alleviate the financial troubles that had plagued him for so long. With this newfound capital, the expansion of the steel mill and other factories in the coming years would no longer be encumbered by monetary concerns. Furthermore, the Spanish government held hope of securing a substantial loan from Italian bankers, with the expectation that the terms would not be unduly burdensome. This was indeed a commendable outcome. Should those officials fail to obtain loans from the Italian financiers, then other nations could scarcely harbor any expectations. The willingness of these bankers to lend was predicated upon their ability to accrue substantial interest as income, alongside profiting from various additional stipulations in Italy. Thanks to Carlo's connections, the bankers were unlikely to demand exorbitant terms, and King Umberto II would not permit them to impose excessively harsh conditions. However, in other nations, the plight of the Spanish government would be of little concern as long as capitalists could derive sufficient profit from lending, and the government could secure some benefits. Who would care about the harm inflicted upon the Spanish administration? On that afternoon, Carlo found himself at a hunting ground on the outskirts of Rome. Situated over 30 kilometers from the city center, this area had been designated as a royal hunting reserve after the capital was relocated to Rome, providing a venue for the royal family to engage in hunting and leisure. Dressed in casual attire, Carlo trailed behind King Umberto II, accompanied by Crown Prince Umberto and Duke Amadeo. Amidst the dense forest, glimpses of wildlife occasionally darted past. King Umberto II evidently relished this hunting locale. He took a rifle from a guard, patiently aimed at a target, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! A deer, several dozen meters away, fell in response, its hooves flailing helplessly, yet it was beyond salvation. Why don't you give it a try? Carlo, I hope that over a year of being a king has made you forget how to handle a rifle. I would be dismayed if my son didn't know how to use a firearm. King Umberto II signaled for Carlo to take the rifle, smiling as he spoke. With the advancement of firearms, proficiency in their use had long been a requisite skill for European nobility from a young age. The traditional elite education for nobles encompassed a wide array of subjects, reflecting their aspirations for their offspring to become accomplished individuals. even in language training, beyond the frequently spoken French among European nobles. English and German were also necessary for basic communication. Carlo wasted no time. He accepted the rifle from his father, King Umberto II, loaded it, and sought out his prey. Bang! The sound of the shot drew the attention of those nearby. As a grayish-white hair met its demise, ha, not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten your education in this regard. King Umberto II nodded in satisfaction, addressing his child. The rifle can be set aside for now, but it should never be entirely absent. Only by holding the rifle can a hunter possess the most fundamental sense of security. Carlo, you're doing well in Spain, but it is not enough. You must realize that in times of necessity, you can only rely on yourself. Understand? Being a king is no simple task. The Republicans will stop at nothing to usurp your throne, and while the liberals may appear manageable, what they truly desire is a king who is idle and indulgent. The current Spanish government seems stable, but is merely a facade. That prim guy must be nearing 60. How much longer can he endure? My child, you must prepare for your own future. The stability of the throne depends on your own efforts. External forces will eventually wane, and you will ultimately have to confront the Republican factions and liberal elements in Spain alone. Interestingly, Italy and Spain share some similarities. Both nations grapple with Republican factions, and remnants of various states that merged into Italy are also seeking autonomy. The difference lies in the Sardinian kingdom's loyalty to King Umberto II, whose honor in unifying the Kingdom of Italy is enough for him to be remembered by all Italians. Carlo understood all too well what King Umberto II was conveying, and he recognized the truth in those words. The notion that power emanates from the barrel of a gun is timeless. If Carlo wishes to secure his throne, he must command a substantial military force. Currently, the royal guard numbers only a little over 2,000, which suffices for palace protection but is utterly inadequate for maintaining his regime. Only by expanding influence to the Spanish military and securing the allegiance of a significant portion of the armed forces can his royal authority truly stabilize. Carlo was contemplating these matters and even taking action. However, at present, the manpower available to him was scant, and given that military leaders Prim and Serrano were still around, it was not opportune to promote confidence within the army. I understand, Father. It's just that I have too few talents at my disposal. Perhaps you could transfer a few relevant individuals from the Turin Military Academy for me, Carlo suggested with a smile. Regardless of the Italian army's performance in the First and Second World Wars, the graduates from the Turin Military Academy still possessed a degree of competence, as for the reasons behind the later decline in the Italian military's combat effectiveness. It likely stemmed from a lack of morale. Without cohesion among the soldiers, the army's fighting capability would be significantly impaired. The Italian soldiers seemed to approach their duty as a mere job. They lacked the courage to fight or die for their country, making it impossible for them to exhibit fierce resolve and combat prowess when facing adversaries. King Umberto II cast a resigned glance at his son, showing no sign of anger. I don't have enough outstanding graduates from the Turin Military Academy myself. How could I find you a batch? Moreover, you are the King of Spain. How can you neglect your own citizens in favor of employing Italians in large numbers? Carlo had no intention of predominantly utilizing officers trained by the Italian Military Academy. Upon hearing his father's words, he immediately began lamenting his lack of resources. Father, I wish to cultivate Spanish officers as well. The problem is that Spain's military academy system is evidently lagging behind, lacking exceptional military commanders to impart knowledge to the cadets. Perhaps you could lend me a few professors from the Turin Military Academy? King Umberto II was well aware of his son's intentions and replied with mild irritation. The German Empire is the most powerful land army in Europe. If you wish to establish a military officer training system, it would be wiser to collaborate with the Germans on the 17th day of the month. As Carlo and King Umberto II indulged in the leisurely lifestyle of royalty, the Spanish officials who had come to Italy were truly beginning to immerse themselves in their tasks. Diplomatic visits were not merely for recreation. They aimed to address the pressing issues confronting the Spanish government. What was the Spanish government's most significant problem at present? First, a lack of funds. And second, insufficient foreign capital investment. The nation's development was not a simple matter, as effective growth could not be achieved merely by pouring money into it. For instance, in terms of industry, growth necessitates the proliferation of various factories throughout Spain, which cannot be accomplished solely with domestic capital. Despite substantial royal investments in steel and other industries, the complete growth and expansion still required the support of Spain's private capital, as well as some foreign investment. Thus, in addition to negotiating a low-interest loan with the Italian government, Prime Minister Prim had issued another mandate to the diplomatic delegation to attract Italian capital to invest in Spain as much as possible, including bidding for the construction of Spanish railways and more. Both monarchs tacitly chose not to involve themselves in the discussions between their governments, allowing the officials to negotiate independently. After all, the interests of the royal family do not necessarily align with those of the nation. Although the royal families of both nations were related, it did not imply that Spain and Italy were one and the same. The First World War, despite being labeled a conflict among European royals, was fundamentally rooted in the differing interests of various nations. The royal families wielded little influence and lacked the authority to halt the war, regardless of who intervenes in the negotiations between the two nations. Whether it be Carlo or Emanuele II, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications. It is far preferable to await the outcome of their discussions. Ultimately, as long as the interests of both royal families remain unaffected, the outcome favorable to either country is of little consequence. Carlo spent a few relatively pleasant days with Emanuele II before deciding to meet the illustrious Italian figure, Garibaldi, under the guidance of Giotti. Carlo held a deep admiration for Garibaldi. Had Garibaldi harbored any selfish intentions, Emanuele II's ascension to the Italian throne would not have been so effortless, as one of the key figures in the unification of Italy. Garibaldi's later years required assistance from the Italian government, which serves as a testament to his selflessness. However, the state of the world has since changed. Garibaldi had already been publishing articles in The Sun, a newspaper founded by Carlo, earning enough in royalties to sustain his family. In his writings, Garibaldi refrained from mentioning any support for republicanism or opposition to monarchy, which greatly reassured Emanuele II, allowing for a relaxation of restrictions on Garibaldi. Nevertheless, due to his age, Garibaldi chose to live in seclusion on Caprera Island, enjoying a leisurely retirement. Carlo's purpose in visiting Caprera was not only to behold this renowned Italian figure, but also to seek out potential talents from Garibaldi's circle. Garibaldi had 3 children, 2 of whom were sons. Aside from his second son, Giotti, Garibaldi's eldest son, Menotti, was also a capable aide during Garibaldi's military campaigns. Carlo had always maintained an attitude of welcoming talents, even those from Garibaldi's red shirts. If he could rally a contingent to serve him in Spain, it would be all the more advantageous. With his intentions in mind, accompanied by Giotti and under the protection of a guard, Carlo bid farewell to his father, Emanuele II, and set off for Caprera. Giotti, how long has it been since your last visit? Carlo inquired, gazing at the island's emerging silhouette. Approximately 2.5 years. Your Majesty, Giotti replied, pondering and realizing he could not recall his last visit. I permit you to stay a few extra days on Caprera to spend quality time with Mr. Garibaldi, Carlo expressed, feeling somewhat nostalgic, aware that after this return to Spain, he might not visit Italy again for several years. No, Your Majesty. Giotti shook his head, stating, my duty is to protect you. Your safety is paramount. Moreover, my father would likely not wish for me to stay. If you leave me alone on Caprera, I would probably end up sleeping on the beach. Garibaldi's life had been tumultuous, and his 2 sons had accompanied him through numerous trials, including the Thousand Expedition and the Italian Unification Movement, where Giotti had proven to be a reliable aide, maturing significantly in the process. Furthermore, Giotti understood his responsibilities as the captain of the Royal Guard. If he were to remain alone on Caprera, it would likely displease Garibaldi himself. In Garibaldi's modest abode, Carlo finally met this illustrious Italian figure. At Carlo's request, this visit had not been announced in advance, allowing Carlo to witness Garibaldi clad in a simple robe, leaning on a cane, resembling an ordinary Italian peasant. Beside Garibaldi stood his wife, or rather, Giotti's mother, as the two had yet to formalize their marriage, merely cohabiting as a couple. Father, Giotti spoke first, given Carlo's esteemed status. It was unlikely that he would initiate the greeting. Giotti gently reminded his father, interrupting Garibaldi's thoughts, Upon hearing someone call his name from behind, Garibaldi turned to see Carlo and Giotti. Giotti, who is this? Is it His Majesty Carlo? Garibaldi momentarily paused before collecting himself, advancing with his cane, visibly excited yet somewhat surprised. Your Majesty Carlo, when did you arrive? Mr. Garibaldi, it is my honor to meet you, Carlo replied with a smile, extending his hand in greeting. Little Carlo, oh no, Your Majesty Carlo, it is I who is honored to see you, Garibaldi exclaimed, astonished at how the young king had grown yet retained his courteous demeanor. Have we met before? Carlo inquired, not offended by Garibaldi's unintended misaddress. On the contrary, he was curious if they had crossed paths previously. Indeed, Your Majesty, when I met with His Majesty Emanuele, you were equally approachable back then. Garibaldi reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Carlo was taken aback, having not anticipated that he had encountered Garibaldi before. Yet, it mattered little. Based on Garibaldi's words and demeanor, it was clear he held a favorable view of Carlo, which would facilitate Carlo's endeavors to recruit talent. Giotti, why did you not inform me in advance that His Majesty Carlo would be visiting? Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was unprepared for your arrival and did not personally come to greet you. Garibaldi reproached his son, then turned to Carlo with an apologetic expression. It was my request for Giotti to keep it a secret, Mr. Garibaldi. You are a hero of Italian unification, and all Italians ought to be grateful for your contributions. Carlo stated with sincerity. Indeed, individuals who selflessly dedicate themselves to their country's welfare deserve admiration, regardless of which nation they hail from. Had Garibaldi possessed even a trace of selfishness, the existence of the Italian kingdom might be in question today. Had Garibaldi allied with the Republicanist Mazzini, it is likely that the unified Italy would have transformed into a democratic republic. Your Majesty, your unexpected visit raises my curiosity. Is there something of great importance you wish to discuss? Garibaldi inquired with interest. It's not anything of grave significance, Carlo chuckled, explaining his purpose for the visit. Primarily, he wished to allow Giotti to return home for a time, and additionally, to invite Garibaldi to serve as the director of the Zaragoza Royal Military Academy in Spain. Should he be inclined? Garibaldi initially seemed taken aback, but then responded with a smile. Your Majesty, given my current health, I fear I am more willing than able. The life on Caprera suits me well. Moreover, an old man leaning on a cane is hardly fit to be the head of a military academy. Is he? I fear I would disappoint you. Carlo had not anticipated that Garibaldi would accept the offer. Aware that Garibaldi had declined his invitation, Carlo swiftly followed up with, then might you recommend someone suitable to me? Not only does the military academy require a plethora of professors, but my royal guard is also in need of commanders. Observing Carlo's candid expression regarding his true intentions, Garibaldi understood that Carlo's goal was not himself. Your Majesty, you are mistaken in seeking assistance from me in this regard. You should reach out to the professors at the Royal Military Academy in Turin. I do not have any military talents to offer, Garibaldi replied with a wry smile. That it was not that Garibaldi was unwilling to assist Carlo. Rather, he simply did not know of any suitable individuals among his acquaintances. Some of the older veterans held strong Republican beliefs. While their capabilities might suffice, they would pose a risk to Carlo as the King of Spain, and Garibaldi would never wish to endanger Carlo. What about Menotti, Mr. Garibaldi? Carlo inquired with a smile. Mentioning the individual he had long regarded as a promising candidate, I have a position that would be an excellent fit for Menotti, where he could undoubtedly showcase his talents. Ah, so your Majesty has set his sights on Menotti, Garibaldi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him that Carlo's target was indeed his eldest son. However, this was not surprising, as Giotti had been under Carlo's command for several years, allowing Carlo to develop a certain understanding of Menotti. As long as Menotti is willing. I have no objections, Garibaldi replied with a smile. His outlook remained open-minded, unwilling to confine his sons to his side. In truth, Garibaldi was well aware of the capabilities of both his sons. Although their military talents may not be exceptionally outstanding, they are undoubtedly above the threshold of competence. Moreover, both individuals are still young, and with some cultivation, they might even ascend to the rank of general. This was precisely the reason why Garibaldi previously consented to Giotti accompanying Carlo. His prior refusal of the rewards from Emmanuel II stemmed entirely from the insincerity underlying such offers, which seemed more about surveillance than genuine appreciation. Had it been an invitation from Emmanuel II, Garibaldi would likely have declined. However, an invitation from Carlo was deemed worthy of consideration. After all, Giotti's position as the captain of Carlo's royal guard already attests to Carlo's trust in him. Such trust from a monarch is indeed rare, and, under these circumstances, promises greater prospects without the trepidation of governmental intrigue. Upon hearing Carlo's invitation, Menotti displayed no hesitation and readily nodded in agreement. Garibaldi, far from being surprised, appeared as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Mr. Garibaldi, may I take Menotti with me?" Carlo inquired with a smile. "By all means. They should not be confined to residing in Caprera." "That is not their destined fate," Garibaldi replied, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and profound satisfaction. "Giotti, Menotti, having chosen to serve His Majesty Carlo, you must adhere to your duties and avoid contact with those Republicans." Garibaldi had suffered greatly from his engagement with Republican circles in his youth, having encountered Mazzini and embraced Republican ideologies. Although he later developed his own convictions, that period of interaction left a lasting impact, branding him a traitor in the eyes of monarchists to this day. Garibaldi does not regard republicanism as inherently right and monarchy as wrong. This belief underpins his support for the Kingdom of Sardinia's unification of Italy. He perceives no absolute right or wrong in governance systems. Monarchy possesses merits in certain aspects. However, contemporary Republicans seem blind to this reality, harboring an intense hatred for monarchy and perpetually plotting its overthrow in favor of a republic. Is their approach truly justifiable? Garibaldi does not think so. If Italy were still fragmented, alternative aspirations for unification might be understandable. Yet Italy has now been unified, enjoying a relatively stable and peaceful development environment. The disruption caused by Republicans is tantamount to undermining the hard-won unity of Italy. This disillusionment with republicanism has influenced Giotti and Menotti as well. Garibaldi's admonition to his sons to steer clear of republicanism in Carlo's presence was also a declaration of his stance. Despite his previous associations with republicanism, he has severed all ties, and his sons shall not approach it either on the 17th of the month. Having spent over 600,010,000 days seeking support, Carlo was in high spirits after successfully enlisting Menotti to his cause. Under Garibaldi's hospitality, he relished an Italian lunch that, while not lavish, was authentically delightful. Caprera, though not a large island, is still a coastal haven abundant in seafood. That Garibaldi's life on Caprera revolves largely around hunting and fishing, complemented by reading. Due to his unique status, he seldom receives guests, which lends an air of solitude to his existence. The silver lining is that after publishing an article in a newspaper, Garibaldi's daily expenses are assured. Engaging in agriculture, fishing, and hunting provides ample sustenance, allowing him a carefree existence. Carlo felt a sense of relief, having successfully recruited both of Garibaldi's sons. Should Garibaldi's circumstances have been less favorable, Carlo would have felt a pang of guilt. Fortunately, Garibaldi is accompanied by his wife, and with visits from his daughter and son-in-law, he does not suffer from loneliness. However, joyful reunions are fleeting, and Carlo cannot linger on Caprera for long. That afternoon, he boarded a vessel to depart, taking Garibaldi's eldest son Menotti with him. Carlo had other plans for Menotti. As previously mentioned, he intends to establish a formal African expedition, necessitating an armed force to ensure the expedition's safety in the perilous African terrain. At this juncture, only coastal and peripheral regions of Africa have been explored, with vast territories untouched by imperial powers. These unknown lands are likely home to numerous indigenous tribes, some of which may be hostile to the expedition. Nonetheless, the dangers of the African expedition are considerable. While the indigenous peoples may not pose a significant threat, the unfamiliar geography and pathogens unknown to Europeans represent true peril. Thus, Carlo will not impose a decision. If Menotti is willing, he shall lead the African expedition. If not, there are positions available within the royal guard for him to consider. By the time Carlo returned to Rome from Caprera, it was already evening. He had hoped for an early night's rest, but governmental officials soon sought him out to report on the negotiations with the Spanish government. The discussions proceeded at an unexpectedly swift pace. surpassing Carlo's expectations. Initially anticipating lengthy deliberations, he was pleasantly surprised to find preliminary results emerging after only 2 days of talks, with only minor details remaining before an agreement could be finalized. Currently, Spain's pressing needs revolve around financial assistance and industrial technology. In this regard, the Italian government is willing to collaborate with Spain, as Spain does not pose a significant threat to Italy. Their partnership could also alleviate Italian concerns regarding France. After all, Italy's unification involved wresting Venice and Rome from the grasp of both the Austro-Hungarian Empire and France. Acati cannot be construed as mere theft. Rather, it resembles seizing an opportunity. However, these regions were indeed once under the influence of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and France. And Italy's unification will inevitably affect both nations. As Carlo had anticipated, the Italian government agreed to provide loans without imposing harsh conditions, albeit with low interest rather than interest-free loans. While the specifics of the loan amounts remain undecided, it is unlikely to exceed a certain threshold, given Italy's economic situation. Carlo estimates that Italy could offer Spain loans ranging from 50 million to 100 million lire, approximately 200,000 to 400,000 pounds. This sum should be easily obtainable for Italian capitalists, posing no hindrance to Italy's development while effectively aiding Spain. A win-win situation that as for Italy's industrial technology, it can be made available to Spain, though it must be purchased for a fair price. Carlo sees no objection to this, as no country acquires industrial technology without cost, either through domestic development or by purchasing it at a premium from others. Spain notably lacks the latest steelmaking techniques, steam turbine technology, and chemical production materials, which Italy can provide that in comparison to nations like England, France, and Germany, Italy does not yet rank as an industrial powerhouse. However, for Spain, Italy possesses ample industrial experience from which Spain can learn. Furthermore, Italy's technological advancements in military manufacturing, exemplified by the recently introduced rifles and expertise in the production of ironclad warships, are noteworthy. Italy's naval construction capabilities are certainly not inferior and can be regarded as top-tier within Europe. As early as the 1880s, Italy had developed the technological prowess to construct ironclad vessels exceeding 10,000 tons, a remarkable feat for that historical period. Nonetheless, Italy's national strength has consistently ranked among the lower echelons of great powers, compounded by its geographical location in the Mediterranean, which has significantly restricted the development of its navy, resulting in a relatively modest naval force. This geographical positioning presents a considerable drawback, as all of Italy's coastlines are situated along the Mediterranean. Even if a formidable navy were constructed, it would be confined to the Mediterranean after being blocked by the British at both the Strait of Gibraltar and the Suez Canal. The silver lining is that ironclad ships have only been around for a little over a decade, meaning Italy's expertise in this area is not yet fully matured. Regarding Spain's desire to acquire these industrial technologies, the Italian government has not expressed significant opposition, though it will not simply relinquish these technologies to Spain without compensation. Carlo does not entirely rely on Italy's technological offerings. His aspiration for Spain is to assimilate the advanced technologies of European powers, thoroughly understand them, and subsequently develop even more sophisticated innovations. Presently, they are still in the phase of technology acquisition, and Carlo is certainly open to all possibilities. After all, Italy's technology is distinct from that of other nations, and acquiring a broader range of knowledge would be beneficial for future advancements. After a cursory glance at the cooperation agreement with Italy, Carlo found no issues and instructed the reporting officials to continue fostering collaboration with Italy. The objectives of this diplomatic visit have largely been met, marking it as a substantial success that if they could also recruit some talents from Italy to return to Spain, it would be even more perfect that on the 17th of the month, having already surpassed 800,000 words today, support is sought. In fact, on the very first day of his arrival in Italy, Carlo instructed his aide, Kadir, to seek out various talents that could prove beneficial. Carlo has no industry-specific restrictions regarding talent. Whether in physics, chemistry, mechanics, or medicine, anyone who can contribute to Spain falls within his recruitment scope. The criteria for attracting talent remain unchanged: a residence in Madrid, a lucrative job, and a check for 5,000 pesetas that, if they have family, arrangements will also be made for their loved ones, along with educational resources for their children. This comprehensive offer is difficult to resist for anyone who is not already immensely wealthy. It is akin to a president of a nation inviting an individual to work abroad with an annual income exceeding 1 million, along with a pre-departure check for 500,000 pesetas. Most ordinary people would find such an offer enticing. Under such generous conditions, Carlo swiftly received a report from Kadir that the first batch of individuals willing to relocate to Spain was ready. Upon seeing the length of this list, Carlo realized just how compelling his offer was to the people of this era. The list contained nearly 100 names, including professors from renowned Italian universities and notable scientists. Although this method of recruitment might be deemed somewhat unethical, Carlo deemed it necessary for Spain's development. Among the extensive list, Carlo soon recognized a familiar name, Camillo Gorky. Not only is the surname well known, but Carlo also has a certain impression of this individual, if his memory serves him correctly. This Gorky fellow seems to have received a Nobel Prize in medicine, though the specifics elude him. He only recalls that this individual is quite prominent in Italy. Camillo Gorky? Carlo inquired of Kadir. Is he involved in medical research? Indeed, Your Majesty, Kadir promptly replied. Camillo graduated from the University of Pavia's medical school and is currently a physician at the San Mateo Hospital. Carlo nodded, AT this time. The Nobel Prize had not yet been established, so as a prospective laureate, Camillo likely had not yet demonstrated his capabilities, existing merely as an ordinary physician. Have these individuals been arranged? Carlo asked. The delegation will depart Italy in a few days, and I hope they can accompany us. Everything is arranged, Your Majesty, Kadir affirmed, adding, these individuals are ready to leave with us at any moment. The remaining ones who are not yet prepared have been placed on a second list, and they should be able to travel to Spain within a month. Carlo felt somewhat awkward, not anticipating that he would be able to attract several hundred talents from Italy so swiftly. However, considering the significant importance of these talents for Spain's development, his embarrassment diminished. After all, Italy is a vast nation and does not lack for a few hundred individuals, unlike Spain, which currently faces shortages across various sectors. Except for its abundant agricultural laborers, we must attract talent while minimizing the attention of the Italian government, Carlo instructed. Although this will not violate Italian law, it could jeopardize the amicable relations between Spain and Italy. Spain will still require Italy's assistance for future development, and I hope this matter can be conducted more discreetly. The good news is that the individuals on the list are not overly prominent. As long as the process remains discreet, it is unlikely to draw the attention of the Italian government. After all, Italy has a significant number of immigrants, and these talents can easily blend in with the immigrant populace, making detection improbable. The Italian government is unlikely to investigate the reasons behind an individual talent's departure. Indeed, Italy has many talents, but it is the renowned scientists with established research achievements that are truly in demand. If Camillo had already won a Nobel Prize, the Italian government would certainly take notice and do its utmost to prevent his emigration. However, at this time, Camillo is merely a graduate of an ordinary university and an unremarkable physician. His departure holds little significance for the Italian government, as long as Kadir's actions are not overtly conspicuous, and he does not attempt to extract too many individuals at once. The Italian government is likely to turn a blind eye even if they do discover the situation. I understand, Your Majesty. These individuals will be taking legal immigration routes to Spain, and subsequent talents will not head directly to Spain, but will first transit through France or other locations, making it unlikely for the Italians to take notice. Kadir affirmed. Kadir comprehended the need for caution. The Italian government is unlikely to pay attention to one or a few individuals immigrating to Spain, but they would certainly take note of hundreds doing so simultaneously. The optimal strategy is to facilitate transits through France or other locales. After all, the Italian government will not discern whether these individuals are headed to France or Spain. Prepare a detailed dossier on Camillo Gorky and bring him to see me tomorrow. Carlo ordered. To have received a Nobel Prize indicates that Camillo possesses considerable ability. Spain is also in need of talents in the medical field, if we can attract and cultivate such individuals. Spain could achieve significant advancements in medicine. Carlo does not underestimate the importance of medicine, but he fully understands how primitive medical practices are in this era, for the sake of his own safety and the well-being of all Spaniards. It is imperative to vigorously develop medicine and medical technology. Researching medicine can also yield substantial income. Life-saving antibiotics, such as penicillin, are in high demand. Once a crucial drug akin to penicillin is developed, the revenue from exports alone would suffice to alleviate the royal family's financial concerns while also allowing for the opportunity to profit from other nations. What's not to like? Yes, Your Majesty. Kadir naturally refrained from questioning Carlo's directives further. He was acutely aware that his duty lay in the loyal execution of orders. It was, after all, his responsibility. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled Kadir to depart, while Carlo's gaze drifted towards the window. A notion had already taken root in Carlo's mind: the establishment of an institution akin to the Nobel Prize, dedicated to honoring and rewarding the distinguished scientists of this era as these luminaries came forth to receive their accolades. Carlo would effortlessly forge connections with them, enticing them to work in Spain. Yet, this remained merely a concept fraught with challenges. After all, the intent to attract talent would inevitably be scrutinized by other nations. Should each country establish similar awards and elevate the significance of talent acquisition, Carlo would find himself caught in a self-defeating endeavor. Spain, at present, could only bolster its human resources through the allure of foreign talent. On the 17th day of the month, having successfully completed the monumental task of writing 1,010,000 words, Carlo's diplomatic mission to Italy was drawing to a close, with the esteemed Prince Umberto and Prime Minister Giovanni of Italy bidding him farewell. Carlo boarded the luxurious cruise ship bound for Spain, accompanied by an interest-free loan of 10 million lira and a contingent of over 100 talented individuals. Among them, only a select few scientists were arranged to travel aboard the same vessel. The rest would stagger their departures on different ships destined for Spain. On board, Carlo encountered one of the talents he had been particularly keen on, the future Nobel laureate, Camillo Gorky. Despite Gorky's later remarkable achievements in the field of medicine, he was presently a mere 27-year-old doctor, fresh from university. Upon meeting Carlo, Gorky appeared notably reserved, avoiding direct eye contact. "Do not be anxious, Mr. Gorky," Carlo said with a reassuring smile. "You graduated from the University of Pavia's medical school, did you not?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," he replied, nodding respectfully. "After graduation, I commenced my work at the San Mateo Hospital, focusing on research into neurological disorders." "Excellent, Mr. Gorky," Carlo smiled warmly. "Spain has few medical practitioners specializing in neurology. It seems we have struck gold this time. We also have corresponding medical schools in Spain that, if you are amenable, you could initially serve as a visiting professor at these institutions." Carlo contemplated for a moment, outlining Gorky's potential role. "Once the Royal Academy of Sciences in Spain is established, you may also apply for membership to engage in medical research. Any researcher admitted to the Academy can apply for project funding to support their studies. That I shall ensure that suitable accommodations are arranged for you, preferably close to your workplace. Welcome to Spain, Mr. Gorky." "Thank you, Your Majesty. It is an honor to be in Spain, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my research in gratitude for your trust." Gorky quickly nodded, expressing his appreciation for Carlo's support. Although Gorky had exhibited extraordinary talent during his medical studies, Italy did not place a high value on medical professionals to secure a professorship at his alma mater, the University of Pavia. Gorky would need to achieve notable breakthroughs in his research and build a commendable reputation. Carlo's initial offer for him to serve as a professor at a Spanish medical school and the opportunity to apply for the prestigious Royal Academy of Sciences reflected profound trust in his capabilities. "Of course, Mr. Gorky. Should you have acquaintances at the University of Pavia, you are welcome to invite them to Spain as well. I am highly receptive to talents in medical research, and they too could enjoy similar privileges to yours. Rest assured, as long as you possess sufficient capability, I shall provide ample research funding for your endeavors, while imposing minimal interference in your work. The advancement of medicine benefits the entire world, and I hope we can collectively propel the progress of human medicine, enabling people everywhere to access more advanced treatments for previously incurable ailments. The University of Pavia is quite renowned in Italy, and any friends of Gorky's would likely not be ordinary individuals of mediocre ability. Even if they were merely competent medical practitioners, attracting them to Spain would undoubtedly be advantageous. After all, exceptional doctors were a rarity in this era, exacerbated by an underdeveloped medical training system. That I shall certainly make an effort. Your Majesty, Gorky nodded, but fearing he might not succeed in recruiting anyone, he hastily added, "However, I cannot guarantee that anyone would be willing to travel such a distance to Spain. I will do my utmost." Carlo chuckled softly. The connections among researchers were not overly complicated. It was entirely possible that Gorky might indeed bring someone along. The conditions Carlo offered were already among the most attractive in all of Europe, which may not hold as much allure for top-tier scientists but remained highly appealing to ordinary ones. The fleet docked in Valencia, from where a train would take Carlo back to the capital, Madrid. The decision to avoid Barcelona and Catalonia was influenced by the region's restless separatists. For safety considerations, Carlo preferred Valencia as a landing point. After enduring the prolonged jolts of the train journey, Carlo finally returned to the capital. Although the era boasted relatively advanced railways and trains, their speed remained lamentably slow. The prevailing train speeds hover between 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, with only exceptionally flat, straight tracks achieving the latter. Even though Carlo traveled in a specially modified carriage, equipped with luxurious sofas, a kitchen, a bedroom, and spaces for meetings and offices, the journey from Valencia to Madrid still took over 10 hours, let alone longer distances. Currently, Spain's rail network primarily connected several major cities, and key areas that TOs circle around these cities would require at least several days. This was one reason Carlo was often reluctant to travel. Whether on land or at sea, hundreds of kilometers took an inordinate amount of time, rendering it quite inconvenient. Carlo eagerly anticipated the advent of automobiles and airplanes. Once these technologies achieved true commercial viability, transportation would undergo a complete transformation, making travel both comfortable and convenient. The visit to Italy spanned just over half a month, during which Madrid did not undergo significant changes. Along the route from Valencia to Madrid, Carlo observed numerous factories in the outskirts of Madrid undergoing constant expansion, while vast fields shimmered with golden hues, indicating a bountiful harvest in both industry and agriculture this year. Carlo felt a profound sense of joy. Spain's development appeared to be progressing smoothly. While not dramatically enhancing national strength overnight, this steady improvement was nonetheless uplifting. Along the way, he observed the smiles of the Spanish people, who genuinely relished their current lives. Following the reduction of heavy taxes, many Spanish farmers could finally catch their breath. Although they had not yet attained a prosperous existence, their situation had undeniably improved. At the very least, a significant portion of their produce remained in their own hands, whether to sell for income or to keep for sustenance, alleviating their worries that on the 27th day of the month, having penned 2,010,000 words, Carlo sought support. He reported a piece of news. The initial subscriptions had collapsed, with only 300 added, leaving the author feeling disheartened. The current performance of this book pales in comparison to its predecessor. It remains to be seen whether it can recover in the future. Nevertheless, the author has not entertained the thought of a lackluster conclusion. Since the book has been commenced, it must be completed, seen as a means of accumulating experience. Upon returning to Madrid, Carlo eagerly dispatched over 100 Vitali rifles purchased in Italy to the Royal Arsenal for replication, striving to thoroughly understand their mechanisms. Regardless of the success of reforms and development, military strength remains the true measure of a nation's power. Presently, Spain is ill-suited for naval expansion, necessitating a focus on the development of a formidable land army. Aspiring to attain a military stature on par with the finest in Europe, given Spain's population is significantly smaller than that of other European powers, the primary focus must be on the advancement of weaponry. If Spain can procure advanced rifles and machine guns in bulk before its European counterparts, its army would at least match the quality of any other nation. Establishing the strength of the Spanish army through a series of battles would also bolster Carlo's and the Spanish government's confidence in diplomatic endeavors. Ultimately, a nation's influence in diplomatic matters is contingent upon its comprehensive strength, particularly in military capability. Should a nation be militarily inept, even the most eloquent diplomats would find themselves powerless before other formidable powers. National dignity is built upon the razor's edge, and truth resides solely within the range of cannons. For Spain to attain greatness, the development of industry and the economy must be paralleled by military might, which is, in fact, even more crucial. When it comes to weapon design, Carlo places greater emphasis on the research and development of machine guns rather than rifles. Particularly in colonial warfare, a few machine guns can effectively confront thousands of indigenous troops, a notion previously unconsidered by colonial powers. The United States currently leads the way in machine gun development, boasting hand-cranked Gatling guns that, albeit fraught with various issues, deliver firepower far superior to that of rifles, with the intent to learn and adapt. Carlo instructed Katter to send personnel to the Americas, seeking talent in firearms design, while procuring several hand-cranked Gatling gun models for study by the Arsenal AS for the 10 million lire interest-free loan borrowed from Italy. Carlo resolved to invest it entirely in the construction of the factory at present. Establishing a factory is akin to effortless profit. The only variable is the magnitude of earnings. This endeavor would also create countless job opportunities for the Spanish populace, representing a clear win-win situation. However, the tranquility of these days was short-lived, as Prime Minister Primo and Minister of War Serrano arrived with unexpected news. A small-scale rebellion had erupted in Ceuta. This insurrection was clearly not the reason for their request to meet Carlo. It was a matter that the local colonial forces could easily handle, hardly worthy of reporting to the kingdom's government. What truly captured the attention of Primo and Serrano was the opportunity for Spain to once again launch an invasion of Morocco. Morocco, separated from Spain by a narrow strait, is its closest African neighbor. As early as the reign of Queen Isabella, Spain had engaged in colonial warfare with Morocco, successfully occupying the northern Moroccan cities of Tétouan and Ceuta, although they triumphed over the Moroccan government at the time. British intervention prevented Spain from securing more than these two minor cities, as the British were reluctant to see Spain gain substantial power near Gibraltar. Now, a decade has elapsed since that conflict, and with Britain currently preoccupied with its own domestic issues, Prime Minister Primo views this as an opportune moment for a major incursion into Morocco. Accompanying Serrano, he aimed to persuade Carlo to initiate a colonial war against Morocco. A tacit agreement reached among Spain's three leading figures in matters of such significance. Primo must consider Carlo's stance in exchange for his unwavering support for reforms. Indeed, Primo adhered to this principle, even in major decisions where he could unilaterally decide as prime minister. He sought Carlo's opinion and consent. Carlo gazed at the map of the Kingdom of Spain hanging in his office, captivated by the fact that the area of Morocco was nearly equivalent to that of Spain itself. In Carlo's strategic vision, Morocco was a territory that must be secured. It represented the only land that Spain could truly claim as its own, a vital sphere of influence necessary for Spain to ascend among the great powers. However, just as in the previous colonial war, where Spain gained little benefit, the British would not permit Spain to possess such an extensive territory near Gibraltar. Should Spain occupy a significant expanse of northern coastal Morocco, it would once again encircle Gibraltar, rendering British maneuvers in the region futile. Your Majesty, I believe that now is a feasible time to initiate war. Observing Carlo's hesitation, Primo stepped forward to advocate 10 years ago. The government of Isabella was able to defeat Morocco. Surely our current army can do so again. Furthermore, even if we cannot secure vast tracts of northern Morocco, we can take this opportunity to assert our claims to African territory. Should the British oppose our acquisition of northern Morocco, they would have to concede to our expansion in other regions of Africa. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences of our complete alignment with France. The nations most averse to seeing Spain ally with Germany are France and Britain. Following France's defeat, they lost critical industrial regions, such as Alsace and Lorraine, rendering their overall strength inferior to that of the unified German Empire. Moreover, France is obligated to pay Germany reparations amounting to 50 billion francs, essentially a windfall for German industrial development. Faced with the increasingly formidable German Empire, the British could not afford to be complacent. If the news emerged that Spain had entirely tilted towards Germany, while France faced a two-front assault, the British would certainly be alarmed. Not to mention, Italy and Germany are allies. Should conflict arise, France could find itself besieged from three sides. After all, the Kingdom of Sardinia had ceded the significant regions of Savoy and Nice to France in its quest for Italian unification. The significance of these territories to the Italian royal family is evident from their surname. As Savoy is the cradle of the Italian monarchy, it is inconceivable that Italy harbors no grievances regarding the forcession of these lands. should France find itself in a precarious position. Italy would undoubtedly intervene. In such circumstances, the British would be loath to witness a direct collapse of France to maintain equilibrium on the European continent. It is imperative to ensure that Spain does not align with Germany, which is why Primo is confident in negotiating benefits with the British. After all, while Spain may not be powerful, it is not to be trifled with in the event of conflict. The maritime blockade would not significantly impact Spain, as it currently possesses few colonies. Furthermore, for the British to effectively blockade Spain's vast maritime territories, they would need to mobilize a substantial fleet. Even if the British could withstand such enormous expenditure, other European nations would not remain indifferent. As for the prospect of a British invasion of Spanish territory, there is no need for concern. Primo is confident in ensuring that the British would return empty-handed. When it comes to land warfare, it is best for the British to remain on the sidelines. On the 27th of the month, I have written 420,010,000 words. The remaining sections may be delayed, but I will certainly finish them by evening. How many troops can we deploy to Morocco? After careful consideration, Carlo finally inquired. Seeing that Carlo was beginning to form a plan, Serrano quickly responded, 20,000 Spanish troops are ready for immediate deployment. Your Majesty, if we include the forces stationed in Ceuta and Tituin, we could mobilize approximately 30,000 troops, more than sufficient to confront the Moroccan forces. Ceuta and Tituin, cities under Spanish military occupation in Morocco, naturally require additional forces to maintain order. Spain regards these cities as crucial footholds for its colonial ambitions in Morocco. Throughout Queen Isabella's reign, and even now, the garrison in these cities has never been diminished. What are the government's plans? Carlo directed his gaze toward Primo. We must intensify the situation in Ceuta to influence the entire Moroccan region. Primo replied with a smile, as soon as these Moroccan rebels inflict casualties on Spanish civilians, it will be our army's opportunity to declare war on Morocco. The rebellion of the Moroccans cannot absolve the Moroccan government of its responsibilities, should there be casualties among the Spanish civilians. Spain would possess ample justification to intervene militarily in the Moroccan situation. Once war erupts, the trajectory of its outcome will no longer be within the control of the Moroccan government, if the great powers choose not to intervene. It is not inconceivable that Morocco could be transformed into a colony. After all, the proximity to the Spanish mainland renders rebellion quite convenient. By incessantly exploiting Morocco, Spain could expedite its industrial development and economic growth, while also alleviating domestic tensions. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Carlo nodded, no longer hesitating. To your command, Your Majesty. Primo smiled in response, and, alongside Serrano, exited the royal palace. Though Spain does not rank among the great powers, its yearning for colonies matches that of the imperial nations, the world's first empire on which the sun never set. Spain once possessed vast territories, although its colonies have dwindled to a mere few. The Spanish government, including Prime Minister Primo, still harbors aspirations of colonial expansion. This desire is characteristic of European nations in this era. If Spain and Portugal demonstrated the immense wealth derived from colonization during the Age of Exploration, the might of the British Empire further inflated the colonial ambitions of European countries. Virtually every European nation harbors thoughts of expanding its colonial reach. The presence of colonies held by nations such as Portugal and Belgium in Africa attests to the influence of colonization on European countries during this period, enabling rapid national wealth accumulation with minimal investment. As Primo and Serrano stepped out of the royal palace, Carlo summoned his steward, Loren. The aspirations of Primo and Serrano regarding Morocco served as a reminder to Carlo. While Africa is vast, nearly all great powers are fixated on this continent, that if Spain does not engage early in the partition of Africa, it may find itself left with only desolate deserts and uninhabited primordial forests. Africa, with its staggering area of 30 million square kilometers, brims with countless mineral resources, its economic value immeasurable. Securing a portion of African territory would significantly bolster Spain's position, with the Moroccan government already focused on its own interests. Carlo naturally set his sights on other regions of Africa, such as the Congo, which Belgium historically acquired. Belgium's acquisition of the Congo stemmed from numerous factors, yet fundamentally, it was due to the unwillingness of several European powers to allow one another to claim this land. At that time, the Belgian King Leopold II emerged and commenced the exploration and occupation of the Congo. Compared to the more powerful nations that occupied the Congo, a relatively weaker Belgium posed no threat. Thus, this territory ultimately fell into Belgian hands, allowing it to seize this lucrative prize from the grasp of the great powers. How vast was the Belgian colony of the Congo? It encompassed an area of 2.34 million square kilometers and was rich in mineral resources. The copper reserves in the Congo amount to approximately 75 million tons, representing 15 of the world's total, while cobalt reserves are around 4.5 million tons, constituting 50, and tantalum ore reserves reach about 30 million tons, accounting for 80 of the global total. Furthermore, the Congo boasts diamond reserves of 206 million carats, along with abundant iron, ore, and non-metallic minerals. In addition to these minerals, the Congo possesses substantial oil and natural gas reserves, rendering its economic value far superior to that of ordinary colonies. What particularly enticed Carlo was the presence of extensive uranium deposits in the Congo. Characterized by their high purity, the uranium extracted from these mines, specifically uranium-235, serves as the primary material for atomic bomb production. Securing the Congo would provide significant assistance to Spain in future atomic bomb development. Higher purity uranium would facilitate the extraction of uranium-235, which is crucial for Spain's strategic plans, holding equal importance to the Congo's other mineral resources. Without a doubt, the allure of these high-purity uranium deposits compelled Carlo to resolve to acquire the Congo at any cost. Currently, Spain's most formidable rival for the Congo is, in fact, Belgium, or more specifically, King Leopold II of Belgium. The reason being that King Leopold II did not utilize government funds during his colonization of the Congo. All expenses were drawn from the Belgian royal treasury. This enabled Leopold II to smoothly transform the Congo into his personal domain after obtaining dominion over it. Carlo is confident that he will not be outmatched by Leopold II in this colonial contest. After all, he has the backing of the Spanish government, which is far more powerful than Belgium. Even on an individual level, Carlo is assured of his superiority over Leopold. I doubt by the time Spain's 5-year industrial development plan is realized. Carlo's factories will have already amassed considerable profits. In terms of financial investment, Carlo harbors no fears of Leopold II. With the advantage of foresight from the future and substantial capital, Carlo can effortlessly generate sufficient funds. For instance, the engine research currently being conducted by Benz and others promises to significantly reduce production costs once automobiles are manufactured and produced through assembly lines, thereby ensuring Carlo's financial stability. What wealth does Leopold II possess? How much is he willing to invest in this colonial struggle against Carlo? Carlo's early explorations of the Congo region have already placed Leopold II at a disadvantage in this colonial contest. On the 27th day of the month, today, Progress has reached 62001000. Loren, what is the status of the overseas explorers you were tasked with locating? Have you identified any suitable candidates? Carlo inquired as Loren entered the room. I'm about to report to you, Your Majesty, Loren replied. I have discovered a highly suitable candidate in Spain. Here are the relevant details. Loren presented a dossier, adding, this is Antonio Ronaldo Prince Cruz, age 38. He leads an African expedition team in Guinea and has extensive experience interacting with indigenous tribes. Carlo nodded, perusing the dossier and finding it indeed aligned with his requirements. The expedition team not only needs to explore the Congo region, but also to foster good relations with the local tribes. Establishing what could be termed trade agreements. Beyond trade agreements, it is essential to employ strategies to have them acknowledge the land as Carlo's private property, thus creating opportunities for Carlo to claim it. Antonio Ronaldo Prince Cruz, as prolonged stay in Guinea and regular interactions with indigenous tribes were the reasons Loren recommended him. And this aspect particularly appealed to Carlo, as the deputy leader and de facto head of the expedition team. Other skills may be somewhat secondary. However, experience living in Africa and engaging with tribal communities is of utmost importance. Currently, European nations have only explored the coastal fringes of Africa and have not ventured deep into the continent for colonization. This reluctance is due to various factors, one of the most significant being the complex and perilous terrain of Africa. That Carlo's objective lies within one of the largest primordial forests in Africa. which presents considerable complexity and danger. The Congo Basin's primordial forest is not only the largest in Africa, but also the most ancient, often referred to as the lungs of Africa. Traversing the entirety of the Congo Basin and leaving a Spanish imprint is a formidable and perilous endeavor. Without experience, it is conceivable that the expedition team might embark in 1 year, only to receive news of its complete annihilation the following year. Have you conducted thorough investigations? I wish for the expedition team to possess rich experience. Rather than being a hastily assembled group of amateurs, Carlo stated, directing his gaze at Loren. Yes, Your Majesty, the investigations have been completed. Loren respectfully replied with a nod. I have dispatched individuals to investigate Antonio Ronaldo Prince Cruz's expedition team, and it has been confirmed that they have indeed conducted exploratory activities in Guinea and have ventured into the African interior. However, due to the lack of support from the colonial government of Guinea, they abandoned further explorations after encountering conflicts with local tribes and returned to Spain. During their expedition, they indeed had profound interactions with the local African indigenous tribes, which can be assured. Upon hearing that the experiences of Antonio Ronaldo Prince Cruz were confirmed to be authentic and credible, Carlo nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Let's arrange a time for him to meet with me. I hope this African explorer will not disappoint." From the perspectives of identity and nationality, Antonio Ronaldo Prince Cruz is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. He is a true Spaniard, and the regions traversed by his expedition would further assert Spain's sovereignty. Moreover, domestic explorers need not worry about the potential leakage of their activities by the time other nations discover Spain's exploration of the Congo region. Spain's colonial endeavors will have yielded significant results. Even if subsequent powers attempt to catch up, Carlo remains unfazed, for the entrance of a single power would draw the attention of all in such a scenario. With major powers mutually restraining one another, the Congo would ultimately fall into the hands of non-major powers. Furthermore, vast expanses of land in Africa remain unclaimed by the major powers, and Carlo does not believe they would vie for the more perilous Congo colony instead of seizing and dividing the coastal territories of Africa. After all, the mineral resources of the Congo at this juncture remain an enigma. Should they expend considerable resources to seize a barren land devoid of value, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. Butler Lorenz nodded and proceeded to prepare for Carlo's directives. After Lorenz departed, Carlo began to contemplate the preparations necessary for the African expedition. If Antonio Ronaldo Prince Cruz meets the requirements, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, the expedition still lacks a military commander, and Carlo is currently considering Menotti, the eldest son of Garibaldi. With the expedition gaining clarity, it is imperative to expedite the establishment of armed forces. Carlo resolved to summon Menotti to inquire about his willingness to lead the African expedition. Menotti was positioned in the vicinity of the palace in Madrid, requiring less than half an hour to arrive. After instructing the guards to fetch Menotti, Carlo settled into his reception room.